September 1978. Changbai Mountains, Zhongguangsai Ridge. Taiping Gully, Yushu Village. In a typical rural courtyard in northeast China stood a tall yew tree, its branches heavy with round, bright red berries. Under this massive tree sat Liu Hongjun, dressed in army green, carefully wiping the parts of his semi-automatic rifle, Type 56 Carbinian, a circular stone table. He cleaned each component meticulously before reassembling the weapon. Once the rifle was fully assembled, Liu pulled the bolt back, raised the stock to his shoulder, and aimed around, checking the sight. "Oh my God!" A sudden shout rang out as he pointed the gun toward the gate. Liu quickly lowered the rifle and stood up, walking toward the entrance. There sat a woman in her 40s on the ground outside his door. "Madam Ho-Hot, what happened?" He hurried over to help her up. "What do you mean what happened? You reckless kid. How can you just point a gun at people like that?" Madam Ho-Hot scolded him. "I was just cleaning the gun. It wasn't even loaded." Liu smiled slightly, trying to explain. "You were going to go hunting again, weren't you?" "Yeah. I'm heading into the mountains to gather some herbs, and if I see any game, they'll bring it back," Liu replied calmly. "All right, speaking of which, I saw something scary this morning when I went into the woods. There's a bear in Old Yugu Valley, huge one. Must weigh 600 or 700 pounds. It scared me half to death. I didn't even have time to pick any wild plants. I just ran straight back." Bear? In Changbai local lingo, that referred to a brown bear. Black bears were called bear blind men, while brown bears were known as xiongpai. "Perfect. Then tomorrow, I'll take care of it while I'm gathering herbs. It'll save the bear gallbladder for you," Liu said with a smile, then changed the subject. "By the way, Madam Ho-Hot, did you come here for something? All right, I almost forgot. My daughter-in-law just gave birth, but she can't urinate. Do you have any remedies for that?" Madam Ho-Hot finally remembered why she came. "Oh, that's postpartum urinary retention. I've got some perilla leaves you can use. Boil them for your daughter-in-law, and she should be fine after 2 doses," Liu said calmly. He went inside, opened a medicine cabinet, grabbed a handful of perilla leaves, wrapped them in yellow paper, and handed them to Madam Ho-Hot. "How much does it cost?" She reached for her wallet. "Don't worry about money. These are all herbs my father collected himself. They're not valuable," Liu waved her off. "You're just like your father, kind-hearted. I won't argue with you then. He'll have Big Kuei send you some red eggs later." She thanked him and quickly left the courtyard. After seeing her off, Liu returned to the stone bench and continued inspecting his rifle. On the surface, he appeared calm, but deep down, he was anything but. Never in a million years did he expect to wake up in 1978, on the day of his 60th birthday. All it took was one too many drinks at his birthday banquet, a few nostalgic remarks about how much he missed the old village and its warm community, and retelling the stories of his teenage hunting days at 15, and somehow, he ended up reborn in this quiet mountain hamlet. Though he was now 60 years old in spirit, his heart remained young. He loved modern things, online novels, short videos, TikTok, all of it. But here he was. So be it. He focused again on the rifle in his hands. In the mountains, a gun meant life itself. Hongjun home, the voice of Yang Guangfu, captain of the production team from Lushu Village, echoed from the gate. "I'm here, Uncle Yang." Liu quickly placed the rifle on the stone table and stood up to greet him. Though Yang was technically his future father-in-law, they hadn't officially gotten engaged yet. Yang had always liked Liu. Over drinks, had even mentioned more than once that he wanted Liu to marry his daughter. "Hongjun, I heard from Ho-Hot that you're planning to hunt a bear?" Yang stepped into the yard, arms crossed, eyes sharp. "Yeah," Liu nodded calmly. "You crazy kid. That's a full-grown xiongpai. You think you can just walk into the mountains alone and survive?" "It's a bear, yes. But I know what I'm doing," Liu replied. "You know nothing. 600 pounds of bear doesn't scare easily. Even tigers avoid them." Yang scolded. "Uncle Yang, just because tigers avoid them doesn't mean I can't kill one. I've got a gun. Hongjun, if anything happens to you, how can I face your father?" Liu picked up the rifle again, a confident smile on his face. "Uncle Yang, I've trained with my dad since I was little. I've been in these mountains since 16. I've even hunted tigers before. I'm not acting recklessly. I know I can do this. With this rifle, I can hit a headshot from 200 meters away." Liu wasn't bluffing. In his previous life, he followed his father's orders and joined the army the same year, 1978. The next year, he was sent to the southern front lines. In battle, he developed a deadly habit from his hunting days: shoot for the head. Because even a hard shot might not kill instantly, some animals had shifted hearts and could still fight back. Many hunters died that way, assuming their prey was dead, only to be ambushed in a final act of vengeance. Only a headshot guaranteed instant death. Back then, he became infamous, methodically picking off enemies one by one with precision headshots. Even the headquarters knew about the soldier who never missed a skull. Thanks to that skill, he rose through the ranks and was eventually selected into China's first Special Forces unit sword. Decades passed, and now, somehow, he was back here in the autumn of 1978. He couldn't tell if it was all a dream, or if he was dreaming now. Maybe it really was what those novels called rebirth. Whatever it was felt stronger than ever. Stronger than when he was at his peak in sword. If he had this strength back then, maybe he could have challenged for the title of King of Soldiers. The original sword team was filled with martial arts masters 8th Ultimate Bagwazang, Sini Quan Bajiquan. Liu was good, but not the best, just above average. You stubborn kid. Yang sighed, then compromised. Fine. Tomorrow, we'll send Victory with you. Thank you, Uncle Yang. This time Liu accepted. Having Qian Shengli with him would be an advantage. Victory was the village militia leader, also a veteran soldier. He was well known in the village for his marksmanship. Since when did we start being so formal? Your father already talked to Mei planned to send you to the military after harvest season. Once there, make us proud. Uncle Yang, I'm not going to the army anymore. The village needs a doctor who'll stay and work as a medic. Liu smiled. In his past life, had seen it all: glory, war, loss, peace. In his later years, he settled in Shueqing and studied traditional medicine passed down through his family. His family were actually heirs to Xinyiquan martial arts, though they were also skilled in medicine. His father was a master of both fists and firearms, and even more respected for his kindness. He treated everyone freely, rich or poor. If someone couldn't pay, they paid in cornmeal, eggs, or not at all. Over time, villagers praised him for his compassion, and no one dared harm his family. This life, whether real or a dream, Liu wanted to live it peacefully. Hunting, herbal gathering, healing villagers, a simple, fulfilling life. You sure about this? Life in the village is hard. The military is a good path, yes. Endong Suji, Secretary Dong, personally called his comrade to get you that spot. Secretary Dong was a Korean War veteran who chose to return to the village rather than take a city job. Thank you, Uncle Yang. Thank you, Secretary Dong. I made up my mind. He'll stay and serve the villagers. After agreeing to enter the mountains early the next morning, Yang Guangfa left. It was harvest season, and the production team was busy. He only came because Hohat told him about Liu's plan to hunt the bear. Left alone again, Liu turned back to his rifle, the trusty Type 56. A new chapter was about to begin. One bullet at a time. Chapter 2. Entering the mountains to hunt bears, Liu Hongjun was well acquainted with this firearm. It had been his companion during his years in the military. Before he transitioned to the Type 81 rifle, he utilized the Type 81 until his retirement. As the daylight began to fade, Liu Hongjun stowed away his gun and commenced preparations for dinner. He retrieved a cabbage, sliced it, rinsed it in water, and set it aside to drain. From the cellar, he extracted a piece of wild boar meat, washed it, and diced it into chunks. After gathering some scallions, ginger, and garlic, Liu Hongjun ignited the fire and placed a pot over the flame. Once the pot was sufficiently heated, he scooped a generous spoonful of lard from a jar and added it to the pot. Instantly, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, awakening Liu Hongjun's senses. This lard, rendered from pork fat, possessed a unique fragrance, particularly exquisite when used in cooking. Liu Hongjun's father, a dedicated health worker for the production team in Yeshiden, did not have to labor in the fields. He spent his days foraging for herbs and hunting. The game he captured was submitted to the production team, but he always managed to keep a portion for himself. Wild boars were plentiful across the nation, inhabiting both the north and the south. But those from northeast China were notably different, being significantly fatter than their counterparts from other regions, particularly in autumn when they were well fattened. A single catch could provide enough lard for a family throughout the winter. With his father hunting daily, their home was never short of meat or lard. Listening to the sizzling sounds emanating from the pot, Liu Hongjun found himself momentarily lost in thought. The scene felt almost surreal. Just an hour prior, he had been recounting stories to his grandchildren, and now, in the blink of an eye, he found himself transported back to a small mountain village in 1978. Observing that the oil had heated sufficiently, Liu Hongjun tossed the scallions, ginger, and garlic into the pot, stirring them briefly before adding the wild boar meat to saute. Once the meat changed color and was about 70 to 80% cooked, he introduced the cabbage into the pot. He then placed a steaming rack atop the mixture, arranged 5 steamed buns on it, and covered the pot with a lid. This was a simple yet traditional method of preparing a farmhouse meal. As the buns steamed, the vegetables would simmer perfectly without the need for additional water, as the cabbage would release its own juices during cooking. Liu Hongjun kept a watchful eye on the fire, waiting until steam began to escape from the edges of the pot lid before reducing the heat and allowing the dish to rest for a while longer. After about 10 minutes, he lifted the lid, pressed the buns with his hand, noting their softness. He carefully transferred the buns to a basket and placed them on the round stone table. Using chopsticks, he removed the steaming rack, revealing the fragrant wild boar and cabbage stew below. With a clay pot, he served the dish onto the round stone table beneath the pomegranate tree. Sitting on the stone stool, Liu Hongjun began his solitary meal. Dining alone felt somewhat lonely, but there was little to be done. After all, his father had gone down the mountain. The old man had promised to enjoy his retirement, yet the moment his eldest grandchild was born, he took his bedding and left for lower ground, leaving the health clinic responsibilities to Liu Hongjun. He did have an elder brother, 3 years his senior, who was married and worked at the Tapinga forestry farm, residing there most of the time and seldom coming down. After the old man descended from the mountain, the elder brother initially suggested that he should come down as well, but this was firmly declined. The old man's actions were justifiable, while the elder brother's presence seemed unnecessary. Although the sister-in-law possessed a good heart, the elder brother found her somewhat overbearing demeanor intolerable. The following day, at the break of dawn, Liu Hongjun rose, dressed himself, and after a meal, secured his trouser legs with cloth strips. Binding the legs was essential when venturing into the mountains. Not only did it mitigate fatigue while climbing, but it also served as a deterrent against crawling insects, snakes, and scorpions. He loaded bullets into the magazine, pulled back the gun's bolt, and conducted a meticulous check of his firearm. Subsequently, he stuffed 50 rounds of ammunition and about 20 flatbread cakes into his satchel. These were prepared by Liu Hongjun the previous night, as today, Qian Xingli was assisting him in the mountains. Thus he was responsible for preparing lunch. Just as he finished organizing his items, he heard someone calling from outside. "Brother Xingli, have you eaten?" Liu Hongjun, armed, saw Qian Xingli holding on to his 4 dogs at the entrance of Liu Hongjun's home. "I've already eaten. Shall we head out? We must hurry into the mountains." Qian Xingli appraised Liu Hongjun, then smiled and added, "Today, I appreciate your hard work, Brother Xingli." Liu Hongjun clasped his fists in gratitude, responding, "It's nothing for us brothers. What is hard about it? What do you take me for, Brother Xingli? This isn't a formal assignment. Merely a task for the production team." Qian Xingli, displeased by Liu Hongjun's politeness, retorted with a glare, "Brother Xingli, even if it's a task for the production team, if I hadn't insisted on going into the mountains, you wouldn't have had to stay up all night and accompany me." Liu Hongjun replied courteously, "Why dwell on that? If the bear remains in the old valley, no one dares to venture into the mountains without confronting it." Liu Hongjun refrained from saying more and took the 2 dog leashes from Qian Xingli. The northeastern character is marked by its generosity and straightforwardness. Before entering the mountains or reaching the destination, the dogs must not be let loose, otherwise, they may lead one astray. Initially aimed at hunting the black bear, if the dogs suddenly chased after a wild boar midway, the question arises, should one pursue or not? Thus, when entering the mountains with a specific goal, the dogs are always tethered until nearing the destination. Liu Hongjun and Qian Xingli each held 2 leashes as they walked out of the village, swiftly entering the forest. Although they referred to it as going into the mountains, Yeshitin was inherently nestled within the mountains, relying on the Taipinggo forest farm for sustenance. "Brother Xingli, your dogs are truly impressive, full of vitality. They possess substantial frames," Liu Hongjun remarked, seeking conversation. "Indeed, my lead dog is a Mongolian breed, while the other 3 are all descendants of the black tiger. Authentic Mongolian mixes," Qian Xingli proclaimed proudly, lifting his chin. Upon hearing this, Liu Hongjun couldn't help but smile, amused by the claim of authenticity. "Brother Xingli, once your dogs have pups, do save one for me." Liu Hongjun chuckled. These 4 dogs of Qian Xingli were indeed remarkable, each standing over 70 centimeters at the shoulder and weighing around 70 to 80 pounds, with broad frames, sturdy limbs, and formidable jaws. Since the moment I reunited with Qian Xingli, not a single sound has escaped my lips. What more is there to say? Recently, my dog Ari has begun to show signs of pregnancy. Once she gives birth, I shall let you choose too. "Thank you, Brother Xingli. What is there to thank for?" Qian Xingli replied nonchalantly. "Brother Xingli, your face seems familiar. Do you know anyone in the nearby villages who is selling dogs? Any size would do. My dogs are all kept up in the mountains. I plan to acquire a few more." "Buying dogs?" Let me ponder for a moment. Indeed, there is a possibility. Down at Xiao village, Zhao Laosi just had a litter of puppies. His are a mix of wolf and husky. Once I return, I shall inquire. Qian Shengli furrowed his brow in thought before speaking. That would be splendid. I appreciate your assistance, Brother Shengli. You are too polite. There is no need for such formality between brothers, Qian Shengli said, giving Liu Hongjun a friendly pat on the shoulder. After saying this, Qian Shengli frowned and asked Liu Hongjun, are you still planning to enlist? It is no secret in Yushitan that Liu Hongjun intends to join the army this autumn. I have spoken with Captain Yang. I will not enlist, but remain in the village as a medic. Brother Shengli, you wouldn't doubt my medical skills, would you? Liu Hongjun smiled as he asked. What is there to doubt? Everyone knows your medical prowess. At the age of 16, your father entrusted you with independent practice. Qian Shengli's expression softened considerably. In the mountain village, the position of a medic is esteemed and highly regarded. Among the 18 villages in Taipinggu, less than a third possess a medic. Hongjun, are you truly committed to staying? Qian Shengli, still somewhat incredulous, inquired once more. Indeed. Liu Hongjun nodded affirmatively. As they spoke, the two ascended a ridge. Climbing the mountain along the ridge is less strenuous. Ahead lies the ancient gorge where we encountered the bear. There is a grove of jujube trees over there, and the bear should not stray far. Standing atop the hill, Qian Shengli pointed towards a distant gully. The old gorge has long been known for flooding in the mountains. Now, a small river meanders through it. Currently, the water is high, approximately 3 meters wide, but shallow, with the deepest point only reaching 1 meter, allowing one to see the bottom clearly. The grove of jujube trees Qian Shengli mentioned lies directly across the river. Indeed. Liu Hongjun nodded once more. Autumn is the season when wild animals fatten up, whether it be the black bear or the grizzly. They are unlikely to depart without consuming all that is edible, provided one does not provoke them. However, there is an exception when it comes to mother bears with cubs, as they tend to be exceedingly aggressive. As the two led their dogs across the river, they navigated over several large stones. Just after crossing, Heihu barked. Having caught the scent of the bear, Qian Shengli quickly untied the leashes of Heihu and Dahai. Liu Hongjun followed suit, releasing the leashes of Arii and Sanhai. In an instant, all 4 dogs dashed forward. Heihu, the largest, barked loudly and sprinted towards the next ridge. Brother Victory, my legs are swift. I shall follow Black Tiger first, and you can catch up later. Liu Hongjun instructed Qian Shengli before pursuing Black Tiger into the distance. Hongjun, be cautious. Qian Shengli shouted after him while running. However, being in his 30s, Qian Shengli soon found himself lagging behind, unable to match Liu Hongjun's pace. Though Liu Hongjun was fleet of foot, accustomed to the mountains from a previous life, he still struggled to keep up with Black Tiger and his companions, merely preventing them from gaining too much distance. As Liu Hongjun rounded a ridge, he heard the fierce barking of dogs ahead, indicating that they had already seized their prey. Yet, it remained uncertain whether it was the intended target. Typically, they would not misidentify their quarry, but one could never rule out the possibility of a wild animal inadvertently obstructing the hound's path. No matter how astute the hunting dogs, they could easily shift their focus to another prey. Ahead lay a thicket of mixed woods, home to hickories, jujubes, and other wild fruits. Liu Hongjun, undeterred by the surroundings, swiftly descended the hillside. The sounds of barking hinted that at least one dog had sustained injuries. Chapter 3. Capturing the bear, encountering the wolves upon entering the mixed woods. Liu Hongjun felt a surge of joy. They had not misidentified their target. It was indeed the bear. Do not question how Liu Hongjun knew this. Bears are solitary creatures, only coming together for mating. Thus, the presence of one bear in a radius of 1 or 2 kilometers made it improbable for another to be nearby. At that moment, Black Tiger, accompanied by 2 other dogs, was encircling the bear, while another dog lay a short distance away, uncertain of its condition. Liu Hongjun sprinted toward the bear, unsheathing the bayonet from his semi-automatic rifle. He intended to confront the bear hand-to-hand, driven not by recklessness but by unwavering confidence in his ability to subdue the creature. This bear was severely injured, having sustained a grave wound to its left foreleg, rendering it nearly incapacitated. Moreover, he was wary of the potential danger to the dogs should he fire his weapon. The rifle's power could easily harm the dogs surrounding the bear. Rushing toward the bear, Liu Hongjun caught its attention, prompting it to emit a menacing growl. As Liu Hongjun approached, the bear swung its intact right foreleg in his direction. In a split second, Liu Hongjun halted, pivoted swiftly, and maneuvered around to the bear's rear. With both hands steady, he thrust the blade into the bear's back, twisting it with a flick of his wrist before retreating to extract the knife. Once more, he turned, evading the bear's massive paw as it swiped backward. Circling back to the bear's left, the gravely injured bear, its eyes aflame with fury, charged at Liu Hongjun. He deftly sidestepped, eluding the bear's assault, causing it to stumble and fall. Rising to his feet, he pivoted, intent on pursuing Liu Hongjun once more, only to be caught off guard as the black tiger sank its teeth into his rear. The bear emitted a ghastly, heart-wrenching roar, a sound that could evoke sorrow and tears. With its pride compromised, the bear collapsed onto the ground, nearly crushing the black tiger beneath its weight. Meanwhile, Liu Hongjun was not idle. As the bear swung its massive paw to fend off the tiger, he swiftly advanced, plunging his dagger into the bear's heart. After piercing, he twisted his wrist, allowing the blade to rotate within before extracting it. This strike brought a swift and agonizing end to the bear's wicked life. Once, an expert had outlined various methods for hunting bears in a guide titled Hunting, one of which suggested using a red-tasseled spear. The technique involved planting the spear in the ground as the bear charged, aiming for its heart, using the bear's momentum to ensure a fatal penetration. Reflecting upon this in later years, Liu Hongjun could only lament the unreliability of such experts. Foolishness was not confined to the present, but had persisted since the mid-20th century. Following such misguided advice, only 2 out of 10 hunters might survive. Whether it be the bear or the black bear, both possessed remarkable vitality. Even when struck in the heart, immediate death was not guaranteed. After all, humans can survive for a minute with a similar injury, and a bear could withstand 3 to 4 minutes, ample time to claim the lives of several hunters. If the blade penetrated the myocardium, the beast could endure for several hours, making a wounded animal exceedingly dangerous. Moreover, there was always the peril of a misdirected strike. Liu Hongjun's maneuver, twisting the blade after the initial thrust, only served to widen the wound and hasten the bear's demise. The bear collapsed with a thunderous crash, blood pooling around it. Yet Liu Hongjun did not rush forward. He waited a few minutes, ensuring the bear was indisputably dead before approaching. From his vantage point on the hill, Qian Shengli witnessed the entire scene, shivering at the display. This young man was ruthless. He could have effortlessly shot the bear from a distance, yet chose to employ a knife. The efficiency was astonishing. 2 swift strikes, one to the back and one across the throat, both aimed at vital points, followed by a finishing shot. Liu Laonian was fierce, but Liu's second son proved even more formidable, truly a remarkable figure. Unbeknownst to Liu Hongjun, Qian Shungli's thoughts were far from his mind. At that moment, the black tiger lay elegantly beside the bear, while the 3 dogs, Big Black, Second Black, and Third Black, circled, tearing at the carcass. Liu Hongjun approached, shooing the dogs away, noting that Big Black limped, likely injured from the earlier encounter. It had taken a moment for the dog to recover from the impact of the bear's paw. Liu Hongjun drew his knife, eviscerating the bear to extract the shattered heart and offer it to the black tiger. The bear's gallbladder, gently removed, was a copper-colored orb, nearly the size of a bowl. After a brief inspection, Liu Hongjun placed the gallbladder into a pre-prepared bag. Although the bear's gallbladder was sizable, it paled in value compared to that of a black bear. Yet, even so, this gallbladder was worth several hundred. Subsequently, the remaining entrails were meticulously extracted and offered to the 3 black dogs. Brother, you are truly formidable. You took down the bear with just 2 strikes. Finally, Qian Shengli arrived at the battlefield. Victory, brother. Thanks to your black tiger, without its support from the sidelines, I doubt I could have slain it so easily. Liu Hongjun remarked, passing the bear bile to Qian Shengli. This is bear bile, victory, brother. You provided the manpower and the dogs. So according to the rules of the hunt, you should receive 2 shares. I also contributed significantly, thus I claim 2 shares as well. And the information came from Aunt Ho Hot, who receives 1 share. Brother Hongjun, your sense of justice is commendable. Let it be divided as you suggest. Qian Shengli responded readily. In the mountains, the dogs are allotted 1 share individually, while humans receive another, and those who fire the shots receive an additional share, making Liu Hongjun's distribution quite reasonable. However, some inconsiderate individuals would not afford the informants such generous shares. Some would merely offer a piece of meat as compensation, neglecting to share the bounty. Yet Liu Hongjun's family had a long-standing reputation for integrity, as they have always shared a portion with those who provide valuable information. This way, everyone would be inclined to inform him of any sightings of large game. Although Yushitan is nestled deep within the mountains, sightings of large beasts such as bears and wild boars are not an everyday occurrence. A good reputation ensures that when large game is discovered, people are eager to relay the information to him. Let us leave the bear here. I will arrange for someone to come and carry it back, Qian Shengli said with a smile. The two of them were unable to transport the 500 to 600-pound bear on their own. All right. Liu Hongjun nodded in agreement. At that moment, the four dogs suddenly erupted into a frenzy of barking. Liu Hongjun instinctively tightened his grip on his firearm, following the sound of the black tiger's barking. He then spotted two wolves standing on a ridge, coldly observing them. At this juncture, Qian Shengli had already raised his gun, aiming forward. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, Liu Hongjun swiftly intervened, lifting Qian Shengli's gun upwards. Bang! The gunshot rang out, but due to Liu Hongjun's intervention, the bullet soared harmlessly skywards. Junzi! Qian Shengli exclaimed in reproach. Victory, brother. One of those wolves is a mother that has recently given birth, Liu Hongjun reminded him with a smile. The two wolves, startled by the gunfire, turned and vanished over the ridge. However, the black tiger had already dashed out with the three black dogs. To the hunting dogs, the sound of gunfire signals an attack. Junzi, are you planning to go after the wolf pups? Qian Shengli quickly grasped Liu Hongjun's intention. Indeed, I was just thinking of acquiring a few dogs. And those wolf pups could be the perfect addition, Liu Hongjun replied, grinning. While hunters typically refrain from targeting wild animals with young, it does not mean they will avoid those that have recently given birth. Liu Hongjun's restraint on Qian Shenli's shot was to enable them to track the wolves and locate the pups. Once trained, wolf pups can become the finest hunting dogs. Moreover, by breeding them with domesticated hunting dogs, they can produce the first generation of wolf dogs. The wolf blue breed in northeast China is a prime example of the successful hybridization of wild wolves with domestic dogs, resulting in exceptional hunting companions. Once again, Liu Hongjun led the way, with Qian Shengli following closely behind, as they trailed the black tiger up the hillside, pursuing the sound of its barks. After navigating a ravine, they beheld the fierce confrontation between the black tiger, along with Big Black, Second Black, Third Black, and two wild wolves. In terms of size, the four dogs, all of the Mongolian breed, were considerably larger than the wolves. However, despite their numerical advantage of 4 against 2, the dogs found themselves evenly matched, revealing the ferocity of the wolves. Liu Hongjun refrained from firing his weapon, aware that the melee of 4 dogs and 2 wolves could easily lead to unintended injuries among his own. He disengaged the safety and unsheathed his bayonet, approaching the fray. Upon his arrival, the wolves, caught in their fierce struggle, emitted cries filled with anxiety and sorrow, yet they fought valiantly on. One male wolf, in a desperate bid, charged past the black tiger and lunged at Liu Hongjun. Unfortunately for the wolf, it faced a seasoned Special Forces soldier who swiftly thrust his bayonet, impaling the creature mid-leap and tossing it aside, where it landed near the black tiger. Seizing the opportunity, the black tiger clamped down on the wolf's neck, while its 3 offspring, whether Big Black, Second Black, or Third Black, bit into the wolf's abdomen, pinning the still-breathing creature firmly to the ground. The female wolf let out a heart-wrenching howl, breaking free from the dogs that besieged her, and fled into the forest, pursued closely by 2 black dogs. Liu Hongjun took his time to disengage the safety, slinging his rifle over his shoulder. He drew his knife from his waist, approached the male wolf, and plunged the blade into its heart, putting an end to its suffering. He chose not to pursue the female wolf. The time for her demise had yet to come, as her mission remained unfulfilled. Despite the wolves' desperate struggle, it was all a ruse to mislead their adversaries. Wolves are known for their cunning, yet no amount of guile could outmatch an experienced hunter. After Liu Hongjun opened the wolf's belly and offered its heart to the black tiger and its offspring, Qian Shengli arrived, breathless, having searched the vicinity without discovering any sign of a wolf den. Chapter 4. The Pursuit of the Female Wolf and Her Offspring. Brother Shengli, wait here for a moment while I continue the chase with the black tiger, Liu Hongjun instructed Qian Shengli. Indeed, I feel my age. In my youth, traversing mountains and valleys, I could easily cover 100 miles in a day. Now, after just 10 miles, I find myself breathless, Qian Shengli replied, panting heavily. Brother Shengli has been burning the midnight oil lately. A bit of rest will restore your strength. By the time winter hunting arrives, you'll be revitalized, Liu Hongjun reassured him. He then secured the black tiger with a rope. Once Qian Shengli had caught his breath, the 2 men, leading the black tiger and Big Black, followed the trail left by Second Black and Third Black, pursuing the elusive female wolf. The 2 dogs had already pressed on ahead, so they needn't worry about losing the trail. This female wolf was indeed quite cunning. As Liu Hongjun deftly chopped through the obstructive branches, he remarked, "Indeed, many of the leading wolves in their packs are females. The intelligence of a mother wolf is remarkably high." Qian Shengli concurred. When the mother wolf fled, she deliberately darted into the thicket, causing Liu Hongjun and Qian Shengli considerable difficulty in their pursuit. However, it was now imperative to continue the chase. He Hu occasionally raised his head to howl, calling for his two canine companions, yet received no response. After a prolonged pursuit, the sound of barking finally reached their ears. "Damn it!" Liu Hongjun exclaimed upon their arrival at the battlefield. "This mother wolf is exceedingly cunning, having circled back to her den, which lies not far from the crag in the mixed woods." It was no wonder that the two wolves had appeared before them, defying the natural order. They had inadvertently trespassed into the wolves' territory while hunting bears moments earlier. Their recent appearance was merely a ruse to lure them away. Ultimately, they found themselves back at the wolves' den. At that moment, the mother wolf was fiercely engaged in combat with He and San He. Liu Hongjun and Qian Shengli hastily untied He Hu and Da He. In an instant, they bolted into the fray. Initially, the mother wolf could barely hold her ground against He and San He, but with the addition of He Hu and Da He, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Within mere moments, the mother wolf was seized by He Hu, who clamped down on her neck and pinned her to the ground. While Da He and He gripped her legs, and San He sank his teeth into her belly, the mother wolf emitted a series of mournful cries. Struggling to turn her head towards her den, towards her offspring, tears welling in her eyes. For a fleeting moment, Liu Hongjun entertained the thought of sparing the mother wolf and her pups. However, that notion was swiftly extinguished. In this jungle, there was no room for sympathy. Only the harsh law of survival: kill or be killed. Had he found himself alone today, confronted by these two wolves, they would undoubtedly have shown him no mercy. Drawing his dagger, he approached the mother wolf and softly said, "Rest assured, I shall raise your pups and train them to become the finest hunting dogs." With that, he plunged the blade into the heart of the mother wolf, ending her life. "Junzi, come quickly," Qian Shengli shouted with excitement. "You are incredibly fortunate. 2 wolf pups, and even a white wolf." He continued to exclaim. The white wolf, in fact, is a manifestation of albinism in animals. Creatures like the white tiger, white deer, white wolf, and white lion are often regarded by humans as omens of good fortune. In reality, albinism is quite common among animals, but they are perceived as rare because those afflicted with this condition seldom survive to adulthood. Most are abandoned by their kin or fall prey to predators during their juvenile stage. The 2 wolf pups, approximately a month old, were robust and currently sprawled on the ground, adopting a posture of aggression towards Qian Shengli and Liu Hongjun. Their high-pitched yelps were endearing and charming. Yet, in Liu Hongjun's eyes, these 2 pups were imbued with a profound spirit. "Brother Shengli, let us each take one. I shall claim the white wolf," Liu Hongjun said with a smile. "Junzi, you can have both pups. I will not take any. I certainly lack the ability to tame them. I'll simply wait for the next generation of wolf dogs to emerge, and then choose one." Qian Shengli shook his head, declining Liu Hongjun's suggestion. "Very well, when the time comes, I shall let Brother Shengli make the selection," Liu Hongjun promised with a smile. He then approached the wolf cubs, gathered them up, inspected each one thoroughly, and placed them into his satchel. Among the 2 cubs, the white one was a male, while the black-gray cub was a female. Judging by their size and the condition of the female, they appeared to be less than a month old, still within the nursing phase. While Liu Hongjun stowed the wolf cubs in his bag, Qian Shengli had already gutted the female wolf, extracting its entrails to feed to the black tiger and the others. Ceasing further hunting, Qian Shengli directly satiated the black tiger. He then led the dog down the mountain. Today had proven fortunate. Not only had they hunted a bear, but they had also captured 2 wolf cubs. Walking along the mountain path, Liu Hongjun felt a surge of joy. "Brother Hongjun, now that we have wolf cubs, do you still need to catch dog pups?" "Indeed. Not only do I need them, but I must capture several more, so that the wolf cubs and dog pups can grow up together. This will facilitate their taming," Liu Hongjun replied. "Wolves possess their own nature, and dogs theirs. Allowing the wolf cubs and dog pups to cohabitate from an early age will enable the wolf traits to influence the pups, making them more formidable. Simultaneously, the dog traits will be imparted to the wolf cubs, rendering them more docile and easier to tame." The practice of capturing wolf cubs to train them as hunting dogs is an ancient tradition in northeast China, cherished by many seasoned hunters who favor rearing wolf cubs. Those who can tame wolf cubs are regarded as elite hunters, known as cannon hands. Not everyone can be a cannon hand. Only the most skilled hunters earn this esteemed title. Zhang Pao, Li Pao, Wang Pao, these are all honorifics bestowed upon hunters. Arriving beside the recently slain bear, Liu Hongjun proceeded to sever the bear's nose, paws, and bristles. As for the bear, weighing between 600 to 700 pounds, it was beyond the capacity of Liu Hongjun and Qian Xingli to transport. They could only leave it there temporarily, intending to have Captain Yang organize a team to carry it down later. The two wolf cubs also awaited Captain Yang's men to handle them. Having entered the mountains around 5 o'clock in the morning, they were back before 11. They placed the wolf cubs into the dog enclosure. Liu Hongjun's home, situated close to the west wall, featured a toilet in the southwest corner, adjacent to which were 2 doghouses, one large and one small. The outer area was constructed of stone, while inside were smaller stone structures, which constituted the actual doghouses. The larger one served as the general living space for the dogs, while the smaller one was specifically designated for the female dogs. During the breeding season, the female dogs would be confined to the smaller enclosure, along with the male dogs prepared for mating. After placing the wolf cubs into the small dog enclosure, the 2 cubs immediately huddled together upon touching the ground, baring their teeth and emitting a series of youthful growls, demonstrating their instinctual alertness. Liu Hongjun could not help but grow fonder of them. He then retrieved a canister of malt milk from inside the house, mixing it into a large basin, which he placed in the dog enclosure. However, the 2 cubs did not approach to drink. Instead, they remained nestled together, vigilant of their surroundings. Liu Hongjun paid little heed to them. Having just arrived in an unfamiliar place, he knew they would gradually acclimate and come to feed. He washed his hands, preparing to make lunch. Last night, he had prepared pancakes but hadn't eaten them. Today, he planned to make a stew to accompany the pancakes. He ventured into the backyard to pick 2 eggplants, washed them in a basin without peeling, and tore them apart with his hands. He then retrieved a piece of salted meat from the cellar, washed it clean, and cut it into chunks, preparing scallions and ginger. "Brother Hongjun, you're back. Are you all right?" A tall young girl entered just as Liu Hongjun had kindled the fire. "I'm fine." Upon seeing the girl, a smile graced Liu Hongjun's face. She was Yang Xiaoyan, the daughter of Captain Yang and his future fiancée. If all unfolded as anticipated, this autumn, they were to become engaged, and in his past life, he had joined the army while Yang Xiaoyan waited for him for 5 long years. "I heard from my father that you went into the mountains. I was terribly worried." Yang Xiaoyan stood opposite Liu Hongjun, her face filled with concern. "What could possibly happen? Do you not trust my abilities, or those of Brother Victory?" Liu Hongjun replied with a chuckle. "I believe in your abilities. Brother Hongjun is the most formidable," Yang Xiaoyan said brightly, her eyes brimming with admiration. Seeing the adoration in her gaze, Liu Hongjun's countenance softened. "Brother Hongjun, I heard from my father that you don't want to join the army?" Like a little swallow, Yang Xiaoyan chattered away beside Liu Hongjun. "Yes, I plan to stay in the village and become a medic. But Brother Hongjun, haven't you always wanted to join the army? You should go. I will wait for you." Yang Xiaoyan's cheeks flushed as she spoke. "I don't wish to go at the moment. I want to stay and be a medic. Or do you want me to join the army?" Liu Hongjun teased her deliberately. "I don't want that. Brother Hongjun, just thinking about you going off to the army and not seeing you for a long time makes me." Yang Xiaoyan's face turned as red as a sunset, her gaze dropping as she fiddled with her fingers. Indeed, Liu Hongjun continued to stoke the fire while conversing with Yang Xiaoyan. They had grown up together, their bond innocent and untainted. Yet, in his previous life, Liu Hongjun had not focused on Yang Xiaoyan until much later. "The pot is hot." As Liu Hongjun ignited the flames, Yang Xiaoyan stepped forward, retrieving a large jar of cooking oil and scooping a generous spoonful into the pot. "Let us add more for the stewed eggplant at noon." "All right." She added another spoonful of oil. As Liu Hongjun tended to the fire and Yang Xiaoyan prepared the dish, they worked harmoniously, soon placing the eggplant into the pot. "Let us eat together here at noon." "Oh no, I sneaked over. I must hurry back. My family hasn't prepared their meal yet." Liu Hongjun's reminder jolted Yang Xiaoyan into remembering that it was already noon, and her parents and older siblings would soon return for their meal. In her flurry to assist Liu Hongjun, she had forgotten to prepare food at home. Liu Hongjun did not insist on keeping her longer. Instead, he took out a pair of bear paw covers from his bag and handed them to Yang Xiaoyan. "Take these back to Uncle Yang and tell him I sent for the paw covers." Brother Hongjun, you are truly clever. I said I would bring my father the bear wool cover, and now he won't scold me. Yang Qiuyan joyfully accepted the bear wool cover. As she skipped away, the smile on Liu Hongjun's face gradually faded. Yang Qiuyan was only 17 this year, still a child by future standards. Chapter 5. Father's Iron Tools. However, in this era, 17-year-olds already bore the weight of household responsibilities, with many girls married by that age, some even having become mothers. After sending Yang Qiuyan off, Liu Hongjun glanced into the pot, added some water, and placed a log into the stove. Hongjun, are you cooking? A young woman entered, cradling a child of 3 or 4 years. Sister Xiangcao, welcome. Liu Hongjun stood to greet her. Hongjun, my eldest nephew has been suffering from diarrhea since yesterday. I don't know what he ate. Xiangcao spoke somewhat apologetically to Liu Hongjun. It was rather unrefined to discuss such matters while he was preparing a meal, but it was a conversation that could not be avoided. Liu Hongjun, however, was unconcerned by such social niceties. After all, what doctor would be bothered by that? In his previous life, he had once eaten steamed buns while standing guard over corpses, his hands still stained with the blood of enemies. While checking the child's pulse, he inquired, diarrhea? What is the consistency? Is there foam in the stool? It's all watery, with yellow foam. Has he vomited? No. Nothing serious. This is dysentery. Sister Xiangcao, do you have garlic at home? We do have garlic. That's good. I will give him 2 acupuncture needles first. Then you should roast some garlic for him to eat, and he will recover. Can roasted garlic really help? Indeed. Roasted garlic is renowned for treating dysentery. Liu Hongjun replied with a smile. He entered the room to fetch the alcohol lamp and the acupuncture kit left by his father. After lighting the lamp, he heated the silver needles, then wiped them with alcohol cotton. He proceeded to administer a needle in each of the points, Zusamli and Shinmen. All done. Remember to roast some garlic for him when you get home. Liu Hongjun withdrew the needles and reminded Xiangcao. Yes, I will roast garlic for him right away. Thank you. Hongjun, sister, don't worry. You didn't bring any money. I'll have Quan Hai send it over later, Xiangcao said, happily leaving with her child. Take your time. When you get home, give the child some warm water with a pinch of salt to drink. Liu Hongjun called out to her retreating figure. Yes. Xiangcao hurried away, holding her child. After bidding farewell to Xiangcao, Liu Hongjun washed his hands and prepared to eat. Lifting the lid of the pot, a delightful aroma of meat wafted towards him. The braised eggplant paired perfectly with the noodles. The eggplant, which absorbs oil, was stewed with pork, emanating a rich fragrance. The otherwise bland noodles soaked up the eggplant's juices, making them delectable. Noticing there was still plenty of broth, and since he was not in a hurry to eat, he covered the pot and let it simmer a bit longer. He then found a medical book in the house, settled beneath the purple shirt tree, and began to read. His home was filled with medical texts, the origins of which he could only speculate were collected by his father. In his previous life, he had enlisted in the military, departing for a full 15 years. During that time, his elder brother had collected all the medical books, but upon his return, most of these invaluable texts had been lost due to several relocations. This left him filled with profound regret. After perusing the medical tomes for a while, he noticed that the fire in the pot had extinguished. Liu Hongjun then set aside the books, lifted the lid of the pot, and served the stewed eggplant into a basin. In northeast China, where stewed dishes are a staple, every household possesses such basins, which are not made of porcelain, but rather crafted from clay by the local commune. Perhaps it was due to the dreamlike nature of this experience or the fact of his rebirth, but Liu Hongjun found his appetite greatly increased. He consumed the entirety of the stewed dish and devoured 5 substantial pancakes, each equivalent to a large steamed bun, typical of the Northeast, weighing around half a kilogram each. Just as he finished his meal and began washing the pot and dishes, Qian Shengli entered, carrying a piece of meat. Brother Shengli, have you eaten? Liu Hongjun hastily set down his utensils and approached him. Yes, the bear has been brought back. This is for you, Qian Shengli said, placing the meat on the stone table. This particular cut was from the bear's belly, renowned for its rich fat, which was highly coveted in that era. Bear fat could be rendered into bear oil, which, when used in cooking, was far more fragrant than lard. Moreover, bear oil was not only delicious, but also considered a rare and nourishing medicinal substance. It could strengthen bones, replenish blood, dispel wind and dampness, hydrate the skin, and even treat frostbite. In winter, applying bear oil to frostbitten skin would facilitate a swift recovery. The piece of fatty meat that Qian Shengli brought was approximately 20 pounds. This was customary. After each hunt, The village would distribute the meat, with the hunters receiving the largest shares. After all, what motivation would they have to brave the dangers of hunting otherwise? At this time, the Yushitan village still operated under a production team system, having not yet transitioned to household production or family separation. Hunters needed to exchange their game for work points. Every year, prior to the autumn harvest, the production team would organize a communal hunt to prevent wild animals from descending from the mountains and damaging crops, and to supplement the villagers' strength for the upcoming harvest. Brother Xingli, have some water. Liu Hongjun poured a bowl of water for Qian Xingli, adding a touch of sugar. You carry on. I must take my leave, Qian Xingli exclaimed, gulping down the water in one go before promptly departing. Brother Xingli, what will be done with the wolf bones and bear bones? Liu Hongjun inquired. What do you need those for? Qian Xingli replied. The team leader mentioned boiling them tonight to improve our rations. Wolf bones and bear bones are medicinal. I definitely need them, Liu Hongjun asserted, concealing his true intention of using them to make dog food. Why didn't you say so earlier? Wait here. I'll go tell the team leader to set the bones aside for you. With that, Qian Xingli hurried off. At this moment, the militia team was at its busiest, required to stand guard 24 hours a day to prevent wild animals from harming crops and to protect against potential attacks on humans. Even so, nearly every year there are individuals who suffer injuries from wild beasts. The village is filled with widows, most of whose husbands have fallen victim to these feral creatures. Just after bidding farewell to Qian Xingli, Liu Hongjun was preparing to render bear fat into oil when a middle-aged woman entered. It was Aunt Guixiang. Upon seeing her, Liu Hongjun set aside the fatty meat to greet her. Hongjun, I heard that you killed a bear and 2 wolves today? Indeed, Liu Hongjun nodded affirmatively. He then turned to fetch a bowl, pouring her a glass of water, which he sweetened with a touch of sugar. In this era, offering boiled water with sugar is regarded as a high courtesy in the village. Here is some water, Aunt Guixiang. Why be so polite with me? I came to see if you have any clothes that need washing, she exclaimed. You know, now that your father has passed, how will you manage on your own? Aunt Guixiang said, wiping away tears. Liu Hongjun found himself at a loss for words. Her statement implied that he had lost his father. Aunt Guixiang is a widow in her 30s, whose husband was tragically clawed by a bear while hunting. She was also a close friend of Liu Hongjun's father and one of the beneficiaries of his assistance. In the northeastern dialect, Tizi refers not to a mere brotherly bond as suggested online, but rather to a romantic partner, akin to a lover, or what is referred to in Beijing dialect as a bangjin. Liu Hongjun reflected that when his father went down the mountain to see his grandson, he likely thought most of Aunt Guixiang. However, Liu Hongjun himself felt indifferent. With his father gone, he felt a sense of freedom. After all, he had lost his mother at a young age, had learned traditional Chinese medicine from his father, and started hunting at 16, leading a rather independent life. Thus, he felt little burden. The one truly struggling with life must be Aunt Guixiang. After all, a widow in her 30s raising 3 children surely faces hardship. The children, though not yet fully grown, require sustenance equal to adults while their contributions to the household are minimal. Days are tough, and nights are even tougher. I'll manage. I can wash clothes and cook. I've discussed with Captain Yang about taking over my father's role as the village health worker. That sounds splendid. Being a health worker is a fine choice. But you, as a single man, cannot possibly handle all the household chores alone. I'll ask your sister Xiaojun to come help with the laundry and tidying up. No need, Aunt Guixiang. As an unmarried young man, it would be improper for Xiaojun, who is also 16, to come and assist me. It could invite gossip, and what would become of her prospects for marriage? Liu Hongjun hastily declined. Previously, Aunt Guixiang had expressed her desire to betroth her daughter to him, but his father had firmly refused. His father was quite astute in such matters. He had some spare money and was not lacking in food or provisions, and extending help to a widow was perfectly acceptable. However, he did not wish for his son to shoulder unnecessary burdens. Now, knowing that he was on the verge of an engagement, it was quite evident what intentions lay behind allowing her daughter to assist him with household chores. Aunt Guixiang, when my father was still alive, you often helped us with sewing and mending. Should you face any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to speak up. I will certainly assist you in whatever way I can. Liu Hongjun, noticing that Guixiang still wished to speak, promptly interrupted her and continued. I will certainly assist where I can. Conversely, if I am unable to help, there is little I can do. Hongjun, you are just like your father, so benevolent. Guixiang replied. I understand you might look down upon me, deeming me unworthy, yet as a widow, what can I do? these years. I owe much to your father's kindness. Without him, I truly would not know how we would manage." As she spoke, Gui Xiang began to wipe away tears. Liu Hongjun couldn't help but sigh inwardly, realizing that returning to this era meant confronting the remnants of his father's legacy. "Aunt Gui Xiang, Xiao Wan and the others have grown up. Life will surely improve for us." At that moment, Liu Hongjun recalled the bear meat that Shengli had just delivered. "Here, take some home to share with your younger siblings and enhance your lives." He picked up a knife, divided the fatty meat in two, and handed one half to Gui Xiang. "This is too much. You should keep it for yourself. We have enough at home." Gui Xiang hastily refused. "Aunt Gui Xiang, please take it. How much can I eat alone? Your family is larger. That little bit of meat will not suffice." Liu Hongjun insisted, tying the meat with a piece of straw and placing it into Gui Xiang's hands. "Look at you, child. I mentioned helping you with laundry and tidying your home," Gui Xiang said, her face flushed with embarrassment. "There's no need for that, Aunt Gui Xiang. I'm a young man. I can manage on my own." After finally seeing Gui Xiang off, Liu Hongjun let out a sigh of relief. His interactions with her were undeniably awkward. As someone who had experienced similar circumstances, he did not oppose his father's assistance to widows. After all, men have both physical and emotional needs. His father refrained from remarrying, and occasionally supporting others was not a grave matter. The villagers were well aware, and no one spoke ill of it. A widow and a widower have little to do with morality. Chapter 6. Dogwood pears and special dog food. After bidding farewell to Gui Xiang, Liu Hongjun glanced at the two wolf cubs. To his satisfaction, the malt extract he had prepared was completely consumed by them. Their willingness to eat was a promising sign indicating their survival. The greatest concern in raising wolf cubs is their refusal to eat, but fortunately, wolves are resilient creatures, making them relatively easy to nurture. Liu Hongjun contemplated seeking some goat's milk to feed the cubs. Before he could set out for the goat's milk, the following midday, Qian Shengli entered Liu Hongjun's small courtyard, leading a pure white Mongolian hound and carrying a wooden box. "Brother Hongjun, are you home?" "Yes, I am. Brother Shengli has come. Please, come inside," Liu Hongjun called out as he emerged from the house to greet Qian Shengli. "I won't go in. Come see what I've brought you." Shengli grinned widely. "Brother Shengli, what is it?" Liu Hongjun's mind began to speculate, though he hesitated to voice his thoughts. Interestingly enough, last night, my wife informed me that her uncle's brother-in-law is none other than Li de Balai from Lushu village. A few nights ago, while on duty, Li de Balai was attacked by a wild boar. Although he was rescued, he can no longer navigate the mountains. The hunting dog at home is poised to spring into action. This morning, after completing my tasks, I hurried to Willow Town. This dog, known as Bai Niu, is the lead dog of Li de Bala, a true Mongolian breed. Bai Niu is renowned for her incredible stamina and fierce demeanor. She can recognize wolves, wild boars, black bears, and roe deer. This one dog can engage in combat with wild wolves. In the box are Bai Niu's puppies, totaling 4 little ones, all chosen meticulously by Li de Bala to inherit the legacy. Qian Shengli excitedly recounted the events to Liu Hongjun. "Brother Shengli, is Li de Bala severely injured?" Liu Hongjun inquired, not about the dog, but rather about Li de Bala's condition. The 18 towns of Taipinggo are neither too far nor too close, separated by over 10 kilometers and several ridges, yet they are all interconnected by familial ties. Although Liu Hongjun is an outsider, he has heard of Li de Bala, indeed a fine marksman. With a broken leg, even if it heals, he will limp and be unable to traverse the mountains. Qian Shengli sighed, contemplating the necessity of passing the dog on. Alas, Liu Hongjun echoed the sentiment, lowering his gaze to the box of puppies. As for Bai Niu, she needed no further inspection. She is indeed a splendid dog. Standing over 80 centimeters tall and weighing around 100 pounds, with a broad chest, robust limbs, and a relatively small head but a large mouth. Her gleaming white teeth visible as she stands quietly, even in unfamiliar surroundings, without barking. Such a dog is unmistakably of high quality, her coat smooth and glossy, a testament to the attentive care provided by Li de Bala. The scars adorning her body are mere badges of honor from her hunting exploits. Most notably, her pure white coat holds a special significance in Inner Mongolia, symbolizing auspiciousness. Furthermore, it is said that the celestial dog of Erlang Shun is also a pure white hound. Liu Hongjun's interest was piqued more by the little puppies in Qian Shengli's wooden box. "Brother Shengli, look, enough talking. Place the box down. It's quite heavy." Yes, I got carried away. Qian Shengli finally acknowledged the weight of the box. Inside were 4 puppies, approximately 3 to 4 weeks old. Just opening their eyes, Liu Hongjun reached in, and the 4 little pups let out a chorus of whines, retreating at first. Before one pure white pup suddenly sprang forward, attempting to bite Liu Hongjun's hand. The movement of the white pup prompted the other 3 to pounce as well, their tiny voices filling the air. Liu Hongjun felt a surge of joy. These were indeed fine dogs, especially the white pup. It is a promising candidate for a lead dog. What do you think? This white pup will undoubtedly grow into an excellent lead dog, Qian Shengli grinned. It certainly seems so. Liu Hongjun nodded in agreement, without inquiring about the cost of the 5 dogs. Previously, he had entrusted Qian Shengli with the bear bile from the bear he had captured, indicating that no monetary compensation was necessary. A mere exchange for a few dogs would suffice. The bear gallbladder, despite being copper, holds significant value. While the gallbladder of the black bear is more prized than that of the common bear, it can still fetch around 700 to 800 yuan at current market rates. The purchase of 5 dogs, 1 large and 4 small, would cost no more than 200 yuan. According to the customs of the mountains, the bear gallbladder should be divided into 5 portions. He, having made the largest contribution, claims 2 shares. Qian Shengli receives 1. The head dog, Black Tiger, also receives 1. And Aunt Hohot receives the final share. The value of his 2 portions would be sufficient to acquire all 5 dogs. Brother Shengli, please send a message to Li Dabin, informing him that I possess a method to treat his leg injury, ensuring that he will not suffer any lasting repercussions. While I cannot guarantee anything else, at the very least, he will walk without a limp in the future, Liu Hongjun said, while playfully engaging with the puppies. Brother Hongjun, you possess such skills? Qian Shengli replied, intrigued. My family's medical expertise is somewhat self-taught, but we were once martial artists. Although I cannot make promises in all areas, I can certainly vouch for my ability to treat sprains and fractures. Liu Hongjun responded with a smile. Very well. I shall convey a message to Li Dabin on your behalf. That old rascal is fortunate, asking for a few dogs while making such a fuss. Upon hearing that Liu Hongjun can provide treatment, Qian Shengli's spirits lifted. From their conversation, it was evident that Qian Shengli and Li Dabin were familiar with one another. However, it was entirely understandable for Li Dabin to be reluctant, as he would also hesitate to part with his beloved Bainyo. Well then, Brother Hongjun, you carry on. I must take my leave. With the autumn harvest upon us, there is an abundance of work each day, Qian Shengli said, handing over the leash attached to Huanyo to Liu Hongjun. This exchange, though simple, held great significance for the dogs, as it symbolized a change of ownership. Oh dear. Look at me, lost in conversation and forgetting to pour you a drink, Brother Shengli. No need for that. I shall take my leave. There is no need for gratitude. Our brotherhood extends far into the future. Should you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. Liu Hongjun courteously saw Qian Shengli off. Afterward, Liu Hongjun secured Huanyo in the large dog enclosure, then gently lifted each of the 4 puppies and placed them into the small dog pen, where they could interact with the wolf cubs. The 4 puppies, much like the wolf cubs, were still in their nursing phase. Although Liu Hongjun had prepared some milk powder for them, it could not compare to the nourishment of mother's milk. Originally considering acquiring some goat's milk, he decided to let the 4 puppies and 2 wolf cubs play together for a while, allowing them to mingle their scents before bringing Bainyo into the small dog pen to nurse them. The 4 puppies and 2 wolf cubs, still unsteady on their feet, quickly began to frolic together, creating a delightful scene reminiscent of innocence and charm. Once the puppies were settled, Liu Hongjun poured a little fresh water into their bowl, then turned to the cellar to retrieve 2 meaty bear bones, tossing them to Bainyo. Rather than rushing to eat, Bainyo observed Liu Hongjun with quiet curiosity. Bainyo, allow me to introduce myself. From this day forth, I shall be your master, and you shall be called Lihua. As in the pear blossoms of Fan Lihua, you embody a valor that exceeds your name. In the future, follow my lead, and I assure you, you shall indulge in the finest pleasures. Liu Hongjun stepped forward, tentatively stroking the fur of the white dog, or rather, the neck of Pear Blossom. Woof, woof. Pear Blossom barked at Liu Hongjun twice before bowing her head to gnaw at a meat bone. Observing Pear Blossom begin her meal, Liu Hongjun turned around to prepare food for her. He retrieved 2 strips of dried wolf meat from the cellar, smashed them with a hammer, and then ground them into powder using a small stone mill. The wolf meat powder was collected for later use. Next, he took several wolf bones, crushed them similarly, and ground them into powder. Liu Hongjun then brought out some medicinal herbs and ground them as well. This small stone mill was used by his father for processing herbs. He added a ladle of water to a pot and ignited the fire. Subsequently, he grabbed 2 generous handfuls of cornmeal, 2 handfuls of bean flour, and 2 handfuls each of wolf meat powder and wolf bone powder, along with the herbal powder, then added a pinch of salt and stirred the mixture slowly. The concoction Liu Hongjun prepared, a porridge of wolf meat and cornmeal, was a medicinal dish. The wolf meat could nourish the internal organs, strengthen the stomach, and replenish vital essence. The wolf bones were beneficial for strengthening muscles and bones, replenishing energy, fortifying the kidneys, and promoting the flow of meridians. The added traditional Chinese medicinal herbs were aimed at enhancing muscular strength. This medicinal food was specially prepared for Pear Blossom. A prolonged diet of such nourishment would render her even more formidable. The puppies and wolf cubs were still nursing, and once weaned, Liu Hongjun intended to provide them with specially formulated dog food, raised on this exceptional diet from a young age, and later supplemented with raw meat. The hunting dogs would grow to be even larger, more robust, and fiercer than Pear Blossom. Once the porridge reached a boil, he extinguished the fire beneath the pot. He ladled the cornmeal mixture into a separate container and set it aside to cool before feeding it to the dogs. This pot was Liu Hongjun's cooking vessel. After preparing the dog food, he would need to clean it, as he would later use it for his own lunch. After washing the pot, Liu Hongjun leisurely prepared his meal. Even when alone, one must eat well. The home's steamed cornbread was depleted, and Liu Hongjun had intended to steam more, but was interrupted by the arrival of Qian Xingli. He first took out the sourdough starter and soaked it in water. Then he scooped out 2 ladles of cornmeal, 1 ladle of bean flour, and 1 ladle of white flour from the flour bin, mixing them together to make the dough. While kneading, he poured in the water from soaking the sourdough, integrating it into the mixture. The purpose of the sourdough was to act as yeast. In the countryside, no one uses commercial yeast. Instead, they save a piece of dough when steaming buns and place it in the flour bin, which serves as the sourdough. After the buns are steamed, they proceed to cook the vegetables. By the time he finished his meal, it was already past 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Chapter 7. The 2 children adopted by Pear Blossom. After finishing his meal, Liu Hongjun fed the now-cooled dog food to Pear Blossom. Watching her devour the specially crafted dog food with gusto, Liu Hongjun couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. It seemed his homemade dog food was quite popular. Once Pear Blossom had finished her meal, Liu Hongjun entered the large dog enclosure, leading Pear Blossom to the puppy pen and tethering her beside the doghouse. The reason for tethering her was that, although the dog enclosure had walls, they were only a little over a meter high and could not contain the dogs. Now, Pear Blossom has just arrived home and is still unfamiliar with her surroundings, so she cannot be released yet. After a week or so, once she has thoroughly acclimatized, the tether will be removed. After securing Pear Blossom, Liu Hongjun did not rush to leave, but instead watched her and the 2 wolf cubs anxiously. At that moment, Pear Blossom was akin to a stepmother, and the wolf cubs resembled her stepchildren. Whether they could coexist depended on Pear Blossom's disposition. Fortunately, Pear Blossom's attention was not on the cubs at all. Upon entering the puppy enclosure, she nestled into the doghouse, and the 4 little puppies eagerly rushed over, each latching onto a teat and savoring their meal. The 2 wolf cubs also joined in, crowding around the puppies to nurse. Seeing that Pear Blossom did not drive them away, Liu Hongjun finally felt reassured. As long as she did not reject them at first, it signified her acceptance. Once out of the dog enclosure, Liu Hongjun remained industrious, retrieving all the dried wolf meat from his home and searching for the stored wolf bones, which he ground into powder using a small stone mill. He then mixed it uniformly with cornmeal, bean flour, bone powder, meat powder, and herbal powder, before placing it in a pot to steam dry. This steaming process was intended to cook the combined dog food. The next time he fed the dogs, he would only need to add some hot water, stir, and it would be ready for feeding. This was a convenient method. For a more refined approach, one could use a mold to shape the dog food into bone or chicken leg forms, akin to modern dog food. Brother Junzi, 2 youths, one tall and robust, the other short and slender, rushed in. Brother Junzi, we heard you went hunting in the mountains today? Dashin, sure to. Why aren't you 2 working today? Liu Hongjun inquired with a smile. These 2 were his childhood friends, the best companions from Yeshitan. The tall and stout one was named Yang Jinshan, nicknamed Dashin, while the short and lean one was named Qian Lei, nicknamed Shirtu. We stood guard last night and rested during the day. Have you eaten? Yes, Brother Junzi. Can you take us with you next time you go hunting in the mountains? Shirtu asked eagerly. Do your parents approve of you accompanying me into the mountains? Upon hearing Liu Hongjun's question, the two immediately lowered their heads, somewhat crestfallen. Hunting in the mountains was no easy task. It was arduous, exhausting, and perilous. Those unfamiliar with the trade often mistakenly believed that hunting was a lucrative venture, thinking that a successful bear hunt could yield a year's worth of income. They only saw the hunters enjoying their meat, forgetting the hardships of life exposed to the elements, and that many hunters ultimately met their end in the mountains. If my family agrees, can you take us hunting, Brother Junzi? Of course. As long as your families consent, I will take you into the mountains. Liu Hongjun affirmed with a nod. Hunting in the mountains, whether for dogs or larger game, required assistance. Liu Hongjun also wished to cultivate a couple of trustworthy companions. Dashin and Shirtu were undoubtedly the best candidates. However, this endeavor required their family's approval. Otherwise, Liu Hongjun could not take them into the mountains. I heard from Uncle Victory that you managed to capture 2 wolf cubs this time? Qianlei recalled his purpose. Indeed. Liu Hongjun nodded, leading them to the dog enclosure. They could not enter, as Pear Blossom had just arrived at the home and was still a bit volatile. Liu Hongjun only brought them to stand outside the enclosure to take a look. Entering was out of the question. Pear Blossom had just adapted to a new environment and was in her nursing period, making her a dog that should not be provoked. Liu Hongjun was extremely cautious while feeding her. At this moment, the puppies and wolf cubs, having had their fill, were playfully pouncing on each other within the enclosure. The one, entirely snow white without a hint of mixed fur, was the wolf cub, a white wolf. There was also a black-gray one, which was another cub. Additionally, there was another white one with a tuft of black fur on its tail, which was a mengshi, along with the other 3 black-striped ones, also mengshi. Pear Blossom and the 4 mengshi cubs were all sourced by Brother Victory for me. Liu Hongjun introduced to the two. According to their kinship, Qianlei should address him as Uncle Qian Victory, as they were relatives within 5 generations. However, Liu Hongjun held no familial ties with them. They simply called each other as they pleased. That white wolf is truly formidable, and the white puppy is impressive as well. Dashin lay against the wall, enviously observing the playful puppies and wolf cubs in the enclosure. Have you named them? Yes, indeed. The white puppy shows potential to be a lead dog, so it is named Chow Chow. The other 3 black-striped dogs, with white fur on their ears, are called Dianwei, with white fur on their feet, Xiu Chu. And the one with white fur around its eyes is named Xiaoho Dun. Dianwei? Xiu Chu? Brother Junzi, these are all human names. Dashin asked, somewhat astonished. Yes. Are you familiar with the 3 kingdoms? What is the 3 kingdoms? Are there 3 countries? Shirtu asked, bewildered. The 3 Kingdoms is a novel that narrates the tales of the Han Dynasty. Liu Hongjun hesitated, unsure how to explain the 3 kingdoms to these 2 semi-literate individuals who had just graduated from elementary school. Yushitan is situated in the mountains and in the village. There is only elementary education, where students can only attend up to the 3rd grade. To continue to higher elementary or middle school, one must go to the Taipinggu Forestry Bureau, and to attend high school, one must travel to the Dalian Forestry Bureau station. Thus, most young people only complete up to the 3rd grade, achieving a level of elementary education. The 3 Kingdoms is a novel, recounting stories from the Han Dynasty. Therefore, when I go to the market in a while, I will buy you some illustrated books on the 3 Kingdoms, and once you read them, you will understand. Liu Hongjun suddenly remembered that during this era, illustrated books about the 3 Kingdoms had already been published and could be purchased as a set. It would also be delightful for himself. The illustrated books of the 4 great classical novels from this era are exquisitely crafted, with illustrations created by renowned artists. They hold significant collectible value. Though it was a spur-of-the-moment idea, Liu Hongjun intended to look for these books during his next market visit and, if available, to buy a complete set of the 4 great classical novels and other illustrated books for his collection. In the following years, in the 1980s and 1990s, such illustrated books would still be sold, yet the printing quality and illustrations from that era could not compare to those from before the 1970s. Dashin and Shirtu lingered at the wall for quite a while before reluctantly departing. As he prepared to leave, he repeatedly expressed his desire to find a small dog to raise, envisioning that when it grew up, it would accompany Liu Hongjun into the mountains for hunting. In the evening, Liu Hongjun's elder brother, Liu Hongba, arrived in a flurry at Yushitan, leading a wolf-like dog. Junzi, I heard you want to be joining the army and will stay in Yushitan as a medic? Liu Hongba inquired as he entered. Yes, Liu Hongjun nodded. Liu Hongbao felt the urge to scold him, but considering his brother's temperament, he refrained and instead sighed, pulling a large Type 54 pistol from his bag and handing it to Liu Hongjun. Take this. Carry it with you when you head into the mountains. After that, he produced a box of pistol ammunition. Thank you, elder brother. Nonsense. Why be so polite with me? Liu Hongbao finally let out his irritation. All right. I want to be polite then. How's my nephew doing? In a few days, I'll come down to see him. Liu Hongjun smiled as he accepted the leash for the dog from Liu Hongbao. He did not hesitate to tie the dog in the large dog pen and poured it some water. With the new dog arriving home, it should have some water first. I'll feed it later. Your father knew you were staying, so he arranged for this dog to be brought to you. In a few days, I'll help you find some more good dogs. That would be wonderful. Father truly knows how to pick dogs. Liu Hongjun exclaimed joyfully. You're raising dogs again? I heard barking as soon as I walked in. I didn't pay much attention at first, Liu Hongbao remarked. Yes. Brother Xingli helped find this one. It's a large white dog from Li Dabalai, along with 4 puppies, Liu Hongjun explained. This dog is quite remarkable. What is its name? Liu Hongbao approached the dog pen, assessing the large white dog. Pear Blossom. And the puppies? The white one is named Chow Chow. The one with white fur on its ears is Jian Wei. The one with white fur on its paws is Su Zhu. And the one with white fur around its eyes is named Xiahou Dan. What you have here isn't just dog keeping. It's an entire saga of the 3 kingdoms. Liu Hongbao laughed. And that other white one, could it be a wolf cub? Indeed. Brother Xingli and I found 2 wolf cubs. In truth, these names were spontaneously given by Liu Hongjun. He hadn't intended to name them so soon. Initially, he planned to engage in a contest with Dashan and Shirley. But once he called them out, he found the names fitting. Especially Chow Chow, a male dog, if nurtured properly. He would need several female dogs to ensure a prosperous lineage. Naturally, the white wolf also showed great potential to become an alpha, rivaling even Chow Chow. White wolves are challenging to raise. Yet, if they survive and mature, they often emerge as formidable leaders. In both fictional narratives and mythological tales, white wolves are depicted as powerful beings. This is largely due to the hardships they endure in their youth, often facing greater trials than their wild counterparts. The sharpest sword is forged through the grind, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. Each difficulty serves as a stepping stone to growth. The white wolf, having faced numerous adversities in its early life, must become stronger to survive. Therefore, in Liu Hongjun's eyes, the growth potential of the white wolf surpasses that of the white dog, Chow Chow. What are the names of the 2 wolf cubs? They have yet to be named. Let us wait and see. I thought you were going to call it Liu Bei, Liu Hongbao jested. If it can be trained, Liu Bei would not be worthy of such a name. At the very least, it should be Qin Shi Huang or Han Wu. But what if it cannot be trained? Then it shall be called a doe, Liu Hongjun casually remarked. It is truly delightful to converse with my elder brother. He always manages to keep up with the conversation. Unlike before, when I spoke of Chow Chow to Dashan and Shirtu, they were utterly baffled, asking who Chow Chow was. Chapter 8. Trouble arrives at the door. Scaring us witless, all right. You certainly have a knack for naming. What is this? You're not just going to eat this, are you? Liu Hongbao turned to see a bowl on the stone table, inquiring as he popped a morsel into his mouth. That is the dog food I made. It was just steamed a short while ago. Liu Hongjun explained with a smile. Uft. What was it steamed with? It smells quite fragrant. Liu Hongbao spat it out. And after savoring it for a moment, he chuckled, saying, it contains wolf meat, wolf bones, cornmeal, and bean flour, along with traditional Chinese herbs such as eucalyptus, mistletoe, acaranthes, dog spine, and ginger. You truly are a prodigal. Liu Hongbao laughed as he scolded. Liu Hongbao had not participated in the hunting activities. He had been sent early on by their father to the Dalian Forestry Bureau High School through connections. Later, he gained entry into the Taipinggu Forest Farm under the Forestry Bureau by sacrificing a 5th-grade ginseng. Thus, he found it difficult to comprehend Liu Hongjun's and their father's preference for dogs over themselves. Liu Hongjun chuckled, offering no further explanation. For those who are not hunters cannot fathom a hunter's bond with their dogs. Entering the cellar, he retrieved a piece of meat and then went to the back to pick a few eggplants. Tonight, I will stew eggplants and stir-fry some cabbage. Shall we drink a bit, brother? Liu Hongjun proposed to Liu Hongbao. Very well, let us drink a little. Liu Hongbao sat on the stone bench, observing Liu Hongjun's bustling activity without any intention of intervening. It was not that he did not wish to help. Rather, he simply lacked the skill. Having completed high school without engaging in household chores, he married shortly after graduating and became accustomed to a life of ease. Liu Hongjun did not call upon him for assistance, knowing that having Liu Hongbao help would only complicate matters. After washing the eggplants, Liu Hongjun tore them into small pieces with his hands and cut the meat into half-centimeter thick chunks. This meat was from a previously stored wild boar's belly. It rivaled that of domesticated pigs. Liu Hongjun worked deftly, quickly stewing the eggplants before heading to the backyard to chop down a cabbage. After breaking apart the cabbage and washing it twice, he shredded it and rinsed it once more, setting it aside to drain. The cabbage must be stir-fried over high heat to maintain its tenderness and crispness for it to be enjoyable. Cooking alone, Liu Hongjun appeared entirely unhurried. He checked the pot of stewing eggplants, placed a steaming basket atop, and set the cornbread to be eaten that evening on top, covering it with a lid. He let it simmer gently for a while, waiting for the eggplants to absorb the juices as the cornbread finished cooking. Just as Liu Hongjun was engrossed in his tasks, the yard door was suddenly kicked open. "Liu Hongjun, come out here." Someone shouted his name from the doorway. Liu Hongjun emerged from the kitchen and stepped into the courtyard. "Liu Hongjun, we, your brothers, hunted the bear, and you took advantage of our efforts. How do you explain this?" Four individuals barged into Liu Hongjun's home, one of them pointing an accusatory finger at him. Liu Hongjun recognized these men. They were notorious rascals in the village, claiming to be hunters, yet failing to catch anything of note. Day after day, they loafed about together, stealing chickens and breaking into widows' homes. "Dog Egg, have you grown bold? After consuming a couple of drinks, you dare to come here and cause a ruckus?" Liu Hongjun coldly regarded the quartet. Just as Dog Egg uttered a few words of insult, he was swiftly kicked in the abdomen, sent sprawling several meters back, collapsing to his knees. The other three, witnessing Dog Egg's downfall, were about to retaliate when a gun was pressed against Aaron Yozi's forehead. "Dare to move, and I'll blow your brains out." Liu Hongbao, a security officer from the Taipinggu Forestry Bureau, threatened coldly, brandishing his firearm. "Brother, it's unnecessary to deal with these losers. Killing them would require a report and be quite troublesome. When we head into the mountains, I'll take care of them then," Liu Hongjun interjected, placing a hand on Liu Hongbao's arm with a smile. Although he spoke with a grin, his words struck Aaron Yozi and his companions as more terrifying than having a weapon aimed at them. Was this even human? To suggest that writing a report after killing them was a hassle, yet taking them out in the mountains was somehow simpler? Especially as Liu Hongjun's laughter was laced with an ominous undertone, an aura of menace cultivated amidst the bloodshed during his military service. This palpable aura of intimidation left Aaron Yozi and the others trembling, realizing that such a presence could not arise without having ended numerous lives. At that moment, regret washed over Aaron Yozi for following Dog Egg to confront Liu Hongjun. In the past, when their father was alive, Dog Egg, Aaron Yozi, and others dared not stir up trouble. They had heard that Liu Hongjun's father had gone down the mountain to visit his grandson, leaving only the young Liu Hongjun at home. When rumors spread that Liu Hongjun had hunted a bear and had a few drinks, the group conspired to extort some money from him. They perceived Liu Hongjun merely as an 18-year-old boy, believing that intimidation would suffice to procure a few drinking funds. However, they were utterly unprepared for the arrival of Liu Hongjun's elder brother, Liu Hongbao. Before they could utter more than a few words, one of their own was felled, followed by the dread of having a gun pointed at them. The intoxication of Aaron Yozi and his companions dissipated, leaving them shivering in fear, too terrified to move or speak. Though the Liu family were outsiders who had fled from the northeast during the famine in the 1960s, establishing their home in Yushidan, no one in the 18 villages of Taipinggu dared provoke them. "It's all right. They broke into my home and I shot them. Writing a report is nothing I can't handle," Liu Hongbao asserted, raising his firearm once more. In this era, security officers possessed the right to bear arms and enforce the law, especially in these mountains where taking a life often boiled down to merely filing a report. Particularly concerning were Dog Egg, Aaron Yozi, Sen Lizi, and Air Piaozi, whose notorious reputations had long been documented by the Forestry Bureau's Security Division. "Dog Egg, Aaron Yozi, you rascals, causing a ruckus as soon as you return to the village, are you?" Just when Aaron Yozi and his companions were nervously contemplating their needs, a thunderous shout rang out from outside. To the ears of Aaron Yozi and his companions, this shout was nothing short of a lifeline, exceedingly melodious. Their hearts lightened, and warmth unexpectedly surged within their trousers. Liu Hongjun caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor and quickly pulled Liu Hongbao back a couple of steps. At that moment, Qian Shengli arrived on the scene with a dozen militia members. He had been at the brigade headquarters assigning night watch duties when a villager rushed in to report that Go Dan and 3 others had entered the village to confront Liu Hongjun. Without delay, he gathered his men and hurried over. Upon arrival, he found Liu Hongjun's door askew and Go Dan lying on the ground. It was evident that a confrontation had occurred. Qian Shengli had unwavering confidence in Liu Hongjun's fighting prowess. "Bind them up," he commanded without allowing the 4 to defend themselves. Gesturing decisively to the militia behind him, the 4, filled with excitement at Qian Shengli's presence, readily submitted to being tied up by the militia. "Bozi has returned?" It was only then that Qian Shengli noticed Liu Hongbao standing beside Liu Hongjun and greeted him with a smile. "I just got back, and I find myself embroiled in this affair. They are bullying my brother, who is left alone in the village, aren't they?" Liu Hongbao replied with a faint smile. "Rest assured, Bozi, your brother is my brother. No one shall dare to bully Junzi," Qian Shengli asserted confidently. "I've long wished to deal with these scoundrels. Just watch how I handle them this time," he proclaimed, thumping his chest in assurance. The 18 hamlets of Taipinggu relied heavily on the nearby Taipinggu forest farm, which held considerable influence. "Very well, I entrust my brother to you. If he is mistreated, I shall be displeased. Fear not. Anyone who dares to bully Junzi is challenging me. I shall ensure they face dire consequences," Qian Shengli declared loudly. "Brother Shengli, haven't you eaten yet? Come in and have a bite," Liu Hongjun quickly invited. "No, I shall not enter. I must first handle those 4 rascals, and I have night watch duties tonight." Qian Shengli waved his hand dismissively. "Then I shall not keep you. Once the harvest is complete, let us share a drink together," Liu Hongbao said with a smile. "Agreed. Once the harvest is over, I shall come down the mountain to find you." With that, Qian Shengli hurried off. The onlookers soon dispersed. Liu Hongjun paid no mind to the absence of support earlier. After all, everyone was too intimidated to confront Go Dan and his trio. And there had been little time to react. Just as Go Dan had uttered a few words, Liu Hongbao had swiftly knocked him down. Nevertheless, there were some who ran to alert the militia. Such is the nature of human relationships. He would later seek out Qian Shengli to inquire who had assisted, intending to repay the kindness. "Captain, how should we deal with these 4 rascals?" Upon returning to the brigade headquarters, a militia member asked Qian Shengli. "First, bind them to a tree. Tomorrow, we shall parade them through the streets," Qian Shengli replied, brimming with anger after having been ridiculed by Liu Hongbao. The 4 individuals, known as Dog Egg, found themselves caught in a perilous situation, bound to a tree for an entire night. They were left in a state that could very well cost them half their lives. The prospect of being paraded through the streets would render them akin to rats fleeing from a storm. In truth, they were already resembling rats. Albeit without the outcry of the masses, the townsfolk, unwilling to provoke these street urchins, could only harbor disdain in silence. "Captain Qian, Uncle Qian, we were wrong. We shall never dare again. Uncle Qian, we have done nothing." Dog Egg merely kicked a door, only to be sent flying several meters by the eldest Liu. Upon hearing of their impending punishment, Dog Egg, Ernyozi, and the others lamented, desperately pleading for leniency from Qian Shengli. "What else do you expect? Had I arrived a moment later, you pathetic fools would be lying there," Qian Shengli retorted. "Is the Liu family a soft target? Each of you, blinded by foolishness, dared to confront Liu Hongjun. That young man has trained in martial arts since childhood, venturing into the mountains to hunt at the age of 16, unafraid to face bears with a blade. To provoke him is to court death." 2 among them were from the Qian family, which was why Qian Shengli was even bothered to engage in such futile conversation. Chapter 9. The Brothers Drink. Huangzhong Ernyozi and his companions trembled at the prospect. They recalled Liu Hongjun's ominous words about ensuring their demise upon their return to the mountains. Such threats bore no semblance of mere intimidation. "Uncle Qian, save us. We were wrong. We accept our punishment. Please help us." Ernyozi and San Lai Zi cried out in desperation. "What nonsense is this? Who seeks your lives? If murder were not a crime, you lot would have perished 8 times over." Qian Shengli scolded, exasperated. "Uncle Qian, Liu Hongjun said he would kill us when we returned to the mountains." San Lai Zi wept. Qian Shengli's demeanor grew serious. Did he truly say that? Indeed, his brother held a gun to Ernyozi's head, threatening to shoot. Liu Hongjun stated that writing a report was too cumbersome. He would wait for an opportunity to eliminate us when we returned to the mountains, San Lai Zi sobbed, tears mingling with snot. "Look at your cowardice. Do you truly intend to avoid the mountains?" Qian Shengli scoffed. "Uncle Qian, What shall we eat if we do not go into the mountains? Nyozi lamented. These street urchins relied on setting traps in the foothills to catch game, which they would sell at the base for liquor and provisions. Naturally, one could not expect them to engage in the proper art of trapping. They specialized in raiding traps set by others, claiming the spoils without leaving a trace for the rightful owners. While they may encounter agreeable individuals, they were not immune to the wrath of those with fiery tempers. On one occasion, these four, having picked up a trick from who knows where, dug a pit trap in the mountains, intending to capture wild boars. They succeeded in their endeavor, but nearly paid with their lives. It was their parents, kneeling and begging in the streets, who ultimately secured their survival. Pit traps are a hunter's taboo in the mountains, for they ensnare not only wild beasts but also unwitting hunters venturing into the wilderness. Several decades ago, a fierce conflict erupted between two villages due to the issue of a forbidden pit. Subsequently, these four scoundrels refrained from digging such pits and resorted to stealthily stealing others' traps. Although the villagers were understandably infuriated, they found themselves powerless against these ruffians. The average person could hardly confront these four rogues, resigning themselves to their misfortune. This gradually fostered a sense of impunity among them. Qian Xingli looked at the four men with a hint of confusion. They were not the type to be easily intimidated by mere words. If that were the case, they would have long since reformed. Unbeknownst to him, Liu Hongjun's aura of menace had been forged on the battlefield amidst the bloody chaos of war and had become ingrained in his very soul, persisting even after his rebirth. Not only did the trio confronting Liu Hongjun feel the weight of his presence, as the unfortunate dog Dan had been unceremoniously kicked aside, but even Liu Hongbao, standing beside him, was taken aback by his brother's palpable aura. However, not facing it directly, he thought little of it, attributing it to the frequent hunting of wild game in the mountains. Liu Hongbao's father possessed an even more formidable aura. The fiercest of dogs would flee with their tails between their legs at a mere glance from him. Qian Shengli dismissed the matter, believing the four were merely stalling to evade punishment, and paid them no further heed, turning instead to the dining hall for a meal. After finishing his meal, he still had to keep watch. Now was a critical moment, and they needed to endure for 3 more days to complete the harvest. Liu Hongjun returned to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Elder brother, wash your hands. It's time to eat. About half an hour later, Liu Hongjun called to Liu Hongbao, who was playfully interacting with a puppy. So soon? Military son, your culinary skills surpass even those of your sister-in-law. Liu Hongbao praised as he took a seat. You'd better not say that in front of my sister-in-law, or I'll believe you. Liu Hongjun retorted with a smile, pouring a bowl of sweet potato liquor for Liu Hongbao. No way. I want to live a few more years. Liu Hongbao quickly conceded. Liu Hongjun chuckled lightly, choosing not to continue teasing his brother. Everyone has their own way of living. Despite Liu Hongbao being strictly managed by his sister-in-law and lacking a single coin, he had never set foot in a kitchen or washed his own clothes, requiring no assistance even when the oil container tipped over. Was that not a form of happiness? Come on, shall we share a drink? Liu Hongbao raised his bowl, inviting Liu Hongjun. Let us drink. Liu Hongjun lifted his bowl to clink with Liu Hongbao's. In one swift motion, he downed the bowl of sweet potato liquor. Taste the dishes. See if my skills truly surpass those of your sister-in-law. Liu Hongjun could not resist another playful jab at Liu Hongbao. Haha, no matter how good your skills are, I must favor the taste of my sister-in-law. Liu Hongbao chuckled as he picked up a piece of stir-fried cabbage. I understand. How can one know the joy of a fish if one is not a fish? As long as you are happy. Liu Hongjun poured another bowl of liquor for Liu Hongbao. Indeed, how can one know the joy of a fish? Liu Hongbao laughed heartily, clinking his bowl with Liu Hongjun's and downing it in one go. In the northeastern region, drinking is akin to the famed 3 axes of Changyao Jin, visually impressive yet deceptively simple. The potent sweet potato liquor, boasting an alcohol content exceeding 50 degrees, can indeed be intimidating, but it is largely a fade. While there are those with considerable tolerance, very few can withstand more than a pound of liquor. Northeasterners, however, embody a straightforwardness. If I can manage half a pound, I shall drink in accordance, ensuring I do not engage in drunken disputes before the cup runs dry. Once intoxicated, the matter concludes. Outsiders may misinterpret the character of the Northeastern folk, assuming each individual possesses the prowess of a divine drinker. In truth, if one were to sit down and steadily share a drink with a Northeastern compatriot, it is quite likely that they would find themselves outmatched. Take Liu Hongbao, for instance. He may appear formidable, effortlessly downing 2 bowls of liquor. Yet, At that moment, he is already 7/10 intoxicated. Brother, have some food. Liu Hongjun promptly urged Liu Hongbao to eat. If you do not wish to enlist, then accompany me down the mountain. In due time, I will find a way to secure you a position at the forest farm. Such a place still holds some prestige. Liu Hongbao assured with a pat on his chest. Over the years, my wife and I have saved some money. When the time comes, I'll request a plot of land from the forest farm to build you 3 red brick houses. Liu Hongjun remained silent as Liu Hongbao continued his ramblings. Brother, I want to descend the mountain. Life here is quite pleasant. Once we finish the autumn harvest, our village will allocate land to each household. From then on, anything I gather from the mountains will be mine. If my nephew desires anything, just send a message, and I shall venture into the mountains for him. Liu Hongjun chuckled. There are merits to life below, yet the mountains offer their own beauty. Life is but a single journey, is it not? As the saying goes, how can one know the joys of fish if one is not a fish? We cannot rest easy with you alone in the mountains. Today, fortune favored us. Otherwise, it would be they who would have fallen. Liu Hongjun interjected with a gentle smile. I believe this, but you must consider your own future and that of your children. You are on the brink of marriage. Once children arrive, can you truly remain in the mountains for a lifetime? Will they require education? Employment? Liu Hongbao took another bowl of liquor, continuing his monologue. Haha, but you are here, dear uncle. Liu Hongjun chuckled lightly. Eat some food. Do not drink solely. As Liu Hongbao attempted to pour himself another drink, Liu Hongjun swiftly intervened. With 3 bowls already consumed, Liu Hongbao had reached his limit. Further drinking would likely mean forsaking his meal. Fear not. It is a rare occasion for us brothers to share a drink together. Come, let us drink. Liu Hongbao insisted, pushing Liu Hongjun's hand aside to refill his bowl. Liquor spilled over the sides. Ultimately, Liu Hongjun discreetly departed, while Liu Hongbao, having barely touched his meal, collapsed onto the stone table. Liu Hongjun shook his head helplessly, assisting Liu Hongbao to the bed. He then returned to the courtyard to continue drinking and eating. Tearing apart the cornbread to soak in the eggplant stew, consuming 4 pieces before he satisfied his hunger. Since his rebirth, his appetite had dramatically increased. Liu Hongjun steamed a type of cornbread known as wawatu, each weighing approximately 3 taels, which means that 4 of these would amount to over a pound. Along with an abundance of vegetables, he managed to consume just the right amount, feeling comfortably satiated. He leisurely tidied the table, washing the dishes with care. Meanwhile, in the dog enclosure, Pear Blossom and the newly arrived wolf dog began to whine and protest. It seemed unfair that only he was dining while they were neglected. Liu Hongjun took a basin and prepared a generous serving of dog food, dividing it into 2 portions for the 2 dogs. He also replenished the water bowl in their enclosure. Bathed in the moonlight, he observed the 2 wolf cubs and 4 puppies playing harmoniously. Pear Blossom, acting as a stepmother, showed no disdain towards them. Both Pear Blossom and the wolf dog were thoroughly enjoying the specially crafted dog food, devouring it with enthusiasm. By the way, he had yet to name this wolf dog. The wolf dog, sent by his father, was still quite young, just a little over a year, with its physique just beginning to develop. It stood about 60 centimeters tall, with robust limbs, triangular ears standing erect, and a tail trailing behind. At first glance, it bore a striking resemblance to a wild wolf. Its fur was a blend of yellow and gray, indicative of the common gray-yellow hue associated with wolf dogs. For now, I'll call you Big Yellow. Once we venture into the mountains, we'll see how you perform. If you prove yourself, you shall be named Huangzhong. Liu Hongjun mused aloud. Dogs must be trained from a young age, and it was challenging to gauge the potential of a 1-year-old dog that had never been in the mountains. However, judging by its skeletal structure and its quiet demeanor since arrival, it seemed to possess good qualities. After a week or 2, once Pear Blossom had weaned her pups, he planned to take both her and the wolf dog into the mountains to test their capabilities. It wasn't that Liu Hongjun doubted his father's choice of dog. Rather, he understood that even his father was not infallible, lacking the ability to foresee the future. The dogs selected certainly had a good foundation, but whether they could truly perform would remain to be seen. Much like people, dogs also have their own unique strengths and capabilities. Chapter 10, Sibling Sparring. Xingyi 5 Elements Fist. The following day, Liu Hongjun rose early. After preparing himself, he stepped into the yard to practice his martial arts. After completing his stances, he began to punch. A fist should never leave the hand, nor attune the mouth. In his previous life, Liu Hongjun had diligently practiced Xingyi Quan for decades. Brother, let us spar, Liu Hongbao said after stretching his limbs, waving Liu Hongjun over. "All right, let me see if you've kept up with your training over the years." Liu Hongjun replied with a smile, adopting a posture of inquiry. "Haha, my skills haven't waned. Let me see how much you've improved these past 2 years." Liu Hongbao declared, also taking a stance, inviting Liu Hongjun to make the first move. "Careful now, big brother," Liu Hongjun exclaimed, launching a front punch with a bow stance. This was both a probing technique and a test. Liu Hongbao responded with a slicing punch, redirecting Liu Hongjun's strike, followed by a half-step thrust punch aimed at his heart. Liu Hongjun transformed his punch into a palm strike to counter Liu Hongbao's thrust, retaliating with a collapsing punch to seize control of the center line. Xingyi Quan, originating from spear techniques, harmonizes the extraordinary with the conventional, employing fists as if they were spears to seize the central line and engage in close combat. The essence of Xingyi Quan lies in the supremacy of the central line and the ferocity of close-quarter confrontations. Each move is fraught with peril. The two brothers engage in a spirited exchange, both adept in Xingyi Quan and well-acquainted with each other's techniques, competing solely on the swiftness and adaptability of their movements. The Liu family's lineage of Xingyi Quan diverges from the widely recognized 12 animals of Xingyi. It is a more ruthless and practical form known as the Five Elements Fist. The Five Elements Fist comprises 5 distinct techniques: the splitting fist, the drilling fist, the crashing fist, the cannon fist, and the horizontal fist. Among these, the crashing fist is renowned for its formidable half-step crashing fist, which is said to dominate the realm of combat. After half an hour of relentless sparring, neither could gain the upper hand until Liu Hongbao called for a pause. He stepped back to evade a cannon fist from Liu Hongjun, exclaiming, "Stop! You've made significant progress. In 2 years, I might not be able to best you." Liu Hongjun humbly replied, "It's all because my elder brother is holding back." In truth, Liu Hongjun was indeed conserving his strength. Otherwise, Liu Hongbao would have struggled to withstand his strike. This practice session afforded Liu Hongjun a clearer understanding of his current capabilities. Perhaps it was a benefit of his unusual circumstance, for his stamina had been remarkably enhanced. However, since both brothers were holding back, Liu Hongjun remained uncertain of the precise extent of his improvement. After their practice, having broken a sweat, Liu Hongjun retrieved a towel from the west room to wipe himself down and changed into fresh attire before emerging. He first attended to feeding the pear blossoms and the large yellow dog before washing his hands to prepare a meal. After dining, it was time for Liu Hongbao to depart, lest he missed the small train. In the 18 villages of Taipinggu, the primary mode of transportation is the small train from the logging yard, which runs twice daily in the morning and evening. At other times, one must rely on their own legs, horse-drawn carts, or donkey carts. Liu Hongjun descended into the cellar to retrieve a jar of medicinal wine. "Brother, take this jar of medicinal wine home with you. The Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching, and sharing this would make an excellent gift." "Is this tiger bone wine?" Liu Hongbao inquired with a smile, glancing at the seal. "Indeed." Liu Hongjun nodded. "Such fine wine, I shall not be polite," Liu Hongbao replied, patting Liu Hongjun on the shoulder, not bothering with formalities. It was akin to when Liu Hongbao accepted the large 54 caliber rifle without pretense. He was not an inexperienced youth, oblivious to the intricacies of human relations, while the smaller 56 caliber could be purchased at the supply and marketing cooperative. The larger 54 could not be found there. Liu Hongbao had taken risks to procure the large rifle, and it was through significant favors that he had obtained it along with 100 rounds of ammunition. Liu Hongjun understood the reason behind his brother's gift of the large rifle. Liu Hongbao had heard of his intention to remain as a medic and recognized that, apart from their father, no one could dissuade Liu Hongjun from his decision. Their father had also voiced his thoughts, asserting that the child had grown and should tread his own chosen path, evidently supporting Liu Hongjun's desire to stay, as evidenced by the dog he had sent to accompany him. As Liu Hongbao found himself at an impasse, he procured for him a formidable Type 54 pistol. Possessing such a weapon would provide an additional means of self-defense while venturing into the mountains, where conditions could be precarious, and a Type 56 might not always suffice. "Our village is on the verge of division. Once the households are separated, I shall venture into the mountains to procure whatever you require," Liu Hongjun remarked with a confident smile. "Is your village truly set to divide?" Liu Hongbao inquired, his expression revealing no surprise, merely a smile. "Indeed. I heard it from Uncle Yang, who mentioned that the land has already been allocated to households within the confines. We too shall undergo division." Liu Hongjun nodded affirmatively. Northeast China is not lagging behind, Although Yushitan is nestled deep within the mountains, it is not isolated from the world. Daily broadcasts relay news from across the nation, and many households possess a radio, keeping them informed. The labor points in Yushitan remain quite valuable, with 1 point fetching 15 cents. Moreover, during the summer and autumn, locals can gather mountain products to exchange for some income. In winter and spring, male laborers can find temporary work at the timber yard, hauling logs, or stacking timber, thus earning a modest sum. Consequently, life in Yushitan is considerably better than in most production teams within the confines. It seems that prior to the 1990s, the lives of the common folk in northeast China were consistently superior to those in the inner regions, with the only notable drawback being the cold. It was not until after the 1990s that a gradual divergence began to emerge, with people increasingly migrating towards the inner regions. Following the 1990s, northeast China's heavy industry began to decline, and timber yards started extensive reforestation efforts, instituting a complete ban on hunting. A significant number of northeasterners began to seek livelihoods in the inner regions. However, none of this concerned Liu Hongjun. Once the land was allocated to households, any resources he gathered in the mountains would belong to him, and should he require anything in the future, a simple message would suffice. Very well, take care of yourself, and keep that gun close, Liu Hongbao advised, giving Liu Hongjun's shoulder a reassuring pat. Rest assured, I carry it with me during the day, Liu Hongjun responded, tapping his waist where the Type 54 rested securely. He planned to hunt a deer upon his return, intending to have someone craft a deer hide belt, perfectly suited to accommodate the holster gifted by Liu Hongbao. There was no need to question the urgency of crafting a belt. In this era, proper belts were a rarity, and most resorted to using a simple rope. Liu Hongjun found a burlap sack to store the medicinal wine, also including the bear fat he had just rendered the previous day. He accompanied his elder brother to the village's train station. Go on. When the mid-autumn festival arrives, descend from the mountains, and we shall share a drink together. Liu Hongbao waved as he shouldered the burlap sack and quickly boarded the small train. Indeed. Tell father I am well and need not worry about me, Liu Hongjun called back, waving his hand as the small train began to move. After watching it depart, he turned and walked back towards the village. Upon returning home, Liu Hongjun first entered the dog pen, embracing Pear Blossom's neck and gently stroking the fur along her back, engaging in some interaction to nurture their bond. Otherwise, he would hesitate to take her into the mountains. An unfamiliar dog could easily be lost in the wilderness. As for the 4 puppies and 2 wolf cubs, Liu Hongjun refrained from embracing them or showing excessive affection. During their early days, puppies should not be held too much, as it may lead to undesirable habits. It suffices to feed them regularly, ideally by hand, allowing them to become familiar with his scent. There is a saying that the best teachers are parents, which holds true for dogs as well. With a good dog by his side, the puppies require little training. After spending some time bonding with Lihua, which merely involved grooming her fur, Liu Hongjun exited the dog enclosure, ensuring the gate was securely closed. He then proceeded to the larger dog enclosure where Da Huang resided alone, continuing to nurture their bond by grooming him as well. Although Qian Shengli praised Lihua as an exceptional lead dog, capable in hunting wild boars, black bears, roe deer, and sika deer, Liu Hongjun still yearned to take her into the mountains for a trial. However, he felt that their bond was not yet strong enough, lacking the initial trust needed for such an expedition. Liu Hongjun planned to wait a week or 2 before taking Lihua and Da Huang into the mountains. Today, as temperature was somewhat low, prompting Liu Hongjun to forego reading in the yard and instead seek refuge in the West Room, where he retrieved a medical book and began to read. He discovered that not only had his physical strength increased, but his cognitive abilities had also sharpened significantly. The medical text was easily retained in his memory, as if inscribed in his mind. It was astoundingly more impressive than any enhancement. At that moment, Liu Hongjun embodied the vitality of an 18-year-old with the wisdom of a 60-year-old. Thus, he felt no boredom in engaging in the somewhat tedious task of reading at home. On the contrary, he found immense pleasure in it. Stillness proved to be more beneficial than movement. It is essential for one to quiet the mind. This tranquility is profoundly philosophical. Physical stillness promotes health and longevity, while a serene mind fosters deeper contemplation of life, allowing one to tread each step with purpose. A calm demeanor is necessary for clarity in one's career as well. Time passed gradually, and before long, it was time for lunch. Liu Hongjun set his book aside, first tending to Lihua and Da Huang. feeding the two dogs before commencing his meal preparations. There was no need for Liu Hongjun to worry about the 4 puppies and 2 wolf cubs, as Lihua's milk supply was ample. Particularly since they arrived at Liu Hongjun's home, where they were well fed, her milk was naturally abundant, sufficient for the 6 little ones. In the days to come, Liu Hongjun planned to refrain from venturing into the mountains, as doing so without hunting dogs would be perilous. After all, the household provisions were plentiful, and medicinal herbs were not lacking. Today was September 4th, and he intended to become thoroughly acquainted with Lihua over the next 10 days to 2 weeks before taking her for a stroll in the mountains. Hunting dogs cannot be confined indoors indefinitely, otherwise, their skills will atrophy. Even the finest hunting dog would become ineffectual after a year of confinement. The following morning, Liu Hongjun practiced his boxing in the yard. Woof woof. Both Lihua and Dahuang barked simultaneously. Hongjun Gu called Yang Qiuyan from the entrance. This was a customary rural greeting. One should not intrude directly into another's yard, regardless of familiarity. It is customary to announce oneself at the gate, serving as a reminder for the homeowner to keep an eye on their dogs. Chapter 11. Childhood Sweethearts. My wife from a past life Qiuyan is here, and the dog is tied up. Liu Hongjun called out, retracting his fist. Oh dear, why are you not dressed? Yang Qiuyan exclaimed, covering her eyes. He had removed his shirt while practicing his punches moments ago. Hee, you've seen me shirtless before. Besides, we grew up together. We've seen each other in all states of undress. What is there to be shy about? Liu Hongjun chuckled. Oh, you are insufferable. Who has seen you like that? Yang Qiuyan stomped her foot, twisting her body in playful annoyance. Ultimately, she could not bring herself to utter the words in the nude, though she feigned indignation. Her heart brimmed with joy. Liu Hongjun remained silent, gazing at Yang Qiuyan with a smile, his eyes filled with boundless affection. In his previous life, his heart had been occupied by a young female intellectual, and despite his father's lengthy admonitions with a leather whip, he had not consented to marry Yang Qiuyan. It was only after the intellectual returned to the city and married another young man within a month that he finally resigned himself to his fate and became engaged to Yang Qiuyan. Following their engagement, he was dispatched to the military, and that naive girl waited for him for a full 5 years. After their marriage, she treated him as her entire world. Now, looking at her, Yang Qiuyan was indeed remarkable, tall and brimming with youthful vitality. Standing at 1.70 meters, with an alluring figure, she was described in the vernacular of the time as ideal for childbearing. Most importantly, she was diligent, kind-hearted, and cheerful, devoid of any pretense. In this lifetime, he vowed to cherish her, love her, and make her the happiest woman in the world. Brother Hongjun, have you eaten yet? After a while, Yang Qiuyan lowered her hands from her eyes. Her cheeks flushed as she inquired. Not yet. What time is it? Liu Hongjun replied with a smile, glancing at the sky. Let me cook for you. Without waiting for Liu Hongjun to decline, Yang Qiuyan busied herself in the kitchen. Have you finished your own meal? Liu Hongjun asked, observing her industriousness with a smile. Yes, I came over right after I finished eating, Yang Qiuyan explained. She was not working that day. Her contributions at home were minimal, as she was responsible for household chores like cooking and laundry. Liu Hongjun filled a basin with water and went inside to wipe off his body, feeling uncomfortable from the sweat accumulated during his workout. After drying off and changing into fresh clothes, he placed the soiled garments in the basin, preparing to wash them, an habit he had cultivated during his time in the army. Brother Hongjun, just leave them there. I'll wash them for you later. The meal is almost ready. I just need to stir-fry some cabbage. Yang Qiuyan called out to him. Hee, are you so eager to be my wife? Liu Hongjun teased. Yes, Yang Qiuyan replied, unabashedly nodding. She had no grand aspirations. Her sole dream since childhood was to become Liu Hongjun's wife. All right, in a few days, I'll head down the mountain to speak with my father. Let us finalize our marriage before the Mid-Autumn Festival, Liu Hongjun said with a smile. Really? Yang Qiuyan exclaimed, her spatula clattering to the ground as she looked at Liu Hongjun with wide-eyed astonishment. Silly girl, of course it is true. How could I not adore someone as charming as you? In the past, I may have narrowed my eyes, but now I realize we are like a pair of wild ducks. Why must we entangle ourselves with mandarin ducks? Just being together is delightful. We shall rise with the sun and rest at dusk, perhaps even welcome a few children into our lives. If they misbehave, we shall discipline them together. Liu Hongjun gently embraced Yang Qiuyan, speaking softly. Indeed, once I marry you, I shall surely bear you several robust little ones. Leaning against Liu Hongjun, Yang Qiuyan dreamily envisioned their future happiness. This is the essence of a girl from northeast China, unpretentious, straightforward in speech, and clear in love and hate. Brother Hongjun, I heard from my father that the educated youth will return to the city after the autumn harvest. As she spoke, Yang Qiuyan cautiously observed Liu Hongjun's reaction. Liu Hongjun was well aware of her concerns about his lingering thoughts of Wang Fei. Liu Hongjun nodded calmly, responding, the educated youth are returning to the city. Soon we will also distribute land to households, and rural life will improve. Brother Hongjun, I will take care of all the household chores. You need not worry about anything. Just act as a health worker and occasionally gather herbs in the mountains. Seeing Liu Hongjun remain unperturbed, Yang Qiuyan's spirits lifted once more as she laughed. Wouldn't that tire you out? What if Uncle Yang, along with the eldest and second brothers, come looking for me? Liu Hongjun, in high spirits, jested with Yang Qiuyan. I won't be worn out. I have plenty of energy. I handle all the chores at home, laundry, cooking, feeding the pigs, and chickens. Brother Hongjun, you mentioned that once land is distributed, won't every family be able to raise pigs? We could raise a couple of pigs ourselves and, when the new year arrives, slaughter one and sell the other. Additionally, if we raise a dozen chickens, you will have fresh eggs daily. Sitting at the kitchen door, Yang Qiuyan fantasized about their married life, her face aglow with happiness. Watch the pot. Liu Hongjun reminded with a smile. Oh dear, I got so caught up in conversation. Yang Qiuyan blushed and hurried into the kitchen to get back to work. Yang Qiuyan was quite adept at cooking in no time. She prepared the meal and even made a spicy and sour cabbage dish. Brother Hongjun, will you eat inside or outside? Let us eat outside. Yang Qiuyan cheerfully arranged the dishes on a round stone table. Then, carrying a basin, she went to the water tank to wash Liu Hongjun's clothes. Qiuyan, when the land is distributed, let us not settle for less. We should ask for a hill from the village, specifically that small hill to the east. What do we need a hill for? We can't plant crops there. I have never farmed nor know how to cultivate land. But I cannot bear to see you toil in the fields. We should claim that small hill. We could plant some apples, pears, and chestnuts, and perhaps even keep a few beehives. You wanted to raise chickens, right? That hill would be perfect for them as well. Fruits are far more valuable than grains. Coupled with the income from running a health clinic and my foraging and hunting, our lives will surely prosper. Liu Hongjun shared his plans with Yang Qiuyan as he enjoyed his meal. But if we don't farm, how will we obtain grain? After the division, the team will no longer distribute grain. Yang Qiuyan had ceased her laundry, sitting in a state of mild distress. We are affluent. Can we not procure food? If others refuse to sell us grain, surely your father and I, Uncle Yang, will not deny you. Liu Hongjun chuckled lightly. Indeed, we can purchase grain for my family. We have many mouths to feed and ample land. The surplus we produce will suffice for our needs. We can always buy from my home. With the issue of sustenance resolved, Yang Qiuyan's spirits lifted, and she resumed her vigorous scrubbing of the clothes. Liu Hongjun shook his head with a smile, thinking her a truly innocent and kind-hearted young girl. Later, I shall teach you medicine. I will be the doctor, and you shall be the nurse. Together, we shall thrive. Liu Hongjun continued to articulate his aspirations for their future life. That sounds wonderful, but I fear I am too dull to learn. She replied, you are not dull at all. We have plenty of time ahead of us to learn at our own pace. As they conversed, they unknowingly finished their breakfast. Noticing Liu Hongjun had completed his meal, Yang Qiuyan swiftly began clearing the table. Is there enough food? If not, I shall prepare more next time, she inquired. Seeing that the buns, vegetables, and soup had all been consumed. 5 buns are sufficient, Liu Hongjun said with a smile. After tidily putting away the dishes, Yang Qiuyan hung up the laundry and reluctantly announced, Brother Hongjun, I must return. The pigs and chickens at home still need feeding. All right, allow me to escort you, he offered. No need, I shall manage. I will come back in the evening. With that, Yang Qiuyan bounced away from the courtyard, leaving Liu Hongjun with a warm smile on his face. Once Yang Qiuyan had departed, Liu Hongjun intended to return to his room for some reading when Lihua began to bark again. This exemplified the nature of a good dog. It does not bark unnecessarily, only alerting its owner when strangers arrive. Liu Hongjun turned towards the courtyard entrance. Brother Hongjun, Zhao Taizhu rushed in, visibly flustered. Brother Zhu, why the urgency? Is something amiss? My wife just gave birth, you see. I am aware. What troubles Sister Yuhua? Since yesterday, she has been complaining of severe pain all over. This morning, the pain was so intense she began to weep. Please, go and take a look. Very well. Let us go. Liu Hongjun did not hesitate, grabbing his medical kit and following Zhao Taizhu out of the courtyard, casually shutting the gate behind him. He had a fair understanding of Sister Yuhua's condition. It likely involved postpartum pain, a common gynecological affliction prior to the 1990s. This discomfort generally stemmed from insufficient qi and blood after childbirth. Upon arriving at Zhao Tieju's home, a robust middle-aged woman greeted him with a smile. You've come. Military lad. Indeed, she was quite imposing in stature. Zhao Tieju's mother, Zhou Xiuqin, stood nearly 6 feet tall and weighed around 200 pounds, capable of outworking even the strongest laborers. Hello, Aunt Xiuqin, Liu Hongjun promptly responded. Go tend to my daughter-in-law. If one did not know better, they might think I am tormenting her. Zhou Xiuqin exclaimed in her booming voice. Rest assured, I shall attend to Sister Yuhua immediately. Liu Hongjun, after finishing his words, followed Zhao Taizhu into the inner room. Sister Yuhua, the soldier has arrived. You must let him examine you, said a delicate beauty, who appeared to be weeping. As she sat on the kong, addressing Liu Hongjun. Sister Yuhua, extend your hand so that I may take your pulse, Liu Hongjun said, carefully observing Liu Yuhua's complexion in the light that streamed through the window. What seems to be the matter? Zhao Taizhu inquired anxiously. This is postpartum joint pain. Sister Yuhua has just given birth, and her body is already weak. Yesterday, she caught a chill, which has led to her experiencing widespread pain, Liu Hongjun patiently explained. Caught a chill? That cannot be. My sister-in-law has not left the house since giving birth. Zhou Xiuqin immediately interjected. Mother, you were not home yesterday. I went out in the morning to use the toilet, Liu Yuhua spoke softly. Oh dear, my little ancestor. How could you go out to use the toilet? Was there not a chamber pot in the room? Zhou Xiuqin exclaimed, clapping her hands. The chamber pot was full, Liu Yuhua replied, her face flushed. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiuqin shot a fierce glare at Zhao Taizhu, and then turned to Liu Hongjun. Soldier, what can be done for my sister-in-law in this situation? Aunt Xiuqin, the primary issue lies with Sister Yuhua's weakened constitution. She has exhausted her vital energy and blood during childbirth and has caught a bit of wind, resulting in her joint pains. It is treatable. I will administer a few acupuncture needles to relieve her discomfort. Afterward, please simmer an old hen with some red dates and ginseng for her to consume over the next few days, and she will recover naturally. Liu Hongjun replied with a smile. Having spoken, Liu Hongjun quickly retrieved acupuncture needles from his medical kit and administered a needle to each of Liu Yuhua's points. The Higo and the Like. I have an old hen. However, we do not have ginseng at home, Zhou Xiuqin remarked, observing Liu Hongjun as he treated her daughter-in-law. Liu Hongjun opened his medical box, took out a ginseng root, and handed Zhou Xiuqin 2 ginseng whiskers. How much is this ginseng, soldier? I will pay you. What can these 2 whiskers do? Zhou Xiuqin said, somewhat displeased. In Xiuqin, it is not that I am stingy, it is simply that this amount suffices. 1 old hen, 10 red dates, and 2 ginseng whiskers are adequate. Any more, and while Sister Yuhua may be fine, you surely do not wish for your grandson to have a nosebleed, do you? Liu Hongjun explained with a chuckle. Very well, I shall trust your judgment. How much in total for these 2 whiskers and the acupuncture? Zhou Xiuqin asked directly, no longer wishing to prolong the conversation, especially concerning her grandson. 1 yuan will suffice. This ginseng is of the 4th grade leaf, Liu Hongjun stated after weighing it in his hand. The 4th grade ginseng could fetch several hundred yuan at the supply and marketing cooperative. All right, Zhou Xiuqin agreed readily, reaching for her money. In my day, I was back to work in the fields the day after giving birth, and I did not have such troubles. Zhou Xiuqin murmured as she prepared to simmer the old hen. Liu Hongjun shook his head, realizing that Aunt Xiuqin, despite her generous contributions, had unwittingly altered the atmosphere with her final remark, which would surely resonate deeply with her daughter-in-law. However, once that line was uttered, the entire situation transformed. Aunt Xiuqin, every person is unique. Among the 18 villages of Taipingdu, who could possibly rival your remarkable physique? Even when gazing out at the vast ocean, none can compare to you. Liu Hongjun cast a glance at the awkward Zhao Taizhu and the woeful Liu Yuhua, swiftly interjecting with a smile to lighten the atmosphere. Indeed, my dear, allow me to recount my youth. When I toiled, not even 3 or 5 strapping lads could match my vigor. Later, upon joining the cooperative, I consistently earned full work points as a robust laborer. Upon hearing Liu Hongjun's words, Zhou Xiuqin's spirit soared. She grasped his hand and began recounting her illustrious achievements. Politely declining Zhou Xiuqin's invitation to dinner, Liu Hongjun returned home, carrying his medical kit. As he neared his residence, he noticed a crowd gathered at his doorstep. What had transpired? Was someone injured or suffering from a sudden ailment? Pondering this, he quickened his pace. Upon approaching, he realized that the group consisted of Dogdan, or Nuzi, and their families. Liu Hongjun's expression darkened. What was this? Had they come with their families to confront him? A tiger does not show its teeth. And they mistake him for a sickly cat? Liu Hongjun resolved to teach them a lesson. What did it matter if there were 10 or more? He could still bring them down. As he felt the weight of his revolver at his waist, he strode purposefully to the entrance. What brings you to my doorstep? Liu Hongjun inquired in a low voice. You worthless wretch, kneel before me, shouted a man in his 40s with fury. Liu Hongjun shot him a glare. You dare demand that I kneel? Just as he prepared to retaliate, he witnessed Dogdan and Nuzi's gang suddenly drop to their knees. Liu Hongjun was taken aback. What was happening? How was the scenario unfolding so differently from his expectations? Brother Junzi, we have brought these knaves to apologize to you, one middle-aged man said with a face full of remorse. Liu Hongjun's father had been an older man who married a younger wife, fathering him and his elder brother in his 40s. Thus, Liu Hongjun's father was now in his 60s, and many men in their 40s addressed him as uncle. Naturally, Liu Hongjun was referred to as brother. However, there were no real familial ties. They simply addressed one another as they saw fit. Liu Hongjun called those in their 40s and 50s uncle and those in their 20s and 30s brother. Now, with Dogdan's father coming to offer an apology, he did not dare to assume the role of an elder. Yet, Liu Hongjun was perplexed. What was the meaning of this? If these 4 families truly had control over their children, they wouldn't have turned them into delinquents. And now, they had come with their children to apologize, even kneeling at the first command. What trickery was this? Thus, Liu Hongjun simply observed the gathering in silence. Little did he know that a mere glare from him had instilled such fear in Dogdan and his companions, who had spent the previous night plagued by nightmares. Following their capture by Qian Xingli, they had faced little interrogation and had been tied to a tree at the team headquarters for an entire night, until yesterday morning. Yang Guangfu arrived at the team headquarters and finally released them. However, they were not set free. Instead of being tied to a tree, they were confined to a small room. They were deprived of food, and not even a sip of water was offered. The families of Dog Egg and his companions had received news the night before, but none of the 4 families could muster the courage to approach the headquarters for assistance, having grown accustomed to such occurrences. After all, spending a night in confinement wouldn't claim any lives. The next day, they would merely face public humiliation. The parents of Dog Egg were all too familiar with this routine, and as for shame, they had long lost their dignity, rendering the notion of embarrassment inconsequential. Even Dog Egg and his friends had grown accustomed to this cycle. After parading through the streets, they would return to their usual bravado. Yet, after the street parade, they began to experience nightmares that night, incessantly screaming that Liu Hongjun intended to kill them, genuinely believing he would do so. Although their parents harbored deep resentment and regretted not having dealt with them more sternly in their youth, they still loved their own sons. If it weren't for their excessive pampering, how could these 4 have become the individuals they were today? Brother Junzi, if you wish for vengeance, just give them a thorough beating, but spare their lives. Yes. Brother Junzi, they are just children, they don't understand. Punish them severely, but allow them to breathe. Dog Egg's father and Yozi's father chuckled, addressing Liu Hongjun. Hearing this, Liu Hongjun felt an urge to laugh. Children? Weren't they all in their 20s? He was only 18. Dog Egg and the others were unaware of the formidable reputation of the Liu family, but they certainly knew that Liu Hongjun's father had established his standing in Yushitan not through medical skills, but through sheer ruthlessness. Numerous individuals who had troubled Liu Hongjun's father had ultimately met their demise in the mountains. Whether they were killed by wild beasts or by Liu Hongjun's father remained a mystery. In any case, they were dead, and no one could clarify the circumstances. During the late 1960s and early 1970s, when tensions peaked, it became known that the Liu family frequently ventured into the mountains, harboring valuable treasures such as ginseng and bear bile. Consequently, some ill-intentioned individuals plotted to raid the Liu family for riches. What was the outcome? Several more met their end, and when their bodies were discovered, they had been mangled beyond recognition by wild animals. From that point on, no one dared to provoke Liu Hongjun's father again. Thus, upon hearing that Liu Hongjun threatened to kill Dog Egg and his friends in the mountains, Dog Egg's father reacted with significant alarm. All right, I accept your apology. From now on, Keep your distance. I have no desire to engage with them. Liu Hongjun stated expressionlessly before pushing the door and stepping into the courtyard, leaving Dog Egg, Nyozi, and their families outside. Liu Hongjun's demeanor did not incite anger in Dog Egg and Nyozi's fathers. Instead, they felt a sense of relief. Get up. You scoundrel. Do you now understand the gravity of the situation? Dog Egg's father kicked him. Did you think you were formidable? You just haven't crossed paths with a truly ruthless person. Nyozi's father chimed in. You dare provoke anyone. The four families, witnessing Liu Hongjun's lack of intent to pursue the matter further, collectively sighed in relief and returned home with their respective children. I must tell you that Liu Hongjun, despite his youth, ventured into the mountains to hunt at the tender age of 16, all the while imparting tales of the terrifying Liu family to his companions. Little did he know that his casual remarks would lead to a series of unforeseen events. Of course, if they continued to pursue him, he would not hesitate to eliminate them in the mountains, where the law is a mere whisper and the jungle's primal rules prevail. Upon entering the yard, Liu Hongjun set down his medical kit and approached the dog pen to check on Pear Blossom. He was particularly interested in observing the 4 puppies and 2 wolf cubs, ensuring that the latter had successfully integrated into the pack. To his delight, the wolf cubs were thriving, currently engaged in a playful game of pouncing with the puppies. This playful interaction not only served as a game, but also honed their innate hunting instincts. What further amazed Liu Hongjun was that the 4 puppies were mimicking the wolf cubs, joining in their pouncing antics. As he stepped into the dog pen, he affectionately stroked Pear Blossom's neck, eliciting a contented murmur from her. Upon his arrival, the 6 little ones immediately shifted their focus, targeting Liu Hongjun's shoes as their prey, occasionally emitting playful yelps. He would lift his feet occasionally, toppling the enthusiastic little creatures, who were undeterred and only intensified their playful attacks. The white wolf and Chow Chow clung tenaciously to Liu Hongjun's shoes, refusing to relent, even as he lifted his foot, suspending them in midair. Although Liu Hongjun found their persistence amusing, he was cautious not to lift his feet too high, aware that the puppies and wolf cubs were still quite young and their teeth fragile. Thus, he carefully wiggled his feet, encouraging their playful pouncing while ensuring he did not harm their delicate teeth. After a delightful session of interaction, he eventually departed from the puppy pen and made his way to the larger dog enclosure. In the big dog pen, Da Huang anxiously barked, reminding Liu Hongjun not to neglect him in favor of Pear Blossom. As soon as Liu Hongjun entered the larger enclosure, Da Huang eagerly leaped toward him. Embracing the large dog, Liu Hongjun offered him a few hearty strokes to calm him before retreating to his room to peruse his medical texts. The following 2 days were marked by leisure for Liu Hongjun, with Yang Xiuyan visiting more frequently, adding warmth and a gentle happiness to his tranquil days. Each day, 2 or 3 individuals sought his medical expertise, presenting only minor ailments such as colds, fevers, or diarrhea. Meanwhile, the militia had been experiencing bountiful hunts with wild animals, primarily wild boars, raiding the crops each night. Consequently, the residents of Yushitan were fortunate enough to receive portions of wild boar meat. Just yesterday, the militia also managed to bring down a bear, allowing the entire village to share in a few pounds of bear meat. Liu Hongjun, being well provisioned with meat, declined the offer, opting instead to claim all the bones. In the words of Liu Hongjun, these bones are indeed medicinal materials. He speaks no falsehood. Whether it be wild boar bones or bear bones, they are all valuable herbs. The wild boar gelatin derived from boiling these bones is a precious remedy, significantly beneficial for nourishing the kidneys, enhancing immunity, increasing bone density, beautifying the skin, and promoting gastric motility to facilitate gastrointestinal absorption. Liu Hongjun's intent in acquiring these bones is not to concoct wild boar gelatin, but rather to prepare dog food for his beloved pet. Within just 2 days, he amassed several hundred pounds of bones. Liu Hongjun plans to transform these bones into dog food, not in the initial porridge-like form, but by utilizing molds to shape the prepared dog food into bone-like figures, subsequently steaming them to perfection. This method of production greatly simplifies feeding his dog, eliminating the need to stir with warm water each time. He can simply toss a few bone-shaped morsels to his pet. Thus, while Liu Hongjun enjoys a leisurely pace these past 2 days, he remains occupied, breaking down several hundred pounds of bones and grinding them into powder using a stone mill is no trivial task. The resulting bone powder necessitates an equivalent amount of approximately 100 pounds of herbs, which must also be ground into powder. With the autumn harvest concluding, Everyone breathes a sigh of relief, finally able to take a well-deserved respite after the exhausting days they have endured. On this day, Liu Hongjun is seated on a stone bench in the courtyard, sculpting molds for dog food. The use of molds simplifies the process of creating bone-shaped dog food. Suddenly, a voice playfully covers Liu Hongjun's eyes. "Guess who I am?" A smile of affection involuntarily graces his lips. Is it Xiaohua or Xiaohong? Perhaps it's Daohong? You are the dog. The intruder playfully shakes him. Liu Hongjun chuckles. Over the past few days, Yang Qiuyan has visited at least once daily, becoming familiar with his dogs, treating her as the lady of the house. It is only when Yang Qiuyan arrives that the dogs remain quiet. "Brother Hongjun, what are you working on?" Yang Qiuyan's attention swiftly shifts to the mold in Liu Hongjun's hands. "I'm crafting molds for dog food." "Molds for dog food?" she queries. "Indeed. Dogs love bones. By shaping the dog food like bones, they will be far more inclined to eat it," Liu Hongjun explains. "Let me help you." Her voice radiates excitement. "You can assist me by mixing the dough?" "Of course. I'll measure out the ingredients for you." Liu Hongjun welcomes her help and retrieves a basin. He proportionately combines cornmeal, bean flour, bone powder, and various herbal powders, entrusting Yang Qiuyan to knead the dough, ensuring it is slightly firm. After giving her instructions, he resumes carving the mold, which is nearly complete. At this moment, Pear Blossom and Dahuang barked in succession. "Hongjun." A melodious voice rings out from the courtyard entrance. "Wang Fei." Liu Hongjun turns to face the newcomer, his emotions a swirl of complexity. Wang Fei, a sent-down youth, is considered Liu Hongjun's ex-girlfriend. Their relationship had progressed to the stage of discussing marriage. However, in this era, conservatism prevails, and Liu Hongjun himself remains quite innocent. The relationship between the two individuals was merely limited to hand-holding and embraces. It was the father who forcefully intervened and tore them apart. However, in the end, it proved that the father's foresight was indeed justified. Initially, he had explained many principles to his son, even resorting to binding him and using a whip to impart wisdom. Yet he could not persuade him. Ultimately, the father had to concede, suggesting that they postpone the engagement. If, upon turning 20, his son still wished to marry Wang Fei, he would acquiesce. Liu Hongjun agreed, and as fate would have it, this autumn, the educated youth began returning to the city. Although Wang Fei displayed immense reluctance, she ultimately chose to return to the city and soon after married another educated youth. In a fit of defiance, he opted for Yang Qiuyan, the woman who regarded him as her entire world. "Hongjun, what brings you here?" Wang Fei entered the courtyard and immediately spotted Yang Qiuyan kneading dough. Her face contorted with displeasure as she questioned him. Yang Qiuyan, feeling somewhat anxious, glanced at Liu Hongjun. "What is so surprising about Qiuyan being here?" "We grew up together as childhood sweethearts." Liu Hongjun initially offered a gentle smile to Yang Qiuyan before turning to Wang Fei, asking with a calm demeanor, "And what about me? What do I signify? Have you considered my feelings while being with her?" Wang Fei asked, her expression grim. "Wang Fei, there is no point in discussing this. Since you have already promised Chao Xingyang to marry him upon returning to the city, why come here to interrogate me?" Liu Hongjun replied indifferently. "How do you know that?" Wang Fei's expression shifted dramatically as she looked at Liu Hongjun in shock. "If you want to keep something secret, you must refrain from doing it in the first place. Don't treat everyone as fools," Liu Hongjun said coldly. Hongjun had no choice. "Indeed, I understand. You had no option but to agree to Chao Xingyang for the sake of returning to the city. I empathize with you, thus I wish you well." Liu Hongjun replied with a faint smile. He remained composed and tranquil, devoid of love. There was naturally no hatred, and he refrained from uttering any hurtful words. There was no need for that. They were both adults. In fact, he had intended to let everything pass quietly. But he never anticipated that Wang Fei would suddenly confront him, standing on a moral high ground and accusing him of betrayal. It was only then that he revealed her connection with Chao Xingyang. In later years, each time Liu Hongjun recalled his father's words, he could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Back then, his father's disapproval of his relationship with Wang Fei stemmed from his perception that she was not a woman of stability. This was indeed validated, as Wang Fei leveraged her relationship with Chao Xingyang to return to the city, yet she was not content to lead a quiet life as a devoted wife and mother. She consistently refrained from having children. Outwardly, she appeared to be a workaholic, delaying motherhood to avoid any disruptions in her career. In reality, as the 1980s approached and the prospect of advancement in her job seemed bleak, she swiftly resigned and ventured into business, becoming one of the first to take the plunge. Utilizing her connection with Chao Xingyang's father, she thrived in her endeavors. Once Chao Xingyang's father retired, she promptly divorced him and turned her affections toward another scion of power. Subsequently, she leveraged this new relationship to engage in international trade, becoming what is now referred to as a foreign trade intermediary. After several years, unexpectedly, she became involved with a wealthy foreign businessman, swiftly abandoning her privileged background and emigrating abroad. There, she thrived remarkably. As later recounted to Liu Hongjun by those who had experienced the same era, Wang Fei, her expression fluctuating between despair and hope, gazed at Liu Hongjun for a long moment before tears streamed down her cheeks as she murmured, "I am so sorry. I never intended for it to be this way. I truly just wish to return to the city. I do not wish to remain here for a lifetime. I understand, and thus I wish you well. I have refrained from disturbing you during this time," replied Liu Hongjun. "Is it out of hatred for me that you have chosen to be with her?" Upon Wang Fei's words, Liu Hongjun's countenance shifted dramatically, his gaze turning icy. "Wang Fei, do you believe I could ensure you remain here forever? Trapped in this detested little village?" Liu Hongjun said coldly. Wang Fei, taken aback by his fierce demeanor, stumbled several steps backward, nearly collapsing to the ground. "Wang Fei, initially, I had no intention of saying anything. Your desire to return to the city and whom you choose to marry is entirely your prerogative. We are not of the same ilk, thus it is best for us to part ways peacefully. However, you should not have come here today. Nor should you attempt to sow discord between me and Xiao Yan." Liu Hongjun's imposing presence diminished as he coldly uttered, "Leave. This is your final warning. If you dare to meddle again, you shall regret it for a lifetime." Fearful, Wang Fei hastily exited Liu Hongjun's courtyard. Once outside, she realized her trousers were inexplicably damp, dripping with water. She had been so frightened by Liu Hongjun's mere glance that she had lost control. Embarrassed and furious, the memory of his cold, murderous eyes sent shivers down her spine. Liu Hongjun's gaze reminded her of a predatory wolf. Returning to the youth brigade, she stumbled upon Xiao Yan. "Hongjun, it's nothing. Don't pay her any mind. She is leaving, yet still seeks to sow discord between us." Liu Hongjun gently ruffled Xiao Yan's hair, smiling warmly. "I believe in you, Hongjun. I don't care what she says. As long as I can be with you, that is all that matters." Xiao Yan whispered affectionately. Embracing Liu Hongjun, "I assure you, my intention to marry you is not born of spite," Liu Hongjun declared earnestly, holding Xiao Yan close. "At the very least, in this life, it is certainly not out of spite." Chapter 14. The true love of childhood friends in this life. It is certainly not out of spite. Liu Hongjun silently reassured himself. In his previous life, there had indeed been elements of recklessness, but it was not solely that. He and Xiao Yan had grown up together. She had always been his shadow, a presence he had long since come to accept. To speak truthfully, Xiao Yan was more beautiful than Wang Fei, in both figure and visage. Yet, in his past life, he had been too young, easily ensnared by the allure of a seemingly pure and innocent beauty. By the time he realized his folly, it was too late. What was destined had already transpired. The only fortunate aspect was that Liu Hongjun's father saw through Wang Fei's true nature and adamantly refused to allow his son to marry her. Otherwise, the narrative would have unfolded quite differently. The return of the educated youth to the city was not a privilege granted to all. The year 1978 marked merely the beginning of this process, which continued until its conclusion in 1980. Initially, the stipulation for returning was that one must have a designated workplace in the city. Furthermore, those who settled down and started families locally automatically forfeited their right to return. By the end of 1980, restrictions had been lifted. Anyone wishing to return to the city could do so, even without a job awaiting them. Consequently, numerous tragic tales of human relationships unfolded across the nation, with individuals abandoning their spouses and children, starkly revealing the darker facets of human nature. Some clandestinely fled to the city, concealing their past lives of marriage and parenthood in the countryside, only to find themselves embroiled in further familial dramas years later. Yet amid such ugliness, there existed kindness as well. Some returned to the city with their spouses and children, striving to make a living, while others returned first and then sought every conceivable means to bring their families to live with them. Wang Fei, though a native of Beijing, came from a family of 5 siblings, with a father who was an ordinary worker and a mother who was a typical housewife, leaving them unable to facilitate her return to the city. Thus, Wang Fei saw only one avenue for her return: through Chao Xingyang. Since Wang Fei arrived in Yushitan as an educated youth 2 years prior, Chao Xingyang had been pursuing her relentlessly. Ultimately, he seized the opportunity to propose that she marry him, offering her a job in the city as an incentive. Regrettably, the two did not end up together. Nevertheless, these events bore no relevance to Liu Hongjun, who had decisively severed ties with his past affections. He had already contacted his father, requesting him to visit and finalize the engagement with the Yang family. "I believe in you." Yang Chuyin embraced Liu Hongjun for a moment before shyly releasing him. The pair resumed their collaborative efforts in crafting dog food. Yang Chuyin kneaded the dough while Liu Hongjun meticulously refined his molds. "Brother Hongjun, I noticed that people who raise dogs don't seem to go through as much trouble as you do. They typically just feed them some cornmeal or steamed buns, and only offer something better when hunting in the mountains." Yang Chuyin chatted with Liu Hongjun as she worked. Dogs are the most loyal companions of hunters. If they are well fed, they perform even better when it comes time to hunt. "I see you've added quite a bit of herbal medicine to your mixture." "Indeed, I've included several herbs." "What benefits do they provide?" "They promote bone growth and increase bone density, resulting in stronger dogs." "This is a secret recipe passed down from my father." "No wonder. I heard that Liu Yi was an exceptional hunter in his prime, renowned as the best marksman in the 18 villages." As they conversed, their work progressed swiftly. Before long, Yang Chuyin had finished kneading the dough, and Liu Hongjun completed the final touches on his molds. "Brother Hongjun, can we start production now?" "Yes, it's time." "How do we proceed?" "Just watch. First, place the dough inside and compress it, then use this wooden board to scrape it down." Liu Hongjun, while explaining, demonstrated to Yang Chuyin. "Brother Hongjun, I've got it. Leave it to me. You should take a break." Yang Chuyin declared after observing once, eagerly taking on the task of preparing dog food. "All right." Liu Hongjun accepted without hesitation. Having shared a bond of mutual support for over 30 years, he was well accustomed to Yang Chuyin's care. Time swiftly passed, and before long, another week had gone by since Pear Blossom had arrived at their home, marking 10 days. This past week had been lively at Liu Hongjun's residence. After completing the autumn harvest, the educated youth had found themselves with leisure time. Aside from accompanying the village women to the mountains for foraging, they had little else to do. Liu Hongjun was well liked among the youth, which drew them to his home for companionship. He welcomed their presence, especially as he listened to their envious laments about returning to the city, while he found joy in their discontent. This shared sentiment of seeking solace and expressing one's grievances is a common human trait. The little ones had begun to eat, occasionally indulging in some milk as well. Liu Hongjun embarked on the initial training for Pear Blossom and Huang, specifically focusing on instilling courage within them. The method he employed was straightforward and somewhat harsh. He tossed 2 tiger bones into the dog pen and laid down 2 tiger skins inside the doghouse. This was intended to familiarize them with the scent of the tiger, ensuring that when confronted with such formidable claws, they would not be paralyzed by fear or flee with their tails tucked. The terror of a tiger is not merely a literary embellishment, it is a genuine reality. Even hunting dogs, when faced with bears, may boldly attack. However, when confronted with a large paw, approximately 70 to 80% of hunting dogs would succumb to fear, collapsing in fright. While many would flee with their tails between their legs, a small number might howl furiously at the sight, yet would not dare to approach and engage. As Liu Hongjun tossed the tiger bones into the pen, Pear Blossom and Huang immediately bristled, their furs standing on end as they howled at the bones. Though they dared not approach to bite, they remained at a distance, barking furiously at the tiger bones. Liu Hongjun was pleased with this reaction. They had not succumbed to fear nor sought refuge in the doghouse, which indicated their potential for training. The 4 pups did not comprehend why their mother was howling at a bone, yet this did not deter them from mimicking her, joining in with their high-pitched yelps while striking playful attack poses. Interestingly, the 2 wolf cubs displayed even greater sensitivity than the pups, their fur also bristling as they barked at the tiger bones. Liu Hongjun paid them no mind, merely adding more water to their bowl. After a while, Pear Blossom and Huang gradually acclimatized to the scent of the bones, realizing there was no threat posed by them, and ceased their barking. They turned to drink from the water, and after quenching their thirst, they resumed barking at the bones once more. The following day, when Liu Hongjun returned to feed Lihua and Da Wang, he discovered that the 2 tiger bones had already been taken into the doghouse by the 2 canines, who were blissfully gnawing on them. As Liu Hongjun entered the dog enclosure, Lihua promptly emerged from the shelter, and he affectionately petted her before replenishing her food and fresh water. He also mixed some semi-dried dog food for the puppies and wolf cubs, who had reached the weaning stage and were ready for solid food, although their teeth were still not sufficiently strong. Therefore, he opted not to feed them bone meal, but rather a semi-liquid dog food. Next, he approached Da Huang's enclosure, embraced the dog, and affectionately ruffled his fur, declaring, "With your audacity to gnaw on tiger bones, you truly deserve the name Huangzhong." He then rewarded Huangzhong with a few freshly made dog biscuits and added some water before leaving the enclosure. It was time to take Lihua and Huangzhong into the mountains for some exercise. Liu Hongjun mused to himself. "Red Army," came the call from Yang Guangfu at the entrance. "Uncle Yang has arrived. Come in." Liu Hongjun greeted warmly. "No need for such formality between us." Yang Guangfu chuckled, halting Liu Hongjun, who was about to fetch him some water. "I just want to say a couple of things, and then I'll be on my way." "Please, go ahead." "With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, I was thinking you might venture into the mountains to procure some game. Rest assured, you won't be toiling in vain. The team will compensate you." "Not at all. I was already planning a trip to the mountains myself," Liu Hongjun replied with a smile. "That's different. Our production team is about to split, and I can't allow you to work without compensation any longer. Instead of labor points, you'll receive cash. For wild boars, they weigh with fur, and you'll earn 10 cents per pound. For silly roe deer, the larger ones will net you 15 cents per pound. And for the bears, it's 20 cents per pound," Yang Guangfu explained, sitting on a stone bench, grinning at Liu Hongjun. "All right. Thank you, Uncle Yang, for your kindness." Liu Hongjun quickly expressed his gratitude upon hearing the prices. Although 10 cents per pound for wild boar may seem modest, during that era, domesticated pork was priced at 80 cents per pound. The price for wild boar meat, even when weighed with skin and fur, was already considered quite generous. A yellow-haired boar, weighing over 100 pounds, would fetch more than 10 yuan, while a large sow, weighing over 200 pounds, would yield over 20 yuan. In Yeshitan, a labor point was worth just over 10 cents, and a robust laborer would earn only 10 points a day, totaling a little over 1 yuan. What more is there to say? Just treat Yanzi well in the future. Indeed, I promise to cherish Yanzi and ensure her happiness for a lifetime, Liu Hongjun assured earnestly. "I entrust Yanzi to you, and I have complete faith." Yang Guangfu continued. "Brother Liu and I have discussed it, and we plan to finalize your affairs around the Mid-Autumn Festival. By the end of the year, we will arrange for your wedding." Liu Hongjun looked at Yang Guangfu in astonishment. Was his future father-in-law being a tad hasty? After all, he and Yang Qiuyan were still quite young. Yet there was urgency to arrange a wedding. Sensing Liu Hongjun's confusion, Yang Guangfu explained with a smile, "When the production team splits at the end of the year, if you and Yanzi are married, you'll be a family, and it will be easier to allocate a portion to you during the division." Chapter 15. Entering the mountains for hunting. Huangzhong lives up to his name. Yang Guangfu's intentions were rather straightforward. After all, his daughter would inevitably become a part of the Liu family, her heart already tethered to Liu Hongjun. Having watched Liu Hongjun grow up, he held a high regard for his character. Whether it was sooner or later, she was destined to marry him, so why not expedite the process? It was also convenient to have the two families' lands consolidated, thus avoiding future complications. As for the concern of age, it mattered little in rural areas. Such matters were often overlooked. What truly counted was the wedding ceremony, which legitimized their union. With such a generous father-in-law, Liu Hongjun naturally welcomed the arrangement. In preparation for Yang Qiuyan's arrival, Liu Hongjun resolved to venture into the mountains more frequently that autumn and winter, gathering provisions to ensure a splendid welcome for his bride. After bidding farewell to Yang Guangfu, he began organizing his gear for the journey into the mountains. He first retrieved 5 or 6 semi-automatic rifles, pulled back the bolts to examine them, and confirmed their functionality. He then took out ammunition to load into the magazines, which, while referred to as magazines, were actually clips containing 10 rounds each. Of course, he could also load them one by one into the chamber. He chose to carry only a modest supply of ammunition, taking 3 clips, equating to 30 rounds. Next, he drew his Type 54 pistol, checking to ensure the magazine was fully loaded with 8 rounds. After inspecting his firearms, Liu Hongjun strapped on his gaiters, securing his calves. He did not prepare any food, simply filling a military canteen with cool water and taking matches along with a small packet of salt. He packed his backpack, which contained a first aid kit he had prepared earlier, along with the bullets, matches, and salt, while slinging the canteen over his shoulder. Approaching the dog pen with a leash in hand, he was met with the eager excitement of Pear Blossom, who could hardly contain herself upon seeing Liu Hongjun's hunting attire. The loyal hunting dog was instantly animated, just as all good hunting dogs are when the mountains call. Liu Hongjun entered the pen, fitted Pear Blossom with her leash, and let her out, before turning back to shoo away the pups that sought to follow him, securely closing the pen behind him. He then attached a leash to Huangzhong and brought him along as well. With both dogs in tow, Liu Hongjun stepped out into the open. Hongjun, are you heading into the mountains? Indeed, just a little excursion. A pack of wild boars has been spotted near the rocky area of Erdaegu. Ah, I'll go take a look. If I manage to catch one, I promise to save a ham for you. Liu Hongjun replied with a smile, engaging in conversation with the villagers as he led the dogs away from the village. Brother Hongjun. Just as he exited the village, someone hurriedly caught up with him. Dashin, why are you running so fast? Liu Hongjun halted, observing the breathless Dashin. Brother Hongjun, may I accompany you into the mountains? Dashin panted, leaning on his knees as he spoke. Dashin, I have no objections to you joining me, but will your family consent? They will. My father has agreed. Dashin exclaimed eagerly. Very well, follow me into the mountains. Once we are inside, all actions must adhere to my directives. No independent movements are permitted. Can you accept this? Indeed. I shall follow Brother Hongjun. As we venture into the mountains to hunt, allow me to elucidate the rules of our expedition. It will be just the two of us, and should we catch any game, I will count as one share, the gun as another, the dogs as a third, and you as the fourth. This means that whatever we capture will be divided into 4 portions, with you receiving 1/4, Liu Hongjun stated with utmost seriousness. Brother Hongjun, I do not wish for a share. I just want to follow you into the mountains, as I am still quite inexperienced. Understanding comes with time. As long as you heed my commands, you will gradually learn. However, rest assured, if you accompany me into the mountains, you shall not labor in vain. If we succeed in our hunt, you will certainly receive your portion, Liu Hongjun asserted, effectively silencing Dashin's objections. Very well. Dashin ceased his argument. Let us proceed. Liu Hongjun handed the reins of Huangzhong to Dashin. Brother Dashin, where are we headed? Dashin, excitement evident on his face, inquired as he followed Liu Hongjun. We are off to Erdaegu to investigate. Just moments ago, Mao Tsai's wife mentioned that a herd of wild boars has appeared at the rocky beach, Liu Hongjun replied. Erdaegu is a modest stream that flows from deep within the mountains, traversing the entire range, with sentai constructed along its path. The area around the rocky beach of Erdaegu boasts a grove of wild jujubes and a meadow, thus teeming with wildlife. The game seems to replenish rapidly, rendering the hunt seemingly endless. This explains why Liu Hongjun only provided Mao Tsai's wife with a single pig's leg, even if she hadn't mentioned it. He would still have ventured to Erdaegu. Once inside the mountains, Liu Hongjun untied the rope from Pear Blossom, allowing her to roam freely. Dashin mimicked his actions and released Huangzhong. Pear Blossom glanced back at Liu Hongjun, let out a couple of barks, and dashed ahead. As Pear Blossom sprinted off, Huangzhong followed closely behind, traversing the mountain path. Today's primary objective is not to hunt wild boars. Rather, it is to train the dogs. Dragging the dog is a term used in training hunting dogs, which can involve either a person dragging the dog or the dog dragging itself. When a person drags the dog, the hunter brings the dog into the mountains to train it in tracking prey, recognizing scents, and surrounding game. Prior to entering the mountains, the dog should not be fully fed. It should be only partially satisfied. After capturing prey, a small amount of food is provided each time. Over time, the dog learns that to be rewarded with meat, it must enter the mountains, where the meat awaits. Once inside, after feasting on wild boar, roe deer, large game, and bear meat, the dog will remember the scents of these quarry. On subsequent excursions, they will instinctively seek out these targets. Dragging a dog by a person is more intricate, while letting dogs drag one another is far simpler. At this moment, Liu Hongjun is employing the latter method to train Huangzhong. Pear Blossom, an experienced lead dog, will guide Huangzhong, enabling him to quickly learn the art of hunting. The lead dog is essentially the one that takes charge. Within the mountains, any dog that actively seeks out prey is regarded as the lead dog. Those dogs that prefer to follow others rather than seek out prey independently tend to join in the attack when the lead dog strikes. The lead dog must possess not only cunning and ferocity, but, more importantly, an exceptional sense of smell and the ability to cover great distances. The term sense of smell, or scenting, refers to a dog's olfactory prowess, which can vary in quality. A dog that can detect scents from afar is naturally considered superior. Moreover, there are distinctions within scenting itself, namely head-down scent and head-up scent. Head-down scent refers to hunting dogs that track prey by following footprints and the lingering scents on vegetation. In contrast, dogs that employ head-up scenting are truly remarkable. They can detect prey from the air and pursue it accordingly. Consequently, a lead dog with head-up scenting capabilities far surpasses one that relies on head-down scenting, though such exceptional dogs are rare, with the majority falling into the latter category. Liu Hongjun's father, who has hunted for over a decade, has only ever owned one lead dog with head-up scenting abilities. The distinction between head-up and head-down scenting is entirely a matter of innate talent, not a skill that can be cultivated through training. As Lihua runs ahead, she intermittently lowers her head to sniff around the grass, only to continue her forward motion. This indicates that Lihua is a head-down scenting lead dog. Huangzhong, closely trailing behind Lihua, mimics her actions, sniffing the surroundings, but to no avail. However, Huangzhong's consistent following of Lihua qualifies him as a commendable helper dog. Just as there exist myriad personalities among humans, there are an array of dog types as well. Some dogs enter the mountains, barking and running chaotically, which marks them as foolish. Others remain silent and follow their owners closely, characterized as clumsy. Yet another type is strong and robust, closely shadowing the lead dog. But when prey is encountered, they merely bark frantically from the sidelines without engaging in the chase. Such dogs are termed slackers. Although Huangzhong is young and making his first foray into the mountains, Liu Hongjun holds high hopes for him. Huangzhong's paws are notably sturdy, larger than those of similarly sized dogs, and he does not run or bark unnecessarily, indicating that he possesses the foundational qualities of a good hunting dog. His true potential will be revealed when he encounters prey. Ahead, Lihua does not abandon Liu Hongjun to run far off, but instead covers some distance before pausing to wait for him. This is not due to a lack of distance in their pursuit. Rather, it exemplifies the hallmark of a true hunting dog. A long tracking distance refers to the range at which a dog can follow prey, with exceptional hunting dogs capable of covering several miles. When there is no prey in sight, hunting dogs remain close to their owners. Suddenly, Lihua erupts into frenzied barking and darts off the mountain path toward a hollow. She has detected prey. Her barking serves to summon the other hunting dogs and signal to her owner. After Lihua bolts from the path, Huangzhong quickly follows suit, closely trailing her. "Keep up. Watch your step," Liu Hongjun calls out, removing his jacket and swiftly advancing along the ridge. In the mountainous terrain, one should refrain from attempting to descend the slope by taking a shortcut, as this may prove more exhausting and introduce a plethora of unforeseen dangers. The most prudent and least strenuous course of action is to traverse along the ridge, and upon reaching the desired location, descend the slope. Indeed, the mountains echoed this sentiment, as Liu Hongjun had already sprinted far along the ridge. Not long after, the sound of fervent barking erupted from the forest below the slope, indicating that the dogs had locked onto their prey. Liu Hongjun surveyed his surroundings and continued his descent along the ridge. Soon, he beheld the scene before him. A group of wild boars, numbering 6 or 7, were scattering in all directions. Lihua had set her sights on the largest sow, a formidable creature weighing over 300 pounds. In contrast, Lihua, weighing less than 100 pounds, appeared diminutive beside the massive sow. Nevertheless, she exhibited no trepidation as she charged forward, sinking her teeth into the sow's neck. Chapter 16. Entering the mountains to encircle. 5 wild boars. Liu Hongjun refrained from rushing forward, opting instead to observe the unfolding battle from halfway up the slope. Lihua darted to the side of the sow, delivering a swift bite to its neck. After biting, she promptly released her grip and evaded the sow's retaliatory head swing. Liu Hongjun silently praised her. Impressive. The wild boar's methods of attack were rather straightforward, a brutal charge or a head swing. While seemingly simple, these maneuvers possessed considerable force. A poorly timed evasion could result in a broken leg, with the tusks potentially inflicting grievous wounds. Should the dogs be attacked, such a blow could prove fatal. Lihua, seasoned in combat with wild boars, bit and then quickly withdrew, skillfully dodging the sow's head swing. As the sow turned, Lihua maneuvered behind it and targeted its hind leg, clamping down firmly and refusing to let go. Meanwhile, Huangzhong, who had been standing idly, suddenly sprang into action, biting down on the sow's ear. Fierce and determined, Huangzhong held fast to the ear of the wild boar. The 2 dogs, one on each side, effectively subdued the 300-pound sow. Biting the ear, a tactic known as hanging the clamp in hunting, proved effective. If 2 dogs could latch onto the ears of a wild boar, leaning their bodies against it, and thrusting their legs, they would secure the sow, rendering it incapable of escape. At this juncture, other dogs could advance to tear at it, or the hunters could step forward with knives, making the capture of the wild boar a mere formality. Liu Hongjun observed the largest sow being held fast by the two dogs and did not rush to intervene. Instead, he retrieved his rifle, the .56 mm, disengaged the safety, and began to take aim at the fleeing yellow-haired boar, methodically marking his targets. The distance from Liu Hongjun to the scene below was no more than 200 meters, and with an effective shooting range of 400 meters and a maximum range of 1,000 meters for the rifle, his marksmanship assured him of hitting his target with unwavering precision at this distance of just over 100 meters. Liu Hongjun raised his rifle, aiming at a wild boar slightly smaller than an old sow, a male boar. Bang! The bullet penetrated the boar's head just beside its ear, a spray of crimson erupting as the creature fell lifelessly to the ground without uttering a sound. Bang! Liu Hongjun took aim at a yellow-haired boar, approximately a year old, adorned with a coat of golden fur. Bang! Bang! One shot for each, precisely targeting their heads. He dispatched a boar comparable in size to the old sow, along with 3 yellow-haired ones. There remained a smaller female boar and several young yellow-haired ones, but Liu Hongjun chose to disregard them, allowing them to dart into the woods and escape. He secured the safety on his rifle and tucked it away, hastily descending the slope. At that moment, the old sow had managed to break free from the grips of Lihua and Huangzhong. However, she had not gone far before Huangzhong seized her by the rear, biting down on the soft flesh at the center of her backside. In agony, the old sow let out a wretched cry, collapsing onto the ground and nearly crushing Huangzhong beneath her weight. Fortunately, Huangzhong released his grip just in time. At this juncture, Lihua once again charged at the old sow, clamping her jaws onto the sow's ear. Huangzhong, unwilling to be outdone, latched onto the other ear. Liu Hongjun, witnessing this amusing spectacle, chuckled to himself, realizing they had effectively trapped the sow. As he approached, he drew his Type 54 pistol and, without allowing the old sow a moment to react, fired a shot at her head. The old sow fell, lifeless, before she could even emit a sound. Liu Hongjun chose to use the pistol not out of a desire to flaunt it, but because it was the most prudent option at that moment. With the old sow seated on the ground, flanked by Lihua and Huangzhong, he had to consider his approach carefully. A knife thrust from behind would prove difficult for a quick kill, and an advance from the front posed significant risks. Should the sow become frantic and charge, Liu Hongjun would have little time to evade. The speed and force of such a charge would be formidable, rendering the two dogs incapable of restraining her. Thus, employing the Type 54 pistol to aim for her head was the safest choice, alleviating any concern for the dog's safety. It was only then that Dashan arrived, panting heavily. His tardiness was not due to slowness, but rather Liu Hongjun's swift actions. After bleeding the sow, he proceeded to gut her, removing the entrails to feed the dogs. Liu Hongjun extracted the knife and handed it to Dashan, who appeared somewhat bewildered. "I've never done this before," he exclaimed. "Just watch and learn," Liu Hongjun replied, taking the knife back with an air of resignation. He bore no disappointment in Dashan. Everyone has a first time, and Liu Hongjun himself had been far less adept during his inaugural hunting experience. Approaching the old sow, he plunged the knife into her neck, slicing downwards to gut her and let the blood flow. He extracted the entrails, hanging the intestines from a tree, and divided the heart in half to feed Lihua and Huangzhong. Next, he moved to the male boar, flipping it over and methodically slicing into its neck, carefully working his way down. As customary, the intestines were hung from a tree. The hunters claimed this act was a tribute to the mountain deity, a long-standing tradition before embarking on a hunting expedition. In Liu Hongjun's perspective, however, the primary purpose of this practice was to facilitate bloodletting and to feed the dogs. Bloodletting was essential to prevent the blood from seeping into the meat. Once the prey succumbed, if not bled out promptly, the blood would permeate the flesh, rendering it foul and unpalatable. Furthermore, unwilling to waste prime meat on the dogs, they resorted to using the entrails instead. "Brother Hongjun, allow me to give it a try," Dasha interjected after observing Liu Hongjun perform the evisceration and bloodletting twice. "Very well, go ahead," Liu Hongjun replied, handing the knife to Dasha. On their first foray into the mountains, Liu Hongjun didn't intend to linger long. Having already taken 5 wild boars, it was time to return. He promptly fed the dogs, Lihua and Huangzhong, and guided Dasha in the evisceration of the remaining 3 boars. After securing Lihua and Huangzhong with a rope, He declared, "Let us head back." Brother Hongjun, are we returning already? Dasha expressed his disappointment, feeling that the adventure had barely begun. Today was merely a trial run to assess Huangzhong's capabilities. Now that we've tested it and bagged 5 boars, why not continue? Indeed, Dasha acquiesced, though still reluctant. It felt as though the journey had ended before it truly began. Come, let us venture into the mountains earlier tomorrow. Also, next time we go, we should equip ourselves with leg straps. Liu Hongjun concluded as he led Lihua and Huangzhong back home. Lihua, being an older dog, understood it was time to return once satiated, obediently making her way home. Huangzhong, however, shared Dasha's exuberance, frequently glancing back towards the mountains, still caught up in the thrill of the hunt. Brother Hongjun, shall we leave the wild boars here? Dasha inquired, glancing at the boars on the ground, addressing Liu Hongjun's retreating figure. Yes, leave them here. We shall have the captain arrange for someone to retrieve them. Liu Hongjun waved dismissively. Although none of the spoils belonged to him, there was an advantage to this arrangement. He need not worry about transporting the harvested game. Upon returning to the village, they fortuitously encountered Yang Guangfu. Uncle Yang, have you also been to the mountains? Why have you returned so swiftly? Yang Guangfu chuckled upon seeing Liu Hongjun's attire. Indeed, I bagged 5 wild boars, just over there by the rocky shore. Uncle Yang, could you arrange for someone to bring them back? Liu Hongjun replied. Good lad. Quite an efficient outing. You managed to secure 5 boars in such a short time? Yang Guangfu exclaimed, clapping Liu Hongjun on the shoulder with delight. Well, it was Mao Cai's wife who tipped me off about a herd of wild boars at the rocky shore. By the way, I promised her a hind leg of one of the boars, Liu Hongjun sheepishly admitted. Very well, I shall ensure she receives a hind leg. Yang Guangfu jovially agreed. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Yang Guangfu turned back towards the village to organize a team to retrieve the wild boars. Brother Hongjun, once those boars are brought back to the village, how will they be processed? The team will purchase them at a rate of 10 cents per pound, Liu Hongjun whispered. Glancing around. What are you exclaiming about? Keep your voice down. Liu Hongjun glared at Dasha, who, startled, quickly covered his mouth. At the price of merely a dime per pound, it was evident that this arrangement had been agreed upon by the group. And other hunters were also aware of the situation. However, this does not imply that every member of the village is privy to the details. At times, it is indeed more prudent to amass wealth in silence. Daxian did not return home, but instead accompanied Liu Hongjun to his residence. Liu Hongjun released Lihua and Huangzhong back into the dog enclosure. This time, there was no need to tether them. It had become apparent that they had acclimatized to the comforts of domestic life. Liu Hongjun replenished Lihua and Huangzhong's bowls with fresh water. Daxian sat on a stone bench, fiddling with a rifle. Upon entering the village, Liu Hongjun had already ejected the bullets from his gun, rendering it an empty firearm. Thus he paid Daxian little mind. After washing his hands, he poured Daxian a cup of tea, sweetened with a touch of sugar. We'll have a hearty stew with eggplant for lunch, Liu Hongjun cheerfully declared. No, Brother Hongjun, I shall return home to eat. Daxian reluctantly set down the rifle and replied. What time shall we venture into the mountains tomorrow? Early, at 5 o'clock. Liu Hongjun responded. Are we still hunting wild boar? It would be splendid to encounter a bear. Do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. I would rather pursue a large paw. We shall hunt whatever we encounter in the mountains, Liu Hongjun replied with a sidelong glance at Daxian. Liu Hongjun had always followed his father into the mountains, adhering to the belief that whatever game one encountered was a blessing from the mountain deities and should not be dismissed. Chapter 17. A group of educated youth arrives to lend a hand after exchanging a few more pleasantries. Daxian took his leave. Liu Hongjun proceeded to the backyard to harvest 2 eggplants. The backyard served as Liu Hongjun's vegetable garden, where he had personally cultivated a variety of produce, including eggplants, cucumbers, peppers, beans, and several other vegetables. Presently, only eggplants, peppers, cabbages, winter melons, and pumpkins remained. Observing the garden, he realized it was time to gather the remaining vegetables as frost had begun to settle in the evenings. If he delayed, they would spoil in the ground. If I am to cook, I shall do so. After all, I am the only one dining, so the timing is inconsequential. Liu Hongjun fetched some thorny branches to weave a basket and began to pick all the eggplants. Although they appeared unremarkable, upon closer inspection, he discovered a considerable quantity, filling 2 large baskets. He also gathered a substantial amount of peppers, over half a basketful. He unearthed more than 30 winter melons and 20 large pumpkins. A mound of cabbages awaited him, and from the already harvested beans, he managed to collect around 20 pounds, along with 50 pounds of older beans. The older beans were no longer edible due to their toxicity. However, the inner seeds remained a delicacy, whether added to soups or used to make sweet bean buns. They were quite delightful. Looking at the heaps and baskets brimming with assorted vegetables, Liu Hongjun felt a profound sense of accomplishment. After a moment of reflection, he bent down to lift 2 baskets of eggplants and headed toward the front yard, knowing these vegetables needed to be stored in the cellar. Had I known, I should have kept Daxian here. With his robust physique, he could have lent a hand, and a meal would be worth the effort. As I pondered, Lihua and Huangzhong simultaneously exclaimed, followed by Deshan's appearance at the door. "Brother Hongjun, Deshan, what brings you back again?" Liu Hongjun couldn't help but chuckle as he inquired. It's not just the Shandong folks who possess a peculiar way of speaking. Those with Shandong roots are equally distinctive. Well, we brought back the wild boar we hunted. Captain Yang asked me to inform you to head to the team office, Deshan said, a hint of excitement in his voice. All right, let me wash my face first. Liu Hongjun nodded in agreement. Is that so? Brother Hongjun, are you harvesting eggplants? Indeed. I have some free time, so I'll gather the vegetables from the backyard. Why didn't you mention that earlier? I could have helped you. Sure. When I return from the team office, lend me a hand. After fetching water from the water tank to wash his hands and face, he changed into a clean outfit. His hands, face, and clothes were covered in dirt from the work he had done earlier. Let us go. After changing, Liu Hongjun called out to Deshan and they headed out towards the team office. Liu Hongjun's home was not far from the office, merely 100 meters away. Along the way, they greeted villagers until they arrived at the village office. Hongjun has arrived. Perfect timing. You've brought back the wild boar. We'll weigh it immediately. Upon seeing Liu Hongjun enter, Yang Guangfu greeted him with a smile. His future son-in-law truly was remarkable. He had only spoken to him that morning. And in the span of a few hours, Liu had managed to bring back 5 wild boars. They were estimated to weigh around 800 or 900 pounds, equating to an earnings of $80 to $90 in just one morning. Truly worthy of being his chosen son-in-law. Uncle Yang, you can just arrange for someone to weigh it. Do you really think I don't trust you? Liu Hongjun replied with a polite smile. This production team is not solely my responsibility. It's better that you come by to oversee. Furthermore, there is something else I must discuss with you. I've heard that a bear has appeared near Eagle Cliff. When will you go and deal with it? Yang Guangfu pulled Liu Hongjun aside and whispered. That is simple. I'll set off at dawn tomorrow to take care of the bear, Liu Hongjun replied with a grin. His father-in-law had finally acknowledged his capabilities. Previously, when they spoke of hunting bears, he had been rather obstructive. Now, he was proactively sharing news of the bear. The term bear here specifically referred to a black bear, while bear paw referred to a brown bear. Should I inform Shengli to accompany you? No need. Deshan and I can handle it ourselves. All right, be careful, Yang Guangfu said, patting Liu Hongjun on the shoulder. At that moment, the accountant approached with the ledger. Captain Yang, Hongjun, the 5 wild boars weigh a total of 875 pounds. Would you like to take a look? Uncle Kai, do you think I wouldn't trust you? You've been our accountant for so many years. When have you ever made an error in the accounts? Liu Hongjun replied with a smile. That's right. I can't guarantee much, but I have never made a mistake in the books, Liu Kai said proudly regarding his expertise. This amounts to $87.50. Please count it. If everything is correct, sign here. Liu Kai presented a stack of cash to Liu Hongjun and requested his signature. Do you think I would doubt you? Liu Hongjun casually stuffed the money into his pocket and, following Su Yotsai's guidance, signed his name in the ledger. Uncle Yang, shall we continue hunting? After completing his signature, Liu Hongjun turned to Yang Guangfu and inquired. Of course, this is merely a handful of wild boars. Just keep hunting. I will purchase as much as you bring, Yang Guangfu declared with exuberance. His declaration of unlimited purchase was, in truth, merely an indication of his substantial demand, not an actual lack of limits. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching and the team's grain harvest concluded, they were soon to confront the obligation of paying public grain. Yang Guangfu's acquisition of wild boars was also a preemptive measure to facilitate smoother dealings when the time for grain submission arrived. Those at the grain station could be quite troublesome if proper relationships were not established beforehand, leading to potential hardships. A simple oversight in moisture content could leave one in dire straits. Most critically, in this era, the assessment of grain's moisture relied solely on the grain inspector's judgment, who would chew a few grains and determine their quality. Grain was essentially classified into 5 grades, And while the differences may seem negligible, a significant quantity could translate into substantial sums. Thus, astute production teams would devise ways to cultivate favorable relations with the grain station before each year's submission. Upon returning home with Dashin, Liu Hongjun retrieved the money he had just received, a total of 87 yuan and 50 cents, divided into 4 portions, equated to 21 yuan and 87 and a half cents for each. I'll give you 21 yuan and 88 cents, Liu Hongjun calculated, handing Dashin 2 large bills and an additional 1 yuan and 80 cents. He then turned to find 8 cents for Dashin. Brother Hongjun, I cannot accept this money. I hardly contributed today. Dashin protested, his hands clasped behind his back, shaking his head in refusal. Take it. This is the rule for hunting in the mountains. If you wish to accompany me on the hunt, we must adhere to the customs. Liu Hongjun insisted, his gaze firm. All right then. Dashin finally reached out to accept the money. That's the spirit. Only by following the rules can our brotherhood endure, Liu Hongjun remarked with a smile. A small team without established rules, relying solely on camaraderie, would find it difficult to thrive. As for the minor inconveniences of the moment, they were not worth dwelling upon. Entering the mountains together for the hunt was akin to going into battle, necessitating mutual trust. Those deemed untrustworthy would not be invited into the hunt. Hongjun. Is Hongjun home? Just as the money was divided, the voices of Lihua and Huangzhong rang out, accompanied by knocks at the door. Liu Hongjun rose and stepped outside. Here, he called. Zhou Weiguo, Wang Yuejin, Zhao Jianjun, Sun Lily, you've arrived. Come in. Liu Hongjun greeted warmly. Hongjun, I heard you hunted 5 wild boars. Impressive. Sun Lily exclaimed candidly. It was nothing much, just happened upon a small sounder of pigs. When will you take us into the mountains for a hunt? Zhou Weiguo asked. If you're looking for some meat, you can set a few traps outside. It's too perilous to venture into the mountains now. You'll be returning to the city soon, and it's not worth the risk, Liu Hongjun decisively declined. Zhou Weiguo and the others had asked Liu Hongjun multiple times to take them hunting, but he had consistently refused. In everyday interactions, everyone gets along well as friends. However, when it comes to venturing into the mountains for work, trust in them wanes. What city can we return to? Zhou Weiguo sighed. There are no work units to accept us, so returning to the city is utterly impossible. We came to your place to avoid witnessing the pretentiousness of Chao Xingyang and his ilk. They are simply insufferable, Sun Lily remarked indignantly. Honestly, I believe that since the government has already opened the door for returning to the city, there will inevitably be further changes ahead. Perhaps you will be able to return soon, Liu Hongjun offered in consolation. I doubt it, Zhou Weiguo replied skeptically. It's akin to a water leak. If you merely crack it open and neglect it, the breach will widen. Currently, the requirement is to have a work unit to accept us before we can return. But in a few months, there might be a new directive allowing all educated youth to come back. Let us hope for your optimistic words. Zhou Weiguo and the others said despondently. Liu Hongjun's words were not merely for comfort. He knew well that the conditions for returning to the city would soon change. Initially, one needed a work unit to return, but later, there would be no such prerequisites. This shift was spurred by the collective hunger strikes of many youth sent to the countryside. The authorities were wary of public unrest, compounded by nationwide land reforms and household production. The village, particularly, had little desire to retain these youth, with the exception of female educated youth, which would lead to a swift policy change allowing all educated youth to return to the city. Returning to the city without a job is less favorable than remaining in the countryside. At least there's land to cultivate, ensuring a meal, Wang Yuejin pragmatically stated. Wang Yuejin was a man of practicality, having worked diligently. In his previous life, he had remained in the countryside, rooted in Yushitan, marrying a local woman, and later thrived by trading mountain goods and medicinal herbs. Eventually, he purchased a home in the city and brought his wife and children to live with him. The government will surely find a solution. This is beyond our concern. When the time comes, a path will emerge, Liu Hongjun said with a smile, adding, just in time for your arrival, you can help me with some work, and I will treat you to dinner tonight. What kind of work? Chapter 18. Work, meat, and wine. Help me carry the vegetables to the cellar, and then slice the eggplants to dry. Liu Hongjun explained. Eggplants are not easy to preserve. They must be processed into dried eggplant. You can slice them or cut them into strips, blanch them in boiling water, and then dry them. This way, we can enjoy eggplant throughout the winter. All right, we'll help you with the work, but you must provide wine and meat for dinner. Sun Lily responded eagerly. Absolutely. Liu Hongjun agreed readily. Brother Hongjun, I'll head home for lunch first, then come back to help. Dashin said somewhat shyly. Why go back? I haven't eaten either. Stay here and eat with us. Afterward, we can work. Liu Hongjun laughed. He had initially intended to collect the vegetables and store them in the cellar before having lunch. However, he was summoned to the team office by his future father-in-law, and by the time he returned, it was already 2 in the afternoon without having had lunch yet. Have you eaten? Would you like to join us for a bite? Liu Hongjun inquired, looking at Zhou Weiguo and the others. We have eaten. You need not concern yourself with us. Zhou Weiguo and others waved their hands dismissively. Very well, you may enjoy yourselves here for a while. I shall go prepare the meal. Liu Hongjun replied, turning to exit the room and make his way to the kitchen. He took a handful of flour and began kneading the dough. Brother Hongjun, what are you making? Do you need my assistance? Dashin inquired, following him outside. Observing Liu Hongjun as he worked the dough, he found it difficult to engage in conversation with the educated youth, as they seemed to lack common ground for discussion. Please fetch me a scallion. Let us prepare a simple scallion noodle dish. Liu Hongjun instructed, continuing his kneading. All right. Dashin turned to search for the scallion. It's in the backyard. Liu Hongjun called after him. Understood. Dashin responded, heading towards the backyard. Liu Hongjun worked swiftly by the time Dashin returned. The dough was fully kneaded. He grasped the rolling pin and flattened the dough into sheets. Sprinkling a little flour atop, he folded it. Then took a knife and began slicing with rhythmic precision, the sound of the blade striking the cutting board ringing out. Finally, with a flick of his wrist, he transformed the layered dough into evenly cut noodles. Beholding his handiwork, a satisfied smile crept across Liu Hongjun's face. After decades away from the kitchen, he was pleasantly surprised that his culinary skills had not diminished. From a young age, he had learned to cook, and by the time he was 15 or 16, he had surpassed his father in culinary prowess, taking on the majority of the cooking responsibilities at home. Whether it was stir-frying, steaming buns, making dumplings, or cutting noodles, he was adept at it all. However, after marrying Yang Qiuyan, he had not set foot in the kitchen again. As he gazed at the freshly cut noodles, his thoughts wandered back to his previous life and the blissful days post-marriage, a faint smile gracing his lips. Brother Hongjun, I have prepared the scallions. Dashin announced. Hand them over. Liu Hongjun received the chopped scallions and swiftly diced them into finer pieces. He then lit the stove, scooping a spoonful of lard to heat the pan. Liu Hongjun intended to make stir-fried noodles. Adding a fried egg would elevate the dish to a luxury in this era. In the army, only the ill were afforded such delicacies, and in rural areas, only postpartum women had the privilege to indulge. Red Army, your culinary skills are truly impressive. I can already smell the aroma from the house. Zhou Weiguo and the others emerged, admiring the freshly served stir-fried noodles. Not too shabby. I've honed my skills through trial and error since childhood, Liu Hongjun replied with a grin. After placing the noodles on a stone table, he retrieved several pickled cucumbers from the jar, rinsing them before setting them down beside the noodles. What are you still lingering for? Hurry and eat. We need our strength for work. Liu Hongjun cheerfully beckoned Dashin. Brother Hongjun, this is simply marvelous. Dashin exclaimed, swallowing hard. This is just the beginning. Stick with me, and I promise you'll enjoy stir-fried noodles every day until you can't take it anymore. Liu Hongjun declared with a burst of enthusiasm. Really? Dashin gazed at Liu Hongjun in disbelief. Eating stir-fried noodles every day until one was full. What kind of life would that be? Even the former landlords would not have dared to claim such a privilege. Dashin, Hongjun is a capable man, if you work diligently alongside him. Stir-fried noodles will be the least of your worries. Zhou Weiguo chuckled. Indeed, I am determined to diligently follow Brother Hongjun. Dashin nodded vigorously. After speaking, feeling somewhat informal, he added, Brother Hongjun, from now on, I shall heed your command. Whatever you instruct me to do, I shall comply. Zhou Weiguo and the others gazed at Dashin with envy, wishing to accompany Liu Hongjun into the mountains for the encirclement. However, despite expressing their desires several times, Liu Hongjun had consistently refused to take them along. Zhou Weiguo understood that Liu Hongjun did not trust them. Having resided in Yushitan for 3 to 4 years, they were well aware of the customary practices involved in the encirclement. Yet, to follow Liu Hongjun's orders as obediently as Dashin did was something they could not sincerely commit to. After finishing their meal, everyone pitched in to transport winter melons, pumpkins, cabbages, and other storable vegetables to the cellar, and then commenced the preparation of dried eggplant. Liu Hongjun and Zhou Weiguo were tasked with cutting the eggplants into strips. While Dashin tended the fire, Sun Lily blanched the eggplant strips, and Wang Yuejin along with Zhao Jianjun carried the blanched strips outside to dry. Being young, they worked swiftly, completing the task by mid-afternoon, even though Liu Hongjun had taken a moment to attend to a few patients and prepare their medicine. Brother Hongjun, what should we do with the green beans? Should we blanch and dry them too? Sun Lily inquired. No, that small amount is not worth the effort. Each of you can take a little home to eliminate them, Liu Hongjun replied with a smile. About 10 jin of green beans was an awkward quantity. Drying them would be inefficient due to their scarcity. Eating them alone would be excessive, so he decided to simply give them to Zhou Weigua and the others. Then we shall not hold back. Zhou Weigua laughed. The vegetable garden for the educated youth was shared among many, comparable in size to Liu Hongjun's personal garden. However, with over a dozen individuals sharing the same plot, it felt significantly smaller. The vegetables grown barely sufficed for summer and autumn, leading to a persistent shortage for the educated youth, who had to purchase vegetables from other villagers each winter. After their labors, Liu Hongjun prepared water infused with a bit of sugar for them. He then descended into the cellar to retrieve 2 pieces of salted meat. The method of preserving meat in the northeast differs from that in the south. Here, it is salted rather than air-dried. He cut the meat into uniform strips, washed them thoroughly, and drained the water. Heating a pot, he added salt, Sichuan pepper, star anise, and dried chili peppers. Saute them until the salt turned slightly yellow before removing it from heat. He then massaged the hot salt into the meat, ensuring it permeated thoroughly. Layering the meat into a jar, he sprinkled some white liquor between the layers to enhance the flavor. After sealing the jar, he allowed it to marinate for 7 days. It was best to store it in the cellar, where the temperature was consistently low. After 7 days, he pierced the marinated pork belly and hung it in a cool, ventilated area to dry for another week. Once dried, it could be stored back in the jar for an extended period, easily retrieved whenever desired. However, this method of making salted meat was not something an average household could manage. In this era, ordinary families often find it a challenge to enjoy meat even once a month, let alone engage in the preparation of cured meat. It is only in the households of Liu Hongjun and some hunters from Qitian that one might find the creation of such delicacies. As hunters, they receive the finest and most abundant portions of meat. Despite the inherent dangers of their profession, hunting in the mountains is a vocation that many admire. Each year, numerous hunters may perish in the wilderness, yet the allure of becoming a hunter continues to draw many aspiring individuals. Unfortunately, the path to becoming a hunter is not one that is easily accessible. Mentorship is typically reserved for family, passed down from father to son or brother to brother. Liu Hongjun, it must be you. Your family has never known a shortage of meat. The sight of the cured meat brought a glimmer to the eyes of those present. Although they had indulged in meat during the recent autumn harvest, in this age, no amount seems sufficient. Such is the singular advantage of being a hunter. Liu Hongjun placed the cured meat into a basin, preparing to wash it. Allow me. How can a man like you take on such tasks? Sun Lily stepped forward, eager to assume the cooking duties. All right then, I shall enjoy a ready meal tonight. Liu Hongjun replied with a smile. Sun Lily, though not strikingly beautiful, was certainly above average, possessing well-defined features. Her amiable personality shone through, characterized by the straightforwardness and cheerfulness typical of northern folk. Most importantly, Sun Lily held commendable values, making her a desirable choice among many villagers for the role of a daughter-in-law. Standing at 1.7 meters tall with an appealing figure, she was particularly admired for her curvaceous form, which, as the village elders would say, made her a promising candidate for childbearing. Thus, many took an interest in her. Yet Sun Lily remained discerning. In her previous life, Sun Lily returned to the city in 1979, initially without employment. She took on temporary work in the streets and later ventured into individual entrepreneurship after the market reforms. Eventually, she became a thriving businesswoman. Traversing between the domestic market and the borders with Russia, she found a partner in a government employee. While he may not have held a prominent position or a bright future, he was honest and dependable. By the time Liu Hongjun was reborn, Sun Lily had already amassed a fortune, gracefully stepping back from her business to care for her grandson, leading a blissful life. Liu Hongjun's knowledge of her circumstances was due to a serendipitous encounter after his military service, where he and Sun Lily found common ground in their conversations, and he offered her significant assistance. Hongjun, do you truly believe we have a chance to return? Wang Yuejin asked, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Absolutely. If by next year you are still not allowed to return, I shall take you with me into the mountains to hunt, and you can be my little subordinates." Liu Hongjun replied with a grin. "Really? If we cannot return to the city next year, you'll lead us into the mountains?" Wang Yuejin exclaimed with excitement. "Indeed, I keep my promises, provided that once we enter the mountains, you heed my commands," Liu Hongjun affirmed with a nod. Chapter 19. The Dog Egg Quartet enters the mountains to hunt the bear. "Without a doubt, once we are in the mountains, we will follow your lead," Wang Yuejin declared confidently. Immediately, he chuckled and remarked, "Red Army, why not allow me to accompany you into the mountains to gather supplies? After all, I find myself with little to do these days, merely idling away the hours." "How can you say there's nothing to do? This season is ideal for foraging in the mountains. The wild walnuts and soft jujubes are ripe for the picking. If you don't seize the opportunity now, how will you survive the winter?" Liu Hongjun replied with a smile, shaking his head. "Foraging yields far less profit than gathering." "You are mistaken. The fruits of foraging belong solely to you, while the spoils of gathering are not entirely yours. Observe the recent days when our team has been collecting wild livestock for immediate cash, as there is a pressing need to present gifts. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, such fortunate circumstances will cease. As long as we remain a collective, the wild livestock we catch will be deemed communal property. The greatest advantage of gathering lies in the distribution of meat, especially the finer cuts. It's not as beneficial as foraging," Liu Hongjun explained, shaking his head. "Currently, in Taiping Valley, among the 18 hamlets, there are few hunters capable of maintaining 4 dogs. Most have only 1 or 2. Why is that? They simply cannot afford more. Catching a black bear yields personal gain from its gallbladder, which can fetch a handsome sum. Yet, how many bears can one find? Most hunters may not even catch a single one in a year. Not every hunter possesses the skills of Liu Hongjun. The majority are content with hunting wild boars and foolish roe deer. In the event of encountering a bear, one would be uncertain of who is the real prey." Liu Hongjun spoke the truth. "Tomorrow, I shall venture into the mountains to gather mushrooms, wild walnuts, pine nuts, and other forest treasures. Who among you wishes to join?" Zhou Weiguo inquired. "I shall go. So shall I. Count me in." Sun Lily, busy in the kitchen preparing a meal, overheard the mention of foraging and immediately poked her head out, calling out, "Invite more people. There is an abundance of forest goods in the mountains, and with more hands, we'll ensure safety. Indeed. By the way, if you wish to forage, join me early tomorrow morning. I shall lead you to a splendid location. It is typically unvisited, and the bounty there surpasses that of other places," Liu Hongjun suddenly recalled, grinning. "Is it safe if no one goes there?" Zhao Jianjun asked. "You need not worry. There is but one bear in the vicinity of Eagle Cliff. Tomorrow, I shall deal with it, and you may gather to your heart's content. Furthermore, I will be nearby to monitor any developments and can return swiftly if needed," Liu Hongjun assured them with a smile. Beneath Eagle Cliff lies a thicket of mixed woods. An excellent spot for foraging, brimming with treasures like blueberries, goji berries, soft jujubes, wild walnuts, and mountain pears. There are also plentiful mushrooms and woodier fungi. In previous years, everyone would venture to Eagle Cliff for foraging, but this year, the presence of a bear has deterred them. Liu Hongjun's suggestion serves to create a time advantage. After he deals with the bear, the others can gather their forest goods without competing with the village's women. By the time news spreads back to the village, Zhou Weiguo and his companions will have ample time to fill their bags with treasures. That sounds splendid. Red Army, what time shall you enter the mountains tomorrow? At 5 in the morning. Wait for me at the stone bridge on the western hillside, Liu Hongjun replied. His willingness to take these educated youth on mountain excursions stemmed from a desire to cultivate goodwill and establish connections. In his previous life, Liu Hongjun had enjoyed a camaraderie with them, driven purely by temperament and instinct. In this current existence, however, his interactions with these young individuals bore a hint of utilitarianism. Isn't this the essence of adulthood? It can be viewed as a strategic move. Though he may not require their assistance, his offspring might benefit from it in the future. In his past life, most of the educated youth from Yushitan fared well. Although they did not reach the heights of billionaires like Sun Lily, they still amassed considerable wealth or embarked on promising political careers, ultimately becoming departmental leaders. For instance, Zhao Jianjun retired as the mayor of a certain city, while Wang Yedong became a notable entrepreneur, establishing a successful real estate enterprise that ranked among the top 3 in their locality. However, this fellow was quite the character. Having married 3 wives and keeping a talented cook at home, there is a certain thrill in perceiving the trajectories of others' lives. Son Lily was quite efficient in the kitchen. Before long, she had prepared dinner, which included braised pork with eggplant and 3 additional dishes, totaling 4. Liu Hongjun first fed Lihua and Huangzhong before washing his hands and retrieving 2 bottles of beta huang. The mountains were still nearby as the 6 of them settled on the Kong, exchanging drinks and indulging in their meal. Their conversation revolved around returning to the city and Liu Hongjun's hunting ventures in the mountains. Several educated youths had been in Yushitan for a number of years and were filled with curiosity about the hunting trips. Yet, no one was willing to take them into the mountains. These young individuals were fearless, particularly the first batch, who would take on any challenge if given the means. If you want to take us, we shall venture forth on our own. A few of them conspired to hunt in the mountains, stealing 2 rifles from the militia and setting off. Tragically, of the 4 youths, 2 met their demise, 3 died on the spot, while the 4th was discovered by the militia searching for them and was rescued. Unfortunately, upon arrival at the forest hospital, he succumbed to his injuries. These unfortunate souls crossed paths with a mother bear, which is considered the most perilous encounter. In autumn, bears are preoccupied with fattening themselves and typically do not attack humans unless provoked, particularly if they are with cubs. In this instance, they had shot at a cub, wounding it. This enraged the mother bear, who swiftly killed 1 youth with a single swipe, then dispatched another with similar ferocity, before sitting atop one and mauling him. The remaining 2 did not escape either. Despite the bear's seemingly leisurely demeanor, it could move with astonishing speed when necessary. As a consequence of this incident, the secretary of Yushitan, the team leader, and the militia captain all faced repercussions, with the militia captain being directly apprehended for losing his weapon. It was during this time that Qian Shengli ascended to the position of militia captain. At that time, the incident did not only involve Yushitan. The entire production team in the mountainous regions of northeast China experienced similar troubles due to the reckless ventures of the educated youths into the mountains. It was only after lives were lost that these youths learned to behave, refraining from venturing into the mountains to hunt. Zhou Weiguo and Liu Hongjun discussed these matters, not truly expecting any assistance from Liu, but rather seeking the company of a familiar individual to unburden their frustrations. Liu Hongjun was more than willing to listen. For in this era devoid of television and modern mobile phones, particularly at his age, the days were uneventful, and the nights even more so. Meanwhile, when Liu Hongjun hosted the educated youths at his home, the group consisting of Godin and Ernuzzi heard rumors that a bear had descended from the Eagle Cliff. During this period, the 4 members of Godin's group had been relatively well-behaved, refraining from causing trouble and instead setting traps to catch prey, which they sold for liquor rather than reporting to the team. Upon hearing about the bear, they conferred, wondering how Liu Hongjun could hunt a bear while they could not manage a mere bear cub. The 4 of them possessed firearms, not mere semi-automatics, but double-barreled shotguns. In addition to their guns, they had 4 dogs, 1 yellow, 1 blue, and 2 black, all mixed breeds of wolfhounds. After deliberation, they concluded that with 2 double-barreled shotguns and 4 dogs, their odds did not seem entirely secure. Ultimately, they decided that Ernuzzi would be the one to approach Qian Shengli for the loan of a dog. Both Ernuzzi and Sanlazi shared the surname Qian, and Qian Shengli was their paternal uncle, maintaining a relatively close relationship. Outside Qian Shengli's courtyard, Godin and Xiqiang patiently waited with the 4 hunting dogs. After some time, they finally spotted Ernuzzi and Sanlazi emerging from Qian Shengli's home. Just as they were about to speak, they noticed that both men were empty-handed. Godin was taken aback and quickly inquired, "Ernuzzi, where are the dogs?" Neither Ernuzzi nor Sanlazi responded. Instead, they took a rope from Godin's hand and began leading the blue dog westward. This blue dog was also a mixed breed, but not one controlled by hunters. It was a cross between a wolf and a local dog, weighing around 50 pounds. Observing Ernuzzi's silence, Godin turned to Sanlazi and asked, "Sanlazi, where are the dogs?" Sanlazi remained mute as he grabbed a rope from Xiqiang, leading a black dog in pursuit of Ernuzzi. Godin was perplexed, questioning the unusual situation and wondering if they had all taken leave of their senses. "Let us go. It seems they didn't manage to borrow any," he remarked to Xiqiang. "What do you mean they didn't borrow any?" Xiqiang queried, puzzled, as they had borrowed dogs from Qian Shengli numerous times without issue in the past. Godin and Xiqiang hastened to catch up with Ernuzzi and Sanlazi, exclaiming, "What is wrong with you 2? You look as if you've lost your father. What else could it be? When we mentioned going to Eagle Cliff to hunt the bear cub, not only did he refuse to lend us the dogs, but our uncle also scolded us, claiming we were being reckless. He nearly sent us home, Ernuzzi finally explained. How could we possibly be reckless? Godin retorted defiantly. Exactly. If Liu Hongjun can hunt a bear, what is wrong with us hunting a bear cub? Sichang chimed in. This time, we must confront the bear, making it clear to everyone that we are no less than Liu Hongjun. The trio expressed their disdain. Unable to confront Liu Hongjun directly, they redirected their frustrations towards the bear, intending to demonstrate to the villagers who looked down upon them that they were just as capable as Liu Hongjun. The 4 members of the dog-egg team, with their dogs in tow, ventured into the mountains, determined not to let go of their leashes. Along the way, the yellow dog barked several times, struggling to break free from Dog-Egg's grip, yet he clung on tightly, pressing further into the wilderness. The dog's behavior indicated the presence of prey or traces left behind, but the quartet remained resolute. Their objective today was unequivocal, to seek out the bear. Chapter 20. The dog-egg team proceeds to hunt the bear. It was not due to the low value of wild boar meat, nor was it solely because bears are precious. Indeed, bears are valuable, with every part considered a treasure. The bear's paw and meat require no elaboration. Bear fat is unrivaled for cooking. Even in winter, a pancake fried in bear fat left in the snow remains soft, even at 40 degrees below zero. Moreover, bear meat and fat fetch a higher price than wild boar when brought down the mountain. More importantly, bears possess many valuable components. The bear's nose, when dried and ground, can be consumed with yellow wine to treat epilepsy. The bear's kneecap, known as faux tiger bone, is used for treating rheumatism. Bear fat is also a precious tonic. The most valuable, however, is the bear bile. In this era, a single bear bile can fetch 500 to 600 at a supply and marketing cooperative or pharmacy. If it is of superior quality, it may even reach 1,000. Their expedition into the mountains was no longer merely for profit, but rather to reclaim their dignity. They sought to prove to the entire village that they were equally capable as Liu Hongjun. If he could hunt a bear, so could they. The dog-egg team's purpose was clear, to hunt the bear and prove their worth to the entire village. Thus, despite the head dog, the yellow dog, barking several times, Dog-Egg remained steadfast in his hold. He was unaware of what the yellow dog had sensed, perhaps a wild boar, a roe deer, or even a badger. Of course, it could also be a bear, though the chances were slim. The captain had mentioned bears at Eagle Cliff, and many had witnessed them. The 4 men, each leading a dog, arrived at Eagle Cliff. Dog-Egg unfastened the tether from the yellow dog's neck, prompting it to begin sniffing the surroundings incessantly. Gradually, the yellow dog headed northwest, with the others trailing behind. At that moment, the yellow dog took off running, yet Dog-Egg and the others remained unhurried. They knew their own dog well. The yellow dog would not stray beyond 3 miles. Indeed, after a short sprint, the yellow dog returned to reunite with the dog-egg team before dashing off once more. The region around Eagle Cliff is quite extensive, encompassing a hilly area with a radius of 1,000 meters, surrounded by dense forests and overgrown vegetation. At that time, it was merely stated that a bear had been spotted at Eagle Cliff, without specifying the exact location. They could only rely on the yellow dog to search for the bear. Thus, back and forth they went until it was past 3 in the afternoon. The 4 dogs were scattered around, resting, while Dog-Egg and his companions sat beneath a large tree, munching on the flatbreads they had brought from home. At this moment, Dog-Egg sighed and remarked, "Even if we find it, I fear we won't be able to contain it. It's all Uncle's fault." San Lizzie interjected, "Today, we still can't borrow the dog." Aaron Yozai quickly pulled San Lizzie back, fearing that if this reached Qian Shungli's ears, they would be in for trouble. Dog-Egg swallowed the last bite of his flatbread, glanced at his 3 good brothers, and said, "Everyone, stay alert today. If things go awry, we should withdraw." Upon hearing this, Aaron Yozai and the others were taken aback. Hadn't they just agreed to capture the bear and prove that they were no less capable than Liu Hongjun? Why were they already speaking despondently without having even seen the bear? Isn't it just a dog? Sichang scoffed, "As long as our dog can find the bear, I can take it down with a single shot." Dog-Egg remained silent, rising from the ground and whistling. The 4 dogs, previously resting, sprang to attention. With a wave of his hand, the yellow dog dashed forward, displaying an impressive demeanor reminiscent of a good hunting dog. The other 3 dogs trailed behind the yellow dog, leisurely meandering and occasionally darting into the grass to catch grasshoppers. "I'll go ahead. You all prepare your knives before following." Dog-Egg, embodying the demeanor of a leader, instructed Aaron Yozai and the others before shouldering his rifle and moving ahead. Aaron Yozai and San Lizzie obediently complied. with Aaron Yozai and San Lizi retrieving their knives and searching for suitable small trees to fashion them into sticks for their knives. Si Chong removed his double-barreled shotgun from his shoulder, holding it at the ready. The four men and their dogs roamed beneath Eagle Cliff until around 4 in the afternoon, when a series of barks suddenly erupted ahead. "Quickly!" Dog Egg exclaimed with joy, his voice booming as he unslung his shotgun. Dog Egg's weapon was a 16-gauge single-barreled shotgun fitted with a semi-automatic barrel, firing 7.62 millimeters ammunition. However, this gun could not fire continuously. After each shot, he had to eject the spent cartridge and reload a fresh round. Dog Egg cocked the gun, produced 3 rounds from his pocket, loaded 1 into the chamber, and held the remaining 2 in his hand. Securing the gun, he swiftly made his way towards the ridge, with Aaron Yozai, San Lizi, and Si Chong hastily following. The 4 hunting dogs led the way, while Dog Egg and Si Chong walked in the middle, with Aaron Yozai and San Lizi trailing behind. Upon reaching the ridge, beneath a large poplar tree adorned with clusters of blueberries, they spotted a bear squatting there, greedily gorging on the berries, oblivious to the barking dogs behind it. Meanwhile, Dog Egg's yellow dog sprinted towards it, barking excitedly. It is a call to fellow companions. This is the role of the lead dog. Do not be deceived by the apparent docility of this yellow dog. It possesses a fierce spirit. Upon spotting the bear, it dashed towards the tree where the creature stood. However, as it approached within 3 meters of the bear, it abruptly halted, then swiftly retreated, barking furiously at the bear. Typically, whether it be a wild boar or a bear, the instinctive reaction upon seeing a dog is to flee. This is indeed true. Even if they are significantly larger than the dog, they will still run away. Those who frequently traverse the mountains know that when encountering a bear, it generally does not initiate an attack. A mere distant knocking on a tree to create noise will often suffice to send the bear scurrying away. However, there are 3 circumstances under which a bear may charge at a human. First, if a bear and a person come within 10 meters of one another, the bear will surely attack. This is known as a preemptive strike. Second, a mother bear with her cubs will aggressively protect them, demonstrating the instinctive fierceness of maternal care. In the animal kingdom, there exists a notion that while females are typically gentle, they become formidable when defending their young. This applies not only to bears but to many animals that become more dangerous when accompanied by their offspring, with the exception of wild boars. Third, an injured bear is exceedingly perilous. Although this particular bear is not injured, it falls into the second category, as it is a mother bear with cubs. Amidst the barking of the dog, a cub weighing around 40 to 50 pounds emerged from the underbrush, calling out to its mother in fear. The once calm and feeding mother bear suddenly rose upright, emitting a fearsome roar that echoed through the forest, accompanied by the rustling of branches, creating an even more terrifying atmosphere. Upon hearing the bear's roar, the 4 companions, instead of feeling exhilarated, experienced a chilling sensation run down their spines. Who had suggested they come to confront a bear? After the bear's roar, it crouched low to the ground, its hefty body surprisingly agile, akin to a rotund figure in the bustling city, and in an instant, it lunged towards the yellow dog, swiping at it with its powerful paw. The yellow dog deftly dodged, causing the bear to miss, but then it stood upright again, executing a swift upward swipe. The yellow dog evaded once more, barking urgently for its companions to assist. At the sound of its call, 2 black dogs and 1 blue dog arrived at the scene, encircling the bear. The bear let out another thunderous roar, charging directly at the black dog in front of it, which quickly sidestepped. Seizing the opportunity, the yellow dog leapt forward and sank its teeth into the bear's hind leg. Despite being bitten from behind, the bear remained unperturbed. Unlike wild boars, it wielded its forelimbs with the dexterity of a human arm and retaliated with a swift counterswipe. The bear's claw struck with lightning speed, catching the yellow dog off guard. In the wild, the bear thrives on its thick skin, robust flesh, and sharp claws and teeth. The yellow dog, still inexperienced, would never dare to bite the body of the bear. The bear was covered in thick fur, rendering the dog's bites ineffective. Only 2 vulnerable areas existed. One was the rear, and the other was the posterior, which differed between male and female bears. Those were the critical spots. Previously, Qian Shengli's dog had managed to sink its teeth into a bear's rear, nearly causing it to drop its weapon. The yellow dog was caught by the bear's swift turn, its sharp claws piercing into the flesh. In agony, the yellow dog let out a mournful howl, releasing its grip and struggling in vain against the bear's claws. The bear's paws bore sharp claws that, unlike those of felines, did not retract. Once they latched onto the dog, they dug deep into its flesh. The bear yanked the yellow dog closer, and with its other paw, it struck down upon the dog, exerting tremendous effort. The yellow dog finally broke free from the bear's grasp, but before it could evade, another paw came crashing down upon it. The impact sent the dog sprawling several meters away, where it landed with a pitiful cry, its limbs twitching helplessly. The blow had fractured the dog's spine, exposing white bone through the torn skin and fur, while blood oozed from the wounds. This yellow dog was gravely injured, although it had not succumbed to death yet. Its time was limited. It was noted that the likelihood of injury for dogs during a bear hunt was significantly higher than during a wild boar hunt. In a bear hunt, the massive bear's paw could cause devastating harm with just one strike. Chapter 21. The dog team enters the mountains to hunt the bear wolf. Woof, woof. The three dogs, blinded by fury, encircled the bear, barking incessantly while launching their attack. Under ordinary circumstances, the bear would have fled. Survival instinct takes precedence over hunger. However, this was a mother bear with cubs. In a frenzy to protect her young, she resolved to eliminate any threat posed by the dogs or humans encroaching upon her territory. Just as Dog Dan had anticipated, his four dogs were unable to contain this mother bear, especially in her enraged state. The bear suddenly reared up on its hind legs. Its massive paws raised defensively before its chest, warily observing the three dogs that surrounded it. At that moment, the blue dog lunged forward, and the bear retaliated with a powerful strike, sending the blue dog flying. It fell to the ground, howling in pain, unable to rise. The blow had shattered the dog's lower back. With the cries of distress echoing, the two black dogs charged at the bear from either side. The bear first struck with its right paw, catching one black dog effortlessly. As it crouched down, it pinned the black dog beneath it with a crushing weight. The black dog let out a heart-wrenching scream, soiling itself in despair, yet it was utterly powerless to escape from beneath the bear's formidable bulk. The bear, with a swift motion of its left paw, seized another black dog and, bringing it before itself, opened its massive maw to deliver a fatal bite. A sickening crack echoed as the dog's neck was severed. Just then, the sharp report of a gunshot rang out. Dog Dan ascended the hillock, witnessing the tragic fate of his dog in the jaws of the bear. Suppressing his rage, he raised his firearm and fired at the beast. After the shot, he hastily reloaded his weapon, paying no heed to the outcome of his aim. Although he missed the bear, the sudden noise startled it, further inciting the wrath of the mother bear, which let out a furious roar. As Dog Dan hastily loaded the bullets, he barely managed to close his gun when he heard another thunderous roar. The mother bear, now frenzied, charged at him with alarming speed. In a powerful leap, she sprang forward, covering over 3 meters in an instant, landing on all fours and closing in on Dog Dan with unrelenting ferocity. The bear was now less than 3 meters away, and Dog Dan could smell the foul odor emanating from it. Faced with such a terrifying sight, his courage faltered, and he abandoned thoughts of proving himself to be as capable as Liu Hongjun. He turned and fled. An experienced hunter would know better than to run in a straight line in such perilous circumstances. They would seek refuge behind a sturdy tree. However, Dog Dan had no such experience. Despite bearing the title of a hunter, he had ventured into the mountains only a few times, primarily setting traps or pilfering from others' snares. As the bear lunged at him, it was too late for Dog Dan to escape. The moment he turned, the bear's claw caught him on the back, shredding his clothing and leaving 5 deep gashes across his skin. Overcome with pain, he summoned every ounce of strength to break free, momentarily distancing himself from the bear. Fortunately, his companions did not abandon him. The remaining 3 members of the group demonstrated their loyalty. 2 knives emerged from behind the bear, striking its flanks. The pain caused the bear to pivot, snapping the wooden sticks of the knives. It then turned its fury towards Ernyozi, sending him and San Lizi fleeing in terror, while the others hastily dragged Dog Dan down the slope. They tumbled and stumbled until they reached the foot of the hill, realizing they had lost their firearms somewhere along the way. Without daring to pause, they caught their breath briefly and continued to run. Only after escaping the confines of Eagle Cliff did they feel safe enough to rest. After a considerable wait, Ernyozi and San Lizi finally arrived, panting heavily. These men, accustomed to evading pursuers, quickly coordinated their efforts and managed to evade the bear's pursuit. It was fortunate that the bear was accompanied by its cub, which prevented it from straying far from its offspring, thus allowing Ernyozi and San Lizi to escape with relative ease. Regarding the 4 dogs, They had been left behind on the mountain. After catching their breath for a while, Ernyozi and San Lizi fashioned a makeshift stretcher upon which Dog Dan lay, while Ernyozi and San Lizi carried him down the mountain. As for Si Chong, he hobbled along behind them, leaning on a wooden stick. The gun that Dog Dan had lost, along with the 4 half-conscious dogs on the mountain, were no longer a concern. Liu Hongjun was at home, enjoying drinks and conversation with Zhou Jiangwo and others, when he heard barking outside. He slipped on his shoes and stepped into the yard. Is Brother Hongjun home? Someone called at the door. Yes, Liu Hongjun replied. Then, a crowd rushed in. Brother Hongjun, please help save Dog Dan, pleaded Dog Dan's father. What is the situation? Liu Hongjun inquired, glancing at Dog Dan on the stretcher. Alas, these 4 fools went to Eagle Cliff to hunt a bear, but instead of catching one, Dog Dan got scratched by it. Qian Xingli interjected angrily. It turned out that after the quartet descended from the mountain, they were too afraid to approach Liu Hongjun directly for treatment, so Ernyozi and the others brought Dog Dan back home. Dog Dan's father was brave enough to come, yet he was anxious after having offended Liu Hongjun recently. He feared that if he approached Liu Hongjun directly, he might refuse to help. Thus, he decided to bring Qian Xingli along to speak on their behalf. Quickly, take him inside, Liu Hongjun commanded after a brief examination. These individuals were clearly overthinking matters. Even if the quartet had come to him, he would have offered his assistance. What is done is done. Liu Hongjun resolved not to make things difficult for them. If there were grievances, they should be settled directly without lingering animosities. Once inside the West Room, Liu Hongjun inspected the injuries closely. It was indeed a grim sight. 5 deep lacerations, each about half a centimeter deep. Fortunately, Dog Dan had been wearing thick clothing. Otherwise, it would have been far worse. Had the bear's claws struck directly, there would have been no need for rescue, just a village feast and mourning. Thankfully, Ernyozi and the others had managed to grab some dirt and sprinkle it on the wounds, staunching the bleeding. Otherwise, with such injuries, the blood loss alone could have warranted a village gathering. In summary, Dog Dan was fortunate. Liu Hongjun retrieved some alcohol and, using cotton, meticulously cleaned the wounds. Dog Dan howled in pain. Bear with it. There is dirt embedded in your wounds that must be cleaned out, or you risk tetanus. Especially since bear claws carry numerous bacteria. If I don't cleanse it thoroughly, even if I save you today, who knows what might happen later. Liu Hongjun continued to tend to the wounds while instructing Ernyozi and the others to hold Dog Dan down. Liu Hongjun was intentionally making Dog Dan endure some discomfort. Otherwise, he could have alleviated the pain with acupuncture but chose not to, opting instead to scrub the wounds with alcohol-soaked cotton. After a while, he poured alcohol directly onto the wounds, rinsing them while continuing to clean. This procedure lasted for quite some time until the wounds were finally sanitized. As for Dog Dan, he had long since lost consciousness from the pain. Subsequently, Liu Hongjun retrieved some catgut and a suturing needle to begin stitching Dog Dan's wounds. In our little town, we don't have anesthetics, so the wounds must be stitched up. You will have to endure it, he remarked. Liu Hongjun specifically instructed a few words before commencing the suturing process. The dog, who had just fainted from pain, was roused once more by the sharp sting of the needle. Those observing nearby felt a pang of sympathy for the poor creature, urging him to bite down on something to prevent him from injuring his tongue. Liu Hongjun, finally noticing, gave directions to Ernyozi, who was holding the dog down. Fortunately, Liu Hongjun worked swiftly, completing the 5 stitches with remarkable efficiency. He then administered a dose of penicillin, saying, I'll prepare a few herbal remedies to prevent tetanus. Administer 1 dose at a time, 3 times a day. Furthermore, he added, he needs some nourishment, as he has lost quite a bit of blood. Turning back, Liu Hongjun prepared several doses of Yuzhen powder for the dog. Thank you, Brother Hongjun. The dog's father expressed his gratitude repeatedly. There's no need for thanks. Just refrain from kicking my door next time. Liu Hongjun replied with a faint smile. Absolutely not. If this scoundrel dares to kick your door again, you ought to teach him a lesson. By the way, how much do I owe you? 5 yuan should suffice. The alcohol and cotton were used quite extensively. Liu Hongjun chuckled. That's not much at all. The dog's father quickly retrieved the money. The quantity of alcohol and cotton used was evident to all. Indeed, they had consumed nearly 2 kilograms of alcohol, and there was a considerable heap of cotton strewn about. Witnessing this, they felt a pang of sympathy. However, Liu Hongjun made a valid point. If the wound was not properly cleaned, there was a risk of tetanus or some other infection. After all, what was more important than the lives of the villagers? Amidst the father's profuse thanks, Ernyozi carried the injured dog away. Qian Xingli did not follow them out. Brother Xingli, we are in the midst of drinking. Why not join us for a bit more? Liu Hongjun invited. I'll pass. I just had a drink at home. Xingli replied. Are you heading into the mountains tomorrow to hunt the bear? Indeed. However, it's hard to say, with the ruckus caused by the dog. The bear may no longer be at Eagle Cliff. Do you need me to accompany you? Qian Xingli casually inquired, immediately regretting it, fearing that joining Liu Hongjun might suggest an intent to share the spoils. Last time they ventured into the mountains to hunt bears, he had arrived too late, only to find the bear already dispatched while he waited idly for his share. This time, he dreaded a repeat of that experience. If you have the time, then let us go together. The same arrangement as before. Liu Hongjun, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. Bear gallbladders were not particularly valuable during this season, mostly consisting of grass gall, and thus Liu Hongjun saw no issue. Moreover, Qian Xingli proved to be a reliable partner, allowing Liu Hongjun to entrust his safety to him. Chapter 22. Liu Hongjun enters the mountains to hunt the bear. These four scoundrels approached me at noon, seeking to borrow my dog to hunt the bear, and I reprimanded them, refusing to lend them a dog. Little did I expect them to possess such audacity, taking their 4 hound dogs to hunt the bear. Qian Xingli, in a fit of frustration, recounted the incident of the dog's injury. Liu Hongjun secretly admired their fearless ignorance. The quartet, although they fancied themselves as hunters, possessed no real hunting skills, having only learned a bit about setting traps from their elders. In everyday life, one rarely takes the time to earnestly train their dogs, instead opting to indulge in the thrill of pilfering the achievements of others. Despite having acquired 4 dogs, they have not ventured into the mountains for an extended period, and as Qian Xingli aptly remarked, they have devolved into mere mutts. Should Liu Hongjun witness the performance of those 4 dogs, he would undoubtedly lament the squandered potential of such fine creatures. Qian Xingli did not linger long. After discussing their meeting point for the following day with Liu Hongjun, he took his leave. The next day, at the break of dawn, Liu Hongjun rose promptly at 4 o'clock. After dressing, he prepared dog food for his 6 pups, which included 2 wolf cubs, though for clarity, we shall refer to them simply as the 6 pups from now on. He also fed Pear Blossom and Huangzhong before commencing with breakfast. Liu Hongjun prepared a simple meal of noodles, accompanied by 2 fried eggs and a small serving of pickled vegetables. It was only after finishing breakfast that he secured his leg bindings and slung his hunting rifle over his shoulder. Upon seeing Liu Hongjun's attire, Pear Blossom and Huangzhong, having just finished their meal, became instantly animated, spinning in circles within their enclosure, occasionally barking at Liu Hongjun. This is the mark of a good hunting dog. The sight of a hunt ignites their excitement. Liu Hongjun unlatched the dog enclosure, entered, and secured the 2 dogs with leashes, leading them out into the yard. With the autumn harvest now complete, the village was quieter, and he encountered only one early riser, an elderly bachelor collecting manure. As they approached the stone bridge just beyond the village's western edge, Pear Blossom suddenly barked twice. Soon, Liu Hongjun spotted Qian Xingli and Deshan, each guiding 2 dogs. Waiting on the bridge, Liu Hongjun approached with his dogs. The 6 pups gathered, sniffing each other in a silent greeting. Hongjun is here. Qian Xingli nodded toward Liu Hongjun and inquired. Brother Hongjun, Deshan exclaimed, his face bright with excitement. You all arrived quite early. Liu Hongjun greeted the 2 with a smile. We just got here too, Qian Xingli replied. Brother Hongjun, shall we head directly to Eagle Cliff today? Deshan asked. Indeed. We must wait for Zhou Weigua and the others. They are joining us today, Liu Hongjun responded, primarily addressing Qian Xingli. While Deshan was already aware of Liu Hongjun's plan to take the educated youth into the mountains. You intend to take the educated youth into the mountains for the hunt? Qian Xingli could not help but frown in inquiry. They will not be partaking in the hunt. Instead, I will take them to collect herbs near Eagle Cliff. After we deal with the bear, they can gather there, as the area is rich in resources. Ah. Qian Xingli nodded in understanding. The decision not to involve the educated youth in the hunt was a consensus among the 18 nearby settlements. Not out of stinginess, but from a concern for potential mishaps that they could not afford to bear. There had indeed been fatalities in the past, as previously mentioned. As the 3 conversed, the 6 dogs continued their silent communication, sniffing each other intimately. After waiting for approximately 3 or 4 minutes, Zhou Weigua and a group of 7 or 8 others hurriedly arrived at the stone bridge. Hongjun, they heard about it and insisted on coming along. I couldn't very well stop them, Zhou Weigua quickly explained upon seeing Liu Hongjun. No worries. Liu Hongjun surveyed the surroundings. Noting that aside from the 3 educated youth who had confirmed their return to the city this year, the rest had arrived. He addressed the group with a serious tone, laying down the rules. While venturing into the mountains, they must heed his commands. I do not wish to claim any of your findings. My only requirement is your obedience. Should anyone defy my instructions, I shall not hesitate to respond harshly. Though it is impractical to abandon you in the mountains, I can certainly administer a thorough beating. Liu's expression remained stern as he continued. When I permit you to forage, only then may you disperse. Otherwise, you are to remain within 20 meters of me. If you feel incapable of complying, now is the time to return. His voice resonated with authority. We understand. We will follow your lead. The collective response echoed back. Liu Hongjun's demeanor remained unyielding as he commanded them to stand tall. Qian Xingli observed from the side, his respect for Liu Hongjun growing. This young man was clearly a natural leader, wasted by not joining the military. Now that we are all in agreement, let us proceed. Everyone, follow closely behind me. Liu waved his hand and, with Lihua and Huangzhong leading the way, they headed towards the Eagle Cliff in the western mountains. Qian Xingli found himself instinctively following Liu's directives, accompanied by Dashan and their dog. Throughout the journey, Lihua and Heihu called out several times. Yet Liu Hongjun paid them no mind. Though Lihua and Heihu had likely detected potential prey, Liu remained uncertain of what it was, thus choosing to ignore them. Their primary objective for the day was the bear at Eagle Cliff. All other matters would be addressed afterward. Zhou Weiguo and 7 or 8 others closely trailed Liu Hongjun, refraining from conversation. They were well aware of Liu's prowess in combat. Upon their arrival, some of the educated youth had faced his wrath for their insubordination. The crucial point was that in this place, there was no recourse for grievances. The production team would not intervene, and the commune would first demand an explanation for the punishment, potentially leading to further reprimand. Upon reaching Eagle Cliff, Liu Hongjun finally unfastened the tether from Lihua and Huangzhong. Qian Xingli and Dashan similarly released Heihu and its 3 offspring from their restraints. Lihua eagerly sniffed the ground, darting forward, while Heihu lifted its head to scent the air before also racing ahead. Huangzhong closely followed Lihua, with Dashan's dogs trailing behind Heihu. Brother Xingli, I didn't notice last time, but your Heihu has quite the nose, Liu Hongjun remarked, giving Qian Xingli a thumbs up. Not bad. Although it doesn't cover much ground, only about 7 to 8 miles, Qian Xingli replied nonchalantly. Liu Hongjun felt inclined to admonish him, cautioning him against arrogance. For such pretentiousness often invites misfortune. As Qian Xingli ventured into the forest with Heihu, Liu instructed Zhou Weiguo, stay close and forage in this vicinity. Do not wander off. He then pursued Lihua into the woods, reassured that the absence of their earlier calls indicated the area was devoid of any wild animals. Not far into their run, they spotted Heihu and Lihua standing beneath a crooked poplar, calling out to Liu Hongjun and Qian Xingli. Beneath the poplar lay the scattered remains of 4 dogs. After their demise, the bodies had been gnawed upon by some creature during the night, leaving only 4 heaps of remains. Such wretched creatures. Upon seeing the dogs discarded here, ravaged by wild beasts, Qian Xingli's face flushed with anger as he muttered a curse. Indeed, this gun must belong to the Dog's Eggs group, which they lost yesterday. Liu Hongjun held an additional single-barreled modified shotgun in his hands, recently discovered along the way. Uncle Xingli, Brother Hongjun, there are traces of blood here. Dashan noticed a new development. Liu Hongjun approached to scrutinize the area further before speaking. This must have been left by a bear. Yesterday, Uzai mentioned that he and Sanlazy had each stabbed the bear. Look, there are 2 broken sticks lying here. I concur. Qian Xingli nodded in agreement. With a sharp whistle, Liu Hongjun summoned Lihua, who immediately dashed over, followed closely by Heihu. Liu Hongjun pointed at the bloodstains on the ground and commanded Lihua, sniff. Lihua promptly approached the blood, sniffed it, then scanned the surroundings before sprinting off in a particular direction. Heihu, too, sniffed the ground, lifted his head to scent the air, barked a few times, and bolted after Lihua in the same direction. Herein lies the advantage of scenting high. Although Lihua was adept at tracking, he could not match Heihu's speed. Dashan, dig a pit to bury those 4 dogs. Qian Xingli had already followed Heihu off, and Liu Hongjun hastily instructed, then followed suit. As he crawled through the thickets ahead, he discovered another small but distinct pool of blood. Lihua lowered his head to sniff nearby, and then charged off in a certain direction, while Heihu had already surged ahead. The second contest between the 2 lead dogs ended once more with Lihua's defeat. Yet, this did not imply that Lihua was not a good lead dog. It merely indicated that scenting low was less expedient than scenting high when seeking prey. Scenting high is a natural gift, one that cannot be cultivated through training. Huangzhong and the 3 black dogs followed the 2 lead dogs in pursuit. Liu Hongjun detached his gun, loaded the cartridge into the chamber, and disengaged the safety. Brother Xingli, I'll lead the way. You follow behind. I'll take the shot, and if I miss, you can finish it. Indeed, Qian Xingli, a seasoned hunter, understood that the earlier performance of the lead dogs indicated they had detected prey. While responding, he readied his own gun, loading the bullets. Seeing that Qian Xingli had agreed, Liu Hongjun dashed forward, with Qian Xingli trailing closely behind. After crossing 2 gullies, they arrived at a rocky expanse. As Liu Hongjun ascended the rise, he heard a cacophony of barking and the anguished cries of the bear ahead. The rocky area, also known as the Blind Ruckus Pond, was strewn with disordered stones, interspersed with overgrown weeds. Howling, an anguished roar of a beast erupted amidst the rocky shore, reverberating through the surroundings. A flurry of birds took flight from the nearby woods, while several rabbits darted out from the underbrush, hastily fleeing into the distance. One rabbit, in its frantic dash, failed to discern its path and collided headlong with a large stone, tumbling over onto the ground. Chapter 23. Liu Hongjun enters the mountains to hunt the blind bear. Liu Hongjun was momentarily taken aback by this sudden scene, particularly by the audacious rabbit. How brave it was. While its ancestors may have collided with trees, this one dared to crash into a stone. Liu Hongjun's attention soon shifted to the haunting cries of the blind bear. The sound was chilling, imbued with a blend of rage and sorrow that sent a shiver coursing down his spine, wrapping around his neck and swiftly ascending to his face. In that fleeting moment, Liu Hongjun felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. At this juncture, approximately 600 or 700 meters ahead, a spectacle unfolded. A white, a yellow, and 4 black hunting dogs encircled a blind bear. Nearby, a small bear cub, merely 2 or 3 months old, cried out in distress, torn between fleeing and the desire to assist its mother, yet held back by fear. This blind bear was the very one encountered by the dog yesterday. However, it exuded none of the former bravado. This was not solely due to its injured flanks, but also because the dogs it faced today differed from those of yesterday. The 6 dogs did not rush blindly to attack. Instead, they maintained their distance, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. As the blind bear rose to assault the dog named Pear Blossom, the black dog, Black Tiger, seized the chance to lunge forward and sank its teeth into the bear's rear, then swiftly retreated. When the bear turned to retaliate against Black Tiger, Pear Blossom leapt up and bit the bear on the nose, mirroring the same strategy of evasion. If the blind bear could articulate its frustration, it would surely exclaim, "You dogs are utterly relentless." The anguished cries Liu Hongjun had just heard from the bear were born from the pain of its rear and nose being bitten. As previously noted, the bear's thick fur acted as armor. The dogs could inflict no real damage, and any attempt to bite elsewhere would invite counterattacks from the bear. Black Tiger and Pear Blossom were both seasoned hunters, instinctively avoiding other vulnerable areas of the bear. Notably, Black Tiger favored the rear, a common weak point across all creatures. Dogs have their habits. For instance, if a dog first bites a prey's ear, it will likely continue to target that area. Black Tiger's preferred target was the rear, while Pear Blossom's favored spots remained less discernible, as it seemed to attack a broader range. The rear, ears, and nose all bore witness to its strikes. As Liu Hongjun observed, he beheld the 6 dogs surrounding the blind bear, barking furiously. At this moment, the blind bear had plopped down onto the ground. Its paws crossed protectively over its chest, warily scrutinizing the 6 dogs before it. At a distance of 600 to 700 meters, Liu Hongjun spotted the bear and realized that even if he did not intervene today, the creature would not survive the winter. The previous day, Ernyozi and San Lizi had plunged 2 knives into the bear, which were still embedded in its flesh. At that moment, Liu Hongjun observed a black dog leap onto the bear's back, sinking its teeth into one of its ears. Before the bear could react, another black dog rushed forward and seized the other ear. Following this, Lihua jumped up and bit the bear's left foreleg, with Huangzhong swiftly following suit to bite the right foreleg. Then, Heihu leapt towards the bear's neck. This provoked the bear, which let out a furious roar, stood upright, and violently shook off the 5 attacking dogs. Witnessing this scene, Liu Hongjun hastily advanced while raising his gun and aiming. Just as the bear stood up and flung the dogs away, it provided another black dog with an opportunity. Seizing the moment, the dog charged in, biting the bear's rear end before retreating, causing the bear to emit a chilling cry and sit down defensively. At this moment, the bear noticed Liu Hongjun approaching. Upon seeing him, the bear's fury ignited, its inner rage flaring as it let out a high-pitched roar and charged towards Liu Hongjun. The bear possessed a certain intelligence. It understood that humans were the source of its suffering and therefore prioritized attacking the man before it. The bear, with no intention of retreating, surged forward relentlessly. Observing the bear's advance, Lihua and Huangzhong grew anxious, chasing after it from behind and clamping onto its legs. Heihu, accompanied by the other 3 dogs, also charged in, biting the bear's forelimbs, while one dog leapt onto the bear's back, gripping its neck. However, the collective assault of the 5 dogs did little to hinder the bear's momentum. It continued its charge towards Liu Hongjun, undeterred. As Liu Hongjun and the bear drew closer, it successfully shook off the dog clinging to its back. Liu Hongjun decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound of the gun echoed, and blood mist erupted from the back of the bear's head. The semi-automatic rifle, firing 7.62mm rounds, delivered a fatal blow, causing the bear to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Liu Hongjun confidently stowed his gun, engaged the safety, slung it over his back, and drew his knife. The sound of the gunfire served as a command for the hunting dogs, who rushed eagerly towards the fallen bear, tearing into it with fervor. At that moment, Qian Shengli finally arrived, breathless, standing beside Liu Hongjun. He gazed at the motionless bear on the ground and the 6 dogs fiercely tearing into it, realizing he had arrived too late once again. As Liu Hongjun approached with a knife in hand, Qian Shengli intercepted him, saying, "Let me handle this." Qian Shengli understood that if such gruesome tasks as eviscerating a bear were assigned to Liu Hongjun, he would lose all face when entering the mountains with him in the future. Be careful, the bear's vitality is remarkably resilient. Liu Hongjun did not contest this, merely offering a word of caution. He had witnessed firsthand the tenacity of bears. He had seen one, its face nearly obliterated, still clinging to life. Nevertheless, he remained confident in his marksmanship. His previous shot had penetrated the bear's eye and exited through the back of its skull, rendering its brain matter a mere pulp. There was no chance it could survive. Still, caution is the mother of safety. Understood, responded Qian Shengli, an experienced hunter himself, who recognized the bear's vigorous vitality. With the knife in hand, he cautiously approached the bear, maintaining a distance of 3 or 4 meters to observe it closely, only advancing to eviscerate it once he was certain it was deceased. Qian Shengli stepped forward, first shooing away the 6 dogs, and then grasped the bear's forelimbs, exerting force to roll the creature over. Despite appearing to lag behind Liu Hongjun in their ventures into the mountains, Qian Shengli was indeed skilled, possessing considerable strength. He effortlessly flipped the 300 to 400-pound bear. Then, with the knife, he made an incision below the bear's throat, slicing downward. After eviscerating the bear, Qian Shengli carefully severed the bear's heart and lungs, delicately extracting the gallbladder. This gallbladder was green and roughly the size of 2 fists. He inserted the knife into the ground beside the bear, cradled the gallbladder in one hand, and retrieved a white cloth pouch from his pocket, carefully placing the gallbladder inside. As Liu Hongjun approached, Qian Shengli handed him the gallbladder, saying, "Here is the gallbladder, it's a grass gall." Indeed, at this season, most are grass galls. Liu Hongjun replied as he took the small pouch, weighed it in his hand, and then stowed it in his backpack. This expedition was primarily under his leadership, so naturally, the gallbladder would be his to keep and later distribute upon their descent. Distinguishing between grass and copper galls was straightforward. One could discern them by color. Green indicated a grass gall, while a yellowish hue signified a copper gall. "Brother Shengli, let us divide this gallbladder into 6 parts. I'll take 3, you'll take 2, and Daxian will receive 1. "Agreed. There is no issue with your distribution. Brother Hongjun." Qian Shengli nodded in affirmation. According to the customary rules of hunting, a share was allotted for each person and 1 for the lead dog. However, since Liu Hongjun had dispatched the bear, he deserved an additional share. "Brother Hongjun, how should we feed the dogs?" Qian Shengli inquired. "Feed them until they are half full." "All right," Qian Shengli acknowledged, turning back to the bear. He picked up the knife once more and extracted the bear's entrails, placing them upon a nearby rock. Then, taking a step back, he closed his eyes and silently recited a prayer. "Great mountain god, bless us. May our dogs and we return home safely." After paying his respects to the mountain deity, Qian Shengli began to slice the bear's flesh to feed the 6 dogs. Naturally, the lead dogs, Black Tiger and Pear Blossom, were prioritized. He divided the first piece of meat in half and tossed it to each of them. Subsequently, they proceeded to feed Huangzhong and Erhe, and Sanhe with the remains. While Qian Shengli was paying respects to the mountain deity and feeding the dogs, Liu Hongjun was not idle either. There was a bear cub nearby. Upon witnessing the death of its mother, the bear cub let out a pitiful cry and scurried away, its little legs moving quite swiftly. However, it was ultimately no match for Liu Hongjun's speed. Before the cub could reach the woods, Liu Hongjun caught up to it. Seizing the scruff of its neck and lifting it effortlessly, Liu Hongjun did not slay the tiny bear. It was far too young, its worth negligible, and its meat scant. It was better to raise it. Having already nurtured 2 wolf cubs, he saw no harm in adding 1 more bear cub to his care. Upon returning with the bear cub in hand, Qian Shengli had already skillfully removed the bear's nose, paw pads, and claws, some of the most valuable parts of the bear. Accepting the bear's nose and paw pads that Qian Shengli handed over, Liu Hongjun said nothing and simply stowed them in his backpack. The 4 bear paws were tied together by Qian Shengli with a rope and slung over his shoulders. As for the bear meat, they decided to leave it there for the production team to send someone to retrieve it later. This was considered work for the production team, thus sparing them the effort of hauling it back themselves. Besides, with the bear weighing over 300 pounds, nearly 400, they could not manage to carry it back. The bear cub emitted a tender whine. "You caught a bear cub?" Qian Shengli then noticed Liu Hongjun holding the small creature. "Indeed, the mother bear has been slain by us. This little cub cannot survive alone, so it is perfect to take back and raise," Liu Hongjun replied with a smile. "Can it really be raised?" Qian Shengli inquired. "Of course. Bears are omnivorous. A bit of sweet potato, pumpkin, and sorghum flour will suffice. Far easier than raising pigs." Liu Hongjun reassured him. He continued, "Brother Shengli, it's rather cumbersome for me to hold it. Could you please help me tie it up with a dog leash?" "Certainly." Qian Shengli responded, retrieving a dog leash and forming a double loop knot to secure the bear cub tightly. Hongjun, Uncle Shengli." At that moment, a voice echoed from a distance. It was Deshan. After burying the 4 dogs, he had followed their trail and approached. "Over here," Liu Hongjun called out loudly in response. Before long, Deshan came racing toward them. Upon seeing 2 bear paws hanging from Qian Shengli's chest, Deshan, perceptive as he was, stepped forward eagerly. "Uncle Shengli, let me carry those." Without hesitation, Qian Shengli handed all 4 bear paws to Deshan. Given that Deshan was learning to hunt alongside Liu Hongjun, it was only right for him to receive a share of the spoils. Allowing him to contribute more was only fair. Just then, Liu Hongjun suddenly heard an unusual noise emanating from the pile of rocks behind them. He then spotted Lihua and He darting past them. In an instant, Liu Hongjun shrugged his shoulders, pulling his gun into his hands, disengaging the safety, and alertly scanning the area behind him. Qian Shengli, noticing the commotion as well, raised his own gun, directing it toward the rocky terrain. A shadow flickered in the chaos of the stones. The rocky terrain severely limited the dogs' movements as 6 of them stumbled and dashed across the uneven ground. Yet, a yellow shadow moved with unfettered agility, racing over the rocks and darting into the underbrush with remarkable speed. At first glance, it appeared eerie, reminiscent of a ghostly figure flitting through a film. When the yellow shadow reappeared atop a stone, Qian Shengli finally discerned its nature and gasped, "A tiger cub." Bang! Alongside his exclamation, the sharp crack of a gunshot rang out. A burst of crimson erupted as the recently spotted tiger cub fell from the rocks into the grass, never to be seen again. Meanwhile, Lihua and He arrived at the very spot where the tiger cub had vanished, letting out a cacophony of frantic barks. "Whoa!" Liu Hongjun quickly whistled, calling Lihua and He back, while he rushed forward. A tiger cub's pelt was worth no less than 1,000 yuan. And if the dogs were to take even a single bite, the loss could amount to 200 yuan, equivalent to the annual earnings of a robust laborer from their production team. Before long, Liu Hongjun returned, carrying a lynx weighing around 40 to 50 pounds. In the local dialect, the term for tiger cub actually referred to the lynx. Due to its resemblance to a young tiger, the lynx was colloquially dubbed a tiger cub. "What a magnificent tiger cub!" Daxiang exclaimed in awe. "What excellent marksmanship!" Qian Shengli remarked, astonished, as he gave Liu Hongjun a thumbs up. His praise was not mere flattery. In that fleeting moment, Liu Hongjun had not only tracked the lynx's movements and anticipated its actions, but had also managed to land a precise shot directly on its head. Remarkably, the bullet struck its eye, ensuring that the pelt would be intact and thus command the highest market price. Daxiang, cut some meat for the dogs. Let's feed them well. Liu Hongjun smiled modestly before instructing Daxiang. Brother Hongjun, are we not continuing the hunt? Daxiang asked, puzzled. You silly boy, we've already taken a tiger cub. What more do we need to hunt? Qian Shengli chuckled, then added earnestly, remember, as a hunter, the greatest taboo is greed. Today, we have already bagged a bear and a tiger cub. Our haul is substantial. Continuing the hunt would be sheer avarice. Always keep in mind, hunters perish from greed. Understood. Although Daxiang did not fully grasp the hunting ethics, he nodded sincerely, drew his knife, and began slicing strips of bear meat from the bear's belly to feed the 6 dogs. Once Daxiang had finished feeding the dogs, the 3 of them began their journey back. Liu Hongjun carried the bear cub, Daxiang bore the lynx, while Qian Shengli and Liu Hongjun each carried 2 bear paws. The well-fed dogs were now quiet, trotting ahead of the trio, no longer pursuing any new prey. It is often said that during a hunt, dogs should not be fed to satisfaction, a reflex cultivated over years of hunting. Experienced hunting dogs understand one fundamental truth. A full belly means it's time to return home. Once their master has fed them, it signals that the hunt is over. The 3 individuals returned to the location where they had initially parted ways with Zhou Weiguo and several others. Zhou Weiguo and the 7 or 8 young intellectuals were obediently foraging in the vicinity, gathering wild produce, as the area was abundant with such offerings. Red Army, you have returned. Did you manage to confront the bear? Zhou Weiguo greeted Liu Hongjun with a smile, quickly noticing the cub held in Liu's hand, along with the bear paw slung across his back, and then spotting the lynx on the mountain. Is this a lynx? Zhou Weiguo asked, astonished. Is that a bear cub? Wang Yuejin exclaimed. At first glance, the little bear cub resembled a small black dog, which is why bears are colloquially referred to as dog bears. Wang Yuejin remained silent, and Zhou Weiguo scarcely noticed him. Indeed, after confronting the bear, we happened upon a mother bear with her cub, so we captured the little one. Then, we encountered a lynx and took it down effortlessly. Liu Hongjun recounted with a light-hearted chuckle. Zhou Weiguo was momentarily at a loss for words. Did they truly just take down a bear and then a lynx in the span of an hour? Although they did not engage in hunting, they had spent many years in Yushitan and had heard tales of the lynx, often referred to as tiger cubs. It was a fierce creature, one that could overpower 2 or 3 dogs. If this were to happen in later times, Zhou Weiguo would undoubtedly jest. How could one be so nonchalant about such feats? Please continue foraging. We shall return to summon others to carry the bear. Liu Hongjun called out, preparing to descend the mountain. We are nearly finished as well. There is an abundance of goods here. We will fill a sack shortly. Let's descend together. Sun Lily interjected. Given the dangers that lurked in the mountains, they did not dare to linger alone. In the past, they had always accompanied villagers on foraging trips, but today, with Liu Hongjun nearby, they felt emboldened. Now that he intended to descend, they naturally followed suit. Having filled our bags is no exaggeration, she added. Very well, we shall wait for you momentarily, and then descend together. Liu Hongjun replied, tugging on the leash, causing the trembling bear cub to stand there, bewildered. The young cub, having lost its mother, was utterly unprepared to navigate the wilderness and lacked the capacity to resist Liu Hongjun. It could only submit to Liu's lead, surrounded by 6 large dogs that prevented it from even daring to whimper. Red Army, I have gathered a great many sour jujubes. Would you like some? Sun Lily approached, carrying her sack. Sun Lily had grown adept, capable of shouldering such a substantial sack with ease. This demonstrated that the notion of urban dwellers being incapable of agricultural labor was unfounded. When pushed to their limits, they proved to be formidable. She placed the sack before Liu Hongjun, unveiling her bounty. Why is it that you have only gathered sour jujubes? You mustn't consume too many of these. When you return with the villagers, ensure you gather more wild walnuts, hazelnuts, and chanterelles, Liu Hongjun advised, tossing a handful of sour jujubes to the little bear cub crouching at his feet. No wonder Sun Lily can carry a whole bag of mountain goods. She must have harvested soft kiwi fruit. The soft kiwi fruit, scientifically known as Actinidia eriantha, is rich in nutrients and is an exquisite fruit. In later generations, this fruit is quite expensive, and many regions cultivate it specifically. However, in this era, such a delicacy holds little value here, and villagers rarely pick it. They usually gather just a small amount to satisfy their children's cravings. At this moment, Zhou Weiguo, Wang Yuerong, and a group of young intellectuals approached, each lugging a sack. You aren't all carrying soft kiwi fruit, are you? Liu Hongjun inquired, eyeing the shape of the sacks. Indeed, there are so many soft kiwi fruits over here. All of them are soft kiwi fruits. Zhou Weigua gestured enthusiastically. All right then, soft kiwi fruits, when dried, make for delightful winter snacks. Let us head back first, and later you can follow the villagers into the mountains. Liu Hongjun said, choosing not to elaborate further. The group descended the mountain in high spirits, with Zhou Weigua and his companions wielding a few sticks, pairing up to carry them behind Liu Hongjun. Where did you gather so many mountain goods? Upon entering the village, some villagers noticed the 7 or 8 individuals with their numerous sacks and immediately approached with curiosity. Brother Xingli, did you go hunting in the mountains? One woman exclaimed. My goodness, such a large bear paw. Did you take down the bear from Eagle Cliff? Liu Hongjun responded to their inquiries as he made his way home. The little dog Hongjun is holding looks remarkably like a bear cub, someone remarked belatedly. Now that you mention it, it does resemble a little bear cub. What do you mean resemble? It's definitely a bear cub. Duan Chang'an, who lagged behind, chimed in. His words instantly sparked a lively discussion. Chapter 25. The gracious and magnanimous Yang Qiuyan, the honest and down-to-earth Dacian brother Xingli. I'll leave the matter of calling people to you. I'll hurry home to prepare the tiger cub's skin, Liu Hongjun said as they reached his doorstep. All right, you focus on your tasks. I'll handle the mountain affairs. Qian Shengli replied with a wave of his hand. To be honest, while Qian Shengli was pleased, he felt somewhat embarrassed. He hadn't contributed much during the mountain excursion, yet he had received substantial benefits. A bear gallbladder, albeit a grass gallbladder, is worth several hundred yuan. Moreover, the tiger cub skin is a premium hide, starting at a minimum of 1,500 yuan, potentially reaching 2,000. Even his share would amount to several hundred yuan, making this trip's profit equivalent to a year's total income. The money felt hot in his hands, prompting Qian Shengli to display considerable enthusiasm. Along the way, villagers greeted him warmly, and upon seeing the lynx strapped to Dacian's back, they expressed their envy, showering him with flattering remarks. Liu Hongjun reciprocated their greetings while making his way home. Brother Hongjun, you're back? Upon entering the yard, he spotted a figure busily engaged in chores. Qiuyan is here, Liu Hongjun casually remarked. In later generations, two individuals became exceedingly familiar with one another, having grown accustomed to each other's forms. Indeed, in this lifetime, they were also quite acquainted, as they had been childhood companions, raised together since their early years. From a tender age, they had glimpsed each other's most private parts, even indulging in secret observations of one another. I'm coming to check if there are any clothes to wash, Yang Qiuyan exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Liu Hongjun, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons. Quickly remove your clothes. I shall wash them for you. Noticing the bloodstains on Liu Hongjun's attire, she hastily urged him. Just a moment. Dacian, place the tiger cub over there, Liu Hongjun instructed Dacian, who had been trailing behind him and was overlooked by Yang Qiuyan. Wow, a tiger cub? Brother Hongjun, you caught a tiger cub? You are truly remarkable, Yang Qiuyan exclaimed, still instinctively disregarding Dacian's presence, her gaze fixed on the lynx with delight. Sister Qiuyan, my brother Hongjun is indeed impressive. The tiger cub was darting about on the rocks, and I could hardly catch a glimpse of it. But my brother Hongjun raised his hand and shot it down effortlessly. Dacian, unwilling to be ignored, grinned widely as he recounted the tale of how Liu Hongjun had slain the lynx. Of course, you should follow your brother Hongjun closely from now on. You will surely not suffer any losses. Yang Qiuyan finally addressed Dacian, who was actually named Yang Jinshan and was a few months younger than her, being a cousin. Dacian nodded earnestly. Liu Hongjun, however, paid no heed to the two, as he secured the pear blossom and Huangzhong in the dog pen, subsequently tethering the bear cub to a tree outside the enclosure. Is that a bear cub? Yang Qiuyan exclaimed, realizing that Liu Hongjun was holding not a puppy, but a bear cub. When I encountered the bear while hunting, I captured this cub, Liu Hongjun stated. Brother Hongjun is truly remarkable. You can even catch bear cubs, Yang Qiuyan said sweetly, her admiration for Liu Hongjun evident. In her eyes, he was the most formidable of all. She mused that when they grew older, he might even be able to take her into the mountains for hunting, just like a dog. Liu Hongjun remarked, as he approached Dacian, lifting the lynx. He began to skin it, a skill he had inherited from his father. The knife danced deftly in his hands as he commenced from the head, meticulously peeling off the entire pelt piece by piece. Afterward, He turned the pelt inside out against a wooden board, cautiously scraping away the blood and flesh until it lay stretched out, waiting to dry before being rolled into a complete lynx pelt. If preserved for another decade or so, this pelt could fetch over 10,000. If preserved for 2,000 years into the future, it would be worth a fortune, potentially exchanging for a residence permit after serving time in prison. Dashin, don't leave at noon. I'm stewing tiger cub meat. It's going to be delicious. Liu Hongjun laughed, attempting to persuade Dashin to stay. No, I'll head home for a meal, Dashin replied, swallowing hard. Though he was tempted to remain, he feared that his presence might intrude upon Liu Hongjun and Yang Qiuyan's time together. He is not foolish. Of course he wouldn't want to stay behind as a third wheel. At this hour, what is the point of going home? It would suffice to dine here. Liu Hongjun did not ponder much and smiled. It is not the custom of us northeastern men to let someone who accompanied us into the mountains leave without sharing a meal. Dashin, your brother Hongjun is right. Stay and eat before you leave. Yang Qiuyan chimed in, taking on the role of a gracious hostess. Well, if that's the case, seeing Yang Qiuyan speak up, Dashin finally agreed. The lynx weighed around 50 to 60 pounds. After skinning, deboning, and removing the innards, only about a dozen pounds of meat remained. Liu Hongjun placed the meat on the cutting board, setting aside 2/3 of it. He then chopped the remaining meat into chunks of 3 to 4 centimeters. After soaking the meat in water and rinsing it several times to eliminate all the blood impurities, he was approached by Yang Qiuyan. Brother Hongjun, how should we prepare this tiger cub meat? Let me do it, she offered after finishing her laundry. No need. I'll handle it. Just watch for now. And I'll teach you next time, Liu Hongjun replied with a smile, shaking his head. All right then, I'll start the fire for you. After saying this, Yang Qiuyan swiftly gathered some firewood and began to ignite the flames. Once the pot was heated, Liu Hongjun scooped a spoonful of bear fat into it. With a sizzle, a rich aroma wafted from the kitchen. As the bear fat melted, Liu Hongjun tossed in a handful of dried chili peppers, star anise, and fennel, stirring them together. Once the chili peppers changed color, he added the lynx meat and began to stir-fry vigorously. Increase the heat, he instructed Yang Qiuyan. She complied, maintaining the high heat. And with each stir, the enticing fragrance intensified. Dashin, feeling rather bored on the stone bench outside, wished to assist but found no opportunity to do so. As Liu Hongjun and Yang Qiuyan worked in perfect harmony, spotting a pile of unchopped firewood in the corner of the yard, Dashin decided to fetch an axe and began splitting the wood. After the meat was fragrant and had changed color, Liu Hongjun added some sorghum liquor, continuing to stir before finally adding water. You can reduce the heat now. Let it simmer slowly until it's ready to eat, he instructed Yang Qiuyan, who was tending to the fire. Yang Qiuyan nodded, her eyes squinting with delight, even though she hadn't done much. Simply cooking alongside Liu Hongjun filled her with happiness. Yang Qiuyan began to fantasize about their future together. After marriage, she envisioned herself cooking while brother Hongjun managed the fire, or vice versa. She imagined him hunting in the mountains or foraging for herbs while she stayed home to wash clothes, prepare meals, and care for children. In the evenings, she would hold their children close while brother Hongjun embraced her. As these thoughts filled her mind, her lovely face inevitably flushed with warmth. Unbeknownst to Liu Hongjun, Yang Qiuyan was already contemplating names for the several children she envisioned having. After giving his instructions, he exited the kitchen. It was time to feed the pups. After Pear Blossom and Huangzhong had eaten their fill, the puppies still awaited their meal. Liu Hongjun prepared the dog food, mixing it with hot water, stirring it well before setting it aside to cool before serving it to the pups. The puppy, much like a child, is oblivious to the extremes of temperature. In sweltering heat, it is susceptible to gastrointestinal distress if it consumes too much. At that moment, Liu Hongjun noticed Dashin, drenched in sweat, diligently chopping firewood. Indeed, Dashin was a steadfast worker. It was clear that if he were not reliable, Liu Hongjun would not have brought him into the mountains to assist. Dashin, stop chopping wood and come over for a drink. It's time to eat, Liu Hongjun called out. Brother Hongjun, I'll be finished in just a moment, Dashin replied, grinning foolishly, and continued his labor. Standing at over 6 feet tall, with muscles to match, Dashin was remarkably adept at his tasks, and his work ethic was commendable. Noticing that Dashin did not approach, Liu Hongjun did not press the matter. He patiently waited before feeding the prepared dog food to the 6 puppies. He then descended into the cellar, retrieved a pumpkin, and cut it into small pieces to feed the bear cub. The cub was relatively easy to care for, possessing a hearty appetite. Despite the loss of its mother and being captured by humans, it eagerly picked up the pumpkin pieces Liu Hongjun tossed, munching contentedly. Sitting on the ground, the little bear cub embraced the pumpkin chunk, relishing its meal. Observing the cub's delight, Liu Hongjun turned his attention elsewhere. "Brother Hongjun, it's time to eat," Yang Xiuyan announced as she placed a ceramic bowl filled with stewed lynx meat on the stone table. She then brought a basket of steamed buns made from a special flour to the same table. "Dashin, come and eat," Liu Hongjun beckoned. "Coming." Dashin, still glistening with sweat, approached. "Brother Hongjun, Sister Xiuyan, I've finished chopping the firewood," Dashin said with a broad smile. "Dashin is truly capable. Go wash up," Yang Xiuyan praised, and then went inside to fetch a towel for him. The air of authority she possessed was unmistakable. Liu Hongjun paid little mind. Yang Xiuyan had always been the matriarch of their household, and that role would remain unchanged across generations. After washing his face, Dashin took a seat on a round stone stool. "Dig in," Liu Hongjun urged, serving a piece of lynx meat. Having tasted lynx meat decades ago, he found himself nostalgic for its flavor. The spices and sorghum liquor masked any fishy odor, leaving only the savory aroma of the meat. The texture of lynx meat was somewhat akin to that of black fish, yet it was firmer and more satisfying to chew. "Brother Hongjun, this lynx meat is delicious," Dashin exclaimed, thoroughly enjoying his meal, enthusiastically devouring the meat and buns. "Enjoy yourself. Eat as much as you like," Liu Hongjun chuckled. "Absolutely," Dashin responded joyously. With about 4 to 5 pounds of meat, there was more than enough for the three of them. After the meal, Yang Xiuyan began cleaning the dishes, while Liu Hongjun divided the remaining lynx meat into 3 portions. He tied 2 portions with twine and handed one to Dashin. "Dashin, take 1 portion home, and deliver the other to Brother Xingli." Chapter 26. The enchanting atmosphere and the unintended injury to Liu Erbao. "Brother Hongjun, I can't accept this," Dashin quickly protested, waving his hands. "Stop talking nonsense. Just take it," Liu Hongjun retorted with a stern gaze. "Okay." Upon witnessing Liu Hongjun's stern gaze, Dashin obediently took the meat and departed from Liu Hongjun's home. Dashin, possessing a fair degree of perception, understood that the young couple had many private matters to discuss, and lingering would only be bothersome. Had it not been for Liu Hongjun's sincere invitation, Dashin would have had no intention of staying for lunch. "Oh, is that you, Dashin?" Ansen called out. "Didn't you go foraging in the mountains?" Although Dashin was reluctant to engage, being a respectful nephew, he paused to respond. "There's nothing much left, so I didn't go. I heard you guys ventured into the mountains today and managed to catch a tiger cub?" Ansen inquired, her face alight with curiosity. "Indeed. My brother Hongjun shot it from 200 meters away with a single bullet," Dashin recounted with enthusiasm, gesturing animatedly as he shared the tale. The other women seated with Aunt San listened intently, captivated by the story. "Hongjun truly possesses remarkable skills," one remarked. "Of course. Just look at the lineage he hails from. The 3 men of the Liu family are all exceptionally talented. I've heard that Hongjun and Xiuyan's affair is nearing completion. You're quite outdated. Their relationship has already solidified. We're merely awaiting old Liu's return to arrange their engagement, with a wedding planned before the year concludes. Such urgency. Could it be that there's a baby on the way? Don't spread rumors about the wuss. Be cautious lest the captain gives your family's fifth a hard time. The wuss are unbothered. Their relationship with the captain is rather special. He wouldn't dare cause trouble for her man. Zhao Guifeng. Who do you say has a special relationship with the captain? I believe it's you who shares a unique bond with him, especially considering how you two used to sneak around in the cornfields." As the conversation escalated among the group of women, Dashin felt a flush of embarrassment and hurried away. In rural areas, when women gather, they often engage in lively gossip. In northeast China, the lengthy winters leave everyone with ample time, leading to a plethora of colorful stories. Once Dashin departed, only Liu Hongjun and Yang Xiuyan remained in the yard, the atmosphere becoming somewhat intimate. After a moment of silence, Yang Xiuyan, blushing, said, "Hongjun, why don't you take off your clothes? I'll wash them for you." "Sure." Liu Hongjun, unbothered by any suggestive undertones, was accustomed to Yang Xiuyan's presence, though he felt a fleeting thought cross his mind. In his previous life, he had been over 60 years old, yet in excellent health and full of vitality. However, upon witnessing the youthful exuberance of Yang Xiuyan, those thoughts intensified. Liu Hongjun turned and stepped into the house, shedding his outer garments. Noticing the bloodstains on his inner fleece, he decided to remove that as well. "Ah, Just as Liu Hongjun had taken off his fleece, Yang Qiuyan entered. Catching sight of him bare-chested, she couldn't help but exclaim and quickly turned away. What is that about? Liu Hongjun chuckled, approaching her from behind and wrapping his arms around her slender waist. It's not like you haven't seen this before. In a few days, when my father returns, we'll be engaged. As Yang Qiuyan inhaled the intoxicating scent of masculinity emanating from Liu Hongjun, she felt her strength wane, melting into his embrace. Your father has declared that by the end of the year, you shall be wed to me. At that time, you will be my little bride, Liu Hongjun proclaimed, gently turning Yang Qiuyan to face him and softly capturing her crimson lips. In that moment, Yang Qiuyan was utterly entranced, dazed and unaware of her surroundings, her heart racing uncontrollably. Just then, outside, Lihua and Huangzhong suddenly called out, "Is Hongjun home? Someone's here." Yang Qiuyan hurriedly pushed Liu Hongjun's mischievous hand away. Her cheeks flushed, retreating to the side to adjust her clothing. Liu Hongjun, feeling helpless, donned a plush robe from the wardrobe, layering it with a jacket. "Who is it?" "I'm home," he exclaimed, moving towards the door while mentally cursing the untimely interruption. Although he could not fully indulge in Yang Qiuyan, a mere touch or kiss would suffice. "Hongjun, come quickly and take a look." As Liu Hongjun stepped outside, the impatient visitors rushed in. "What is happening?" he inquired, observing 4 or 5 individuals carrying an injured person on a makeshift stretcher, his brow furrowing in concern. One of them stammered, "The hunting rifle misfired. Quickly, take him to the West Room." Upon seeing the injured man, who was already in a semi-conscious state, Liu Hongjun wasted no time and instructed the bearers to proceed. They swiftly brought the injured individual into the West Room, where Liu Hongjun followed, turning on the light. "Place him on the Kong. Remove his trousers," Liu Hongjun commanded decisively. The group of 4 or 5 scrambled to comply, lifting the man onto the bed and removing his pants. "Hongjun, is there a patient?" Yang Qiuyan, having regained her composure, asked from the doorway of the West Room. "Do not enter. Get the Kong heated," Liu Hongjun instructed Yang Qiuyan, then approached the injured man to assess the wounds. To his dismay, the man's backside and thigh were severely lacerated, blood gushing forth. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Hongjun retrieved silver needles, lifting the clothing to insert them into various acupoints on the waist and thigh. His priority was to staunch the bleeding and alleviate the pain. There are many types of hunting rifles, including single and double-barreled ones for bullets, as well as those firing iron shot. The latter is typically employed for smaller game, such as rabbits and pheasants. After a thorough examination, Liu Hongjun's brow furrowed deeper. "Hongjun, how is he?" One of the middle-aged men inquired anxiously. "Big Kuei. This injury is quite troublesome. The iron shot has embedded itself in the flesh. It must be extracted piece by piece," Liu Hongjun replied, shaking his head. "Then you must extract it quickly," another urged impatiently. Liu Hongjun was at a loss. Extracting iron shot from flesh was no simple task, akin to removing a splinter. Given their circumstances and the era, such a procedure was beyond the capabilities of any hospital. Without further elaboration, he instructed, "You all go find a few flashlights." After providing the necessary instructions, Liu Hongjun retrieved surgical instruments including a scalpel, tweezers, alcohol, and gauze. In this era, possessing such items was already a rarity. While Liu Hongjun prepared the surgical tools, De Kuei, panting and breathless, hurried over with 5 flashlights. Though flashlights may seem trivial in later times, in this age, not every household owned one. "You all, hold the flashlights and illuminate the wound from all angles. I shall commence the surgery," Liu Hongjun instructed De Kuei. The group, devoid of any plans of their own, complied, each shining their flashlight upon the injured man's rear. Liu Hongjun first retrieved a piece of ginseng from the cabinet, sliced it, and placed it into the injured man's mouth. The patient had lost significant blood and, upon arrival, was barely clinging to life. With surgery still pending and lacking blood transfusion equipment or other emergency measures, it was possible that he would not survive until the operation was completed. Thus, Liu Hongjun resorted to administering a piece of aged mountain ginseng to stabilize his life force. At this moment, Liu Hongjun realized who the injured man was: Liu Bao, a hunter from the neighboring village. However, unlike traditional hunting with dogs, Liu Bao primarily set traps and occasionally used a shotgun to hunt small game in the nearby mountains. Liu Hongjun sanitized his hands with alcohol, as there were no sterile gloves available, and this was the only method to disinfect his hands. After meticulously cleaning his hands, he gently examined Liu Erbao's rear, searching for iron shrapnel. Upon cursory inspection, Liu Hongjun discerned that there were at least 70 or 80 pieces of shrapnel embedded in Liu Erbao's buttocks and thighs, not accounting for the smaller fragments that were imperceptible to touch. Those minute pieces could not be addressed at this juncture. Saving the man's life took precedence. He began by extracting the more superficial pieces, using the scalpel to incise the skin and the tweezers to extract the iron shrapnel. Subsequently applying his father's specially formulated wound ointment and suturing the wounds with sheep gut thread. Fortunately, Liu Hongjun had previously utilized a silver needle to stem the flow of qi and blood in the injured man and had administered acupuncture for anesthesia. Thus, despite the incision and extraction of the shrapnel, the blood loss was minimal. Liu Hongjun meticulously picked out the shrapnel, and for the deeper fragments, he switched to a needle knife. The accurate term for this instrument should be the beryllium needle, as recorded in the Huangdi Neijing Ling Shu, measuring 4 inches in length and 2.5 inches in width. After laboring for over 4 hours, Liu Hongjun completed the extraction of the shrapnel. Setting aside the needle knife, he began to clean the wounds with tweezers and alcohol-soaked cotton. The entire area was now a patchwork of sutured wounds across the buttocks and thighs. Even after healing, the scars would leave behind a landscape of raised, lumpy marks, making it evident that Liu Erbao would struggle to sit comfortably on hard surfaces in the future. At this moment, Liu Hongjun had no immediate remedy. He would have to devise a way to mitigate the scars later. In the interim, Yang Shuyan prepared dinner for Liu Hongjun and helped him feed the dog before returning home. After suturing the wound, Liu Hongjun finally removed the needles for pain relief and hemostasis. Shortly after the silver needles were extracted, Liu Erbao awoke, groaning in discomfort. Given his condition, he would not be returning today. Please leave one person to keep watch. The rest of you may go back, Liu Hongjun instructed Wang Dakawei. Thank you, Brother Hongjun. If it weren't for you, I would have had to endure the pain in my backside. Liu Erbao expressed his gratitude. There's no need for thanks. I am merely a medic, and this is my duty, Liu Hongjun replied. What exactly happened? Liu Hongjun inquired with curiosity. Chapter 27. The Considerate Man, Wang Dakawei. Wang Dakawei was from Yushitan, along with the few others who had accompanied Liu Erbao. They were all from the same locality. Yet it was unclear how they had become entangled with Liu Erbao. Don't mention it, brother. This fellow is truly unfortunate. Even drinking cool water seems to cause him trouble. Wang Dakawei sighed. Earlier today, my elder brother, my younger brother, Shizi, Biaozi, and I ventured into the mountains to hunt. After wandering for the entire morning, we managed to catch 7 or 8 rabbits and a foolish roe deer, and we intended to explore the Woniagu area. Just as we entered Woniagu, we spotted a pale figure ahead. My brother raised his gun and fired. I was caught off guard, with a stomachache, squatting down to relieve myself. And then you shot me in the backside. At this moment, Liu Erbao had fully regained consciousness, and, upon hearing Wang Dakawei's words, erupted in anger. Brother Erbao, this is my fault. I should have been more careful. I will take care of your injuries. Wang Dakawei quickly apologized. Wang Dakawei's apology left Liu Erbao at a loss, unsure of how to respond. Indeed, he had been shot by Wang Dakawei, yet he also considered him a lifesaver. This situation needed to be viewed from 2 perspectives. Had Wang Dakawei and his companions been more callous, ignoring him and leaving him to fend for himself in the mountains, he would not have survived the night, but rather ended up as mere bones. This incident was so discreet that even the authorities would not have been able to uncover it. Experienced hunters often remark that people in the mountains can be more perilous than wild animals. This is also why hunters seldom seek companions outside of close relatives or trusted friends when venturing into the mountains. While Wang Dakawei was indeed the cause of his injury, it was an unfortunate accident. They did not abandon him. Instead, they carried him down the mountain to receive medical attention. Thus, from this perspective, Wang Dakawei could be regarded as his rescuer. Listening to their exchange, Liu Hongjun came to understand the circumstances behind the incident and could not help but sigh inwardly at Liu Erbao's misfortune. However, he was also fortunate to have encountered the considerate Wang Dakawei and his companions. Even more fortunate was the fact that, although the pellets struck his backside and thighs, with a few even causing some distress, his vital parts remained unharmed. It remained uncertain whether it was due to Liu Erbao's smaller stature or the angle of the shot. Nonetheless, he was fortunate to have escaped without grievous injury. Brother Erbao, focus on your recovery for now. The rest can be discussed once you have healed. Old brother de Kuei, you should call the team headquarters and inform them about Liu Erbao's injury, so his family won't worry, Liu Hongjun suggested. Yes, Brother Erbao. This is my fault. I will take care of your medical expenses during your recovery, and we can discuss the rest once you heal. De Kuei finally grasped the situation, quickly adding, I'll go make the call. He hurried off to the headquarters to place the call. After de Kuei left, Liu Hongjun retrieved a vial of penicillin, prepared it meticulously, and administered an injection to Liu Erbao. The recent surgery had been rather crude, lacking various antiseptic measures and sterile conditions. Thus, administering penicillin seemed a more prudent choice under the circumstances. Although Liu Hongjun practiced traditional Chinese medicine, he did not entirely dismiss Western medicine, recognizing its merits. For instance, penicillin's efficacy in combating inflammation and bacteria surpassed that of any traditional remedy, proving more direct. Once the injection was completed, Liu Hongjun tidied up the Western room, primarily cleaning the blood-soaked alcohol swabs used during the operation. After ensuring the area was spotless, he ventured into the kitchen to inspect the dinner that Yang Xiuyin had prepared for him. Yang Xiuyin had evidently anticipated that some might stay for dinner, as she had stewed a pot of pork ribs with winter melon and steamed a dozen fluffy buns. Liu Hongjun noted that the buns were freshly made that afternoon, realizing that his own home lacked such a generous supply. A smile crept across his face at the thought of his considerate wife, whose kindness and simplicity he cherished deeply. Liu Hongjun took a large bowl, filled it generously with food, and gathered 6 buns into a basket before returning to the Western room. Brother Erbao, Brother de Kuei, it's time to eat something simple. This isn't appropriate, de Kuei protested. What's inappropriate about it? Given that you managed to carry Brother Erbao down the mountain today, I hereby acknowledge you as my elder brother, Liu Hongjun proclaimed loudly, subtly urging Liu Erbao to take note. Setting aside the fact that de Kuei had accidentally shot Liu Erbao, the mere act of bringing him down for medical treatment spoke volumes about their camaraderie. Such friends are indeed worth having. Brother Hongjun, while I may be the elder, my eyesight isn't great. And mistaking Brother Erbao for a foolish deer does not excuse the injury. Can we simply abandon him in the mountains? Wang Kuei exclaimed. What you say is true, de Kuei. Mistakes happen, and we must own up to them. That is what true men do. Liu Hongjun replied with a smile. Brother Hongjun is absolutely right. We men cannot act in such a manner. Wang Kuei agreed, happily accepting the bowl and placing it on the Kong for Liu Erbao's convenience. Brother Hongjun, you haven't eaten yet, right? Let us dine together. You all enjoy your meal. I'll eat outside. It's fine for me, Liu Hongjun said, turning to step out of the Western room. After delivering a warm kettle of hot water and 2 bowls to Lihua, Liu Hongjun finally made his way to the kitchen, where he gathered the remaining dishes into a basin and took the last 5 steamed buns back to the Eastern room to commence his meal. Liu Hongjun noted an increase in his appetite. At lunch, he consumed 3 to 4 pounds of meat, devouring half by himself, accompanied by 4 buns. That evening, after finishing a basin of vegetables and 5 buns, he felt perfectly satisfied. He recalled that during his time in the army, despite the rigorous training, he could only manage 3 or 4 buns and a small basin of vegetables in a single meal, far less than he could consume now. Was this rebirth accompanied by an increased capacity for food? What could be the underlying principle? After his meal, Liu Hongjun washed the dishes thoroughly and put them away. Armed with a flashlight, he checked on Pear Blossom, Huangzhong, and their 6 puppies, as well as the little bear cub. Upon seeing the light, Pear Blossom and Huangzhong stood alert, and even the white wolf emerged from its den, cautiously surveying the surroundings. When the white wolf recognized Liu Hongjun, it bounded over excitedly, pawing at the gate of the dog pen and panting at him. Liu Hongjun couldn't help but smile at the sight. This little wolf pup was indeed clever and would surely grow into an excellent hunting dog. Following the white wolf, the other 5 puppies also scampered out, standing at the gate and wagging their tails at Liu Hongjun. Chapter 28. The family of Liu Erbao arrives overnight. Whoever said wolves do not wag their tails was mistaken. They simply choose not to, as evidenced by the 4 puppies now mimicking the behavior. It is a common misconception that wolves do not wag their tails. In fact, as canines, they express emotions through this action. In later years, there have been documented instances capturing wolves wagging their tails. After playing with the 6 puppies for a while, Liu Hongjun returned to the Eastern room, grabbed 2 blankets, and delivered them to the Western room. Here are 2 blankets for you. Make do with these, Liu Hongjun said with a smile. Brother Hongjun, I appreciate your kindness, Wang Kuei replied, accepting the blankets with gratitude. There's no need for such formalities, my friend. We are brothers, after all, Liu Hongjun responded, sharing a few more pleasantries before returning to the eastern room. Lying on his bed, Liu Hongjun felt a sense of perplexity. In his previous life, it seemed there had been no incident involving Liu Erbao being mistakenly injured by Wang Dakuai. What could this mean? Could it be that his rebirth had triggered unforeseen changes? Liu Hongjun pondered for a while, yet the answers remained elusive. It was as if the entire world had begun to shift from the moment of his rebirth. In his former life, he had never encountered a bear or a lynx, nor had he engaged in any hunting. That was because he had been preoccupied with personal matters, first grieving over Wang Fei's return to the city and her engagement to Chao Jingyang, and then quickly becoming betrothed to Yang Qiuyan before enlisting. Even if a bear had appeared, he would not have had the heart to pursue it. Everything seemed to have altered. Perhaps this was what those ancient tales referred to. The great trends remain unchanged, yet minor events may be altered. Lost in such thoughts, Liu Hongjun unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Not long after he had fallen asleep, he was awakened by the barking of dogs. Liu Hongjun turned on the light, dressed, and stepped outside. Hongjun, Hongjun. At the entrance of the courtyard, a voice called out loudly, announcing his name. Who is it? Liu Hongjun stepped outside and opened the door, only to find a crowd gathered outside, brandishing torches, along with 2 horse-drawn carts. Hongjun, I am Jin Xuansheng, the militia captain of Liushitan. A middle-aged man introduced himself. How is my husband? A middle-aged woman inquired anxiously. Oh, please come in. Liu Hongjun ushered the group into the courtyard while explaining the situation regarding Liu Erbao. Elder brother Erbao has completed his surgery and is out of immediate danger, though he will have to endure some pain. Hearing the commotion, Wang Erkue also emerged and, upon seeing the people from Liushitan, particularly Liu Erbao's wife with tears in her eyes, felt a bit awkward and scratched his head. Liu Hongjun led Jin Xuansheng and Liu Erbao's wife into the west room. Upon entering, they found Liu Erbao lying on the kong, his buttocks and thighs wrapped in white gauze, and tears streamed down his face. What brings you here? I thought I told Dakue to inform you not to come. I will be back tomorrow, Liu Erbao said, feeling a pang of sorrow at the sight of his tearful wife. It's the middle of the night. Although Liushitan and Yushitan are adjacent, the mountain roads are not safe at night. I was worried, she replied. That's why I asked Brother Jean to bring people over to check on you. Erbao, what happened to you? Wang Dakue stammered, failing to articulate clearly, only mentioning it was an accidental injury and that he had been shot in the rear. Jin Xuansheng furrowed his brow and asked, what exactly happened? Well, we went into the mountains to hunt, and while in Woniagu, Erbao was, well, he was indisposed, and my elder brother, with poor eyesight, mistook him for something else and fired a shot, and that's how it happened. So we hurriedly brought him here to Hongjun, Wang Erkue explained, stumbling through the details. Just because your eyesight is poor, does that give you the right to shoot at a person? Liu Erbao's wife retorted, glaring at them. Jin Xuansheng pulled her back gently and said, Now, Dakue, let us be clear about this. You injured someone, and we must address this matter appropriately. If you can help carry Erbao down, I will be grateful for your honesty. Jin Xuansheng, being a sensible person, understood the importance of delineating responsibilities and expressing gratitude. This clarity would facilitate future discussions should any issues arise. You claim we hurt someone. It was an accident. And it's my elder brother's poor eyesight that caused this. Is abandoning someone on the mountain a humane act? Wang Erkue muttered sullenly. Liu Hongjun remained silent. Observing the exchange, it was not his place to intervene, as his responsibility lay solely in providing medical care. As for the rest, the 2 families could negotiate among themselves. And if necessary, the leaders and secretaries of Yushitan and Liushitan could mediate. After some discussions, Wang Erkue departed, leaving Liu Erbao's wife to care for him. Jin Xuansheng and the others from Liushitan returned home in their carts. Dr. Hongjun, thank you for saving my husband. Liu Erbao's wife bowed in gratitude. Sister-in-law Erbao, please don't mention it. I am merely a health worker for our nearby community. Treating the sick is my duty, Liu Hongjun quickly responded, supporting her gently. As Liu Hongjun was about to express his gratitude to Liu Erbao's wife, he spoke up, Sister-in-law Erbao, please hurry and attend to Erbao. After returning to the east room, Liu Hongjun removed his clothing and resumed his slumber. The following day, as dawn's light began to break, Liu Hongjun rose early, practiced his martial arts twice, and then commenced preparing breakfast. I'll assist you with the cooking. Liu Erbao's wife, having awakened while Liu Hongjun practiced, approached him, having scarcely slept the previous night. Lacking experience, she was unsure of what to do. Upon seeing Liu Hongjun cooking, she took the initiative to offer her help. There's no need for that. I can manage on my own. Breakfast is quite simple, Liu Hongjun replied with a smile, gently declining her offer. How is Erbao doing? Liu Hongjun inquired. Noticing the redness around Liu Erbao's wife's eyes. He just fell asleep. He was in pain all night, she said, wiping her eyes, her heart heavy with concern. Yes, Erbao has endured some suffering. However, the good news is that he is safe, which is what truly matters. Liu Hongjun reassured her, returning to his culinary tasks. Observing her slight discomfort and awkwardness, he added, You probably didn't sleep a wink last night, did you? You should go and rest for a bit. With a smile, he then proceeded to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. The morning meal was indeed quite simple, a pot of corn husk porridge, accompanied by 10 steamed buns. Served with pickled vegetables and green onions dipped in soybean paste, an ample breakfast by all accounts. Liu Hongjun also washed 5 eggs, placing them in the pot to cook alongside the corn husk porridge. This breakfast was remarkably uncomplicated. Water was added to the pot, ignited, and once boiling, the corn husk paste was added. After a brief cooking period, the meal would be ready. The buns could be placed in a steamer, allowing them to be cooked while the porridge simmered, a common cooking method in the northern regions. Chapter 29. The father-in-law comes to claim the bear cub once the corn husk paste was added. Liu Hongjun kept a small flame beneath the pot and began to feed the dogs. For Lihua and Huangzhong, it was straightforward. He simply tossed them some prepared bone meal. However, the 6 small puppies were still too young, their teeth not fully developed, necessitating a blended semi-liquid dog food. After feeding the dogs, he spent some time bonding with Lihua, Huangzhong, and the 6 little pups. He then descended into the cellar, retrieved a pumpkin, and cut it into pieces to feed the bear cub. After tending to the dogs and the bear, Liu Hongjun washed his hands and returned to the kitchen. He took the pickled vegetables, sliced them into fine strips, rinsed them, and drizzled a bit of sesame oil for flavor. Just as everything was coming together, the flame beneath the pot had extinguished, and the corn husk porridge was ready. Liu Hongjun ladled a bowl of porridge, placed 5 steamed buns into a basket, and retrieved the eggs, cooling them in cold water before washing them. He set 2 eggs aside in the basket, grabbed 2 bowls, placed them in the basket as well, and added a spoon to the bowl of porridge. With the bowl of porridge and the basket of buns in hand, he entered the west room. Liu Erbao's wife was sitting on the kong, lost in thought. Sister-in-law Erbao, I've prepared some food for you. Please have a bite. Erbao cannot eat the sauce, so make do with some pickles. Liu Hongjun addressed Liu Erbao's wife, saying, No need, no need. We can have our meal at home in a while. Liu Erbao's wife repeatedly declined. Sister Erbao, do not be so polite. A meal is nothing significant. Liu Hongjun set down the basket and the bowl of porridge. His voice stirred Liu Erbao from his slumber. He turned his head to gaze at Liu Hongjun and remarked, Brother Hongjun, once again I am consuming your provisions. When I return home, I shall bring you some grain. Brother Erbao, please do not be formal. Eat a little. Liu Hongjun cheerfully replied. In a moment, I will give you an injection of penicillin and prepare some herbal soup for you, and then you can head home. After speaking, Liu Hongjun turned and exited the west room, feeling that his presence made both of them uncomfortable. Upon leaving the west room, Liu Hongjun entered the kitchen and ladled the remaining corn porridge into a basin, placing the leftover steamed buns and eggs into another basket. He carried these back to the east room and set them on the kong table. Then he returned to the kitchen to scoop a small bowl of bean paste and prepared 2 peeled green onions before heading back to the east room. Dipping the scallions in the bean paste, accompanied by pickled vegetables, Liu Hongjun devoured 5 steamed buns and a basin of porridge with great enthusiasm. After finishing his meal, as he prepared to wash the dishes and pots, Liu Erbao's wife rushed over, insisting on assisting him. Just then, Yang Guangfu walked in, and Liu Hongjun gladly entrusted the task to her. Uncle Yang, have you eaten? Liu Hongjun inquired. Who else like you, young man, rises early to have breakfast? Yang Guangfu laughed as he settled down by the stone table. Liu Hongjun scratched his head, having forgotten that in this era, it was customary to eat solid food during busy times and porridge when leisurely. Now that the autumn harvest was complete, aside from those working at the forest farm, no household partook in 3 meals. It was reduced to 2 meals a day. Around 10 in the morning, one would eat, and again around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Uncle, why have you come so early? Is there something on your mind? Liu Hongjun asked with a smile. I heard you caught a bear cub? Indeed. Liu Hongjun nodded. Sell it to the brigade. I'll give you $50. Yang Guangfu stated directly. Uncle, what do you need a bear cub for? It has little meat. The bear bile is not worth much either. Liu Hongjun queried with curiosity. The city is establishing a zoo and is seeking wild animals. Yang Guangfu explained. Upon hearing this, Liu Hongjun understood. The bear cub served as a means to forge connections. His future father-in-law was indeed a shrewd individual. It seemed that in the future, they would cultivate a relationship with the city's zoo through the provision of wild animals, eventually assisting Yang Qiuyan's fourth brother in securing a position there. Initially, he began as a temporary worker, later transitioning to a permanent role, with his household registration converted to that of an urban resident. Very well. Having grasped my future father-in-law's intentions, I readily agreed. Liu Hongjun felt a sense of kinship. For Yang Qiuyan's fourth brother had treated him well during their school days, even aiding him in fights, as they were soon to be family. He naturally did not wish to refuse any assistance. Haha, Hongjun, thank you. You have truly been a tremendous help. Yang Guangfu laughed joyfully. Recently, due to the city's call for wild animals, the county had assigned tasks to each commune, which in turn delegated responsibilities to the production teams below. However, most of those collected were merely foolish roe deer, sika deer, elk, and small wild boars. True ferocious beasts, such as tigers and bears, were completely absent. This time, Yu Tun managed to send a bear cub, which was quite an achievement, allowing Yang Guangfu to bask in the glory before the commune leaders. At this moment, it is likely that Yang Guangfu had not yet entertained the thought of sending his fourth child to the zoo. Everything undergoes transformation with the passage of time. In the future, when encountering wild animals, if the situation is not perilous, strive to capture them alive. The brigade headquarters offers high prices. Yang Guangfu reiterated. Understood. I will do my best. Liu Hongjun nodded in agreement. Yang Guangfu did not linger at Liu Hongjun's home. He took the bear cub and departed for the brigade headquarters. Alas, his plans to train the bear for hunting had been dashed. Just after Yang Guangfu left, Wang Dakwei entered with Wang Erkwei and Wang Sanhuai, carrying 4 jars of canned goods, 4 bottles of milk powder, and a bag of eggs. Brother Hongjun, how is Erbao doing? Wang Dakwa bellowed as he stepped through the door. He's doing well, though he has to endure some pain, Liu Hongjun replied. Just as Liu Erbao's wife emerged from the kitchen. Sister-in-law, I sincerely apologize. My eyesight failed me, and I mistakenly injured Erbao. However, rest assured, I will cover the medical expenses for him. If you have any requests, please do not hesitate to voice them. Wang Dakwai earnestly expressed his apologies, handing the items to Liu Erbao's wife. Initially filled with indignation, Liu Erbao's wife found herself at a loss for words in response to Wang Dakwai's earnestness. Faced with the offerings, she was unsure whether to accept or decline. Dakwai, please take the items into the house first. We can discuss the other matters later. Liu Hongjun interjected. No matter how assertive an inexperienced woman might be at home, she can become flustered when confronted with significant events outside. Yes, brother. Let us go inside and see your Bao. Wang Erkwei chimed in. Liu Hongjun led everyone into the west room. Liu Erbao was lying on the Kong, groaning in pain. Erbao, I am truly sorry. It's all my fault. My eyesight failed. Wang Dakwai immediately apologized upon entering. Liu Hongjun paid no heed to their exchange. He approached the medicine cabinet, retrieved penicillin, prepared a dose, and took out a syringe along with a sterilized needle from an aluminum box. Chapter 30. The distressed Liu Dachuan and the unfortunate Wang Dakwai. After administering a shot of penicillin to Liu Erbao, Liu Hongjun prepared 10 additional prescriptions. At that moment, the production team leader and the militia commander from Liu Tun arrived at Yu Tun. Although Liu Erbao had been accidentally injured, it was still a gunshot wound, a matter of considerable gravity. Thus, the leaders had come to address the situation. It was imperative for Yu Tun to provide an explanation. However, after understanding the circumstances and hearing the accounts of those involved, Liu Dachuan found himself at a loss for words, directly instructing his men to lift Liu Erbao onto the cart and depart. Liu Hongjun did not concern himself with how they coordinated the matter. Seeing that Liu Erbao was leaving, he finally spoke up. Remember to come back in 3 days for a dressing change. The Red Army. Your medical skills are no less impressive than those of Uncle Liu. We owe you much this time. When you have the time, you must come to Liu Tun as my guest. I will ensure you receive a warm welcome. Captain Liu Dachuan of Liu Tun expressed his gratitude while shaking hands with Liu Hongjun. All right, who knows, Perhaps one day during a hunt, I may find my way to your Liu Tan. Liu Hongjun replied with a smile. Liu Dachuan left with Liu Erbao, his heart heavy with an indescribable sense of frustration. Upon arriving at Liu Hongjun's home, he first assessed Liu Erbao's injuries and listened to the accounts of Wang Dakuai and Liu Erbao. He understood all too well that such injuries could indeed be fatal. They were fortunate that Wang Dakuai and others had been considerate, and even more so that Liu Hongjun's exceptional medical skills had saved a life. Originally intending to seek an explanation, upon witnessing Liu Erbao's condition, Liu Dachuan abandoned that thought. There was no recourse to demand an explanation. Although Liu Erbao was in the right, there was no way to pursue it, which only heightened his frustration. The brothers, Wang Dakuai and his companions, had truly acted with utmost benevolence. They had promised to cover the medical expenses and care for the injured, leaving no further demands to be made. What more could Liu Dachuan say? To continue pressing for an explanation and unreasonable demands would only lead to enmity. How could the people of Liu Tan seek medical help in Liu Tan in the future? What if someone else were to be unfortunate and injured while in the mountains? Who would dare carry the injured back down? After pondering for a long while, Liu Dachuan could only swallow his indignation and take Liu Erbao home. What other choice did he have? He certainly couldn't shoot Wang Dakuai again. The true source of Liu Dachuan's frustration was that even he had to commend Wang Dakuai, acknowledging him as a man of principle. He had to admit that Wang Dakuai was indeed conscientious and honorable. Liu Erbao was fortunate to have encountered such a considerate person. Otherwise, he might have lost his life in the mountains, with his remains remaining unfound. Though Liu Erbao would have to endure some hardship, any difficulties could be addressed with the team, who would surely find ways to assist. Liu Dachuan sat in the cart, offering comfort to Liu Erbao and his wife. Brother Dachuan, let this matter rest. I pondered it all night. It's just my bad luck. I cannot fault Wang Dakuai for it. Fortunately, this injury will heal in a month or so, Liu Erbao remarked with a wry smile as he lay on the cart. He understood that if he were to recount this incident throughout Highland, people would simply say he was unlucky and that Wang Dakuai was benevolent. Brother Hongjun, how much did you spend on treating Liu Erbao yesterday? After Liu Erbao departed, Wang Dakuai approached Zhang Yin to inquire. You should give 20 yuan. Liu Hongjun calculated before responding. 20? Brother Hongjun, you have already done me a great favor by saving Liu Erbao. I cannot let you cover the costs. Wang Dakuai quickly replied. Brother Hongjun, don't forget the meal expenses from yesterday and this morning. Include those as well. Wang Erkui chimed in. We're all from the same village. Should we really charge for a meal? That would only invite ridicule. 20 will suffice. I shall also withdraw the funds for the subsequent medication. Liu Hongjun chuckled. In truth, both penicillin and alcohol, along with alcohol swabs, are not particularly expensive. However, penicillin is notoriously difficult to procure as it is classified as a limited supply medication. After administering the injection to Liu Erbao, he was left with merely 5 or 6 vials of penicillin. The real expense lies in the technical fees. The skill involved in extracting iron sand is what holds value. Yet, being from the same village, when Liu Hongjun requests a modest fee of 30 to 50 for his expertise, no one acknowledges its worth. Thus, he chose not to mention it, as there has yet to be a division of property. For every day his health clinic operates, the villagers will count it as a full day's work. Once the year concludes and the property is formally divided, they can revisit the matter. He does not depend on the clinic for his livelihood. Despite the production team accounting for labor and distributing grain, his family has never relied on the clinic for sustenance since his father's time. Living near Changbai Mountain, his father thrived by hunting and foraging for medicinal herbs. Thank you. Brother Hongjun, if anything arises in the future, just give me a shout, and I'll see how I can assist. Wang Dakuai said, handing Liu Hongjun 20 yuan, followed by another round of gratitude before departing with his 2 younger brothers. Watching the trio of Wang Dakuai fade into the distance, Liu Hongjun couldn't help but shake his head. Liu Erbao was unfortunate, but Wang Dakuai and his brothers were not spared from misfortune either. This time, Wang Dakuai essentially worked a whole year for naught. The small sum he provided was trivial, but covering Liu Erbao's medical expenses was significant. Just the 4 jars of canned goods, 4 bottles of malt milk, and 10 jin of eggs cost well over 20 yuan. While eggs could be sourced locally for about 4 yuan, the canned goods and malt milk purchased from the black market would far exceed 20 yuan. After bidding farewell to Wang Dakuai, Liu Hongjun glanced at the sky. It was already past 10 in the morning. DSH and had not arrived. Nor had the educated youths come by. The previous day, Liu Hongjun had shot a bear at Eagle Cliff, so everyone had gone there to forage, taking advantage of the autumn season to gather as much as possible. Foraging in the mountains typically occurs in spring and autumn. Spring offers an abundance of wild vegetables, enough to sustain a family with minimal effort. Autumn, however, is the peak season for gathering, yielding a variety of mushrooms, hazel mushrooms, golden mushrooms, lion's mane mushrooms, and numerous mountain fruits like hazelnuts, pine nuts, walnuts, blueberries, and soft jujubes. The mountains have this advantage with a little diligence. One can ensure their family is well fed throughout winter. Sitting on a stone bench, Liu Hongjun pondered whether he should venture into the mountains to gather some medicinal herbs. Autumn is also a prime season for herb collection. Although his home is well stocked with herbs, one can never have too many. An excess could be sold at the pharmacy down the mountain, providing an additional source of income. While lost in thought, he heard Lihua and Huangzhong calling out. "Hongjun, are you home?" Someone shouted at the door. "I am here," Liu Hongjun replied. A young woman hurriedly entered, cradling a child in her arms. "Sister Juxiang, what seems to be the matter with the child?" Liu Hongjun approached and inquired. "Brother Hongjun, please take a look at what's wrong with my child. He has been crying incessantly." Guo Juxiang, visibly anxious, exclaimed. "All right, let me see." Liu Hongjun replied with a gentle smile. "Sister Juxiang, when did the child start crying? What happened before he began?" Liu Hongjun focused intently on the child for a moment before asking. "I don't know. He was playing in the yard this morning and tumbled over, and then he wouldn't stop crying." Guo Juxiang responded, realizing the connection only after Liu Hongjun's prompt. Upon hearing her words, Liu Hongjun's understanding began to take shape. "Sister Juxiang, please wait a moment," he said before turning to enter the house. Before long, he re-emerged with a sugar ball, waving it enticingly before the child. "Little one, would you like some candy? Uncle has some sweet treats for you." With tears still in his eyes, the child looked at the candy and softly replied, "Yes. Give it to me." Liu Hongjun extended the sugar to the child, but when he reached out with his left hand, Liu Hongjun withdrew it gently, advising, "You need to use your other hand to grasp it, my dear." Just as the child was about to reach with his right hand, he suddenly burst into loud cries once more. Liu Hongjun quickly discerned the situation. The child had dislocated his right shoulder from the fall, a common occurrence for young children. He carefully ran his hand down the child's right arm, assessing whether the elbow or shoulder joint was dislocated. Then, he placed the sugar ball in the child's right hand, holding on to his small hand, and gave it a gentle shake. The child's cries abruptly ceased. "All done," Liu Hongjun declared with a smile. "Is that really it?" Guo Juxiang questioned, surprised. "The child had a shoulder dislocation, and I've just repositioned it," Liu Hongjun explained with a grin. Thank you, Brother Hongjun. No wonder everyone says your family excels in medicine. You've healed him in an instant. How much do I owe you?" Guo Juxiang inquired gratefully. "What are you talking about? Just take your child home and clean him up. His little face is almost a mess," Liu Hongjun replied, reaching out to gently touch the child's face. "That won't do. I can't let you work for free and give away candy," Guo Juxiang insisted. "Sister Juxiang, since my father's time, we've only charged for medicine. For minor injuries like dislocations, I've treated dozens each year without ever asking for payment. Besides, what is a sugar ball worth? As an uncle, it's only right for me to give my nephew a treat," Liu Hongjun reassured her with a smile. No wonder everyone speaks so highly of the Liu family. "Thank you, Hongjun. Once your wedding with Qiuyan is arranged, I'll come over to make you a quilt," Guo Juxiang promised while expressing her gratitude. "Very well. I look forward to troubling you then, Sister Juxiang," Liu Hongjun replied cheerfully. Making quilts for weddings is not something just anyone can do. It requires full familial blessings. The most basic requirement is that both spouses must be present, with at least one child. A higher standard demands both a complete family and children from both parents. There exists a higher echelon of completeness, characterized by parents who are both present, a spouse who is faithful, and children who are all accounted for. The pinnacle of such completeness is represented by having both parents, a devoted spouse, siblings, brothers and sisters, all present, as well as children who are all thriving. This supreme level of fulfillment is indeed rare to find. In the entirety of Yeshitan, there are scarcely a few who meet these criteria, and Guo Juxiang is one such individual. Thus, it was only natural for Guo Juxiang to offer her assistance to Liu Hongjun in making quilts. After bidding farewell to Guo Juxiang, Liu Hongjun found himself momentarily at a loss for activity. With Yang Qiuyan absent that day, he felt a tinge of boredom. He entered the West Room and retrieved a medical book, immersing himself in its pages. It was a mystery how his father had managed to amass such a collection of rare medical texts, many of which Liu Hongjun would later seek in vain. Regrettably, during his previous life in the military, he had spent too much time away, resulting in his profligate elder brother misplacing these invaluable tomes, an utter tragedy. Time spent reading invariably passes swiftly, and before long, midday arrived. Outside, Lihua and Huangzhong began to bark. Liu Hongjun, thinking visitors had arrived, closed the book and stepped out of the room, only to discover there was no one present. Upon seeing him, Lihua and Huangzhong clawed at the dog pen, barking in a manner that made Liu Hongjun realize they were reminding him that it was time to feed them. He entered the kitchen, retrieved some bone meal, and tossed it to Lihua and Huangzhong. Just as he finished feeding the two large dogs, the 6 puppies began to whimper pitifully, urging Liu Hongjun to attend to their needs as well. Liu Hongjun proceeded to prepare dog food, mixing it thoroughly before pouring it into their feeding trough. Since he used warm water from the thermos, the temperature was just right, eliminating any need for delay. Otherwise, the 6 puppies would surely have been distressed. Once the dogs were fed, Liu Hongjun washed his hands and began to prepare lunch. He ventured into the cellar, selecting a winter melon and a piece of salted meat, intending to make a winter melon stew. There were still enough buns left over from the 2 pots of 2-grain steamed buns that Yang Qiuyan had made for him the day prior. In this era, even in the Northeast, it was not a given that one could enjoy 2-grain buns at every meal. Most families still subsisted on cornbread and sorghum rice. Moreover, they often refrained from overindulging. During the less busy seasons of winter and spring, they typically managed with only 2 meals a day. Liu Hongjun's family, however, seldom resorted to cornbread and generally enjoyed meat at every meal. Otherwise, they would lack the strength to practice martial arts. Just as he finished frying the salted meat and added the winter melon to the pot, he heard barking from outside. Stepping out, he saw that Zhou Weiguo, Wang Yuejin, and several other young intellectuals had arrived. Is Hongjun at home? They inquired. Yes, indeed. What brings you here at this hour? Have you eaten? Yes, we have. We entered the mountains early this morning and returned shortly. We came to bring you some mushrooms. Zhou Weiguo replied with a smile. It was then that Liu Hongjun noticed Wang Yuejin carrying a burlap sack filled with approximately half a bag of treasures. I don't need this. You should keep it for yourselves. Liu Hongjun shook his head. Had it not been for your guidance to Laoying Cliff, we would never have discovered such a bountiful foraging spot. We gathered 7 or 8 lion's mane mushrooms, which were once regarded as a delicacy in the mountains. We are not adept at preparing them, so we decided to bring them all to you. Zhou Weiguo said as he accepted the burlap sack, opening it to reveal a cluster of lion's mane mushrooms. Remarkably, these mushrooms were quite sizable. The smallest was larger than his fist, while the largest was as wide as a bowl. All right, I shall accept them. Coincidentally, I have 4 bear paws from the bear I hunted yesterday that remain uneaten. Come over tonight, and I shall treat you to bear paws. Liu Hongjun said as he took the lion's mane mushrooms and extended an invitation to Zhou Weiguo and the others. Wonderful. I have been in Yeshitan for several years, and the last time I had bear paws was thanks to you, Hongjun. I find myself craving them again. Zhou Weiguo replied with a smile. Rest assured, I will stew all 4 bear paws tonight, ensuring you have a delightful feast. Liu Hongjun responded. By the way, aren't you going to the mountains this afternoon? We're not going. There are too many people over at the Eagle Cliff now, and us educated youth cannot get close, Zhou Weiguo said with a bitter smile. Liu Hongjun understood the situation immediately. Most people in the village, or from other villages, were generally kind-hearted and simple-minded, yet there were always a few who were rather domineering. When it came to foraging, they would claim areas, declaring, "This patch, with these dozen trees, is mine, none shall pick here." These overbearing individuals often came from larger families, wielding their numbers to dominate a territory, with few daring to contest them. The mountains were abundant in resources, and no one wished to stir up trouble over such trifles, which only served to embolden these individuals. The educated youth, being outsiders, were naturally more susceptible to bullying. After all, foraging in the mountains was not a task assigned by the commune or production team, and they were unconcerned with such matters. For instance, if a group of educated youth were picking mushrooms, a few individuals might approach, see the abundance of their harvest, and shout, "This area is ours now. You cannot forage here." In less severe cases, they would merely claim the territory. At times, they would even seize the mushrooms the educated youth had gathered. Such incidents, even if reported to the team leader or militia captain, were futile. Often, one would find themselves in trouble for speaking out. There had been instances where the educated youth and villagers clashed, resulting in fatalities. Those who instigated the brawls were swiftly apprehended. Yet the mountains revered the law of the jungle, and afterward, the territorial disputes would continue unabated. Tomorrow, I will take you to another location, where there is plenty of bounty, and generally, people do not dare to venture, Liu Hongjun said with a smile. In this situation, Liu Hongjun felt powerless. He could not confront those who bullied the educated youth. As a villager of Yeshitin, he lacked the standing to advocate for them, and thus, he would not seek out trouble. Taking them to a new location was already a generous gesture. In truth, it was inspired by Liu Erbao that Liu Hongjun recalled this place. Beyond the ridge past Woniagu lies Wild Boar Ridge, which is also a dense forest teeming with various mountain goods, and similarly, it is abundant with wild boars. It is precisely due to the abundance of wild boars that the place is named Wild Boar Ridge. Generally, most individuals do not dare to venture there, as it is not only inhabited by wild boars but also frequented by wolves, leopards, and even the occasional tiger. Liu Hongjun led them there to hunt the wild boars, thus allowing them to gather with peace of mind. All right, shall we meet at the stone bridge tomorrow morning? Zhou Weiguo said cheerfully. No. We will head south and rendezvous at the stone cliff, Liu Hongjun replied, shaking his head. Very well, we understand. We won't disturb your meal any longer. We shall return in the evening. After Zhou Weiguo and his companions finished speaking, they set down their sacks and departed from Liu Hongjun's home. Once Zhou Weiguo and his party had left, Liu Hongjun returned to the kitchen to continue cooking. He added a slight amount of water to the pot, placed a steamer on top, and set the buns to steam. When preparing winter melon stew with meat, it typically does not require additional water due to the high moisture content of the winter melon. However, Liu Hongjun added a little water to facilitate the steaming of the buns. After the meal, Liu Hongjun washed the pot and dishes. Once he completed these tasks, he did not rest, but began to prepare for the evening repast. Having promised Zhou Weiguo and the others a feast of bear paws, he was determined to keep his word, especially since they had brought him an abundance of mushrooms. In truth, although Liu Hongjun did not go foraging in the mountains, he was not lacking in mushrooms, hazelnuts, and other woodland treasures. After some time, the villagers from Yeshitin, along with those from nearby communities, would bring him gifts of forest bounty. Liu Hongjun's father treated everyone's ailments, charging only for medicine and never for consultation fees, offering his services regardless of the patient's financial status. If they could pay, they would. If not, the debt would remain, with no pressure to settle it. Over the years, the people of Yeshitin and the surrounding areas had accumulated a significant debt of gratitude towards Liu Hongjun's father. Thus, each autumn, after foraging, they would bring offerings to him. Each household may not contribute much, but collectively, the amount became substantial, surpassing that of dedicated foragers. In his memory, although his father had descended the mountain today to care for his grandson, many villagers still brought an abundance of forest goods. In his previous life, these treasures were delivered to the foot of the mountain for his elder brother, Liu Hongbao. In this life, Liu Hongjun had declared his intention not to enlist, but to remain as a medic, ensuring that the offerings would likely be just as plentiful. Liu Hongjun retrieved the bear paw from the rice jar, unwrapping the yellow grass paper that encased it. He placed it in the pot, added water, and began to simmer it gently. Although bear paws are a delicacy, they are quite cumbersome to prepare. There are two types of bear paws, dried and fresh, each requiring a different method of preparation. Dried bear paws must be soaked in hot water for 10 hours before proceeding with further processing, whereas fresh bear paws can be directly placed in the pot for a slow simmer of 4 to 5 hours. Afterward, they should be removed while still hot, and the skin and hair can be peeled away. Then, using tweezers, the fine hairs are meticulously removed, and once thoroughly cleaned, they are ready for the next stage of cooking. Certainly, one can encase the bear paw in yellow clay and roast it over a fire for approximately 2 hours. Once removed, the clay can be peeled away, taking most of the fur with it, and the paw should then be rinsed several times in clean water. Some claim that freshly severed bear paws are inedible. However, this is not the case in the mountains, where such a notion is unheard of. The prevailing belief that fresh bear paws are unsuitable for consumption stems from those who rarely have access to them, as what they typically encounter are dried bear paws. The preparation of dried bear paws is more intricate, requiring soaking before further processing. Cooking bear paws outside is quite elaborate, primarily to accentuate the dish's rarity. However, Liu Hongjun's approach to stewing bear paws is far less complicated. He begins by using bear oil to salt, adds yellow sauce, and incorporates salty pork to release its savory aroma. Next, he introduces scallions, ginger, and garlic, pours in some cooking wine, adds a touch of dried mushrooms, and then includes water before placing the bear paw into simmer. By adding ample water and allowing it to cook slowly, after about 2 hours, the broth reduces and the bear paw is ready. In essence, the preparation of bear paw is laborious, and Liu Hongjun is busy in the kitchen, still working when Zhou Weiguo and the others arrive, as the stew is not yet complete. Chapter 33. The educated youth seek to purchase salty pork from Liu Hongjun. Is the bear paw not yet ready? As dusk fell, Zhou Weiguo and 7 or 8 other educated youth arrived at Liu Hongjun's home. Do you think it's that easy to stew a bear paw? I've been at it all afternoon. It will be ready in just over an hour. Liu Hongjun replied with a smile as he glanced into the pot. Still not done? I could smell the aroma from outside the yard. Wang Yuejin peeked into the kitchen. Not yet. Our method is quite rudimentary. In the city, at a grand restaurant, this dish would require preparation starting the day before, with the meal served the following evening. Some even necessitate 2 days of advanced preparation. Noticing Wang Yuejin looking into the kitchen, Liu Hongjun directly instructed him, "Please keep an eye on it for me. Just maintain a low flame. I need to feed my dog first." "All right, go ahead." Wang Yuejin settled in front of the stove, attentively monitoring the fire. Liu Hongjun fetched dog food to feed his canine companion. After tending to the dog, he descended into the cellar to retrieve 2 pieces of salty pork. The supply of salty pork at home was dwindling, especially after the recent wild boar hunt, which necessitated saving a couple to cure. Before the production team was divided, hunters were required to turn in their catches to the production team in exchange for work points. However, small game like wild chickens and rabbits could be taken home without scrutiny. Large game, however, had to be submitted to the village, or one would face disciplinary action. Hunters were considered a trade within the village, akin to livestock raising or farming, all serving the cooperative, albeit with different specializations. Nevertheless, Liu Hongjun's father was an exception. As a health worker, he could choose to submit his catches to the village or keep them for himself. No one dared to offend him, nor did anyone wish to do so. Liu Hongjun has now inherited his father's role, and his primary occupation remains as a health worker, with hunting being a side endeavor for which he must record additional work points. Alternatively, one could simply provide cash or, of course, offer food directly. Liu Hongjun took 2 pieces of salted meat and some hazel mushrooms. The dish of hazel mushrooms stewed with salted meat is indeed a delightful culinary creation. Initially, Liu Hongjun did not anticipate such a large gathering. He presumed it would only be 4 or 5 people, including Zhou Weiguo, with just Zhou Weiguo and his companions, plus himself, for bear paws and the mushrooms he had prepared would suffice. However, with the sudden arrival of 7 or 8 individuals, Liu Hongjun found it necessary to prepare an additional dish. Upon seeing Liu Hongjun bring the salted meat, Sun Lily and Zhu Monli stepped forward, saying, "Hongjun, you have been busy all afternoon. Let us take over from here." "Yes. How do you plan to prepare this salted meat?" Zhu Monli inquired. "I will stew it with the hazel mushrooms you brought. I assure you it will be delicious." Liu Hongjun replied with a smile. "All right, leave it to us." Sun Lily responded cheerfully. In the Northeast, stewing is an exceptionally simple process, primarily reliant on the quality of the ingredients. Superior ingredients, when combined with a hot earthen pot, yield a dish that exemplifies the adage, "The finest ingredients require only the most primitive cooking methods." After handing the salted meat and mushrooms to Sun Lily, Liu Hongjun entered the main room. Inside, Zhou Weiguo and a few others had already taken out a deck of playing cards to entertain themselves. Gambling is quite prevalent in the Northeast. During winter, many households engage in card games, mahjong, dominoes, and dice from dawn until dusk. This phenomenon is largely due to the climate. As winter descends and heavy snow blankets the mountains, most villagers are confined to their homes, with few other forms of entertainment available. Aside from the occasional intimate moments with their partners, card playing remains the primary pastime. "Did you bring your own liquor?" Liu Hongjun remarked with a smile upon noticing a bottle of red sorghum liquor resting on the stove. "But we cannot always rely on yours," Zhou Weiguo replied, continuing to play cards. "Two of a kind," Zhou Weiguo exclaimed, discarding 2 cards. The group was engaged in a popular card game in the Northeast known as Black 3, also referred to as 3 versus 1. For players compete with a single deck, similar to the game of upgrading, where points are contested, represented by cards. and ultimately tallied to determine the winner. Liu Hongjun and Duan Chang'an stood to the side, observing as Zhou Weiguo and his companions animatedly played. Hongjun, could you possibly save more meat for us in the coming days? Duan Chang'an inquired after watching the game for a while. What do you mean? Your family typically reserves 2 or 3 wild boars or other game each year for personal consumption or to make salted meat. I was wondering if you could set aside a little extra this year. I would like to purchase some. Oh, you wish to buy meat directly from me? Liu Hongjun finally understood Duan Chang'an's intentions. Yes, I was thinking of making some salted meat to send home. Duan Chang'an nodded earnestly. All right, that is quite simple. I have been planning to make some salted meat myself. When the time comes, you can all come over to help. And I will sell you a portion of what we prepare. Liu Hongjun readily agreed. A few years ago, he might not have considered selling, as this era is far different from the future. Once the concept of buying and selling is introduced, it can become perilous. It is conceivable that someone might engage in mischief and accuse you of speculation, which would indeed lead to serious consequences. Therefore, in the past few years, my father has never sold meat. He has always kept it for himself, occasionally gifting a bit to close friends. However, Liu Hongjun is no longer concerned about such matters. As it is now 1978, and the nation has embraced reform and opening up, most regions have begun to implement joint production contracts and distribute land to households, gradually liberalizing trade. Nowadays, numerous public markets have emerged around many cities, where ordinary citizens sell surplus vegetables or poultry and eggs they have raised themselves. Hongjun, I want some too. Reserve 50 pounds for me, and I will buy it at a price of 3 to 4 cents less per pound. Upon hearing Liu Hongjun and Duan Chang'an discuss meat, Zhou Weiguo immediately ceased playing cards and turned to Liu Hongjun. No need for such an expensive price. Here, wild game meat isn't that costly. At the base down the mountain, the best meat is only 35 cents a pound, Liu Hongjun replied with a smile. What we desire is cured salted meat. The price of the salted meat will be set at 40 cents per pound, and you will provide all the curing materials. Zhou Weiguo chuckled. Fine, I will provide it, but you all must come to help. No help, no salted meat. Liu Hongjun laughed. At 40 cents per pound for the cured salted meat, the price is relatively affordable. However, Liu Hongjun is not particularly concerned about the small profit. All right, we will definitely come to help, exclaimed Zhao Jianjun and the others, equally excited and no longer interested in their card game. In that case, you should bring a card into the mountains tomorrow morning, and when I catch a wild boar, we can haul it back directly. We cannot let anyone from the village go to fetch it, Liu Hongjun instructed. We have a cart at our youth station. Shall we borrow another one? Zhou Weiguo inquired. No need, one will suffice. We will bring back one wild boar at a time and prepare it as salted meat right away, so it won't be too hectic. Liu Hongjun replied. I'll follow your lead. What is going on? Why all the excitement? Wang Yuejin entered, smiling. What brings you here? I don't need you anymore. Sun Lily and Zhu Monli have taken over the kitchen. Wang Yuejin chuckled. Perfect, Yuejin. Go call Dashin and invite him over for bear paw, Liu Hongjun instructed. All right. Brother Hongjun, I'm here. What do you need? Wang Yuejin responded just as Dashin's voice came from the doorway. Brother Hongjun. Shirtu peeked out from behind Dashin. Greeting Liu Hongjun. Shirtu is here too. Just in time, the bear paw is almost ready. Let us save a piece for him, Liu Hongjun smiled. Brother Hongjun. I want to join you in the mountains to hunt, said Shirtu. Has your family agreed? Yes. Shirtu nodded enthusiastically. To gain permission from his family to accompany Liu Hongjun into the mountains, Shirtu had caused quite a stir at home, nearly leading to a family dispute. Naturally, his parents would not allow their 17 or 18-year-old son to live independently. Ultimately, with no other option, I reluctantly acquiesced to Stone's request. Very well. Tomorrow morning, you and Dashin will wait for me beneath the rocky cliff. I shall guide you into the mountains for the hunt. However, let it be understood from the outset that once we are in the mountains, you must heed my commands entirely. No independent actions. Liu Hongjun said solemnly to Stone. Indeed, I shall follow Brother Hongjun's lead. Stone nodded vigorously. Zhou Weiguo and the other young intellectuals gazed at Stone with envy. They too wished to accompany Liu Hongjun into the mountains for the hunt. Joining Liu Hongjun for the hunt was akin to discovering a fortune. Dashin had already earned a considerable sum in just 2 days of following Liu Hongjun into the mountains, more than the monthly wage of the workers at the logging site. After a moment of elation, Stone mentioned another matter. Brother Hongjun, today while gathering herbs in the mountains, I encountered a sounder of wild boars. Where was that? Liu Hongjun's interest peaked at the mention of wild boars, and he inquired further. Stone replied, on the sunny slope over by Erlongu. I was collecting herbs when I noticed the area was too crowded near Liuying Cliff, so I wandered over to Erlongu and spotted a nest of wild boars there. How many? What size were they? Liu Hongjun pressed on. There must have been 7 or 8 of them. Stone responded. The largest appeared to weigh over 300 pounds, while the smaller ones were around 70 or 80 pounds. Very well, Erlongu is adjacent to Wild Boar Ridge. We shall first head to Erlongu tomorrow, and then proceed to Wild Boar Ridge. Liu Hongjun concluded with a smile. We shall follow your lead. Foregoing herb gathering is of no consequence. The hunt is of greater importance. Zhou Weiguo spoke on behalf of the group. Then it is settled, Liu Hongjun affirmed. That evening, they feasted boisterously on meat and drank heartily until nearly 10 o'clock, before dispersing to return home for rest. At dawn the next day, just as the first light began to break, Liu Hongjun rose early, washed up, fed the dog, prepared breakfast, and ate. The temperature had dropped significantly, and a wind had picked up, leaving frost clinging to the grass by the roadside. Upon exiting the village, the wind intensified, rustling through the forest. Arriving at the rocky cliff, both Dashin and Stone were already there, and upon seeing Liu Hongjun, they hurried forward to greet him. Brother Hongjun, the wind has picked up in the mountains. Can we still enter? What do you know? Liu Hongjun chuckled. This weather is perfect for tracking wild boars. After a brief wait, Zhou Weiguo and a group of 7 or 8 young intellectuals arrived, pulling a cart behind them. Hongjun, have you all gathered? Indeed. Let us proceed. Liu Hongjun said no more, simply leading the way into the mountains with his dog in tow. Upon reaching Erlongu, they found no signs of the wild boar herd. Yet Pear Blossom and Huangzhong appeared somewhat exhilarated, especially Pear Blossom, who kept tugging at the leash, eager to pursue the prey. Dashin glanced at Stone, then turned to Liu Hongjun and asked, Brother Hongjun, we haven't spotted any wild boars. How shall we find them? Hey, look over there. Liu Hongjun pointed to a tree. Chuckling. What? That tree clearly bears the marks of wild boars rubbing against it. And over there in the grass, if you look closely, you can see evidence of wild boars having roamed nearby. The signs are fresh, indicating that this sounder of wild boars hasn't strayed far. Alas, if only it had snowed. We would be able to discern their tracks with greater clarity. Liu Hongjun stood atop the hillside on the northern side of Erlongu, surveying his surroundings before playfully inquiring, Dashin, where do you suppose this nest of wild boars might be? After pondering for a moment, Dashin gazed down the slope beneath them, hypothesizing that they were likely still on the sunny hillside. The Erlongu Valley runs east to west, and since Liu Hongjun and his companions were perched on the northern ridge, the sunny slope referred to the very hillside at their feet. Liu Hongjun smiled knowingly, choosing not to elaborate further as he untied the dog's leash. At this juncture, speculating on the wild boar's hiding place was of little consequence. The purpose of bringing the dog was clear. As long as they were in proximity to the wild boars, it was simply a matter of releasing the dog to track them down. Upon loosening the leash, Lihua darted forward with a yelp, closely followed by Huangzhong. Liu Hongjun then leisurely pointed to a spot on the hillside below, grinning as he remarked, I suspect that group of wild boars is concealed in that little hollow over there. Why? Dashin inquired, perplexed. Haha, because it's sheltered from the wind. Liu Hongjun explained. Look, there's already frost today, and the temperature in the mountains is several degrees below zero. The wild boars are no fools. They naturally seek a warm, wind-sheltered place to rest. It's a common misconception that pigs are foolish. In reality, they are quite astute, especially wild boars, who possess the wisdom to evade the harsh winter conditions. Typically, wild boars prefer to stay on the sunlit slopes where they can bask in warmth. The hollow Liu Hongjun referred to was strategically located at a bend in the Erlongu, oriented generally east-west, but slightly northeast. This particular slope was among the first to receive sunlight, and, being a concave area, provided a shield against the wind. Thus, Liu Hongjun deduced that the boar herd might be hiding there. Indeed, Lihua raced towards the hollow he had indicated, her barking rousing the slumbering wild boars. After a cacophony of snorts, 2 hefty wild boars, each weighing over 300 pounds, emerged into Liu Hongjun's line of sight. Brother Hongjun, the wild boars are out, shouted Shirtu, filled with excitement. Stay calm, remain composed. I see them, Liu Hongjun replied, methodically unfastening his firearm and leisurely inserting the magazine into the chamber before disengaging the safety. Brother Hongjun, shouldn't we pursue them? Shirtu urged anxiously. No need. Liu Hongjun responded, raising his rifle. Chapter 35. 5 shots. 5 wild boars. Unlike deer, wild boars are not driven by curiosity at the slightest disturbance. They bolt and will not pause until late afternoon when they feel secure enough to return. It is often said in the mountains that the hierarchy of threats includes pigs, bears, and tigers. While it may seem that wild boars are more formidable than bears and tigers, this adage pertains primarily to the damage they inflict on crops. Each year, numerous wild boars descend from the mountains to ravage farmland, while bears occasionally venture down as well. Tigers, on the other hand, rarely descend into human settlements. And unless there is a significant disruption in their habitat or a dire shortage of food, they typically do not pose a threat to the villagers. The wild boar possesses a timid nature. Under normal circumstances, upon encountering hunting dogs, it will swiftly flee. It is only when injured or provoked that it resorts to a frenzied attack on humans. The wind howled through the forest, causing branches to creak ominously. Liu Hongjun calmly raised his rifle, aiming at a mature sow. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a white blur darted from behind, quickly catching up to the sow and biting down on her ear. With a vigorous thrust, the dog yanked the sow, causing the hefty creature, weighing over 300 pounds, to stumble precariously. Following closely, Huangzhong seized the other ear of the sow. With a clever strategy, if more dogs joined in to grasp her hind legs, they could easily pin the wild boar to the ground. Liu Hongjun lowered his rifle. In such a scenario, he dared not fire, as it could result in a through-and-through shot, endangering the dogs. Just as Liu Hongjun prepared to put away his rifle and approach the old sow, he suddenly spotted a yellow-haired boar, weighing over 100 pounds, emerging from the west of the sow. This yellow-haired boar, a juvenile wild pig, might be likened to a young male. Without hesitation, Liu Hongjun raised his rifle and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The shot rang out, and the yellow-haired boar collapsed instantly. The sound of the gun caused Lihua and Huangzhong to release their grip on the old sow and turn to gaze at the fallen yellow-haired boar. Meanwhile, the old sow, finally breaking free, dashed into the nearby oak grove, seizing the opportunity created by the sow's escape. Liu Hongjun pivoted his rifle and fired a shot at the old sow as it fled into the oak trees. Unbeknownst to the sow, as it traversed past an oak, a bullet awaited it. The projectile pierced through the sow's eye, resulting in a spray of blood that erupted from its mouth. The force of the shot obliterated half of its face, exposing its brain. The old sow did not have a moment to emit a cry before it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Liu Hongjun stowed his rifle and continued to observe the unfolding situation. With the 2 shots echoing, chaos erupted below. Besides the recently slain old sow, there was another massive boar weighing over 400 pounds, alongside another sow and 4 yellow-haired boars. This group of wild pigs totaled 8, constituting a rather sizable herd. At this moment, Lihua and Huangzhong finally snapped out of their daze and resumed their hunt, pursuing one of the yellow-haired boars. Liu Hongjun merely cast a glance at Lihua, choosing not to focus on them, but instead aimed for the massive boar. Although the meat of the sow is delectable, every hunter yearns to target the largest prize. Liu Hongjun raised his rifle once more, aligning it with the massive boar, but hesitated just as he was about to pull the trigger. This delay caused him to lose his shooting angle, and the boar dashed into the oak grove. Liu Hongjun had no choice but to redirect his rifle in search of other targets. At this moment, the towering mountains and the stones stood silently as Zhou Weiguo witnessed the scene, not daring to breathe too loudly for fear that the sound might disturb Liu Hongjun's aim. Simultaneously, he could hardly contain the excitement bubbling within him. 2 shots had felled 2 wild boars, one a hefty old sow weighing around 300 pounds, the other a yellow piglet weighing over 100. The yellow piglet, being a young boar, boasted tender meat, even more delectable than that of the old sow. The meat of the old sow was particularly noted for its richness. Bang! 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 After 3 successive gunshots, Liu Hongjun lowered his weapon, engaged the safety, and swiftly descended the hillside. The mountains and stones, along with Zhou Weiguo and the others, hastily followed suit, racing down the slope. "Brother Hongjun, you are truly remarkable," exclaimed Dashan, exhilarated as he chased after Liu Hongjun. Just moments ago, Liu Hongjun had fired 3 shots, directly claiming 3 yellow piglets, all roughly weighing around 100 pounds. The old sow had managed to escape into the oak grove, evading Liu Hongjun's line of fire. Meanwhile, the last yellow piglet was firmly pinned to the ground by Lihua and Huangzhong. Faced with 2 dogs of similar weight, The 100-pound yellow piglet stood no chance. Lihua clamped down on its neck, holding it firmly, while Huangzhong bit into its belly, and together, the two dogs worked in unison to subdue the piglet. Liu Hongjun, unperturbed by Dashan's words, dashed down the hillside. Running downhill was not as simple as it seemed. Running straight down posed a risk of falling. Thus, Liu Hongjun chose to descend at an angle, taking a longer route, but allowing for greater speed and safety. The old sow and the piglet that had fled into the oak grove were beyond his pursuit. As previously mentioned, wild boars, when faced with danger, would bolt. Capable of running for an entire day, Liu Hongjun had no intention of chasing after the frenzied boar. His focus lay on the yellow piglet pinned down by Lihua. Arriving at the scene, Liu Hongjun, closely followed by Dashan, drew his knife, ready to end the piglet's life. However, he swiftly intervened, halting Dashan. Whoosh! Liu Hongjun let out a sharp whistle. Upon receiving the command, Lihua and Huangzhong, though puzzled, faithfully complied, releasing the yellow piglet. Freed, the piglet scrambled to its feet, attempting to flee, but Liu Hongjun was prepared. He swiftly seized it, executing a throw that sent the piglet crashing to the ground, rendering it unconscious. Liu Hongjun then pressed his knee firmly against the piglet's neck, using both hands to grasp its front and hind legs. Dashan, tie up its hooves, he shouted to the still-dazed Dashan. Oh! Dashan snapped back to reality, hastily retrieving a rope to bind the piglet's forelegs. And its snout, Liu Hongjun added, prompting Dashan to quickly secure the piglet's snout as well. Chapter 36. The Wild Boar King Stone. Dasha, you two should eviscerate those wild boars and hang the entrails from the trees, Liu Hongjun instructed Stone, who had followed him into the mountains. Understood, Stone replied, drawing his knife from his waist and heading straight for the old sow. Since he decided to accompany Liu Hongjun on this hunting expedition, he had spent all of his savings to purchase this knife. Today, it finally had its purpose. Brother Hongjun, aren't we feeding the dogs? Dasha inquired. Feed them. Just split one heart in half and give it to them, Liu Hongjun responded. All right, Dasha concurred, also drawing his knife to begin eviscerating the yellow-haired boars. In this round, Liu Hongjun successfully took down an old sow for yellow-haired boars and even captured one alive. From the entire herd, only one large male and one old sow remained. Brother Hongjun, you are truly impressive, exclaimed Zhou Weiguo and the other educated youth who had followed, panting heavily. Indeed, one shot, one down, Wang Yuejin exclaimed loudly. Make sure to load the old sow onto the cart and take her back to my house, while also notifying the brigade to come here for the wild boars. The cart can't come down here. There is a small path over there. I'll have Stone guide you, Liu Hongjun instructed Zhou Weiguo and the others. Okay, Zhou Weiguo replied decisively. Remember to bring the cart. If all goes well, we can bring back 2 old sows today and turn them into cured meat tomorrow. The hind legs can even be made into Jinhua ham. I can make Jinhua ham. My parents worked in a Jinhua ham factory, and I grew up there. Fang Weishan raised his hand to declare. Very well, the task of making Jinhua ham shall be entrusted to you. Liu Hongjun laughed. Excited, Zhou Weiguo and the others climbed back up the slope to retrieve the cart. They then struggled to lift the old sow onto it. And Zhou Weiguo attempted to load the live yellow-haired boar as well, but was stopped by Liu Hongjun. You don't need to worry about that one. Just wait for the brigade members to come and handle it. Watching the group of educated youth pulling and pushing the old sow back, Liu Hongjun tied up Lihua and Huangzhong, leading the 2 dogs while taking Dasha towards the opposite mountain of Wild Boar Ridge. The area beyond Wild Boar Ridge was filled with more oak trees, as well as plenty of hickory and other mixed woods. Oaks, known for producing acorns, one of the wild boar's favorite foods, contained large amounts of starch, crude protein, and fiber, akin to corn. Therefore, wherever oak forests existed, wild boars were likely to be found. As the 2 ascended Wild Boar Ridge, they were taken aback by the scene before them. Wow! Liu Hongjun nearly exclaimed. No wonder Lihua had remained silent and appeared so tense. Midway up Wild Boar Ridge lay a relatively flat hillside dotted with numerous oak trees. But this was not the focal point. The focal point lies upon the hillside, where an abundance of wild boars, numbering in the hundreds, roam freely. Their presence so dense that it is nearly impossible to ascertain their exact count. Some of these boars forage beneath the oak trees. Others bask in the sun upon the ground, while a few are preoccupied with the noble task of procreation. It is rather early in the morning for such endeavors. Fortunately, they have ascended from the western Wild Boar Ridge, a location somewhat distant from the hillside's midsection. Otherwise, disturbing the herd could lead to considerable trouble, and it is conceivable that two individuals might find themselves ensnared in the wild boar ridge. Within such a large congregation of wild boars, it is certain that a boar king resides among them. Only the boar king possesses the authority to gather such a sizable group. Liu Hongjun crouched down, pulling Dashin along, and leaned forward to gaze below. At last, Liu Hongjun spotted the boar king, resting beneath a colossal oak tree with a trunk measuring nearly a meter in diameter. Dashin, take the dog and move away from here. Wait for me over by the Woniagu, Liu Hongjun whispered to him. In this scenario, the dog would serve no purpose. Descending would only provide sustenance for the wild boars. Brother Hongjun, what about you? Can I wait here and see if I can catch a few boars? Dashin inquired. No, if the wild boars become alarmed, I wouldn't know which direction they might flee. With you and the dog here, I wouldn't be able to escape, Liu Hongjun replied. Brother Hongjun, why don't we just head back? We've already taken down 6 wild boars today, which is quite a satisfactory haul. Didn't you say that a hunter should never be greedy? Dashin, visibly shaken by the sight of the boar herd, urged Liu Hongjun anxiously. Indeed, a hunter must guard against greed. However, how could a good hunter possibly let the boar king slip away? Moreover, now that the boar king has assembled this many wild boars, if we do not eliminate it now, you know that anyone venturing into the mountains later will be in grave danger. The boar king is not like the ordinary wild boars. Its aggressiveness is pronounced, and it will actively attack humans. Thus, there exists a rule in the mountains. Upon discovering the boar king, it must be eradicated. If I do not take action today, Uncle Yang will surely organize a group to hunt it down later, Liu Hongjun patiently elucidated. Very well, Brother Hongjun, please exercise caution, Dashin advised, leading Pear Blossom and Huangzhong to retreat from the wild boar ridge, heading toward Woniagu. Liu Hongjun watched as Dashin ventured further away, descending the ridge and climbing a small hill until he could no longer see his figure, before turning back to observe the surroundings of the wild boar ridge. He meticulously searched for a vantage point from which to launch an attack, aiming to find a defensible position that afforded a broad view for sniping at the herd of wild boars. The primary objective was to eliminate the boar king. The rest was inconsequential. Whatever could be taken down would be taken. The presence of the boar king fundamentally alters the nature of the wild boar herd. A herd led by the boar king can easily amass over 100 wild boars, and as time progresses, the size of the herd will grow exponentially. Furthermore, a herd led by the boar king exhibits a heightened desire to attack. Should the boar king lead its congregation down the mountain, it would spell disaster for the villagers below. A decade ago, an extraordinary incident occurred in Lushu when a formidable wild boar king descended from the mountains accompanied by an entire herd of over 200 wild boars. Tragically, 5 lives were lost, and vast tracts of crops were devastated by the marauding boars. Eventually, it was the old man who led the hunters from Yushitu to Lushu, where they managed to slay the wild boar king. With the collective effort of the militia from nearby villages, they drove the herd away. The losses were substantial, yet the bounty was considerable, with over 130 wild boars taken down. Suddenly, Liu Hongjun's eyes sparkled with realization. He had discovered an excellent vantage point for an attack. However, he was uncertain whether this position would afford a clear view of the wild boar king. Chapter 37. The enraged wild boar king flees in disarray. Before him lay a massive stone, renowned among the locals. Had there not been an overabundance of wild boars in the area, the ridge might have been named differently. This colossal stone, a sturdy piece of bluestone, stood over 3 meters high, stretching more than 10 meters in length and 5 to 6 meters in width, adorned with what seemed to be the impression of an animal's claw. Consequently, the locals referred to it as Longxia stone. The elders claimed it bore the mark of a dragon's claw, left behind when a giant dragon rested upon it. Legend has it that in later times, after the wild boars had vanished from the ridge, many would come to pay homage to this stone. Liu Hongjun resolved to ascend Longxia stone to assess whether the view was suitable for a precise shot at the wild boar king. Half of Longxia stone was embedded in the mountainside, and from the rear, it was only about 2 meters high, making the ascent quite manageable. Otherwise, the mountain folk would not have been aware of the dragon's claw print above. Liu Hongjun cautiously approached the back of Longxia stone, climbed atop it, and gazed down the slope. The vantage point provided a clearer view. However, it was not an ideal spot for sniping the wild boar king. The beast lay beneath a massive oak, and from Longxia stone, It was only possible to catch a vague glimpse of the wild boar king through the gaps in the branches. Descending from Longxia stone, Liu Hongjun peered down along its side, observing that the slope halfway down resembled a scoop, akin to the sheltered hollows over Longgu. This location was undoubtedly a wise choice for the wild boar king. As Liu Hongjun carefully descended the slope, he noted signs of wild boars nesting beneath a red pine tree. After cautiously surveying his surroundings, he began to advance slowly. Ahead, several oak trees stood, and the distance to the wild boar's hillside abode was not far, merely around 200 meters. The mountain wind howled through the forest, effectively muffling the sound of Liu Hongjun's movements, and due to the wind's direction, he had little to fear regarding the boars detecting his scent. Sneaking forward, Liu Hongjun suddenly spotted movement ahead and swiftly darted behind a nearby tree. Upon closer inspection, he saw a female wild boar approximately 100 meters away, vigorously rubbing against an oak tree, causing it to sway. Acorns occasionally fell to the ground, and the wild boar would snap them up with a crunch. Liu Hongjun concealed himself behind a sturdy pine tree, observing the female wild boar as it continued to scratch against the tree. The female wild boar was not his primary target. That honor belonged to the enormous boar king. However, should this female boar foolishly approach him, he would not hesitate to take her down first before turning his attention to the boar king. At a distance of over 200 meters, his marksmanship should suffice to strike the boar king with a single shot. Just as Liu Hongjun raised his rifle, hesitating to take aim at the female boar, she unexpectedly turned and descended the mountain. Liu Hongjun exhaled in relief, lowered his firearm, and crouched down, gradually moving to his left front. Near the oak tree where the female boar had just grazed stood a massive boulder of bluish stone, towering approximately 2 meters high and extending over 10 meters in length. With a width of 7 or 8 meters exposed from the mountainside, no less impressive than the dragon rest stone above. Having just observed from the dragon rest stone, Liu Hongjun recognized this boulder as an excellent vantage point for sniping. He stealthily maneuvered until he reached the rear of the boulder and slowly ascended its surface. Lying prone atop the stone, he raised his rifle, aligning his sights on the boar king, who was clearly visible in his field of view. Liu Hongjun refrained from firing immediately. Instead, he retrieved 2 fresh magazines from his bag and placed them beside him for quick access. With the safety off, he decisively squeezed the trigger. Bang! To his dismay, Liu Hongjun cursed under his breath. At the very moment he pulled the trigger, the boar king unexpectedly stood upright. What was intended as a clean headshot passed beneath the boar king's head, striking the ground instead. The boar king emitted a sharp, piercing scream, prompting Liu Hongjun to witness a scene of wild boars stampeding. At that moment, he had no choice but to abandon his pursuit of the boar king. The thick oak forest obscured his line of sight, showcasing the boar king's cunning. He could only target the other wild boars before resuming his chase of the boar king. Bang! Bang! Liu Hongjun rapidly pulled the trigger. With each shot, another wild boar fell lifeless to the ground. After discharging over a dozen rounds, he paused, for all the remaining wild boars had already vanished into the thicket, leaving Liu Hongjun bereft of a shooting opportunity. Just as he believed he had lost the chance to continue his pursuit, the boar king suddenly burst forth from the underbrush, charging directly toward him. Truly, the heavens offer no path that one may choose, yet the gates of hell seem to welcome all. Liu Hongjun finally beheld the full figure of the boar king, an impressive creature weighing between 700 to 800 pounds, nearly the size of a cow. Its body marred with scars, revealing a veteran of many battles, and still a formidable adversary. Following closely behind the boar king were a dozen or so female wild boars, stampeding in a frenzy. Witnessing this spectacle, Liu Hongjun felt no urgency to strike the boar king just yet. Bang! 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 As the shots rang out, the number of female wild boars trailing the boar king steadily diminished until none remained. The boar king was now less than 10 meters away from him. At this moment, the wild boar king also noticed Liu Hongjun sprawled upon the large boulder. With its eyes ablaze, the wild boar king emitted a howl filled with animosity and fury directed at Liu Hongjun. Then, it turned and swiftly dashed down the mountain. Damn, Liu Hongjun scoffed. I thought you were going to fight me to the death. Yet, you turn and flee. He raised his gun, aiming at the wild boar king. As it ran away with its back to Liu Hongjun, he found it difficult to hit the creature's head and could only target its legs. The wild boar king's robust limbs thrashed about on the slope, moving with remarkable speed. Bang! After a prolonged moment of aim, Liu Hongjun finally fired. The wild boar king stumbled, nearly losing its footing, but tenaciously regained its balance and continued its descent. Liu Hongjun remained unperturbed. If it were that easy to kill the wild boar king, it wouldn't have earned its title. Many wild boar kings had ascended to power only after evading numerous hunters. Liu Hongjun, calm and collected, adjusted his aim, calculating the wild boar king's speed and the frequency of its strides. In his previous life, Liu Hongjun had served as a sniper in the military, understanding well that speed in firing does not equate to skill. Precision is paramount. After determining the creature's velocity, he decisively squeezed the trigger. Bang! This shot struck the wild boar king's front leg perfectly. This time, the beast collapsed and could not rise again. With both front and hind legs on the same side shattered, unless it possessed true magical prowess, it would be impossible for the wild boar king to stand again. Liu Hongjun, who had initially intended to continue firing, observed the situation and refrained from pulling the trigger once more. He safely engaged the gun's safety and stowed it away. Leaping from the boulder, he swiftly approached the fallen wild boar king. Upon seeing Liu Hongjun, the creature glared fiercely, emitting a series of sharp shrieks as it struggled. Yet it could not rise. Liu Hongjun inspected the wild boar king's injuries. Due to the distance, although he had struck it, the leg did not break as he had envisioned. Instead, the bullet had impacted the bone, resulting in a fracture that rendered the creature incapable of bearing weight, thus preventing it from standing. Originally prepared to deliver a finishing blow, Liu Hongjun suddenly changed his mind. He retrieved a rope from his backpack and securely bound the wild boar king's mouth. Then, he tied its uninjured legs together. With a firm tug, he flipped the wild boar king over, exposing the wounded legs. Liu Hongjun found several sticks and, using his knife, fashioned them to uniform lengths as a makeshift splint. Grasping one leg, he manually extracted the bullet lodged in the bone, realigning it with deft movements, applying antiseptic, and securing the fractured area with the wooden splint, wrapping it in bandages. The entire treatment process was rather brutal. Liu Hongjun harbored no fears that the wild boar king would succumb, nor did he worry about its demise. Each wild boar capable of ruling had danced dangerously close to death multiple times, exhibiting remarkable vitality. Moreover, Liu Hongjun had applied a golden ointment to it, a secret remedy devised by his father, far surpassing the efficacy of Yunnan Baiyao. The reason Liu Hongjun decided to keep the wild boar king and mend its injured leg was undoubtedly linked to his future father-in-law's schemes and the imminent factory employment of his future brother-in-law. Although Liu Hongjun believed that one could still achieve great things in the countryside after the reform and opening up, others did not share his vision and naturally preferred the city. Liu Hongjun could only offer his assistance to the best of his ability. The wild boar king, once transported to the city zoo, would undoubtedly be a sensation. Weighing between 700 and 800 pounds, it was a rarity not only in the city but even in their mountainous region. After tending to the boar's leg injury, Liu Hongjun rose and made his way towards Woniyugo. Upon reaching Woniyugo, he heard the familiar barks of Pear Blossom ahead. The sound of Pear Blossom and Huangzhong's calls brought a smile to Liu Hongjun's face, prompting him to quicken his pace. As he rounded a bend, he spotted Dashin standing in Woniyugo, pacing back and forth with two dogs in tow. Upon seeing Liu Hongjun, Pear Blossom struggled to leap into his arms. "Brother Hongjun," Dashin exclaimed with delight, loosening his grip on the dog leashes. The two dogs rushed to Liu Hongjun, bounding excitedly towards him. He embraced them warmly, giving them a good rub. "Brother Hongjun, did you kill the wild boar king?" Dashin inquired. "No," Liu Hongjun replied. "Did it escape?" "No worries. We'll track it down with Pear Blossom. As long as it is separated from the herd, we can take it down." Dashin paused for a moment before reassuringly responding. "Huh, I did not kill it, but I did capture it alive." Liu Hongjun chuckled softly. "What? You captured the wild boar king alive?" Dashin exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. "Is there any doubt?" Liu Hongjun responded. "Let us go. I also took down about a dozen or so wild boars. We need to act swiftly to gut and bleed them." Liu Hongjun led the way towards Wild Boar Ridge with the dogs in tow. "Oh," Dashin, still astonished, hurriedly followed Liu Hongjun. Before long, they arrived at the hillside of Wild Boar Ridge. Gazing at the plethora of wild boar carcasses strewn across the ground, Dashin felt as if he were in a dream. When did hunting become so effortless? It was truly akin to picking up money. Under Liu Hongjun's urging, he hastily drew his knife and began to gut the wild boars. Once a wild animal is dead, it is imperative to bleed and gut it promptly. Otherwise, The blood will seep into the meat, rendering it foul and inedible. The two spent over an hour processing all the wild boars. As for Pear Blossom and Huangzhong, they were not neglected, indulging in the hearts and lungs of the pigs. Once their labor was complete, Dashan, devoid of any decorum, collapsed onto the ground with a blissful smile on his face. With so many wild boars, he was entitled to 1/6 of the bounty. According to the hunting customs, the lead dog received one share, the gun another, and the hunters each received their portion, with those contributing significantly earning an additional share. Although he had not been of much help, he accompanied them into the mountains, thus ensuring his rightful share, along with Shidu's portion. He and Shirtu each took a share, while Liu Hongjun claimed 4 portions. However, this money felt rather precarious in his hands. After the initial excitement, Dashan was engulfed by a profound sense of unease. Following Liu Hongjun into the mountains for the hunt, he truly felt as though he had contributed little, and his share seemed almost too burdensome. Brother Hongjun, how about I take 1/10 with Shirtu, and you can have 9/10? Dashan suggested awkwardly. Dashan, I understand your thoughts. Liu Hongjun replied earnestly. When we embark on this hunt, there are rules we must adhere to. Since I trust you and have chosen to lead you into the mountains, it is imperative that we abide by these rules. Without rules, there can be no order. This is not merely a matter of wealth. Once the rules are broken, our small team will certainly falter. Just because you feel your contribution is minimal now does not mean it will remain so in the future. What is rightfully yours, accept it with peace of mind. Otherwise, I will be unable to take you into the mountains again. Understood. I will heed your advice, Brother Hongjun. Dashan nodded vigorously. In the mountains, there are established norms. In hunting, there are specific customs, and in partnerships, there are distinct protocols, each with its own significance. These traditions have been passed down for centuries, steeped in wisdom. Some partnerships have endured through generations, dating back to the Qing dynasty, and they persist even today. They are sustained not merely by sentiment but by stringent regulations. Brother Hongjun. To the northwest of Wild Boar Ridge lies Ox Cow Ravine. What lies to the southeast? Dashan inquired after lying on the ground for a while. What brings this question to mind? Liu Hongjun asked. Oh, it just occurred to me that while everyone speaks of Wild Boar Ridge, no one ever mentions what lies to its southeast. Dashan scratched his head, pondering. Beyond Wild Boar Ridge is truly deep wilderness, a place seldom trodden by human feet. To the northeast of Wild Boar Ridge is the Alkali Factory, which you know. To the southeast is Changbai Mountain, and further in from there is Deerhorn Peak. There is a swamp between Changbai Mountain and Deerhorn Peak, which is why very few venture there. Liu Hongjun explained casually. Suddenly his eyes brightened. Chapter 39. The Two Treasures of Deerhorn Peak. Dashan's earlier words sparked a realization in him. The swamp and Deerhorn Peak concealed a significant treasure. No, not just one grand treasure, but 2 magnificent treasures. Each of these treasures could be deemed priceless. These 2 treasures remained undiscovered until modern times due to the swamp's barrier. One of them is the deer antlers hidden in the valley beneath Deerhorn Peak. It is said that the area is thickly populated with deer antlers, resembling a thicket at first glance, with many more antlers buried in the earth over time. In this vast mountain area, there are thousands of sika and red deer, each shedding their antlers annually. Even if not all the deer shed their antlers here, the numbers are still considerable. Perhaps a single deer antler holds little value. At a pharmacy or supply store at the foot of the mountain, it might fetch only 10 or 8 yuan. However, the sheer abundance of deer antlers within makes it a substantial find. An ordinary person who discovers deer antlers might be inclined to sell them directly. Yet Liu Hongjun is not one to do so. He possesses the foresight to transform these antlers into the more precious and valuable deer antler glue. The glue derived from deer antlers is a revered tonic, capable of nourishing the liver and kidneys, enhancing essence, and invigorating the blood. It is effective in treating ailments such as impotence, lumbar and knee pain, weakness, excessive bleeding, and various forms of hemorrhage. In later times, the market price for farm deer antler glue soared to around 1,600 to 700 yuan per pound, with premium quality fetching up to 2,000 or 3,000 yuan per pound. All of these products are sourced from pure wild deer, and the resulting glue is of the highest caliber. Even today, the procurement price in pharmacies ranges from 100 to 300 yuan. In subsequent years, it was reported that over 10,000 deer antlers were discovered, and this figure only represents the reported quantity. The exact number remains uncertain. Regardless, at that time, the entire marshland was trampled into solid ground. The marshes of northeast China are not like those in the tropical rainforests of the south, which can engulf a person. In this era, the reluctance to venture there stems from the presence of tigers on Deer Antler Peak and the challenging terrain of the marshes that most cannot traverse. Most importantly, the hidden treasures within remain unknown to the general populace. Speaking of another treasure, one must mention the three treasures of northeast China: ginseng, sable fir, and Ural-grass. This treasure refers specifically to ginseng. In later years, a seasoned ginseng hunter unearthed two six-leaf ginseng roots atop Deer Antler Peak. Such six-leaf ginseng roots are over 100 years old, and their discovery signifies the presence of a ginseng nest. The renowned ginseng factions, passed down through generations, each possess several old patches, known as old patches, where six-leaf varieties have been found. Each old patch represents a small, renewable treasure trove, capable of yielding a continuous supply of four-leaf varieties, with three-leaf varieties being the minimum. Finding two six-leaf ginseng roots atop Deer Antler Peak naturally indicates the existence of two ginseng nests. Each six-leaf ginseng root is priceless. Had Liu Hongjun not pondered about the location near Dashan and Wild Boar Ridge, he may not have recalled its significance. However, even with this recollection, he is not yet prepared to exploit these treasures. The production team is still intact, and the division of assets has not yet occurred. While hunting a few wild boars for personal consumption poses no issue, the prospect of an entire valley of deer antlers raises concerns about whether the villagers might become greedy, inciting chaos or claiming the treasure for themselves. Even the two six-leaf ginseng roots may not be safe from such intentions. To amass wealth, one must proceed discreetly. In fact, he does not plan to involve Dashan in this endeavor either. Regrettably, he traversed to this era without a golden finger or special ability. If he possessed a spatial ability or something akin to it, he could easily gather the deer antlers from that valley and store them away, waiting for 2 or 3 decades to provide for his son's future bride, or even 4 or 5 decades to prepare for his grandsons. Brother Huangzhong, have you been there? I have accompanied my father to collect herbs on Changbai Mountain. Beyond lies the marshland, filled with dense reeds, impassable, Liu Hongjun remarked. But how do you know about Deerhorn Peak? Deerhorn Peak has existed for quite some time. From the alkali factory in Lushu, one can clearly see it, and occasionally hear the roar of a tiger. Are there tigers on Deerhorn Peak? Alas, we cannot traverse there. Otherwise, if we manage to hunt a tiger, we would be hailed as heroes. Deshawn dreamily replied. Haha, there will be opportunities in the future. This area is a tiger path, often traversed by tigers. Liu Hongjun continued. The place where you previously stayed, won't you go, is actually known as Tiger Leap Gorge. It is said that a tiger once leapt across from this side of the gorge to the other. Liu Hongjun chuckled. Is that true? Of course it is not. How wide is Wonyu-go? Even at its narrowest, it exceeds 50 meters. If a tiger could leap across, it would be a legend, Liu Hongjun stated. Indeed. Deshawn scratched his head. However, it is true that tigers have been sighted in Wonyu-go, not just once, but at least 5 times. Yet, during those 5 encounters, the tigers did not harm anyone, but swiftly fled. Liu Hongjun explained to Deshawn. Brother Hongjun, you know so much. Deshawn said with admiration. I have been foraging with my father in the mountains since I was around 15 or 16. All this knowledge comes from him. The two sat on the ground, engaging in casual conversation. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lihua and Huangzhong rose from the ground and began calling out into the distance. Liu Hongjun grasped his gun and stood up. Brother Hongjun, what is it? Deshawn inquired. Something is approaching. Liu Hongjun replied in a low tone. Something? What is it? It might be the red dogs, Liu Hongjun said, his gaze fixed intently on the distant thicket. Meanwhile, Lihua and Huangzhong were calling out frantically into the distance. Red dogs? Deshan's expression changed upon hearing this. The red dog, also known as the dhole, is a creature even fiercer than a wolf, possessing a bold demeanor. Slightly smaller than wolves, they resemble both dogs and wolves. Their reddish-brown fur is the reason for their name. A pack of 7 or 8 red dogs, driven by hunger, would even dare to confront wild boars. In the northeastern forests, they undoubtedly reign atop the food chain. It is no coincidence that the dhole is positioned before wolves and tigers. There is nothing the red dogs fear, and their hunting methods are exceptionally brutal. They favor a gruesome technique known as gutting, where their sharp claws penetrate the prey's body, yanking out its intestines. Despite their relatively small size, weighing around 20 to 30 pounds, they prefer to hunt large creatures such as deer and elk. Chapter 40. The ferocious red dog's Liu Hongjun speculated that perhaps he had hunted too many wild boars, attracting the red dogs with the scent of blood. Holding his gun firmly in one hand, he gripped Lihua and Huangzhong tightly with the other. "Deshan, help me hold the dogs. Do not let them out," Liu Hongjun instructed. If it truly were the red dogs, he dared not release the hounds. Despite the relatively modest size of the red dogs, which is less than half that of Lihua and Huangzhong, when it comes to a confrontation, Lihua and Huangzhong would find themselves at a disadvantage against these formidable red canines. Typically, the red dogs appear in groups. There are usually 5 or 6 fewer, or sometimes a dozen more. Engaging them in a one-on-one or even a one-on-2 scenario poses no challenge. Yet facing 2 against 5 or even 10 would spell doom for Lihua and Huangzhong. When confronted by a pack of over 10 red dogs, even a tiger would retreat. "Brother Hongjun, what should we do?" Deshan inquired anxiously. "Do not worry. Just hold on to the dogs," Liu Hongjun instructed, his gaze fixed ahead. His firearm was already unlatched, ready for action at any moment. Indeed, Liu Hongjun did not have to wait long. Within just over a minute, a dozen red dogs emerged from the thicket. These creatures paid no mind to Liu Hongjun and Deshan, nor did they fear the 2 much larger dogs. Upon their emergence, they charged directly toward the wild boar on the ground. Bang! Bang! Liu Hongjun fired twice, taking down 2 red dogs. The remaining pack howled and retreated into the underbrush. The ferocity of the red dogs might be formidable when facing wild beasts, but to a hunter, they were hardly of concern. The reluctance to engage them stemmed from the fact that, despite their classification within the canine family, their flesh was notoriously unpalatable and reeked abominably. Furthermore, their pelts held little value. Otherwise, they would not have been so audacious. Some individuals attempted to capture red dog pups in hopes of training them as hunting dogs. But alas, red dogs are notoriously unruly, presenting a challenge even greater than that of wolves. "Hongjun, Brother Hongjun," a voice called to him from afar. Liu Hongjun raised his gun and fired a shot into the air. Shortly thereafter, Shirtu, Zhou Weigua, and others arrived with a cart. Upon seeing the ground littered with wild boar carcasses, Shirtu and Zhou Weigua were momentarily rendered speechless. "Brother Hongjun, did you do all this?" Shirtu finally managed to ask after a long pause. Indeed, Liu Hongjun nodded affirmatively. "Hurry up, we've been waiting for you. Let us select a fat female wild boar to load onto the cart, and the others can be handled by the team." Liu Hongjun beckoned to Shirtu and Zhou Weigua. "Understood." Zhou Weigua and the group of young intellectuals nodded in agreement, still somewhat dazed. Liu Hongjun and Deshan hoisted a 300-pound female wild boar onto the cart. "Hongjun, should we get another one to take back?" Zhao Jiangwo suggested. Eyeing the multitude of carcasses, "Let us not. One more would be too heavy. You all should return early and make sure to inform the team to send more people." Liu Hongjun declined. "Brother Hongjun, aren't you coming back with us?" Shirtu asked. "I will stay here. We just had a pack of red dogs pass through, so I need to keep watch," Liu Hongjun replied. "Then I will stay with you." "No need. You should return with Zhou Weigua and the others. They are unfamiliar with this area, so you should look after them." "Understood." Shirtu nodded in agreement at Liu Hongjun's words. After sending Shirtu and Zhou Weigua on their way, Liu Hongjun turned to Deshan and said, "Deshan, please gather some firewood." "Understood." Deshan secured the dogs and rushed into the mixed woods to find some firewood. In the thicket of mixed woods, numerous dead trees stood. Some toppled to the ground, while others remained upright. It wasn't long before Dashin felled a dead tree, about the thickness of a bowl, and emerged from the woods carrying it. Meanwhile, Liu Hongjun busied himself by locating a young pig, from which he severed its hind legs. Using a knife, he skillfully removed the skin from the pig legs, then descended to the base of the mountain where he discovered a small stream of mountain spring water to cleanse the pig legs thoroughly. Only then did he ascend the slope, where he found Dashin had already chopped the wood into kindling. Without waiting for instructions from Liu Hongjun, Dashin ignited a campfire. Liu Hongjun retrieved some salt from his pack, applying it to the pig legs and gently patting to ensure the salt penetrated the meat, repeating the process for good measure. After treating both legs in this manner, he constructed a rudimentary barbecue rack from the wood. However, he soon realized that the pig legs could not be directly placed on the rack. Thus, he ventured back into the thicket, cutting several fresh willow branches to secure the pig legs, allowing them to be properly positioned over the fire. As the meat began to change color after a brief roasting, Liu Hongjun produced a selection of pre-prepared seasonings from his bag and sprinkled them over the pig legs, while entrusting Dashin to keep watch. He took his knife and fashioned a few simple wooden plates from the timber. These so-called plates were merely planks of wood. By the time he finished crafting the plates, the pig legs had turned a golden hue. Liu Hongjun removed the legs from the fire, briefly roasted the knife to heat it, and then sliced off the golden brown exterior to reveal the tender, pink meat within. He continued to roast the remaining pig legs on the barbecue rack. Dashin, come and taste my roasted meat, Liu Hongjun called out, taking a piece himself. Truly delightful. It's fragrant, tender, and has a pleasing texture. The modest amount of seasoning Liu Hongjun used merely masked the wild boar's gamey flavor while perfectly preserving the essence of the pork. Liu Hongjun had specifically chosen the young pig because it was typically around a year old, possessing a milder odor and a more tender texture. Delicious. Absolutely delicious, Dashin exclaimed, devouring the roasted pork with gusto. If it's so good, eat your fill. 2 pig legs are more than sufficient for us, Liu Hongjun said, offering the wooden plate of pork to Lihua and Huangzhong. These 2 gluttons, having just eaten their fill, were now clamoring for more upon seeing Liu Hongjun indulge. They truly resembled children, unable to resist the sight of others enjoying food. With a fond indulgence, Liu Hongjun first allowed the roasted pork to be shared with the 2 dogs before returning to continue roasting the pig legs. While Dashin was relishing the roasted meat, he did not forget to turn the pig legs for even cooking. Liu Hongjun sprinkled some more seasoning over the legs and continued to rotate them on the grill. In a short while, the wild boar legs had achieved a charred golden color once again. Liu Hongjun took them off the grill, inspecting the willow branches that had been nearly scorched through, and promptly replaced them before resuming the roasting process. Liu Hongjun and Dashin both possessed hearty appetites, devouring 2 wild boar hind legs with great zeal. In the midst of their feast, Liu Hongjun skillfully shot down another red dog. Chapter 41. The Fearless Red Dog. What did you say? Yang Guangfu exclaimed, his eyes wide as he addressed Shitu. Brother Hongjun has taken down over 20 wild boars and even captured a wild boar king. Shitu reiterated, unable to contain his excitement. Is that truly the case? Yang Guangfu responded with incredulity. Indeed, Shitu affirmed. This fellow is quite remarkable, Yang Guangfu exclaimed, his left fist striking his right palm in enthusiasm. Uncle Team Leader, hurry and organize the men. A pack of red dogs is approaching to steal our spoils, and Brother Hongjun is still guarding the area. Shitu urged. There's no need for concern. We have captured the wild boar king. What is there to fear from a pack of red dogs? Yang Guangfu replied, still brimming with excitement, dismissing Shita's urgency with a wave of his hand. Yang Team Leader, before you celebrate, consider where the funds will come from. This morning, we caught 6 wild boars, totaling nearly 1,000 pounds. With the wild boar king and over 20 more wild boars, we are looking at 2,000 to 3,000 pounds, which amounts to $300 to $400. Adding the previous expenses for the bear and the bear cubs, $600 will hardly suffice. Where are we to procure such funds? The accountant interjected, cutting into Yang Guangfu's elation. You old curmudgeon, must you always dampen my spirits? Can the team not even produce $600? Yang Guangfu shot the accountant a disgruntled glare. During this time, we have gradually collected nearly 2,000 pounds of wild game. You'd have spent over $200. Where am I to find you $600? Do you not know the team's financial standing? The accountant retorted, equally indignant. Enough, enough, you old grouch, always bringing down the mood. I will organize the men to retrieve the wild boars. If necessary, we shall trade grain for the deficit, Yang Guangfu declared, striding into the broadcasting room. Shortly thereafter, the loudspeaker of the production team echoed, attention all men of Yeshitan. All able-bodied men at home, gather at the brigade's headquarters. Those with carts, bring them along. This important message was repeated thrice before Yang Guangfu switched off the speaker. The carts, though not owned by every household, were vital production tools, and a few families in the village possessed them. After just finishing their lunch, the villagers, curious about the announcement, began to congregate at the brigade's headquarters, some bringing their carts along. Many women also joined in, eager for the excitement. Before long, the brigade's headquarters was bustling with people. Team Leader, what is the purpose of this gathering? Team Leader, what work are we to undertake today? Quiet down. Once everyone has arrived, we will head to Wild Boar Ridge to retrieve the wild boars. Surely we don't need so many people for that? Who says we don't need a large number? With over 20 wild boars and 1 wild boar king, how many do you think we require? Yang Guangfu replied, his eyes wide with determination. As Yang Guangfu's voice faded, a chorus of inhalations erupted from the crowd. Captain, after slaying so many wild boars, shouldn't we receive a share of the pork? One voice piped up. After all this work, we haven't seen any meat. Yes, yes, another chimed in. You're the laziest of us all. You eat the most in the village. Yang Guangfu retorted with irritation. Being able to eat is a blessing, and my plumpness is a testament to my husband's prowess. The stout woman defended herself boldly against Yang Guangfu's reprimand. Take it easy, fourth aunt. Look at your fourth son. He is nearly as thin as a reed. When there is good food, you should share some with him, someone teased. Your fourth son eats quite well. I can attest to that, another added. Whenever there is something tasty, his wife always makes sure he gets first dibs. Then how is he still so thin? No matter how good the food is, he still works hard all day and toils half the night. Laughter erupted among the group. In rural gatherings, conversations often circle back to matters of romance and relationships. You ladies, go home and gossip amongst yourselves. There is no need for you here. Yang Guangfu scolded, attempting to disperse the crowd. Captain, we don't want any work credits. We just want to enjoy the spectacle. A woman interjected. Noticing the reluctance of the women to leave, Yang Guangfu chose to ignore them. After a while, once the crowd had sufficiently gathered, he instructed the team leaders to call roll and allocate tasks. Yang Guangfu led the group personally, taking the reins of the cart as they made their way to Wild Boar Ridge. On the hillside of Wild Boar Ridge, Liu Hongjun had just dispatched another red dog. Brother Hongjun, are these red dogs not afraid of death? Dashan asked, puzzled. These red dogs are notoriously bold and bear grudges. Even after killing 4, they won't be easily scared away, Liu Hongjun replied with a laugh. This was a rather large pack of red dogs, numbering about 14 or 15, typically led by a female. As long as the head female wasn't killed, slaying 4 was insufficient to intimidate them. As they spoke, Lihua and Huangzhong called out again. Brother Hongjun, is it another red dog? Dashan wished he had a hunting rifle to take aim at these bothersome creatures. No, it's not a red dog. It's another wild beast. Liu Hongjun gripped his gun tightly. The pungent scent of blood from over 20 wild boars had attracted various wild animals, and it was no surprise that they would come. The red dogs weren't necessarily the first to be drawn in. They were simply the boldest. It's a leopard, Dashan exclaimed as he spotted a fleeting yellow shadow in the distance among the trees. No worries. It's just a leopard. It won't dare approach, Liu Hongjun assured him calmly. While leopards exist in Changbai Mountain, they are even rarer than tigers, and they typically avoid human encounters, retreating at the sight of people. Bang! Bang! Liu Hongjun fired 2 more shots, taking down 2 red dogs attempting to steal food. If they don't bother me, I wouldn't even waste bullets on them, he remarked. Following this, the hillside fell silent as the red dogs seemed to have been scared off, no longer daring to approach for food. Liu Hongjun now feels a sense of relief, grateful that he had a bountiful hunt today, which prevented Zhou Weigua and the others from coming here to forage for mountain goods, even in the absence of a wild boar herd. The mere presence of a leopard and red dogs in this area renders it unsuitable for foraging. No wonder everyone knows this region is rich in mountain products. Yet no villagers from the surrounding hamlets venture here to gather. Around 3 in the afternoon, Yang Guangfu finally arrived at Wild Boar Ridge with the villagers. Hongjun, I heard you captured the Wild Boar King alive. Take me to see it. Yang Guangfu exclaimed loudly. Uncle Yang, the Wild Boar King is over there. Liu Hongjun replied with a smile, gesturing toward the creature. Chapter 42, Yang Guangfu's Little Scheme Goodness. That must weigh 700 or 800 pounds. How did you manage to capture it alive? Yang Guangfu gasped upon seeing the Wild Boar King. I shot its 2 legs, so it couldn't run away. I bound its snout and legs, and that's how I captured it alive, Liu Hongjun explained nonchalantly. The crowd rolled their eyes at his explanation, acknowledging the logic, yet realizing that if capturing the Wild Boar King were that simple, it would not be the formidable creature it is. What do you plan to do with the Wild Boar King? Yang Guangfu inquired. It depends on your wishes, Uncle Yang. If you want to submit it, then we shall submit it. Otherwise, we can keep it. Keep it for what purpose? Liu Hongjun responded. This is the Wild Boar King. Wouldn't it be beneficial to keep it as a breeding boar? Keeping it as a breeding boar sounds easy, but which pen could contain such a beast? Yang Guangfu retorted. Uncle, your vision is too limited. If we truly wish to contain it, there are ways. First, we would saw off its tusks, then bind its hind legs with 2 centimeter steel wire, driving thick iron rods into the ground to secure the wire, and placing heavy stones atop them. The pen could be constructed with a 50-centimeter thick wall of reinforced concrete. It would be impossible for it to escape. Liu Hongjun casually suggested. While your plan might indeed prevent its escape, given our production team's conditions, acquiring steel wire and iron rods is manageable. But where would we find reinforced concrete? Yang Guangfu argued. If we can find iron rods, surely we can obtain some concrete as well. With steel and cement, do we lack sand and gravel? The reinforced concrete would come together seamlessly. Of course, the simplest solution would be to submit it. This wild boar king would certainly bring our Yushitan into the limelight in the city. Liu Hongjun shifted the conversation back to the idea of submission. You rascal. Yang Guangfu chuckled wryly, giving Liu Hongjun a light pat. This indeed posed a dilemma for him. There are advantages to both submission and retention. Ultimately, Yang Guangfu resolved to submit the boar. With the impending division of assets, keeping the wild boar king seemed pointless. How would they divide it later? With too many concerns ahead, submitting it would be simpler and more stress-free. All the able-bodied men over 18 from Yushitan gathered, and together they hoisted the wild boar onto a cart, with 2 boars fitting in a single vehicle. The wild boar king is of such substantial size that it could not fit into the transport vehicle without removing the side panels. As for the wheels grinding against the boar's skin, it is of little concern. Wild boars are armored, and the wild boar king is encased in a layer of tough hide. It is likely that even if the tires were to burst, the skin of the wild boar king would remain unscathed. When the transport vehicle proved inadequate, 2 individuals resorted to lifting it, taking turns in the process. After all, many hands make light work. Liu Hongjun walked at the back of the line with his dog, conversing with Yang Guangfu. Uncle Yang, please reserve a female wild boar for me from this hunt. Didn't you already bring back 2 for your family? Why do you need more? Yang Guangfu inquired. I was thinking of curing some salted meat, and there's someone among the educated youth who knows how to make Jinhua ham. I intend to prepare some for future consumption or to gift. Liu Hongjun replied with a smile. Is 1 enough? If not, I can set aside a few more for you. Yang Guangfu said readily. Uncle Yang. Liu Hongjun looked at him in confusion. You seem unusually agreeable today. Well, I did ask you to catch some wild livestock for the village, which is correct, but you ended up bringing in nearly 30 wild boars. And now you expect me to accommodate such a large beast? Our team simply doesn't have that kind of funds. Yang Guangfu chuckled wryly as he rubbed his nose. All right then. Assess how many the team can consume. You can keep the rest for me. I will turn it all into salted meat and ham. It will also serve as a dish for my wedding. Liu Hongjun laughed. Haha, I can't give you everything. I'll set aside 3 female wild boars for you. And the rest can be exchanged for grain. For the wild boar king, the team will give you 200 yuan. Don't think that's too little. The team will provide you with 200, and the city will also offer some rewards. It may not be much, just some vouchers and a bit of cash. But all of it will go to you. Yang Guangfu added. Is 200 yuan for a live wild boar king considered a lot? Naturally, a dead one isn't worth this much, but for a live one, it's quite reasonable. A wild boar king weighing 700 or 800 jin is rare in the mountains, let alone a living one. Once delivered to the city, it will be as sought after as a panda in later years, Liu Hongjun remarked, his tone earnest. Leave it to me. I won't let you suffer any losses. Yang Guangfu laughed heartily, considering Liu Hongjun as his future son-in-law. You mentioned that there is a knowledgeable youth who can make Jinhua ham? Is it Feng Weishan? Yang Guangfu continued his inquiry. Yes, Liu Hongjun nodded. In that case, we need to find a new way to distribute the pork from this hunt. I'll have Feng Weishan lead a team to prepare a batch of Jinhua ham for the village, Yang Guangfu declared. Liu Hongjun simply smiled, choosing not to respond. His future father-in-law was indeed astute, particularly in seizing opportunities. The moment Liu Hongjun mentioned the prospect of making Jinhua ham, Yang Guangfu swiftly recognized the potential therein. After accounting for the wild boar meat designated for gifts to the grain station and the commune, the remainder allocated to the villagers would yield scant gratitude. In the eyes of the villagers, these matters are taken for granted. However, if each household were to allocate a small portion, the remainder could be transformed into Jinhua ham. The question then arises, how much of these Jinhua hams could be exchanged for scarce supplies at the supply and marketing cooperative? Distributing these resources among the villagers would undoubtedly yield an exponential increase in gratitude and satisfaction. By the year's end, presenting Jinhua ham and wild boar meat to the commune leaders represents 2 entirely distinct concepts. The most crucial point is that the production of Jinhua ham does not impede the distribution of meat to everyone. The villagers have a penchant for fatty pork. Yet the creation of Jinhua ham necessitates 2 hind legs from a pig. Upon returning, a small group dedicated to the production of Jinhua ham should be established, with Fang Weishan appointed as the leader to guide everyone in this endeavor. Red Army, did you not mention that the wild boar king boasts over 100 wild boars? Yang Guangfu cheerfully remarked. Tomorrow, venture deeper into the mountains. I will have Shengli accompany you, and you both shall endeavor to capture the entire wild boar herd. Uncle Yang, did you not say there was no money in the village? Money is of no concern. We can keep a ledger and defer the payment. Are you worried the village will renege on its debts to you? Yang Guangfu waved his hand dismissively. Uncle Yang, I have no issue with hunting more wild boars. But I also need to prepare salted meat and Jinhua ham tomorrow. Liu Hongjun replied. This will not interfere. I will arrange for others to assist in producing the salted meat and Jinhua ham simultaneously. You need not provide any materials. The village will cover all expenses. Your sole responsibility is to lead the team into the mountains for hunting. Bring back dozens more wild boars. Yang Guangfu declared with a sweeping gesture. Goodness! To suggest bringing back dozens more wild boars. Yang Guangfu's appetite has certainly been whetted by Liu Hongjun. Liu Hongjun thought. Very well. If that is the case, I shall continue my hunting expedition into the mountains tomorrow. With Yang Guangfu's assurance, Liu Hongjun had no choice but to acquiesce. Is it merely a matter of hunting wild boars? The region known as Wild Boar Ridge earned its name precisely due to the abundance of wild boars. The expanse of Wild Boar Ridge is vast, and their current location merely marks the periphery. Venturing further inward, one can expect to encounter even greater numbers of wild boars. This surplus is a consequence of the movements from previous years. Hunters, dissuaded by these campaigns, have been reluctant to venture into the mountains for hunting, often treating it as a mere formality. In 3 to 5 days, one might manage to hunt a wild boar or a silly roe deer, returning merely to fulfill obligations. This has resulted in a veritable overpopulation of wild boars in the mountains. Furthermore, the campaigns against tigers in preceding years have nearly eradicated them, leaving the wild boars without natural predators, thus exacerbating their proliferation. The reason the Northeast tiger has not faced the same near extinction as the South China tiger, where spotting a wild South China tiger is a rarity, is due to the Changbai Mountains spanning both China and North Korea, and connecting with the Shaoxing Mountains, extending into Soviet territory. During that era, the Soviet Union had already commenced protective measures for the Northeast tiger, preventing its extinction in this region. Those sightings of wild Northeast tigers have become increasingly rare in recent years. According to the old man, before his time, there were many tigers in the mountains. Hunters made a fortune by collecting tiger remains, known as tiger scraps, which are the remnants of prey left by the tigers. However, collecting tiger scraps does not entail gathering just any ordinary remains. It involves taking the remains of bears left behind by the tigers. The reason for focusing on bear remains is that they contain 2 valuable commodities, bear bile and bear paws. In fact, in the vast mountains, one can also find wolf scraps, fox scraps, eagle scraps, and so forth, which is another form of hunting. Nevertheless, the old man preferred not to collect tiger scraps. As he possessed the skill to hunt bears and tigers directly, why settle for the leftovers of wild animals? This pride in his abilities and high spirits defined him. Upon returning to the village, Liu Hongjun did not accompany everyone to the Team S headquarters, but went directly home, having left in the morning. It was now after 5 in the afternoon, and he wondered how his 6 puppies were faring. Brother Hongjun, your puppies aren't eating. As soon as he entered, Shirtu anxiously informed him. Oh, let me see. Liu Hongjun exclaimed, his heart lifting. A dog that refuses food from others is indeed a good dog. After securing Lihua and Huangzhong in the large dog enclosure, Liu Hongjun proceeded to the puppy pen. At that moment, the puppies had already sensed his presence, eagerly barking as they leaned against the walls and the gate. The dog food Shirtu had provided remained untouched in the feeding trough. Liu Hongjun hurriedly opened the gate and stepped inside. The 6 puppies, Bai Lang, Chow Chow, and the others, whined in distress and lunged at him. Liu Hongjun knelt down and affectionately stroked each one. He then retrieved the food from the trough, added some warm water, mixed it, and poured it back into the feeding trough. This time, the 6 puppies eagerly scrambled to eat. Brother Hongjun, your dogs still recognize people. Indeed, Liu Hongjun nodded proudly, not caring whose dogs they were. In truth, it was not that all the dogs refused to eat food offered by others. Mainly Bai Lang and Chow Chow had this tendency. The other puppies would eat, but if Bai Lang and Chow Chow saw anyone else doing so, they would snap at them. I forgot to mention, next time this happens, call Qiuyan. She can feed them, and my dogs will eat. Noticing Shirtu's guilt, Liu Hongjun smiled reassuringly. All right, next time, I'll ask Sister Qiuyan. Shirtu scratched his head with a smile. Have you all been back for such a long time? And the pigs aren't ready yet? Liu Hongjun inquired of Zhou Weiguo and the others. When Liu Hongjun spoke of killing pigs, he did not mean to slay them, but rather to scrape their hair, clean them, detach their front and hind legs, and cut the pig in half. They would also need to remove the ribs. We've never done this before. Zhou Weiguo replied with a wry smile. It looks simple when we watch others do it. But once we tried, we realized it's quite challenging. The 7 or 8 of them had spent the entire afternoon around the 2 pigs, managing to chop off only the heads, while the rest lay on the cutting board. Wild boars differ significantly from domesticated pigs. The latter can be easily shaved. A quick dip in hot water followed by a swift scrape with a knife does the trick, primarily requiring careful attention. In contrast, wild boars are clad in bristles akin to armor. After satiating their hunger, they delight in rubbing against pine trees to coat themselves in pine sap, followed by a vigorous roll in the dirt, effectively donning their natural armor. Consequently, shaving such a wild boar proves to be quite laborious. Will you assist in the shaving? Dasha inquired with a smile. Indeed. He nodded affirmatively. Let us each take a boar, work swiftly to complete the shaving, and then separate the pigs. We have many tasks ahead. Liu Hongjun urged Dasha. Certainly, Dasha replied, drawing the knife from his waist and commencing the shaving process. The knife, known as a killing knife, features a hollow iron handle, allowing hunters to affix a wooden pole to transform it into a spear. Liu Hongjun and Dasha, each tending to a boar, began the meticulous task of shaving. This endeavor requires skill, and Dasha, having frequently assisted with this task in the village, displayed considerable expertise. Shirtu, you must learn as well. A hunter who cannot even handle a pig is not fit for the role. Liu Hongjun instructed while shaving. Understood. Shirtu nodded, observing Liu Hongjun's technique and following suit. Northeast wild boars differ from their southern counterparts. The latter are lean and devoid of fat, resulting in a rather tough meat. Conversely, northeast wild boars, particularly in autumn and winter, are notably plump. The wild boar in Liu Hongjun's possession boasted a layer of fat over 3 fingers thick. Liu Hongjun deftly removed the bristles, then split the carcass down the spine, extracting the tenderloin, which he set aside as it is ideal for stir-frying. Sun Lily and the other women will handle the cooking. Here's the tenderloin. You decide how to prepare it. Certainly, a quick stir-fry with chili will surely be delectable. Feel free to choose. You are in charge of the cooking. Liu Hongjun chuckled. Chapter 44. Curing bacon and making ham afterward, Liu Hongjun efficiently removed the ribs, handing them to Sun Lily. These ribs should be perfect for stewing with winter melon. I've left extra meat on them for flavor. Understood. Sun Lily replied, accepting the ribs. Since they hadn't brought back the pig's entrails, their pig slaughter feast would have to suffice with just the tenderloin and ribs. Is this merely a substitute? Questioned Wang Yuejin. This is a splendid substitute. Once Liu Hongjun had detached the hind legs, for those in the business of selling pork, the pig would essentially be done at this stage. At the market, one could simply cut off what they desired. However, Liu Hongjun and his companions were not selling pork. They had further preparations to undertake. They needed to cut the pork belly into even strips approximately 5 centimeters wide for curing. The process of smoking cured meat is similar, requiring similar dimensions. With the pork belly divided, the group began to collaborate on their tasks. Fang Weishan, accompanied by several young intellectuals, commenced the production of Jinhua ham, while Liu Hongjun led another group in the curing of pork belly. Liu Hongjun descended into the cellar to retrieve the jars used for curing salted meat, and together they commenced the process, applying salt to the pork belly, massaging it thoroughly before layering it neatly into the jars. This procedure was quite straightforward. After Liu Hongjun elucidated the method, he turned to observe Fang Weishan's ham-making endeavors. After a couple of minutes, Liu Hongjun could not help but chuckle. Was this not the same process he employed for curing salted meat? First, salt was evenly spread upon the hind legs of the pig, followed by vigorous kneading to ensure the salt permeated the meat, extracting the blood and moisture therein. The sole distinction lay in the additional steps involved in preparing Jinhua ham, which required multiple applications of salt, 2, 3, or even 4 times. Furthermore, the final stages diverged. One involved storage in jars, while the other entailed hanging to air dry. Indeed, it seems that when one elucidates a process, its novelty diminishes. Ultimately, whether it be Jinhua ham, northeastern salted pork, or southern cured meat, the essence remains the same, preserving meat in an era devoid of refrigeration. However, as society has evolved, it became apparent that such preserved meats possess a unique and delightful flavor. Consequently, the methods of curing, be it salted pork, Jinhua ham, or cured meat, have gradually become more intricate. This complexity serving to enhance the delectable taste. The atmosphere in Liu Hongjun's household was bustling, much like that of the brigade headquarters. After the wild boar was brought back, Yang Guangfu promptly announced the slaughter of 2 pigs, distributing the meat while retaining only the hind legs. At noon, Liu Hongjun and his companions feasted on the 2 hind legs of the yellow-haired pigs, which were shared among all. Each household received several pounds of meat, with the premium pork belly boasting a thickness of 3 fingers of fat, delighting the village women who returned home with smiles, eager to prepare meals. Liu Hongjun and his group toiled until after 9 in the evening before completing the processing of all the pork. Sun Lily and Zhu Monli had prepared dinner, crafting a large pot of rib stew with winter melon, albeit with a rather meager amount of winter melon, predominantly filled with fragrant ribs. Sun Lily prepared 3 dishes from the tenderloin: stir-fried tenderloin, pepper salt tenderloin, and deep-fried tenderloin, thereby assembling a total of 4 dishes. Additionally, she cooked a substantial pot of millet rice, knowing well Liu Hongjun's hearty appetite, and thus prepared a generous batch of sorghum rice. For 11 people, a full stove was necessary, as one stove could not accommodate all the food. 2 were joined together. Although mountain foraging was not on the agenda today, spirits remained high. After all, the wild boar had been brought back by Zhou Weiguo and his companions, marking a tacit participation in the hunt alongside Liu Hongjun. With the production of 2 pigs' worth of salted meat and 4 Jinhua hams, the atmosphere was one of joy and hearty enjoyment. Old Fong. Today the captain announced that tomorrow a team would be established for the production of Jinhua ham, appointing you as the leader to guide everyone in this endeavor. Is the village also to embark on the making of Jinhua ham? Fong Weishan was evidently unaware of the news. Indeed, on our way here, Captain Yang shared it with me. It seems that, feeling somewhat regretful about merely distributing the meat, they intend to craft it into Jinhua ham and sell it at the supply and marketing cooperative. After all, Jinhua ham is quite a rarity in our region. Liu Hongjun remarked. That is true. Whether or not one becomes a team leader is inconsequential, as long as the work points are awarded. Fong Weishan replied nonchalantly. You certainly will not be shortchanged on work points. Don't you wish to have salted meat sent home? I discussed with the captain about keeping a few more pigs, and when you are preparing the Jinhua ham tomorrow, you can also make the salted meat at the same time. You can produce as much as you desire. I have these 2 pigs, which will suffice. Liu Hongjun continued. We don't need much, just 4 mao per gene, with the money I have. I can only afford 50 to 60 genes. No worries, if you want more, we can keep a tab, and when the team distributes the money, you can settle it then. After all, I'm not concerned about you running away. Liu Hongjun chuckled. We would indeed like to run. But the team won't issue us a letter of proof. Where would we flee to? Zhou Weiguo said with a wry smile. I wonder when this will all come to an end. Tomorrow, I must study diligently, striving to gain admission to university. Zhao Jianjun spoke up. Jianjun is right. You all possess educational backgrounds. This winter, focus on reviewing your studies, and next year, aim for university. In the future, when I converse with others, I shall hold my head high. I once drank with university students. When you all become leaders one day, I shall have the opportunity to seek your assistance. Liu Hongjun offered a word of encouragement. As for whether they heed this advice or commit to studying for university, that is entirely up to them. In the previous life, among the educated youth in this household, only Zhao Jianjun managed to gain university admission and later became a prominent leader. Hongjun, whether or not you become a leader, if we return to the city, rest assured that if you need help, a letter will suffice. We will surely assist you with matters we can handle. And for those we cannot, we will find a way to help you. Sun Lily said, earnestly patting Liu Hongjun on the shoulder. Then I thank you all in advance. You must study diligently and strive for improvement. Otherwise, if I come seeking your help in the future, only to find your circumstances worse than mine, that would be quite embarrassing. Liu Hongjun said half-jokingly. You may not believe it, but despite Hongjun remaining in the countryside, with his talents, he may not fare worse than us. Zhou Weiguo remarked with a smile. I feel the same. Hongjun, if we truly return to the city, Let us not discuss anything else. Every year, you must find a way to send us some salted meat. Rest assured, we won't ask for it for free. We will certainly pay you. Huangzhong chimed in. What a curious notion you have, expecting me to send you salted meat every year without payment. You are not my sons, and I have no such obligation. Liu Hongjun laughed. You rascal, how dare you take advantage of us? The group teased him in jest. Laughter and merriment filled the air as they enjoyed drinks and conversations, creating a lively atmosphere. I have decided not to return to the city. I plan to find a wife in Yushitan and put down roots here, Huangzhong declared. Yujin, are you truly resolute in this decision? Zhou Weigua asked anxiously. Yes. I am determined. You must not act impulsively. This is a matter of profound significance that will affect a lifetime. Did not the Red Army mention that policies will surely change next year? By then, we will all be able to return to the city. I assure you. My decision is not made in haste. I have pondered long and hard. My family's circumstances are quite dire, and upon returning, the foremost issue will be housing. Furthermore, employment is a considerable challenge, as my family cannot assist me in finding a job. Without work, what purpose does returning to the city serve? It would be far better to remain in the countryside, where at least 2 acres of land can be allocated, along with a plot for housing. With diligence, one will not go hungry, Huangzhong said with a bitter smile. Liu Hongjun was well aware of Huangzhong's situation. His family's conditions were arguably the most challenging among all the educated youth. He was one of 5 or 6 siblings, positioned in the middle, neither favored nor neglected. Huangzhong was a diligent worker, possessing a certain shrewdness. Such cunning is not inherently negative. It depends on its application. Are you planning to marry Xiaofeng? Sun Lily suddenly inquired. Huh, yes. Huangzhong was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in affirmation. Since he had already declared his intention to stay, he had no qualms about revealing his betrothed. Bravo. Yujin, you sly fellow, managing to win over Xiaofeng without a sound. She is renowned as the most beautiful girl in Yushitan. Liu Hongjun chuckled. Xiaofeng, the granddaughter of accountant Su Yukai, was named Su Guifeng and was 17, the same age as Yang Qiuyan. In a previous life, Huangzhong had also married Xiaofeng and later moved to the city. Xiaofeng is a wonderful girl. Now that you have made your choice, treat her well, Sun Lily remarked subtly. In truth, she harbored some feelings for Huangzhong, though it had never been openly acknowledged. It was precisely because of her affection that she paid attention. Otherwise, no one would have known about Huangzhong's secret courtship, save for Sun Lily. Certainly, I will treat Xiaofeng with utmost care, Huangzhong declared earnestly. He had no choice but to be sincere. The Su family was well respected in Yushitan. Indeed, I believe Yujin is a decent fellow, one who bears responsibility. You shall not regret this decision. When you celebrate your wedding, do let me know in advance. I will venture into the mountains to procure some wild game for your feast, ensuring it is a splendid affair, Liu Hongjun said. After some more conversation, considering that Liu Hongjun had to venture into the mountains the following day, they did not linger long. Each person had a few drinks, enjoyed a meal, and, after 2 bowls of sorghum rice, took their leave. Before departing, they naturally assisted Liu Hongjun in washing all the dishes and tidying up. Liu Hongjun then gathered his belongings and went to bed. At dawn the next day, before the light had fully broken, Liu Hongjun rose, dressed, and washed up. He fed the dogs, and then prepared his own meal. After eating, he led the dogs to Shiatsi. By the time Liu Hongjun arrived, Qian Xingli, Dashan, and Shirtu had already gathered. I am late, he exclaimed. Not at all. We just arrived. It has barely been 2 minutes. Qian Xingli replied with a smile. Once the 2 packs of dogs were reunited, they began to sniff each other, familiarizing themselves with one another's scents. The scent is familiar. We have collaborated before. As old friends. For individuals walk into the mountains, each accompanied by a dog. The chill in the air intensifies day by day. I sense that it won't be long before the snow arrives, Qian Xingli remarked as he observed the frost adorning the wild grass by the roadside. This year's snowfall is rather late. I recall that at this time last year, we had already experienced 2 snowfalls, Liu Hongjun added. It won't be long now. Snow can fall unexpectedly at any moment, Qian Xingli replied. Brother Hongjun, once it snows, won't we be unable to enter the mountains for hunting? Dasha inquired. Who says that? Snowfall provides an excellent opportunity for hunting. Liu Hongjun laughed. Hunting is categorized into 3 types: spring hunting, autumn hunting, and winter hunting. Spring hunting refers to the red hunt, while winter hunting, naturally, denotes hunting conducted after the snowfall. Once the snow falls, I'll take you all to hunt for snow dens, Liu Hongjun cheerfully stated. Snow dens? Dasha and Shurtu exclaimed in surprise at Liu Hongjun's words. Do not be overly excited just yet. Hunting for snow dens is no simple task. Qian Shengli chuckled. Hunting for snow dens, a method passed down from seasoned hunters, is an essential skill for survival in the wilderness during winter. Hunting in the mountains is far from easy. In the past, one had to follow the tracks of wild animals, often wandering for 10 days or more without returning. In the frigid landscapes of northeast China, how hunters rest at night becomes a critical issue. Moreover, the captured game requires a secure place for storage. The mountains are dense with trees, providing ample material for a temporary shelter, yet constructing one is neither quick nor warm, and it offers little protection from bears, tigers, wolves, and other large predators. Thus, finding a location that shields against the cold and wild beasts proves to be a challenge. Consequently, seasoned hunters have ingeniously devised the method of creating snow dens from ice and snow to address the challenges of residing in the mountains. You all should prepare sleds. Once it snows, we will need them for our hunting expeditions, Liu Hongjun advised. Unbeknownst to them, the four had arrived at Wild Boar Ridge. You managed to catch over 20 wild boars here yesterday. If you wish to hunt today, we will need to venture further in, Qian Shengli stated while scanning the surroundings from the hilltop. Let the dogs loose. Let them take on the task of finding the prey, Liu Hongjun said as he untied the leashes of Lihua and Huangzhong. All right, mainly, we have hunted together a few times, yet I have not utilized these dogs much. Neglecting them, Qian Shengli replied, releasing the leashes of his 4 dogs, Heihu, and others. Once freed, Heihu sniffed the air and dashed ahead, while Lihua began to sniff around on the ground, also moving forward. Huangzhong, Dahei, Ariai, and Sanhai closely followed behind. Brother Shengli, keep an eye out for any good dogs that might be up for sale, Liu Hongjun said leisurely, continuing his conversation with Qian Shengli. Are you still looking to buy dogs? 2 won't suffice. It's hard to secure a wild boar with just that, Liu Hongjun remarked. Indeed, to properly secure a wild boar, at least 4 dogs are necessary. Qian Shengli nodded in acknowledgement and said, feel free to inquire. Just as he spoke, the black tiger and Pear Blossom, who were racing ahead, suddenly let out frenzied barks and dashed down the hillside. Behind them, Huangzhong, Dahei, Erhei, and Sanhei followed suit, rushing down the slope. Hurry, Pear Blossom and the others have spotted prey, Liu Hongjun shouted, removing his gun and joining the descent. However, no human could keep pace with the dogs, and gradually, a distance opened up. Soon, Liu Hongjun found himself separated from Qian Shengli and Deshan. Yet, Shurtu remained closely behind Liu Hongjun. Despite his name suggesting a sturdy build, Shurtu was rather lean and tall. Nevertheless, he moved with remarkable agility, keeping right on Liu Hongjun's heels. As they traversed a grove of birch trees, Liu Hongjun spotted the silhouettes of Pear Blossom and the Black Tiger amongst several other dogs. At that moment, Pear Blossom and the Black Tiger, along with 4 other dogs, had a yellow-haired creature pinned to the ground. Liu Hongjun approached, surveying the scene. It was a yellow-haired creature that had somehow become isolated. Weighing only a little over 100 pounds, it was not particularly large. Liu Hongjun drew his knife and swiftly plunged it into the creature's heart, twisting his wrist to ensure its immediate demise. He then shooed the 6 dogs away. Watch closely. Sure too, Liu Hongjun called out, before stabbing the creature in the neck and slicing downwards, effectively disemboweling it. From now on, the task of gutting will be yours and Deshan's. As he spoke, he extracted the pig's innards, first slicing the heart in half to feed to the Black Tiger and Pear Blossom, followed by distributing the spleen, liver, and lungs to Huangzhong and the other 4 dogs. It was only at this moment that Deshan arrived, panting heavily, followed closely by Qian Shengli. What have you got? Liu Hongjun asked, patting the yellow-haired creature lying on the ground. I thought we had found a wild boar herd. Qian Shengli sighed. Having ventured into the mountains with Liu Hongjun several times, his appetite had grown. A yellow-haired creature weighing over 100 pounds no longer impressed him. There's no need to rush. The wild boars in this entire region, including Changbai Mountain, number at least 700 or 800, if not 1,000, Liu Hongjun remarked. His words not mere exaggeration. Indeed, both Wild Boar Ridge and Changbai Mountain harbored such an abundance of wild boars, and the numbers were only increasing. Wild boars are remarkably prolific, with a litter of 7 or 8 considered modest. Some sows can give birth to as many as 10 piglets at a time. Although approximately 2/3 may not survive, Typically 2 or 3 from each litter do. With a gestation period of 4 months, some sows can produce 2 litters in a year. And particularly fertile sows can even bear 5 litters within 2 years. Given the wild boar's remarkable reproductive capacity and the absence of natural predators due to the tiger hunting campaign and other factors over the past decade, their population has surged. This is still within the vicinity of human habitation. Venturing deeper into the mountains, where there are no people, one can only imagine the greater numbers of wild boars. The entirety of Zhangguangsai Ridge likely harbors tens of thousands of wild boars. As for the extent of the wild boar population, one can gauge it from the annual efforts of various villages to safeguard their crops by assigning militia to watch tirelessly. Along the railway, the workers of the forest farm witness the presence of wild boars daily during their commutes. Indeed, I am aware that venturing deeper would surely reveal an abundance of these creatures. Qian Shengli nodded in agreement. At that moment, Heihu and Lihua had finished the provisions given to them by Liu Hongjun and circled around him, eagerly seeking more food. Liu Hongjun, instead of feeding them further, let out a whistle to urge them onward in pursuit of prey. Heihu lifted his head, sniffed the air, and dashed forward, while Lihua took a moment to scent the ground before also racing ahead. However, the two dogs diverged in their paths. Lihua headed southeast, while Heihu veered northeast. Huangzhong dutifully followed Lihua, and Dabai, Ai, and Sanhai trailed behind their mother. Qian Shengli looked somewhat bewildered, glancing at Liu Hongjun and asked, "What should we do?" "We shall split up. You take Dashin and follow Heihu, while I take Shirtu and follow Lihua," Liu Hongjun replied. "It must be done," Qian Shengli concurred. Liu Hongjun took Shirtu, while Qian Shengli led Dashin, each pursuing Lihua and Heihu into the woods. This division was strategic, as Shida's speed would allow him to keep pace. After watching Qian Shengli and Dashin disappear into the forest, Liu Hongjun urged Shirtu, "Stay close to me." "Understood." Shirtu nodded vigorously. Liu Hongjun, gun in hand, plunged into the woods, following Lihua's trail. At this moment, the dogs had already vanished from sight. Fortunately, the lead dog would continuously emit howls while tracking prey, guiding Liu Hongjun by sound. After running approximately 3 to 4 miles, a cacophony of excited barking reached Liu Hongjun's ears, and his face lit up with joy. They had made contact. As he sprinted forward, he heard the boars roar, and soon, a large wild boar stumbled down the slope toward him. Liu Hongjun raised his gun to shoot, only to see a white flash. He quickly diverted the barrel. Lihua was racing alongside the wild boar, seemingly poised to overtake it. "Good dog," Liu Hongjun exclaimed in admiration, raising his weapon once more, preparing to find an opportunity to shoot, when he noticed Huangzhong appear on the opposite side of the boar. If he were to fire now, it would undoubtedly result in a tangled shot. Liu Hongjun hastily lowered his firearm. At that moment, the wild boar had already dashed past him down the slope. Liu Hongjun lifted his gun again, ready to seek another chance to fire, but suddenly recalled something crucial. He quickly stowed his gun and shouted while running, "Shirtu, climb a tree. The boar is heading your way." Shirtu, unarmed save for a 30-centimeter knife, realized he was ill-equipped to confront a 400-pound boar. Upon hearing Liu Hongjun's shout, he wasted no time considering the matter further. He grasped a nearby tree and swiftly ascended. Climbing trees is a skill honed from a young age by children of the mountains. While this ability may prove ineffective against bears, it serves well in confronting wild boars. Just as Shirtu ascended the tree, he spotted a massive wild boar, weighing over 400 pounds, rushing beneath him. The sight of such a formidable creature drained the color from his face. Had he not reacted swiftly, a collision with the beast would have resulted in at least a fractured leg. Chapter 47. Pear Blossom and Huangzhong are both injured. Red Army brother. "This wild boar is limping," Shirtu shouted from his perch, alerting the approaching Liu Hongjun. Upon hearing Shirtu's words, Liu Hongjun finally grasped the situation. No wonder the boar was running in an unusual direction. Typically, when startled, wild boars flee uphill, yet this one was careening downhill. Initially overlooked, the peculiar gait now seemed significant. Nevertheless, despite its injury, the boar maintained remarkable speed, and the situation had indeed been perilous. None could have anticipated the sudden appearance of such a beast. A collision would have had consequences akin to being struck by a vehicle. Liu Hongjun aimed his gun at the boar, yet the animal's compromised mobility made it susceptible to being encircled by the dogs. Pear Blossom and Huangzhong relentlessly attacked from various angles, fiercely engaging the boar, showcasing their valor. These dogs were undoubtedly commendable. They were fierce and courageous. unafraid to confront the massive beast. However, their ferocity presented a dilemma for Liu Hongjun, as the dogs often overlapped with the boar's body. This proximity made him hesitant to fire. A single shot could inadvertently harm his dogs. Several times, Liu Hongjun raised his weapon only to lower it again. Unable to pull the trigger, he glanced up at Shirtu, perched on the tree branch, and smiled inwardly, pleased with the boy's cleverness and obedience. He had climbed the tree without a moment's hesitation when instructed. Liu Hongjun then refocused on the battlefield involving Pear Blossom and the boar, where the two dogs had now become entwined in a fierce struggle. With a sigh, Liu Hongjun lamented the absence of more dogs, for they could not effectively subdue the boar. Had his 4 dogs, the black tigers, been present, they certainly would have been able to pin the beast down. Observing the risk of injury to his own dogs in their entanglement with the boar, Liu Hongjun decisively disengaged the safety on his weapon, stowed it away, and drew the knife from his belt, preparing to confront the boar directly. At that moment, the boar, seemingly unable to support its weight due to its injured leg, collapsed onto the ground, prompting Pear Blossom and Huangzhong to leap forward. Pear Blossom seized the boar's left ear with her teeth, while Huangzhong attempted to latch onto the right ear. However, the boar shook its head violently, causing Huangzhong to miss and instead bite down on the boar's snout. With a loud grunt, the boar swung its head, violently shaking off Pear Blossom's grip, while its snout struck Huangzhong, sending him flying through the air. Liu Hongjun's eyes turned crimson as he clearly witnessed the moment Huangzhong was propelled away, a spray of blood erupting in the air. Before Liu Hongjun could react, the wild boar swung its head and collided with Pear Blossom, sending her flying. She fell to the ground and lay there for a while, unable to rise. In an instant, both Pear Blossom and Huangzhong were injured and collapsed. The wild boar, at that moment, noticed Liu Hongjun approaching. Its eyes glowed red as it lowered its head and charged at Liu Hongjun with ferocity. Liu Hongjun remained composed, swiftly drawing his knife in one hand while the other produced a Type 54 pistol from his waist, firing 2 shots at the boar's head as it charged. He then deftly stepped to the left, evading the wild boar's brutal charge. The boar, having passed within 5 meters of Liu Hongjun, fell dead. The 2 shots had already claimed its life. Its momentum carried it forward several more meters, illustrating the tremendous force of its charge. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Hongjun turned and rushed to Pear Blossom, lifting her gently and inspecting her injuries. Fortunately, the impact had struck her front leg, leaving a gash from the boar's tusks and a slight fracture. Liu Hongjun quickly applied some healing powder to the wound, secured the fractured area with 2 wooden sticks, and bandaged it carefully. Once Pear Blossom was tended to, Liu Hongjun approached Huangzhong, who lay on the ground, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed at Liu Hongjun, emitting a pained whimper. Liu Hongjun hurried to examine his wounds. Huangzhong's injuries were more severe. A gash over 10 centimeters long marked the upper side of his front leg, caused by the boar's tusk, with blood streaming profusely. Additionally, he had suffered a fracture of the scapula. Huangzhong, still young and inexperienced, had been unable to evade the charge. While the boar's attack on Pear Blossom had been fierce, she had managed to adopt a defensive posture that mitigated her injuries. Liu Hongjun quickly applied healing powder to stop the bleeding, stabilized the fractured scapula with a stick, and bandaged the wound. He then cradled Huangzhong in his arms, offering soothing words. "It's all right. You are the valiant Huangzhong. This minor injury is nothing. Every warrior on the battlefield bears scars, which are but badges of honor. Once you heal, you will be a fine dog again." Brother Hongjun, Shirtu had descended from the tree and, upon seeing Pear Blossom and Huangzhong injured, stood there pale and somewhat at a loss. "What happened?" Liu Hongjun asked, smiling. "Brother Hongjun, are Pear Blossom and Huangzhong okay?" "They're fine, just a few minor injuries. A month's rest will do them good," Liu Hongjun replied with a gentle smile. "Good hunting dogs bear scars," he added. Noticing Shitu's troubled expression, Liu Hongjun assigned him a task. "Go and gut the wild boar and let it bleed out." The partings and reunions among comrades in the battlefield had forged Liu Hongjun's nerves into something akin to steel. He naturally would not shed tears over his injured dog. Rather, he would feel a pang of sorrow. He had already skillfully attended to the wounds of Pear Blossom and Huangzhong, with the remaining care to be administered once they returned home. Next came the imperative task of allowing the 2 dogs to recuperate at a gradual pace. At that moment, Liu Hongjun heard several gunshots echoing from a distance. It seemed that Qian Shengli had also made some progress, though the extent of his success remained uncertain. Liu Hongjun harbored no concerns regarding the duo of Qian Shengli and Dashan. Qian Shengli was an experienced veteran hunter. Unless misfortune struck particularly hard, there should typically be no issues. Meanwhile, Qian Shengli, who was on Liu Hongjun's mind, wore a smile as radiant as a blooming flower. At last, it was his moment to shine. Chapter 48. Sanhei is injured. Dashan seeks help. Qian Shengli was brimming with excitement. For Black Tiger had led him to a herd of wild boars, numbering over 20. With just 2 shots fired, he had brought down a hefty boar weighing over 400 pounds. Black Tiger, accompanied by his canine offspring, had also ensnared an old female boar weighing around 300 pounds. Bang, bang, bang. Qian Shengli fired in rapid succession, emptying his magazine. He swiftly reloaded and continued to shoot until his magazine was depleted. Unfortunately, Qian Shengli's marksmanship did not match Liu Hongjun's prowess. After firing 20 shots, he had only managed to bring down 5 wild boars. The remaining boars had already fled into the thicket, leaving no trace behind. Uncle Shengli, you're incredible. You took down 5 wild boars in one go. Dashan exclaimed, genuinely envious. Not too shabby. Qian Shengli replied with a casual smile as he hastened towards the battlefield where Black Tiger was engaged in combat. He had not forgotten that his own Black Tiger was still battling an old female boar alongside its 3 pups. Although Dahei and Erhei had already succumbed to their injuries, they still could not contain the frenzied old female boar, resulting in a fierce struggle. Sanhei had been injured and lay on the ground, the severity of its wounds unknown. Black Tiger, with its remaining 2 pups, was still entangled in a deadly dance with the old female boar. Qian Shengli reloaded his firearm and approached to within approximately 10 meters of the boar, letting out a whistle. Upon hearing the call, Black Tiger, Dahei, and Erhei immediately dispersed. The old female boar, relieved that the 3 bothersome dogs were no longer pursuing her, was filled with joy and attempted to flee. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the old female boar collapsed to the ground. While Qian Shengli's aim was somewhat erratic when shooting at moving targets, his precision improved significantly when he steadied himself, aimed, and shot at a stationary target, resulting in a direct hit to the boar's head. After dispatching the old female boar, Qian Shengli hurriedly stowed his weapon and rushed to assess Sanhei's injuries. Upon examining Sanhei's condition, a shadow of sorrow fell across Qian Shengli's face. Sanhei had a deep gash in its abdomen, with its intestines protruding, and one of its front legs was broken, exposing bone fragments. With a heavy heart, Qian Shengli took out boiling water to clean the intestines, carefully placing them back inside before securing Sanhei's body with gauze. As for the injury to the leg, Qian Shengli felt utterly helpless. Even the act of attempting to return the intestines was merely a gesture of human effort, leaving the outcome to fate. Qian Shengli gently cradled Sanhei, his heart steeled for the worst. Uncle Shengli, how is Sanhei faring? Dashan inquired, having just gutted the wild boar he had slain and now approaching with concern. Dashan, you must find Hongjun and bring him here to save Sanhei. Upon seeing Dashan, a glimmer of hope surged within me, prompting my urgent plea. Understood. Dashan, noticing Sanhei's foreleg bones protruding, wasted no time and swiftly set off towards the direction from whence the gunfire had erupted. The 2 parties were merely 4 to 5 miles apart, each able to hear the other's shots. At that moment, Liu Hongjun was constructing a stretcher, though Lihua and Huangzhong had regained the ability to stand after his treatment. They were still afflicted by fractures. To prevent any lingering repercussions, Liu Hongjun resolved to exert himself to carry them down the mountain. A broken vessel cannot remain at the well. A general is bound to fall in battle. Ultimately, the fate of a hunting dog is to perish in the mountains. To die peacefully at home is a humiliation for a noble hunting dog. As my father recounted, a good hunting dog, sensing the end of its life, will stealthily retreat into the mountains, seeking a quiet place to pass away. Hongjun, Hongjun, where are you? Liu Hongjun suddenly heard a voice calling him, though it was too distant to discern clearly. After pondering for a moment, he raised his firearm and discharged a shot into the sky. Before long, Dashan arrived, panting heavily. Brother Hongjun, I found you. He gasped. What happened? Ah, Lihua and Huangzhong are injured too? Just as Dashan was about to respond, he caught sight of the 2 dogs beside Liu Hongjun, both bandaged on their legs, and gasped in shock. Have you encountered trouble as well? Liu Hongjun furrowed his brow, looking at Dashan. Indeed, Sanhei is injured, his leg is broken, and the bone is exposed. Uncle Shengli sent me to find you. Dashan finally recalled the purpose of his visit and quickly spoke. All right, I understand. Where is Xingli located? Liu Hongjun asked, frowning. That direction. Approximately 5 miles from here. Dashan indicated. You and Shirtu assist in carrying Lihua and Huangzhong down the mountain. Inform the captain to send someone to retrieve the livestock. I will seek out Xingli. Liu Hongjun instructed, then grasped his firearm and set off in search of Xingli. Understood, Dashan replied, joining Shirtu in lifting the stretcher as they descended. On the way, Liu Hongjun could not help but lament. We should not have ventured into the mountains today. We just dispatched over 20 wild boars yesterday. It was a reward from the mountain deity. To continue our expedition today, driven by greed, has surely invited retribution. In a previous life, Liu Hongjun would have scoffed at such notions. However, in this rebirth, certain truths could no longer be dismissed. It seemed the elders were correct. As hunters foraging in the mountains, one must always maintain a reverence for the land. After walking approximately 3 to 4 miles, Liu Hongjun raised his firearm and fired another shot into the sky. Soon after, a shot rang out ahead. Liu Hongjun, pinpointing the direction, sprinted forward. Brother Xingli, how is Sanhai faring? As Zhang Yan ran, he inquired, Brother, you're a step late. Xingli's eyes were somewhat swollen, and he looked up at Liu Hongjun, revealing a smile that was more distressing than tears. He cradled the lifeless body of Sanhai in his arms. Liu Hongjun hurried forward, placing his hand on Sanhai's chest. Brother Xingli, Sanhai is not dead, he is still alive. Liu Hongjun exclaimed. Not dead? Still alive? Xingli's face was filled with disbelief. Lay him down. He still has a heartbeat. He was merely in a state of apparent death. As Liu Hongjun spoke, he removed his backpack and retrieved an acupuncture kit, extracting 3 silver needles. Without a moment's hesitation for sterilization, he plunged them directly into Sanhai's body. These 3 needles are of utmost importance. They are known as the life-snatching 3 needles. In cases of shock or cardiac arrest, these needles can restore life, hence the name, contesting life with the king of hell. Sanhai sneezed and awakened. Liu Hongjun withdrew the needles and then unwrapped the hastily bandaged wound that Xingli had applied. Xingli's wound dressing skills were woefully inadequate. The root was unable to staunch the bleeding. Had Liu Hongjun arrived any later, Sanhai would have succumbed to excessive blood loss. Liu Hongjun applied healing ointment to the wound to stop the bleeding and reduce inflammation before redressing it. Chapter 49. A mother's love after tending to the abdominal wound. Liu Hongjun turned his attention to the fractured leg. Brother Xingli, hold Sanhai steady and prevent him from moving, Liu Hongjun instructed. All right, you can rest assured. I'm here. And he won T-bite. Though Xingli said this, he simultaneously held Sanhai's head with one hand and secured the area around the dog's rear with the other. Observing that Xingli had Sanhai restrained, Liu Hongjun exerted a forceful pull and twist, followed by a gentle release. With a crack, the exposed bone swiftly returned to its rightful place. Brother Hongjun, your skills are truly remarkable, Xingli exclaimed, his mouth agape in admiration. This craft is how I earn my living, Liu Hongjun replied with a smile. He sprinkled healing ointment on the fracture site, then fashioned 2 wooden sticks, carefully shaping them with a knife to stabilize the dog's leg, ultimately securing it with gauze. Brother, thank you. Without you, Sanhai would have perished. Xingli, a robust man, spoke with tears welling in his eyes. A dog is not merely a hunter's companion, but a comrade in life and death, a true family member. Those who are not hunters cannot fathom the profound bond between a hunter and his dog. Brother Xingli, let us craft a stretcher to carry Sanhai down the mountain swiftly. His injuries require further attention, Liu Hongjun remarked after addressing Sanhai's leg. Indeed, Xingli nodded. Due to Sanhai's injuries, Xingli lost the desire to continue hunting, naturally acquiescing to Liu Hongjun's guidance. Liu Hongjun cut several tree branches of arm thickness and fashioned a makeshift stretcher with rope. Together, they laid Sanhai upon it. And Xingli produced dog leashes to secure Heihu, Dahu, and Arii. Brother Xingli, have you not fed them yet? Liu Hongjun inquired upon noticing Dahu and Arii's gloomy demeanor. Alas, amidst the chaos, Xingli lamented. I was so preoccupied with the 3 black ones that I neglected to feed them. Liu Hongjun approached, slicing 3 pieces of meat from the belly of a slain female wild boar, distributing them to Black Tiger, Big Black, and Second Black. Black Tiger glanced at the morsels before gently taking one and placing it in front of Sanhai, nudging it softly with his snout while emitting a mournful whine. Witnessing this poignant scene, Qian Shengli embraced Black Tiger, saying, "Sanhei will be fine. He cannot eat just yet." The towering figure of Qian Shengli felt tears welling in his eyes, rendering him momentarily speechless. Liu Hongjun remained silent, cutting another piece of meat to offer Black Tiger, who, instead of consuming it, lay quietly beside the stretcher. "Brother Shengli, let us move on," Liu Hongjun urged, taking a deep breath. He understood this bond between mother and son. At that moment, Black Tiger would not eat, for she needed to guard her pup. Indeed, Qian Shengli nodded. Together, they lifted the stretcher and led the three dogs slowly down the mountain. Upon exiting Wild Boar Ridge, a herd of deer suddenly appeared before them. "Look, a magnificent stag!" Qian Shengli exclaimed, instinctively preparing to set down the stretcher to retrieve his gun. This was not recklessness on his part, but rather the primal reaction of a hunter spotting prey. A group of over a dozen majestic stags had materialized just a stone's throw away. To let them escape would be a disservice to his calling as a hunter. "Brother Shengli, let it be," Liu Hongjun interjected. "Why?" Qian Shengli asked, perplexed. The stags were less than 200 meters away, and with Liu Hongjun's marksmanship, they could surely bring down 4 or 5. "Brother Shengli, we just hunted over 20 wild boars yesterday, and now we seek to ambush again. Are we not being a tad too greedy?" Liu Hongjun replied. "Greedy?" Qian Shengli questioned. "What do you mean? Yesterday's successful hunt may have led us to lose our reverence for the mountains." Liu Hongjun spoke softly. "Let us prioritize Sanhei's recovery. We shall return after a proper rest before contemplating further hunts." "Very well, I shall heed your counsel," Qian Shengli acquiesced, lifting the stretcher as they continued their descent. As for the magnificent stags, they would have to be forsaken. Liu Hongjun's words resonated deeply. One must not succumb to avarice, especially a hunter who should always maintain respect for the wilderness. Their loss of reverence had ultimately led to Sanhei's plight. Unbeknownst to Qian Shengli, Liu Hongjun's 2 dogs were also injured. As they hastened towards the village, they encountered a group of villagers led by Dashan, who was gathering everyone to retrieve the game from the previous hunt. "Brother Hongjun, Uncle Shengli." Dashan greeted them enthusiastically upon seeing Liu Hongjun and Qian Shengli. "Shengli, what has transpired? Have the dogs been hurt?" asked a man, Qian Shengli's elder brother, Qian Xingyang, the captain of the first production team. "Indeed," Qian Shengli replied, his spirits dampened, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "The injuries are quite severe. You both should return swiftly." Qian Xingyang gently patted Qian Shengli on the shoulder and remarked, "Ah, Red Army. Engaging in the mountains and sustaining injuries to dogs is quite a normal occurrence. One should take it lightly." With a sigh, he exchanged a few words with Liu Hongjun before leading his group deeper into the mountains. Qian Xingyang's words left Liu Hongjun somewhat baffled. What did he mean? Though his dog had sustained injuries, it was neither dead nor permanently maimed. With a couple of months' care, it would become a fine dog once more. Upon returning home, he found Shirtu and Yang Chuyan present. "Brother Hongjun, you're back," they both exclaimed in unison. "Yes, indeed. What of Lihua and Huangzhong?" Liu Hongjun inquired, directing his question towards them. "I noticed their injuries were quite severe, so I took them inside," Yang Chuyan explained. Liu Hongjun cast her a satisfied glance. This was indeed a good wife, attuned to his thoughts and needs. "Has your dog also been injured?" Qian Shengli, following behind, asked in surprise after overhearing the conversation between Liu Hongjun, Yang Chuyan, and Shirtu. "Yes," Liu Hongjun replied. "Brother Shengli, please take Sanhai inside. I will tend to its wounds and stitch it up." Nodding, Liu Hongjun noted that the bandages on Sanhai were soaked with blood, necessitating immediate attention. Otherwise, Sanhai would not survive until morning. "Understood," Qian Shengli affirmed, picking up Sanhai and hastening towards the west room, with Haihux accompanying closely behind. Liu Hongjun did not intervene, respecting a mother's concern for her offspring. "I will proceed to perform the surgery on Sanhai," Liu Hongjun informed Yang Chuyan, then nodded towards Shirtu before striding into the west room. Chapter 50. Father returns. Liu Hongjun first employed acupuncture on Sanhai, administering several needles to induce a state of slumber, facilitating the forthcoming surgery while also alleviating pain and stopping the bleeding. Next, he took scissors to cut away the bandages encasing Sanhai. He carefully extracted the intestines, cleaning them meticulously with alcohol to check for any potential damage. Fortunately, Sanhai's intestines were intact, and there were no ruptures. After cleansing, he carefully returned the intestines to their proper place, suturing the abdominal wound and rebandaging it. Liu Hongjun prepared a dose of penicillin and administered it to Sanhai. Throughout the procedure, Hai Hux remained watchfully silent, only barking once Liu Hongjun began to tidy up. Hai Hux, I have completed Sanhai's treatment. However, it must remain here for the next few days, Liu Hongjun said, bending down to stroke Hai Hux's sleek, dark fur. Woof. Hai Hux responded, licking Liu Hongjun's hand before turning and departing the west room. What an intelligent dog, Liu Hongjun praised. Indeed, Hai Hux has been with me for nearly 5 years, since he was just over a month old. Qian Shengli gazed at the retreating figure of the black tiger and murmured, do not forget, once the black tiger gives birth, reserve a few pups for me. Liu Hongjun, noticing Qian Shengli's somewhat despondent demeanor, skillfully shifted the topic, chuckling as he spoke. No worries. The black tiger has just begun to show signs of readiness. I am planning to find a fine dog for her breeding. Unfortunately, my Chow Chow and Bai Lang have yet to mature. Otherwise, they would be perfect matches for the black tiger. In fact, Huangzhong is also a commendable choice. But alas, he is injured. Qian Shengli cast a glance at Lihua and Huangzhong, who were resting on the calm. Huangzhong is decent, yet perhaps not quite worthy of your esteemed black tiger. It would be best for her to mate with a superior dog. Liu Hongjun, eyeing the wounded Huangzhong with a hint of regret, remarked, though Huangzhong is formidable, he is still rather youthful at just over a year. I cannot bear to let him lose his virginity just yet. At the very least, he should reach around 3 years of age, fully matured in every aspect, before considering such matters. After several excursions into the mountains, Liu Hongjun had confirmed that Huangzhong was indeed a top-tier assistance dog. His father's discerning eye had once again proven to be remarkably sharp. A superior dog? Mused Qian Shengli thoughtfully. Indeed, your black tiger is a rare and exceptional specimen. Finding a quality dog for breeding could potentially yield offspring inheriting the esteemed lineage of the black tiger. You've reminded me, Qian Shengli continued. Old Liu from Lushu Tun has a fine dog, also an exceptional breed. The most crucial aspect is that old Liu's lead dog is a pure black, genuine Mengshi crossbreed. Qian Shengli exclaimed with enthusiasm. Liu Hongjun felt somewhat speechless at Qian Shengli's comments. It's already a Mengshi crossbreed, and still purebred? Ah, never mind. Regardless of whether it's a pure breed or not, as long as it's a good dog, that's what matters. Upon hearing Qian Shengli's words, Liu Hongjun recalled that old Liu and his father were decent friends. Back in the 60s, during the grand hunting expeditions, they had ventured into the mountains together. Later, old Liu had even visited their home several times for drinks. Is old Liu still hunting? Liu Hongjun inquired with curiosity. Old Liu was around the same age as his father, both in their 60s, yet he was still going into the mountains to hunt. He has devoted his life to hunting. Even now, he refuses to acknowledge his age. However, he no longer ventures deep into the mountains, preferring to hunt the occasional wild game near the village. Qian Shengli chuckled. At that moment, Liu Hongjun found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Uncle Liu, you have returned. Just then, the cheerful voice of Yang Qiuyan rang out from outside, breaking the silence. Qiuyan is here. Where's my son? Came the voice of Liu Hongjun's father from outside. Brother Hongjun is inside performing surgery on the dog. Yang Qiuyan replied joyfully. Surgery on the dog? Has the family dog been injured? Yes. Yang Qiuyan nodded affirmatively. Liu Hongjun hurried outside and spotted a robust elder standing in the courtyard conversing with Yang Qiuyan. Father, what brings you back? Liu Hongjun exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise. You rascal, if I don't come back, how will you marry? His father's face beamed with a proud smile upon seeing Liu Hongjun. I mean, you could have called ahead so I could fetch you. Liu Hongjun sheepishly scratched his head and smiled. After his rebirth, upon seeing his father once again, Liu Hongjun felt an indescribable excitement, joy, and profound happiness within his heart. Days spent with his father were undoubtedly blissful. Liu Hongjun's mother had tragically passed away during childbirth, leaving him without a glimpse of her visage since childhood. It was his father who raised him and his elder brother with unwavering dedication. They had never been apart throughout his life until this year, when his brother had a son, prompting their father to venture down the mountain to care for his grandson. In his previous life, his father's departure had been rather flamboyant, which initially left Liu Hongjun feeling quite unsettled. You need not come all this way for just a few steps, his father had jovially remarked. At that moment, the bark of a dog pierced the air, drawing Liu Hongjun's attention to the 2 black dogs his father was leading. Father, did you buy me these dogs? He inquired. Indeed. On my way here, I stopped by Lushu Tun and brought over old Liu's 2 dogs, his father replied. That rascal, despite his age, should be at home watching his grandson instead of wandering into the mountains. Yesterday, he nearly got into trouble. Out of 4 dogs, 2 were left behind in the mountains. And I brought these 2 back. Liu Hongjun was momentarily at a loss for words. What a coincidence it was. He had just spoken to Qian Xingli about old Liu's top dog. And Qian was considering visiting old Liu to arrange a breeding for his own black tiger. Yet here his father was, having taken the entire litter. Unbeknownst to Liu Hongjun, old Liu had encountered peril the day before, largely due to his own actions. He had engaged a large group of wild boars, leaving over 20 behind, while others scattered in panic. Among them, 7 or 8 wild boars charged towards the alkali factory in Lushutan, where old Liu had been with his 4 dogs, attempting to catch a foolish roe deer. Unfortunately, he collided directly with the fleeing wild boars, which were in a frenzied state, crashing through anything in their path. Fortunately, old Liu was seasoned enough to evade the savage onslaught, but tragically, 2 of his dogs were not as fortunate, being struck and trampled by the stampede of wild boars. The aftermath was so gruesome that old Liu could scarcely bring himself to describe it. Although old Liu had managed to take down 2 wild boars in retaliation, the loss of his dogs was irreplaceable. Following this calamity, along with the urging of his wife, children, and grandchildren, old Liu finally agreed to retire from hunting altogether. Liu Hongjun's father had not intended to procure dogs from old Liu. He merely wished to visit an old friend en route. However, upon encountering the situation, he unceremoniously took the dogs back with him. Uncle Liu has returned? Qian Xingli called out as he approached Liu Hongjun's father. Ah, Xingli is here. Liu's father greeted him with a warm smile. Yes, my Sanhai was injured, and just now, Brother Hongjun completed the surgery, Qian Xingli explained. In the Liu family, the naming conventions had become somewhat muddled due to the father's influence. Individuals in their 30s and 40s naturally address Liu Hongjun as uncle, which consequently requires Liu Hongjun to refer to those in that age group in the same manner. Conversely, those who grew up alongside Liu Hongjun, such as Dashan and Shirtu, call him brother, while addressing Qian Xingli as uncle. Liu Hongjun reciprocates by referring to some in their 20s as brother, and similarly addressing those in their 30s and 40s as brother as well. This nomenclature can be somewhat chaotic. However, since the Liu family is not related to the villagers, each individual can address one another as they please. If one were to strictly adhere to this naming convention, all the villagers in their 20s, and even some in their 30s, would have to address Liu Hongjun as uncle. Nevertheless, it is anticipated that this situation will evolve once Liu Hongjun enters into matrimony. After all, in Yushitan, the Yang family is a prominent household. Yang Guangfu's father migrated during his generation, and Yang Guangfu has 5 brothers and 2 sisters. His father had migrated with 1 brother. And Yang Guangfu's second uncle's branch also boasts 4 male relatives. With their lineage flourishing, the Yang family now comprises over a dozen households, totaling more than 50 individuals, establishing them as a significant presence in Yushitan. The Qian and Tian families are also substantial, though not as extensive as the Yang family, comprising about 8 to 9 households. Additionally, there are several smaller families with only 2 or 3 households. Due to familial ties, the Yang family is connected to the Qian and Tian families within the village. Thus, upon marrying Yang Qiuyan, Liu Hongjun will inadvertently lower his generational status. He often jested with Yang Qiuyan, stating that after marrying her, many who once called him brother would have to address him as uncle, which would be quite the disadvantage. Observing his father conversing with Qian Xingli, Liu Hongjun quickly approached, taking the dog leash to lead 2 dogs into the dog pen. Isn't that old Liu's black dragon? Qian Xingli exclaimed upon seeing the dog Liu Hongjun was leading. Yes, this is old Liu's black dragon. My father brought it home, so you needn't search for old Liu in Lushutan for breeding anymore. Just bring Black Tiger to my home. Liu Hongjun replied with a smile. That sounds splendid. However, your dog pen seems insufficient. Qian Xingli chuckled in agreement. That's simple. Just let the puppies out. Liu Hongjun said as he opened the gate of the small pen and released 6 puppies. He then secured Black Dragon in the small pen and placed the other black dog in the larger pen. At that moment, Qian Xingli approached with Black Tiger, and Liu Hongjun opened the pen gate, allowing Black Tiger to enter so the 2 dogs could interact privately. Liu Hongjun tossed some dog food to Black Tiger and Black Dragon, ensuring the other dog was not neglected. How adorable! Yang Qiuyan exclaimed as she began playing with the 6 puppies. At just over a month old, the puppies were at their most delightful and playful stage. These puppies are well cared for. Liu Hongjun's father remarked after observing them for a while, nodding in approval. Liu Laoda was quite satisfied with his younger son, recognizing him as the true heir to his legacy. In stark contrast, he held 100 grievances against his eldest son, Liu Hongba. He learned a few martial arts techniques from him, yet he acquired nothing in terms of medical skills or hunting prowess. Were it not for witnessing him bring a grandson to the old Liu family, he would have shown little interest in him. It's all right, Liu Hongjun said with a foolish grin. He felt an overwhelming urge to share many thoughts with his father, yet he found himself at a loss for words. You have grown up and reached the age to start your own family. I have already discussed with Guangfu about arranging your marriage by the end of the year, Liu's father said with a reassuring pat on Liu Hongjun's shoulder. This remark left Yang Xiuyan, who was teasing the puppies nearby, blushing furiously, unable to lift her gaze. Although she and Liu Hongjun had been childhood sweethearts, and she had long resolved to marry no one but him, the words of her future father-in-law still made her cheeks flush, her heart racing with delight. Uncle Liu, Brother Hongjun, Sister Xiuyan, I should head home now. Just call me if you need anything. Sure to, understanding the situation, excused himself. Sure to, it's meal time. Stay and eat before you leave. Liu Hongjun urged him to stay. No, I'll go home to eat. Sure to waved goodbye as he departed. After overhearing the conversation between Sure to and Liu Hongjun, Yang Xiuyan realized it was time to prepare lunch. She quickly rose, washed her hands, went down to the cellar, retrieved a cabbage, and found some ready meat in the kitchen, beginning her culinary preparations. Liu's father, pipe in hand, watched Yang Xiuyan busily at work with a smile, making no attempt to stop her. After all, she would soon be his daughter-in-law. Liu Hongjun, too, did not intervene, having grown accustomed to Yang Xiuyan's attentiveness from a past life. Uncle Liu, I should take my leave as well. It's been quite a while since I stepped out, and the news about Santai's injury has likely spread throughout the village. If I don't return soon, my family will surely worry, Qian Shengli stated while observing from outside the dog pen. Where are you off to? Let's have a drink together at noon, Liu's father insisted. Another time, when Hongjun and Xiuyan get engaged, I will definitely come to toast. Qian Shengli declined Liu's invitation with a smile. Once everyone had departed, only Liu and his son remained, along with Yang Xiuyan, the future bride. When I returned, I heard you took down over 20 wild boars yesterday, and even captured a wild boar king? Indeed, Liu Hongjun replied, grinning widely. Not bad, you've inherited my former prowess. You haven't neglected your martial training, have you? Not at all. I have broken through to the dark strength level. Liu Hongjun beamed, akin to a child proudly showcasing their achievements to their parents. Oh, you've broken through to dark strength? Liu's father expressed surprise. Show me. Liu Hongjun stood up, assumed a stance, and demonstrated the Xingyi 5 Elements fist. Haha, excellent. You're at the mid-stage of dark strength, and your foundation is solid. The Liu family is about to produce another master of transformative strength, Liu's father exclaimed, his laughter echoing joyously. Having injured his foundation in his youth, he had only ever reached the pinnacle of dark strength, never to experience transformative strength. Now, seeing his son on the brink of such a breakthrough, how could he not feel elated? Chapter 52. Father has arrived. 3. Last time your elder brother visited, he returned with the news that your martial skills have not diminished. In fact, you have made some progress, which suggests you have been conserving your strength. Liu old man's keen perception remains sharp. Hee. Liu Hongjun chuckled, but remained silent. Naturally, he could not disclose to his father that in his previous life, he had already attained the pinnacle of hidden strength, on the verge of breaking through to the mastery of transformation, but was thwarted by injuries sustained on the battlefield. With the advantage of experiences from 2 lifetimes, his current physique has inexplicably become exceptionally robust, akin to having awakened a formidable innate talent, as depicted in novels. On the bookshelf in the West Room, there is a small wooden box containing various martial arts manuals from other sects that I have collected. If you have time, you may wish to peruse them. The wisdom of others can be a valuable asset. Now that you have reached the realm of hidden strength, delving into the practices of other sects could broaden your horizons and expedite your mastery of its application, Liu old man remarked while stroking his beard with a smile. Liu Hongjun nodded in acknowledgement. Liu old man had amassed numerous martial arts manuscripts, which Liu Hongjun was well aware of, including Baguazhang, Bajiquan, Sanhuang Paozhu, Taiji, and the 12 forms of Zhengyiquan. However, in the past, his father had prohibited them from practicing these arts. In his childhood, Liu Hongjun had once been mischievous enough to uncover them, only to receive a sound thrashing. According to his father's teachings, One should not be greedy for knowledge without reaching a certain level of mastery. Specialization is key. Thus, throughout his previous life until he enlisted in the military and joined the special forces, he had exclusively practiced the 5 elements of Xingyi. Xingyi consists of the 5 elements and the 12 forms. The 12 forms include the dragon, tiger, bear, snake, crane, monkey, horse, chicken, swallow, toad, hawk, and eagle. Yet, whether practicing the 5 elements or the 12 forms, both rely on the 3 body posture as a foundational stance, with the 6 harmonies and the whole circle as basic techniques. Ah, splendid. The Liu family has a successor. I initially intended for you to hone your martial skills in the military, to face life and death, in hopes of achieving a breakthrough into the mastery of transformation. However, I did not expect you to be reluctant to enlist. Very well, every generation has its own fortunes. If you are unwilling to go, can I force you? If one cannot break through to mastery of transformation, so be it. This society is no longer what it once was. Martial arts are not as paramount as before. Living a stable life can also be quite fulfilling. Liu old man, aware of Liu Hongjun's advancement to hidden strength, was elated and rambled on excitedly. Father, if you want me to enlist, are you not concerned about me perishing on the battlefield? Liu Hongjun suddenly inquired. Perishing on the battlefield? As long as you are not foolish enough to charge headfirst into gunfire, how could you possibly meet your demise there? At 15, I took you into the mountains to hunt, teaching you survival skills in the wilderness. Do you think those experiences were trivial? They are abilities crucial for surviving on the battlefield. You possess medical skills and survival techniques. Enduring hardships is inevitable, but how can martial skills develop without facing challenges? Liu old man paused momentarily before continuing. What if, throughout my life, marked by tumult and bloodshed, I have come to grasp a profound truth, one that only dawned upon me at the moment of your birth. Such is fate. Unexpected occurrences are all part of destiny. If it is one's time to perish, then one may as well meet their end upon a bed. It is conceivable that a gust of wind could bring the roof crashing down, claiming a life within. I have imparted to you all the skills I could, yet when it comes to the battlefield, those unforeseen circumstances you speak of are simply written in the stars. If it is destined for you to face such trials, then your military service and the battles you engage in are merely the manifestations of fate. In a low voice, old Liu conveyed these thoughts. In the past, Liu Hongjun would have dismissed his father's words, but now, having been reborn, he found it impossible to disbelieve. He had witnessed such phenomena himself, where some, regardless of their charge or position in battle, seemed to evade bullets as if by divine intervention. Conversely, others, safely ensconced in trenches, would find themselves struck by a stray round, losing limbs in an instant. I am fully aware of the perils of the battlefield, which is why I have never pressed you. Should you choose to go, I will support you. Should you decide against it, I shall likewise stand by you. Yet, I never anticipated that you would achieve the state of dark energy at the tender age of 18. Even Master Ji had not reached your level at such a young age. The mere thought of Liu Hongjun's attainment of dark energy brought a smile of joy to old Liu's face. Uncle Liu, Brother Hongjun, dinner is ready. Yang Qiuyan called out cheerfully from the kitchen. Excellent. Time to eat. Old Liu replied with a grin, rising to his feet. Qiuyan, your father often boasts about how delicious your cooking is. Today, Uncle shall savor your culinary skills. Uncle Liu, my father is merely being overly generous. My skills are far inferior to my mother's. Please bear with me, Yang Qiuyan said, her cheeks flushing. Haha, no need to settle. Just by looking at your dishes, I can tell they must be delectable. Old Liu exclaimed, taking his place on the Kong and accepting the chopsticks that Yang Qiuyan offered. If Uncle Liu enjoys it, I shall cook for you every day, Yang Qiuyan said with a playful smile. Wonderful. I look forward to it, Old Liu replied, his delight evident. This young daughter-in-law was personally chosen by him. Her gentle disposition and capable nature were commendable, but most importantly, she was virtuous. Liu Hongjun did not enter the house immediately. Instead, he first prepared some dog food and fed the 6 puppies. He then mixed a liquid dog food to feed Sanhe. As for Lihua and Huangzhong's injuries, they did not impede their appetite. So Liu Hongjun could only toss them a few bone treats. After washing his hands, he stepped into the east room. Have you finished feeding the dogs? Old Liu inquired. Yes, Liu Hongjun nodded. Did the 2 dogs sustain injuries as well? Indeed. This morning, while encircling the mountains, we encountered an injured wild boar that attacked the dogs. Liu Hongjun briefly recounted the incident involving Lihua's injury. 2 dogs are still a bit too few for such a task. Generally, it's manageable. But encountering an injured wild boar can easily lead to harm for the dogs, old Liu remarked. Uncle Liu, why would an injured wild boar pose a greater threat to the dogs than an uninjured one? Yang Qian asked, her voice filled with curiosity. Yinzi, remember this. The most perilous creatures in these mountains are not the tigers, nor the bears, and certainly not the wild boars, but rather the injured animals. Typically, wild beasts will avoid humans and steer clear of dogs. However, an injured wild animal is at its most volatile, exhibiting the greatest aggression during such times. Liu Laodad spoke to Yang Qian. Oh. Yang Qian nodded obediently. After finishing lunch, Liu Laodad remarked, I shall pay a visit to your future father-in-law. And with that, he set off empty-handed. Chapter 53. The commanding Liu father and son Liu Hongjun contemplated calling out to his father to remind him to take something along, questioning the propriety of visiting with bare hands for a marriage proposal. However, reflecting on his father's worldly wisdom, he decided against speaking up, recognizing that Liu Laodad was no naive novice but a seasoned figure in the community, and he must have his reasons for such conduct. Once Yang Qian tidied up the dishes, she busied herself washing Liu Hongjun's clothes. Liu Hongjun, not idle himself, ventured into the west room, gently carrying out Lihua, Huangzhong, and Sanhai, placing them outside. This was not an act of cruelty. The dogs, having suffered injuries, needed to relieve themselves. It was essential to keep the west room serving as a medical space, free from such messes. Qian, next year, let's find a place to build a new house, Liu Hongjun said, smiling at Yang Qian as she worked diligently. Brother Hongjun, this house is quite sufficient. We needn't spend more on a new one, she replied. This house is too small. I envision constructing a grand courtyard in the style of a Beijing Sihiyuan, with 5 main rooms, 3 side rooms on each wing, a wide and bright main gate, and 3 additional guest rooms. The guest rooms can serve as a medical space. Liu Hongjun elaborated on his vision. Building such a large courtyard will cost a fortune. We hardly need all that space, and it will draw too much attention, Yang Qian said earnestly, setting down the clothes. Her demeanor exuded the essence of a true matriarch. Now that the country is undergoing reform and opening up, times have changed. There's no need to fear being too conspicuous. It won't invite trouble. Besides, what if we do attract attention? In these mountains, who dares to challenge the Liu family? Liu Hongjun declared with confidence. He continued, I have indeed thought of an excellent location. The spot at the northern end of the village road. Let us acquire that hillside, constructing our home in front, while utilizing the rear slope as a garden. The house must be substantial so that in the future, our children will have ample space to reside. You once desired the eastern hillside. Why now the northern slope? Hearing Liu Hongjun mention children, Yang Qian's cheeks flushed crimson, but she pressed on, suppressing her shyness. My previous interest in the eastern slope was out of convenience. We wouldn't need to cultivate crops, merely growing some fruit trees and keeping bees for ease. Now, my preference for the northern slope stems from its suitability for building a house, allowing it to be adjacent to our land for convenience. However, the northern hillside is considerably steeper than the eastern slope. Even if it is merely a tad steeper, we do not cultivate the land. Planting fruit trees on the mountain does not hinder anything. We can clear a patch at the foot of the slope for vegetables, just enough to sustain ourselves. The most pressing concern is that our household dogs are multiplying, and the space has become insufficient for their care, Liu Hongjun remarked with a smile. Indeed, there are already 10 dogs of various sizes at home, and from your demeanor, it seems you are contemplating bringing in even more. With such a small courtyard, it truly becomes challenging to accommodate them. Yang Qian was persuaded by Liu Hongjun's final words. Being a native of the mountains, she did not harbor any aversion to keeping dogs. On the contrary, she held a fondness for them. If her man wishes to keep them, he may have as many as he desires. After all, her husband is capable and can certainly afford it. Tomorrow, I shall approach my father-in-law and request the land to the north of the village, while it is still before the snow falls. Let us find someone to level the ground, Liu Hongjun said with a smile. Bah, shameless. You haven't even married yet, and you are already calling him your father-in-law. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? Yang Qian retorted, her cheeks flushed. Haha, it's only a matter of months. Liu Hongjun chuckled. While the young couple engaged in their conversation, Liu Laodad had already arrived at the brigade headquarters. Typically, Yang Guangfu would be found diligently attending to matters there. At that moment, in the courtyard of the headquarters, Fang Weishan was busy directing a group in the preparation of Jinhua ham, and salted meat. Lu Laodad merely glanced and proceeded directly into the office. Ha! Brother Dong, Guangfu, Old Su, are you all occupied? Lu Laodad greeted the people in the office with a hearty laugh, hands clasped in respect. You old rascal, you still find the time to come back? Yang Guangfu said with a grin, chiding Lu Laodad. Lao Gu, how can you bear to leave your grandchildren at the foot of the mountain and come to the village? Secretary Dong teased with a smile. I have no choice. If I don't come, someone will start to worry. Lu Laodad replied with a chuckle. Of course. The someone he referred to was Yang Guangfu. Although both families had consented, they had yet to finalize the engagement. Liu Hongjun and Yang Qiuyan were both young and enamored. Who could guarantee their restraint? Should they act impulsively, it would be of little consequence, but the fear was that the young ones might not know better. And should a tragedy occur, it would be a source of embarrassment. Thus, Yang Guangfu was anxious to hasten their engagement and arrange the wedding during the winter when everyone was idle. Once the wedding was conducted, they could indulge in whatever antics they wished. If a tragedy were to occur, it would be even better, for he would then have the opportunity to embrace his grandchildren sooner. You old man, if you are not anxious, just keep indulging in your eldest grandson and don't rush back here. Yang Guangfu retorted playfully, unwilling to back down. I am in no rush. Without you as the father, I shall take it upon myself to arrange the wedding, and let Hongjun become my family's son-in-law. Yang Guangfu shot back with a smile. Don't even think about such a pleasant prospect. Since today Brother Dong and Old Su are present, let them serve as witnesses, and we shall draft a marriage contract. Let us formally settle the matter, Lu Laodad said, smiling. Is this how you intend to finalize the marriage? I have seen stingy people, but never someone as miserly as you. Not only do you refuse to provide a bride price, but you won't even host a banquet? Yang Guangfu exclaimed, wide-eyed and scolding. What banquet? When it comes time for the wedding, I promise to host a splendid celebration for them. I will invite a troupe from the Dalian Forestry Bureau to perform for 3 days of lively folk opera, followed by a day of a lavish banquet. Surely, that would be fitting for your daughter, wouldn't it? Lu Laodad chuckled. What about the betrothal gifts? Yang Guangfu exclaimed, wide-eyed. Here it is. Lu Laodad produced a cloth pouch from his pocket and placed it before Yang Guangfu. What is this? Yang Guangfu curiously opened the pouch. Is this a jade bracelet? It's incredibly green. This must be worth quite a sum, right? What does value matter? This is my engagement gift for my future daughter-in-law, Lu Laodad chuckled heartily. Brother Lu, isn't this something that was once worn by wealthy landlords? Are you not afraid of repercussions by presenting it so casually? Secretary Dong cautiously reminded him. What repercussions could there be? Gifting my future daughter-in-law a bracelet cannot possibly be wrong. Let those rascals come and confront me if they dare. Lu Laodad said with a fierce glare. Chapter 54. The true affectionate fool. Lu Laodad spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his words were imbued with authority. Secretary Dong remained silent upon hearing this. He was typically a person of firm resolve, having weathered the trials of the anti-American war. Despite Yang Guangfu's formidable reputation within the production team, where he held significant sway, it was predicated on Secretary Dong's taciturnity. Otherwise, Yang Guangfu would possess little influence. Secretary Dong had been appointed by the organization to serve as secretary, and he single-handedly kept the Yang, Qian, and Su families in line. He shared a close camaraderie with Lu Laodad. His silence was not born of fear, but rather stemmed from his discontent with certain actions that had unfolded over the years. However, his position necessitated a vow of silence. Ha! I'm merely jesting. The country has indeed undergone transformations. I am not engaging in theft or robbery. I am simply gifting my daughter-in-law a bracelet as an engagement token. Who could possibly object? Tomorrow, everyone is invited to my home for a feast. I will host a banquet for the village elders to witness the engagement of my son and Qiuyan. Lu Laodad suddenly laughed heartily again. You old rascal. I thought you were truly stingy, unwilling to host even a banquet. Yang Guangfu chided with a laugh. How could that be? Qiuyan is the daughter-in-law I have chosen. She is like my own daughter. How could I bear to see her suffer? I have already arranged for my eldest to invite the master from the forest farm to prepare the banquet, Lu Laodad stated earnestly. Brother Lu, I have no worries about Qiuyan marrying a Red Army soldier. I have watched him grow up. He is a fine young man of good character and capability. Qiuyan's marriage to him is indeed her fortune, Yang Guangfu remarked, suddenly feeling reflective. I say, can you two refrain from being so sentimental? It's making my teeth ache. Accountant Su Yukai interjected, playfully scolding them. Ha! Old Su, are you feeling jealous? Yang Guangfu retorted, beaming with pride. My dear brothers, I came today not bearing anything else. I have prepared some health-enhancing elixirs for our well-being. In the future, Junzi will require the care of the 3 elder brothers in the village. If there are any shortcomings, do not hesitate to express your displeasure. Old Liu remarked as he retrieved 3 glass jars and placed them on the table. Brother Liu, I have been eagerly anticipating your medicinal pills for quite some time. I shan't be polite. As for Hongjun, you need not worry. He will certainly not suffer any misfortune in the village, Su Yukai said, grasping a jar of pills. This child Hongjun is remarkably mature and composed in his endeavors, far superior to what you were at his age. Secretary Dong also unabashedly picked up a jar, holding it in his hand. What man does not wish to be a touch stronger? They had all sampled old Liu's pills and wholeheartedly endorsed them. Upon returning home, Liu Laodad discovered that Yang Xiuyin had not yet arrived. She was still tending to the 3 injured dogs alongside Liu Hongjun. If Pear Blossom could speak, she would surely protest. Are you truly caring for the dogs? You fed them so much that I nearly vomited. Recently delivered, Pear Blossom was almost overwhelmed by the dog food Liu Hongjun and Yang Xiuyin had provided. Father, you're home. Indeed. I had a chat with your uncle Yang. What did you discuss? Liu Laodad inquired, gazing at his younger son and future daughter-in-law with a warm smile. Father, Xiuyin and I are considering constructing a new courtyard on the northern hillside, Liu Hongjun replied, presenting a piece of yellow straw paper to Liu Laodad. In the afternoon, after much deliberation, Liu Hongjun and Yang Xiuyin decided to sketch out the proposed courtyard on the yellow paper typically used for prescriptions and packaging medicinal herbs. A new courtyard? Liu Laodad inspected the straw paper. Are you planning to build a quadrangle? Yes, this courtyard looks promising. I will provide you with funds to ensure it is beautifully constructed. Liu Laodad said with a smile. No need for money, father. I have enough. Please assist me in acquiring some quality timber from the forest farm. Along with cement and steel bars, Liu Hongjun replied. He understood that his father possessed substantial funds, yet he preferred not to rely on them. Armed with the skills imparted by his father and the knowledge acquired from military training, earning money would be a straightforward endeavor. Very well, when you commence construction next year, I shall speak with the leaders at the forest farm to secure some quality timber, cement, and steel bars for you, Liu Laodad said, pleased. Although timber was abundant in the mountains, with families typically venturing into the woods to fell whichever tree they desired, it was far more convenient to request timber directly from the forest farm. Liu Hongjun's elder brother, Liu Hongba, worked at the forest farm, allowing him to purchase timber at a discounted rate. Thank you, father. Haha. Having a fiancé certainly makes a difference. You are already expressing gratitude to your father. I just arranged with your uncle Yang to host 2 tables of wine at our home tomorrow to celebrate your engagement, Liu Laodad said with a smile. Those words made Yang Xiuyin blush with joy, prompting her to say, Liu Laodad, I must return home now. With that, she turned and hurried out of Liu Hongjun's house. Liu Hongjun watched her retreating figure, a blissful smile gracing his face. Father, what would you like for dinner? Liu Hongjun asked, realizing that with Yang Xiuyin gone, the responsibility of preparing the evening meal fell to him. That evening, I dined away from home. Liu Laodai casually mentioned this while carrying a piece of pork belly weighing around 4 to 5 pounds and departed from the house. Observing his father's departure, Liu Hongjun felt a sense of bewilderment. There was no need to inquire further. His father was undoubtedly off to engage in some charitable work again. Liu Hongjun, however, chose to disregard it. At his father's age, he had reached a stage where he could indulge his whims. After all, his father's assistance to Gui Xiang was a somewhat public affair, and no one dared to voice any objections. In fact, many envied Gui Xiang. Despite losing her husband, she had managed to align herself with such a formidable man. Liu Hongjun first glanced at the dog pen. At that moment, Hei Long was attempting to ingratiate himself with Hei Hu, circling around and trying to lick him. However, Hei Hu, perhaps due to his injury, seemed in a foul mood and paid little attention to Hei Long, unwilling to allow him any proximity. The 2 dogs continued their circular dance in the pen, one eager to lick, the other resistant. Liu Hongjun turned and tossed a few pieces of dog food to both Hei Long and Hei Hu, not forgetting the other black dog. After contemplating for a moment, he ventured into the kitchen to slice off 2 pieces of meat, which he then offered to both Hei Long and Hei Hu. Hei Long picked up the meat and placed it in front of Hei Hu, eagerly panting. He nudged the meat forward slightly. Perhaps this is the origin of the term licking dog. Then, he turned and approached Hei Hu from behind, continuing his attempts to ingratiate himself. Perhaps it was the breeding season for Hu, or perhaps he was moved by Heilong's sincerity, but this time, Hu did not rebuff him. Liu Hongjun couldn't help but marvel at how dogs often surpass humans in their endeavors. The devoted ones seemed to attain everything in the end. Chapter 55, Sister-in-law Zhou Fengxia after dinner. Liu Hongjun tidied up the pots and pans before taking out a medical book to read. As the long night wore on, he suddenly felt a pang of loneliness. Soon, very soon, in just a month or two, he would be married, and thereafter, he would no longer have to endure sleepless nights alone, but would instead embrace his young bride each evening. Contemplating this happy prospect, Liu Hongjun managed to compose himself and continued his reading. Liu Laodai did not return that night. It was not until the following morning that he ambled back, hands clasped behind his back, in no particular hurry. "Father, have you had breakfast?" Liu Hongjun inquired. "Preparing to cook. Breakfast? Oh, not yet. Could you make me some as well?" Liu Laodai replied after a moment's pause. Liu Hongjun glanced at his father. Although Liu Laodai appeared normal on the surface, Liu Hongjun discerned a hint of fatigue in his father's eyes. At 60, though his father was in better health than most men in their 30s and 40s, he was no longer youthful. That night had taken a toll on him due to his efforts to assist Gui Xiang. Liu Hongjun entered the west room, gathered several herbs, and then proceeded to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. He intended to make a nourishing medicinal porridge aimed at revitalizing the internal organs. Simply supplementing the kidneys was not the optimal approach. Unless one faced severe kidney deficiency, it was best to nourish the body's vital energies across all organs. When the energies of the 5 organs are balanced, ailments are kept at bay. In discussing the medicinal cuisine that simultaneously nourishes the vital energies of the 5 organs, Liu Hongjun possesses extensive knowledge of various herbal recipes. Yet, none surpasses the Taoist foundational tonic known as the Zhijiang. This simple concoction, composed of 5 distinct herbal ingredients, serves to replenish the vital energies of the 5 organs while invigorating the body's qi and blood. What is particularly commendable about the Zhijiang is the accessibility of its 4 herbal components, which are both straightforward and readily obtainable. This carefree elder, who enjoys his leisure, upon returning home, must also attend to his own health regimen. Liu Hongjun quietly mused as he began to brew a modified version of the Zhijiang porridge. The traditional recipe includes 24 walnuts, 21 lotus seeds, 35 goji berries, and 48 mulberries, boiled in 2 cups of water until reduced to 1.5 cups for consumption. Liu Hongjun's variant incorporates walnuts, lotus seeds, goji berries, and mulberries mixed with rice porridge, enhanced with lean meat, all carefully adjusted to achieve a harmonious balance among the 5 elements. After preparing the porridge, Liu Hongjun sought 2 dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable. Typically, when alone, he would merely simmer some cornmeal porridge and steam a few buns, paired with pickled vegetables and scallions dipped in sauce to resolve his breakfast. However, with his father's return, he felt compelled to prepare 2 dishes. Observing Liu Hongjun bustling about in the kitchen, Liu Laodad was filled with satisfaction, setting himself up in the courtyard to practice his stances. The practice of standing post is a lifelong commitment. Whenever time permits, Liu Laodad diligently engages in it. By the time Liu Laodad completed his exercises, the meal was ready, and Liu Hongjun served the food on the Kong table in the eastern room, inviting his father to dine. Liu Hongjun then proceeded to the western room to check on the conditions of Lihua, Huangzhong, and Sanhai. Both Lihua and Huangzhong were stable, merely undergoing a recovery process. However, Liu Hongjun's primary concern rested with Sanhai, who had endured the most perilous night. Surviving this ordeal meant Sanhai would live, otherwise, he would have to find a place to bury him. Fortunately, Sanhai had pulled through, albeit appearing somewhat listless, yet ultimately alive. Liu Hongjun carried the 3 dogs into the yard, laying out several burlap sacks on the ground before placing them atop. He then retrieved some bone dog food for Lihua and Huangzhong, while preparing a semi-liquid dog food for Sanhai. Next, he attended to the 6 puppies, Hu, Heilong, and another unnamed black dog. Once the dogs were fed, Liu Hongjun washed his hands and returned indoors to partake in his meal. Not long after finishing his meal, his elder brother Liu Hongbao arrived with his wife and child, carrying numerous items in hand. These were ingredients procured for the engagement banquet. Although the mountains abound with provisions, the engagement feast necessitated a variety beyond mere local fare, lest it become monotonous. Liu Hongbao brought primarily frozen fish, shrimp, seaweed, and dried scallops. thus enriching the banquet with a delightful assortment of mountain and sea delicacies. Originally lounging in the courtyard, enjoying tea and tobacco, Liu Hongjun, upon seeing his eldest son and daughter-in-law enter with his grandchild, promptly extinguished his pipe and hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "My precious grandson, come let grandfather hold you." Liu Hongjun and his eldest daughter-in-law, Zhou Fengxia, greeted him, yet old Liu merely grunted in response, his attention entirely devoted to his eldest grandson, whose laughter brought forth deep lines of joy on his face. Elder brother, elder sister-in-law, Liu Hongjun greeted them with a smile. "Junzi, congratulations," Zhou Fengxiao exclaimed, simultaneously retrieving 2 watches from her pocket. "As you are engaged, this is a modest gift from me to you and Xiuyan, 1 watch for each." Zhou Fengxiao's family, with her father being a leader in the Dahuai Forest Bureau, was well off, making the purchase of 2 watches a trivial affair. "Thank you, elder sister-in-law," Liu Hongjun accepted graciously. "No need for formalities between us," Zhou Fengxiao replied with a smile. Although Zhou Fengxiao had a rather fiery temperament and managed Liu Hongjun with strictness, her character was commendable. She was dutiful towards her father-in-law and caring towards him. After old Liu's visit to see his grandson, Zhou Fengxiao had repeatedly suggested that Liu Hongjun come down the mountain to reside with them, but he had consistently declined. Close ties among relatives, even brothers, could often lead to discord. "Junzi, I heard you captured the wild boar king alive?" Zhou Fengxiao inquired with keen curiosity. "Indeed. Has this news reached your factory?" Liu Hongjun responded with a nod and a smile. "Of course. Yesterday the entire Tapinga Forest Farm was abuzz with it. And I suspect today the whole Dahuai Forest Farm will know." Zhou Fengxiao gestured dramatically, then asked, "The wild boar king hasn't he been taken away yet, has it?" Despite being a mother, her exuberant nature remained unchanged. "Not yet. I've already called the commune, and they've informed the city. I expect someone will come to collect the wild boar king either today or tomorrow," Liu Hongjun replied. "Hongba, let us go see the wild boar king," Zhou Fengxiao urged, pulling Liu Hongba along. "Have you sorted out the chef you were in contact with?" Old Liu interjected as he noticed the couple preparing to leave. "Father, I've spoken with Master Zhao. He will come with his apprentice shortly," Liu Hongba promptly responded. Old Liu nodded, returning to his affectionate embrace of his grandson. Chapter 56. The Engagement Banquet. Zhou Fengxia, unconcerned with her father-in-law's demeanor, was always spirited, and she ushered Liu Hongba out the door. After they had left, old Liu let out a cold snort, expressing his dissatisfaction. His discontent was not aimed at his daughter-in-law, but stemmed from his son being under her strict control. "Father, how can one know the joys of fish without being a fish?" Liu Hongjun interjected wisely. How can one know the joys of fish without being a fish? Perhaps you are right. Let them be." Old Liu sighed and shook his head. Dashin and Shirtu arrived at Liu Hongjun's home early that morning. "What brings you here today? Aren't you heading into the mountains to gather?" "We heard that brother Hongjun is getting engaged today, so we came to see if we could lend a hand," Dashin replied, scratching his head with a smile. "You're just in time. Please fetch a round table and some stools from the team office." Liu Hongjun was not one to hold back, promptly giving instructions. "All right." Dasha and Shirtu responded in unison as they hastened to borrow tables and chairs. In truth, Liu Hongjun possessed a set of tables and chairs at home, yet it was insufficient for the occasion. Today's engagement banquet required at least 2 tables, one for the esteemed elders of the village and another for Yang Chuan's family, including uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters-in-law. The engagement banquet was, after all, a gathering for both families to share a meal, discuss the marriage, and exchange gifts. Liu Hongjun himself was not idle. The head chef had yet to arrive, so he began organizing the various ingredients. After toiling for over half an hour, the head chef, Master Zhao, still had not shown up, but another visitor did. Liu Erbao arrived at Liu Hongjun's home, propped up on a cart. Poor Liu Erbao had endured 3 wretched days, confined to the Kong due to an injury on his posterior. Yet, the most excruciating part was using the restroom. Each time he had to relieve himself, he was gripped by unbearable pain, wishing for death to be a release. Liu Hongjun had no remedy for this predicament, as a few grains of iron sand had fortuitously struck a most sensitive area. Although Liu Hongjun patiently removed the iron sand and performed sutures, the location was too delicate, leaving Liu Erbao in a state of utter despair. Liu Erbao was carried inside to the west room by several of his cousins and laid upon the Kong. Liu Hongjun approached to unwrap the bandages, some of which had adhered to the skin. Using alcohol, He gently moistened the gauze before slowly peeling it away from the wounds. He meticulously cleaned each injury with alcohol, checking for any signs of infection. While most areas were healing well, a few wounds on the sensitive area showed signs of inflammation and pus. Liu Hongjun carefully opened the inflamed wounds, cleansing them of pus with alcohol before applying antiseptic powder. He swiftly treated Liu Erbao's other wounds, opting not to rebandage them. Aside from the delicate area, the other wounds had healed sufficiently, and it would be better to leave them exposed to facilitate recovery. The wounds in the sensitive area, however, could not be bandaged. He then administered a penicillin injection and prescribed several herbal remedies. Erbao, your other wounds are basically healed. I haven't bandaged them since I'll give you some iodine. Please clean the wounds daily with it, especially after using the restroom. Continue taking the oral medications I provided last time, Liu Hongjun advised Liu Erbao. He then handed a large bottle of iodine and a pack of alcohol swabs to Liu Erbao's wife. Thank you, Brother Hongjun. Once I recover, I will surely express my gratitude for your life-saving assistance. This is a small token of appreciation. Please don't reject it, Liu Erbao said, his face filled with gratitude as he lay on the Kong. Hearing this, Liu Erbao's wife quickly produced a sizable cloth pouch and handed it to Liu Hongjun. Brother Erbao, you are far too kind. Brother Hongjun, these are not mere trifles. They are just a few wild products your sister-in-law picked from the mountains. If you refuse, it would be a slight against me, Liu Erbao continued. Very well, I shall not be polite then, Liu Hongjun replied with a smile as he accepted the cloth bag. Turning towards the eastern room to empty its contents and return the bag to Liu Erbao. Upon pouring out the items onto the Kong, Liu Hongjun realized that these were indeed true mountain goods. However, they were not ordinary. They were all lion's mane mushrooms. This gesture of goodwill was indeed substantial. Returning to the western room, he handed the bag back to Liu Erbao's wife, exclaiming, Brother Erbao, your kindness is truly overwhelming. I feel somewhat undeserving. Brother Hongjun, what do these mere mountain goods amount to in comparison to my life? Liu Erbao replied with a hint of sorrow. Brother Erbao, as the saying goes, those who survive great calamities will surely receive blessings. This is but a small hurdle in your destiny. Once you surpass it, anticipate your future fortune. Liu Hongjun reassured him with a smile. After bidding farewell to Liu Erbao and his group, Master Zhao arrived with his apprentices. Upon entering the courtyard, Master Zhao exchanged pleasantries with old Liu before commencing work. They were all familiar, hailing from the 18 nearby hamlets. It was said that in his youth, Master Zhao enjoyed venturing into the mountains for hunting. Even now, despite working at the forestry station's cafeteria, he had not relinquished his passion for hunting. During holidays, he relished taking his dog into the mountains, not for the quantity of his catch, but simply to indulge in the thrill. Master Zhao directed his apprentices to begin preparing the ingredients. With only 2 tables needed, there was no requirement to build a new earthen stove. The 3-stone stove at Liu Hongjun's home would suffice. Liu Hongjun accompanied Master Zhao, engaging in conversation while discreetly learning culinary skills. Liu Hongjun's cooking was decent, though limited to homestyle dishes. Compared to a master chef like Zhao, he still had a long way to go. Master Zhao noticed Liu Hongjun's attempts to learn his culinary techniques and did not shy away from sharing his knowledge. He understood that Liu Hongjun was unlikely to switch careers to become a chef. He merely sought to acquire some cooking skills for his own home. Thus, Master Zhao patiently shared several culinary tips with Liu Hongjun. As the saying goes, a single sentence can convey what 1,000 books cannot. A few words from Master Zhao enlightened Liu Hongjun, revealing that cooking was far simpler than he had imagined. Combining this newfound understanding with the dishes he knew from later times, he felt his culinary skills had advanced significantly. Of course, this was merely an illusion. One might say his mind comprehended, but his hands did not yet follow suit. However, with regular practice, Liu Hongjun's culinary abilities would surely improve. Before long, Master Zhao had prepared all the various dishes, ready to start cooking once the guests arrived. Liu Hongjun took out some cigarettes, offering them to Master Zhao and his apprentices, leaving the remainder on the cutting board for their convenience. Chapter 57. The engagement feast. Around 10:30 in the morning, Yang Guangfu arrived at Liu's home with his family. Following them, Secretary Dong, Su Yukai, Qian Shengli, and several other team leaders also made their way to Liu's residence, bringing a lively atmosphere to Liu Hongjun's courtyard. The gathering was divided into 2 groups. The men congregated in the central hall, sipping tea and engaging in light-hearted banter, while the women occupied the eastern room, discussing matters of their own. Liu Hongjun was preoccupied with serving tea, pouring drinks, and offering cigarettes to the guests. It was only fitting, as today marked his engagement, and such duties were rightfully his. Fortunately, two good friends, Dashin and Shirtu, remained by his side, assisting him with the tasks. Hongjun, Chuyin is a girl I have watched grow up. You must treat her well, remarked Secretary Dong. Uncle Dong, your words imply that I am not someone you have seen grow up as well, Liu Hongjun replied with a smile. Rest assured, I will cherish Chuyin as if she were a precious gem. Laughter erupted among the guests. His words reached the eastern room, prompting the women to join in the merriment, teasing young Chuyin, who blushed, her heart brimming with joy. Liu Hongjun was undoubtedly the finest young man in Taiping's Shibutan, and Chuyin was considered the best girl in the entire region, making them a perfect match. Su Yukai, who had attended a private school and served as an apprentice in a business, was one of the few educated individuals in Yeshitan, which allowed him to secure the position of accountant. Haha, brother Su, you flatter me. Chuyin is not just the pride of Shibutan but a remarkable girl throughout the entirety of Highland County. My son is fortunate to marry her, Liu Laodai chuckled, stroking his beard. Liu Laodai, you must not praise Chuyin too highly. You may spoil her. Not at all. I have watched Chuyin grow. Her character is impeccable. The group continued to chat amiably over tea, creating a harmonious atmosphere. At that moment, Qian Shengli returned to the hall and took his seat. Brother Hongjun, your medical skills are truly commendable, rivaling those of old Liu, he remarked after examining the black dog, feeling considerably uplifted. Brother Shengli, I fear that the black dog will require a winter of careful nurturing, Liu Hongjun responded. I will take good care of it once I return. Even if I cannot take it hunting in the mountains, I will cherish it for a lifetime, Qian Shengli replied earnestly. As everyone had arrived, Liu Laodai produced the jade bracelet he had brought yesterday and presented it to Yang Chuyin in front of the guests as a betrothal gift. The attendees admired the bracelet's vibrant green hue, unaware of its true value. Liu Hongjun, however, recognized that this was not merely an exquisite bracelet. It was a top-quality imperial green jadeite bangle of the finest glass variety. The bracelet's significance extended beyond its appearance. It bore the secret mark of the Qing Palace artisans and was explicitly recorded in the Qing Palace secret collection. In a previous life, Liu Laodai had also gifted Yang Chuyin a similar pair of bangles, which they had initially overlooked, treating them as mere engagement gifts. It was only when Yang Chuyin bestowed the bangles as heirlooms to her daughters-in-law that their true worth was realized. Blushing, Yang Chuyin accepted the jade bracelet. Zhou Fengxia produced a pair of watches, stating, Junzi, Yinzi, as you are engaged, I have nothing more fitting to offer than these watches. With that, she picked up the lady's watch and personally adorned Yang Chuyin's wrist. What a beautiful scene of sisterly harmony it was. The watches were made of steel, branded with the Shanghai name, and had previously been entrusted to Liu Hongjun, only to be returned to Zhou Fengxia later. This engagement gift, presented by Zhou Fengxia herself to Yang Chuyin, was indeed special. After the gifts were exchanged, the conversation continued for a while. Master Zhao had efficiently prepared the dishes, and Dashin, Shirtu, along with Zhao's apprentices, began serving the food. Zhao's culinary skills truly lived up to his title as a five-star chef, delivering a feast that was a delightful amalgamation of color, aroma, and flavor. The first dishes served were 6 cold appetizers, followed by a series of hot dishes presented in an alternating sequence of meat and vegetables. Zhao's expertise is shown through brilliantly. It is said that many have sought to recruit Zhao to cook for them, yet he has always declined. It was only thanks to Liu Jiyi's esteemed reputation that he could persuade Zhao to take charge of the kitchen. Once the dishes were fully laid out, old Liu rose, carrying cigarettes and liquor, and led Liu Hongjun to the outdoor kitchen. Master Zhao, your hard work is greatly appreciated. Old Liu began, offering a cigarette and expressing his gratitude. He then raised a toast to Zhao, as was customary to honor the chef at a celebratory feast. You are too kind, Liu Gu. If it weren't for your timely assistance back then, I wouldn't be where I am today, Zhao replied graciously after taking a sip. As previously mentioned, Zhao was a part-time hunter, relishing the opportunity to hunt in the mountains during his leisure. Once, while hunting bears with his dog, he suffered a mishap and was nearly fatally injured by a bear, only to be saved by old Liu's timely intervention. This was precisely why Zhao, who seldom cooked for others, readily agreed to oversee the kitchen when he learned of Liu Hongjun's engagement banquet. After exchanging pleasantries, Old Liu and Liu Hongjun returned to the main room. Everyone raised their glasses, drinking heartily and conversing joyously. Once the engagement feast concluded, Liu Hongjun bid farewell to the guests, ensuring that Master Zhao and his apprentices left with red envelopes, cigarettes, and celebratory candies. Zhao, adhering to tradition, graciously accepted the offerings, despite his reluctance to frequently take on such roles. Once the guests had departed, Liu Hongjun, along with Dashan and Shitu, began tidying up. Old Liu and his brother Liu Hongba, having indulged a bit too much, retired to their beds to rest. Hongjun, you're engaged now. And I heard you will be marrying in 2 months. How wonderful. Dashan remarked with envy. Are you yearning for a wife, Dashan? No, there's nothing to be shy about. Dashan, you are nearly 18, and Shitu is no longer a child. Let's work hard today and save some money so that your mothers can find you good wives. Liu Hongjun replied with a smile. I think Hongxiao from Lushu Tun is quite lovely. I believe Yufan from Sanlitan is quite beautiful. In the absence of outsiders, Dashan and Shitu felt liberated, engaging in conversation about the beauty of the young women from the 18 villages of Taipinggu. If admiration exists, then let it be known within your family. Invite a matchmaker to propose. The pursuit of a bride cannot be delayed. A good wife is quick to choose, while a slow one may soon belong to another. Liu Hongjun remarked. Chapter 58. Liu Hongba, stricken by adversity as 3 young men worked diligently, they also exchanged thoughts. Particularly Dashan and Shitu, who were inspired by Liu Hongjun's engagement, beginning to envision their own future lives. It was said that Yufan had high standards, and many suitors had been turned away. Shitu, somewhat lacking in confidence, expressed his concerns. Do not fret, be confident. We are not unattractive, and you are a fine young man. What is there to fear? Work hard alongside me, and by next year, we shall have several grand tiled houses. What makes you think Yufan would refuse? Liu Hongjun encouraged with a smile. Hongjun, have you heard that Lihua and Huangzhong were injured? Aren't you avoiding the mountains lately? Dashan inquired. Indeed, I do not plan to hunt in the mountains for the time being, but I do intend to gather medicinal herbs. If you wish to accompany me, you are welcome, Liu Hongjun responded. The harvesting seasons for medicinal herbs vary. Some are best collected in spring, others in summer, and some in winter or even after a snowfall. For instance, the root of Platycodon grandiflorum, a widely used herb, is effective for treating respiratory issues, sore throats, phlegm, and pus discharge, and it should be harvested in autumn when its roots have yellowed. Similarly, fongfone, utilized for ailments such as colds, headaches, and joint pain, must be dug up in autumn before the new sprouts emerge in spring. The Changbai Mountains are rich in medicinal herbs, many of which are gathered in autumn and winter. Liu Hongjun's purpose in foraging for herbs was primarily for personal use, but if Dashan and Shitu chose to join him, they could sell the herbs to cooperatives or pharmacies, yielding a decent income. Although the prices of traditional Chinese medicinal materials were relatively low in that era, the abundance found in the mountains compensated for it. For example, Platycodon grandiflorum often grows in vast quantities. Will our foraging interfere with your plans? Dashan asked, torn between enthusiasm and hesitation. Not at all. Gathering herbs in the mountains is akin to hunting. It is far more enjoyable with company, Liu Hongjun replied nonchalantly. In the mountains, much like in the realm of hunting, one typically does not venture out with unfamiliar or untrustworthy companions. When shall we embark? Shitu pressed eagerly, filled with determination as he envisioned gathering herbs, earning money to build a house, and marrying. Let us go the day after tomorrow. Early in the morning, we shall head into the mountains to collect herbs. Liu Hongjun decided after a moment of contemplation. The following day, Liu Hongjun intended to discuss the foundation of the house with his father-in-law and arrange for laborers to clear the site before the snow settled in. After assisting Liu Hongjun with the house, Dashan and Shitu took their leave and returned home. Shortly thereafter, Liu's father and Liu Hongba emerged from the east room, having sobered up. Moments later, Dashan's sister-in-law, Zhou Fengxia, appeared from the west room, cradling a child. She had just lulled the baby to sleep and had dozed off herself. Junzi, it is time for us to depart. If we delay any longer, we shall miss the little train. Do you have any final matters to attend to? Liu Hongba inquired. Brother, sister-in-law, why are you in such a hurry? Stay the night. We can set off in the morning, Liu Hongjun urged. No, I must return to work early tomorrow. Besides, the little train is quite convenient for travel. If you miss us, you can always come down the mountain for a few days, Zhou Fengxia replied with a smile. Zhou Fengxia is employed at the service department of the logging company. which is essentially a shop akin to a supply cooperative. As the older couple prepared to leave, Liu Laodad had no choice but to follow suit. With Liu Hongbao and his wife heading to work, Liu Laodad needed to descend the mountain to visit his children. Seeing his brother and sister-in-law genuinely intent on leaving, Liu Hongjun did not press them further. He descended to the cellar and retrieved a large jar, which was actually akin to a small vat capable of holding 100 jin of liquor. Sister-in-law, this salted meat was just pickled yesterday. Please take it with you. You both know how to handle the rest, so continue the pickling process at home. Liu Hongjun gently placed the jar before Liu Hongbao. He added, I also had some Jinhua ham pickled with the help of the educated youth, but it is not yet ready. Once it is, I will send it over to you. We are in no rush. Just deliver it when it is ready, Liu Hongbao replied, not wanting to be overly formal with his brother, as he reached for the jar. Goodness, how heavy is this? Liu Hongbao exclaimed, struggling to lift it and nearly straining his back. He had assumed it would not be too heavy after seeing Liu Hongjun easily bring it up with one hand, but he was sorely mistaken. The weight of the jar filled with fatty pork and salt was far greater than that of a jar of liquor. You should practice diligently instead of seeking shortcuts. Now you understand the embarrassment of your folly, Liu Laodad chided sternly. Zhou Fengxia shot Liu Hongbao a disdainful glance, urging him to reflect on his actions. Liu Hongbao's face flushed crimson. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his strength, grasped the edge of the jar, and with a determined push from his legs, he finally lifted it. However, while he succeeded in raising it, he found it impossible to walk, and even speaking was a challenge. Should he open his mouth, the jar would surely tumble to the ground. Father, my brother has always excelled in his studies. During his school days, he consistently scored perfect marks. If only the timing had been right, perhaps our family would have seen a scholar emerge. Liu Hongjun quickly stepped forward to take the jar, attempting to smooth over the situation. Humph. Liu Laodad grunted as he approached to take the child from his daughter-in-law, cradling the little one as he made his way outside. Brother, sister-in-law, allow me to accompany you to the station, Liu Hongjun offered cheerfully. Junzi, your strength is remarkable. I just tested the jar, and it weighs at least 150 to 160 jin, Liu Hongbao said with an embarrassed smile, providing an explanation more for his wife than for himself, asserting that it was not his inadequacy, but rather his younger brother's extraordinary strength. Zhou Fengxiao remained silent, casting Liu Hongbao a sidelong glance as she hurried to catch up with Liu Laodad's steps. Liu Hongbao was on the verge of tears, lamenting his misfortunes. After being scorned by his father, he now faced disdain from his wife as well. Junzi, allow me to assist you with that, he said, mustering his spirits and moving closer to help Liu Hongjun. No need. It's merely a short distance. I can manage it alone. It's more convenient, Liu Hongjun replied, slightly lifting his arm to create space for the jar against his leg, facilitating his movement. Witnessing this display, Liu Hongbao felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Although he was aware of his brother's formidable martial prowess since childhood, he never anticipated such a stark contrast. While he had to exert all his strength to lift the jar, his brother effortlessly hoisted it, even raising his arm. One must understand that the effort required to lift an object and to hold it aloft is vastly different. Junzi, have you perhaps broken through to the hidden strength level? Liu Hongbao speculated, suddenly intrigued. Indeed, Liu Hongjun affirmed with a nod. This acknowledgement struck Liu Hongbao with further dismay. He was only at the mid-stage of the Mingjing level, while his brother had already attained the hidden strength. Liu Hongbao felt compelled to inquire, is the disparity between individuals truly so vast? Silence enveloped them as they continued to the train station in the northern part of the village. This station was solely for the small train, a commuter hub for the lumber yard. Junzi, if you need anything, just give me a call, Liu Hongjun said as he escorted him to the train. Of course, Liu Hongjun replied with a smile. Junzi, don't spend all your time in the mountains. Make sure to take Yinzi down for some excursions when you have the chance. Zhou Fengxiao interjected. Certainly. Sister-in-law, take your time. You can bring the children up this weekend. I will prepare some delicious food for you, Liu Hongjun cheerfully responded. After bidding farewell to Liu Laopa and his companions, Liu Hongjun strolled back home. Red Army, I've heard you got engaged today. Yes. Red Army, when will you marry? Before the end of the year, I expect. Well, it seems you have a busy winter ahead. By next year, you should be able to hold a chubby little boy. As he ambled homeward, he chatted amiably with the villagers. Upon arriving, Liu Hongjun instinctively checked on the dogs. At that moment, he found Black Tiger and Black Dragon engaged in their own canine affairs. Liu Hongjun couldn't help but chuckle. Whether he would be blessed with a son next year remained uncertain, but he was certain that by year-end, Black Tiger would certainly have a litter of puppies. He held great anticipation for the offspring of Black Dragon and Black Tiger. Both were exemplary dogs, and he wondered if their progeny would inherit such desirable traits. He envisioned leading a pack of dogs into the mountains once the puppies grew, envisioning a splendid procession of canines, rendering any wild beast powerless against them. Choosing not to disturb Black Dragon and Black Tiger, he opened the door to the main room, allowing the puppies to frolic in the yard for a while. He then brought out Pear Blossom, Huangzhong, and Sanhei to let them breathe fresh air and relieve themselves outside. Entering the kitchen, Liu Hongjun retrieved the dog food and first fed Pear Blossom, Huangzhong, and another unnamed black dog. He then prepared a bowl of semi-liquid dog food and placed it before the 3 black dogs. At that moment, 6 little pups rushed over, surrounding the 3 black dogs and barking loudly as they vied for food. Liu Hongjun quickly mixed another large bowl of dog food for the pups, finally managing to appease them. As for Black Dragon and Black Tiger, he chose to delay their feeding until they had finished their activities. After feeding the dogs, Liu Hongjun busied himself once more. The dog food supply was dwindling, necessitating the preparation of more. These dogs had quite the appetite. It was no wonder that hunters seldom kept numerous dogs. To maintain 4 or 5 was considered exceptional. Many hunters simply kept 1 or 2 dogs, banding together in the mountains, relying on both men and dogs alike. The reason was clear. It was costly to care for too many dogs, as a single dog could consume more than a person. Liu Hongjun took the bones he had retrieved from the village, crushed and ground them into powder, and did the same with the corresponding medicinal herbs. He mixed them with soybean flour, cornmeal, and bear fat. This time, he refrained from using sesame oil. He could not afford it every time. Bear fat would suffice, and the dog food produced was still quite fragrant. By the time he finished preparing the dog food, it was past 7 in the evening. However, this was merely a semi-finished product. He had only blended the bone powder, herb powder, soybean flour, and cornmeal together and had not yet steamed it, nor had he made it into bone dog food. The remaining tasks were slated for the following day. For now, he decided to prepare and enjoy his own meal. He carried Pear Blossom and the other 2 dogs inside, then fed Black Dragon and Black Tiger, who had already finished a few pieces of bone dog food before washing his hands and cooking. After dinner, Liu Hongjun called the 6 pups inside, closed the door, and settled down to read and sleep. The following morning, he awoke early, freshened up, and practiced his boxing before commencing the dog feeding routine. Feeding the dogs 3 times a day could be a nuisance for those who didn't like dogs, yet for dog lovers, it was quite the delightful endeavor. Currently, there were 12 dogs of various sizes at home, and merely feeding them took some time. Just the day before, Black Dragon had displayed the typical traits of a spoiled dog, transforming into a devoted companion who refused to eat, opting instead to feed Black Tiger. Yet today, he surprisingly sought to quarrel with Black Tiger over food. Liu Hongjun quickly separated Black Dragon and confined him to the large dog enclosure, allowing him to stay with the unnamed black dog. The competition among dogs to be the first to eat was not merely about satisfying hunger. It was a struggle for the authority of the alpha dog. Whether in the mountains or at home, the alpha dog always fed first, followed by the others in succession. When 2 alpha dogs were confined together, skirmishes could easily arise in their quest for dominance. However, such confrontations were generally brief and rarely resulted in serious harm. For instance, just moments ago, the Black Dragon pressed the Black Tiger firmly to the ground, sinking its teeth into the tiger's neck without exerting excessive force. Once the Black Tiger ceased its resistance, the Black Dragon relented, turning away leisurely to indulge in its meal. With the Black Tiger acknowledging its submission and recognizing the Black Dragon's dominance, the 2 canines ceased their quarrels. However, given that the Black Tiger had recently conceived, it naturally warranted some preferential treatment. Thus, Liu Hongjun decided to confine the Black Dragon and the unnamed black dog together. After all, their respective standings were already well established, and placing them in the same enclosure eliminated the possibility of conflict. After feeding the dogs, Liu Hongjun washed his hands and prepared breakfast. This exemplifies the heart of a dog lover, prioritizing the nourishment of their pets over their own. Brother Hongjun. Just as Liu Hongjun was about to begin breakfast, Yang Chuyin bounced into the room. Having recently become engaged, her visits to Liu Hongjun's home were now more forthright. She entered his abode with an air of confidence, as if shyness had never crossed her mind. "Have you eaten yet, Chuyin?" Liu Hongjun inquired. "Not yet. In my household, we usually have 2 meals, Yang Qiuyan replied. In this era, even the families of production team leaders typically partook of 2 meals a day. Perfect. I haven't eaten either. Let us dine together. Liu Hongjun chuckled. Absolutely. I'll cook, Yang Qiuyan declared, displaying a refreshing lack of pretense. Very well. You prepare the meal while I attend to the dog food. We shall divide our tasks. Liu Hongjun responded. He retrieved the dog food mixture he had prepared the previous day, added water, and mixed it again before pulling out the molds used for crafting bone-shaped dog food. He began the process of creating the bone-shaped morsels, placing the well-mixed dog food powder into the molds, pressing them down with a wooden board, and then extracting them. Chapter 60. Earned over 903 days. The molds Liu Hongjun fashioned were of the 5-cavity variety, allowing him to produce 5 bone-shaped dog foods simultaneously, thus maintaining a brisk pace in his work. After filling the molds with dog food powder and compacting it, he covered them with the other half of the mold, exerted one final press, and then extracted the products, forming them into distinct bone shapes. Liu Hongjun's dexterity was impressive. He could fill, compact, and demold in under half a minute. On average, he could produce 5 batches in 2 minutes, resulting in 25 bone-shaped dog foods per cycle, each weighing approximately 3 taels. Yesterday, Liu Hongjun had mixed around 200 pounds of dog food powder. In just half an hour, he managed to produce nearly half of it. At that moment, Yang Qiuyan had also completed breakfast. She had prepared hand-pulled noodles, utilizing a blend of grains and garnished with scallions, and had specially fried pork belly to create a savory topping. Although her grain and scallion noodles could not quite compare to the famed Beijing zhajiangmian, they were nonetheless quite delightful. After finishing breakfast, Yang Qiuyan washed the pots and dishes while Liu Hongjun continued crafting the bone-shaped dog food. Brother Hongjun, shall I steam the dog food now? Yes. Liu Hongjun nodded in affirmation. All 200 pounds of dog food had been transformed into bone-shaped morsels. There remained some additional dry dog food, sufficient for 6 puppies to last half a month. As the 6 little pups grew, in a week or so, they would be ready to consume the bone-shaped dog food directly. At home, you steam dog food while I make a trip to the brigade office, Liu Hongjun remarked after washing his hands, addressing Yang Qiuyan. Brother Hongjun, do you have business at the brigade office? Food supplies are running low at home, so I intend to procure some grains from the brigade office and settle the accounts from our previous hunting expedition. Additionally, I wish to discuss the matter of the homestead with my father-in-law, Liu Hongjun replied with a smile. How shameless. You're not even married yet. And you're already calling him your father-in-law. Yang Qiuyan retorted, her cheeks flushed. Haha, once the engagement is set, he becomes the father-in-law. The wedding is not far off now, Liu Hongjun said, planting a kiss on Yang Qiuyan's cheek before laughing heartily and departing from the house. The 6 little puppies, seeing Liu Hongjun exit, immediately followed him, trotting behind him in a lively procession. Once outside the courtyard, the puppies became animated, racing around Liu Hongjun, filled with curiosity about their surroundings. They sniffed here and there, adhering to their natural instinct to mark territory by urinating. Along the way, the 6 pups claimed walls and trees as their domain. This is a unique trait of canine animals. They can relieve themselves whenever the urge strikes. Although the puppies were energetically exploring everything in their path, Liu Hongjun was pleased to note that they did not stray too far from him. When they encountered something intriguing, they would investigate and then promptly return to his side. Liu Hongjun remained unhurried, engaging in casual conversation with some of the village women as he strolled towards the brigade office. There, Lu Guangfu, Yang's father-in-law, Secretary Dong, Su Yukai, Qian Xingli, and the women's director, Song Huiping, the 5 prominent figures of the production team, were all in attendance. Uncle Dong, Uncle Yang, Uncle Su, Brother Xingli, Sister Huiping. Everyone is here, Liu Hongjun greeted, and the 5 leaders nodded and smiled in acknowledgement. Uncle Su, I've come to settle the accounts, Liu Hongjun stated directly. Just the person we were waiting for. I've prepared everything for you. Take a look, Su Yukai replied, handing Liu Hongjun a ledger. Without hesitation, Liu Hongjun accepted the ledger and began to review it. The accounts for the wild boar he first hunted had been settled. For the second hunt, he had captured a bear weighing 379 pounds, with a rate of 20 cents per pound, totaling 75 yuan and 80 cents. Additionally, he had caught a bear cub, for which Lu Guangfu promised 50 yuan. Thus, the total for this second hunt amounted to 125 yuan and 80 cents. In the third hunt, Liu Hongjun had taken down 26 wild boars, weighing a total of 5,896 pounds, billed at 10 cents per pound, resulting in 589 yuan and 60 cents. Furthermore, he captured the wild boar king, for which Liu Guangfu pledged 200 yuan, bringing the total for this hunt to 789 yuan and 60 cents. In the fourth hunt, despite injuring 3 dogs, there were still gains, as he managed to hunt 6 wild boars, 2 of which weighed over 400 pounds, with a total weight of 1,795 pounds, yielding 179 yuan and 50 cents. Excluding the first hunt, the total amount owed to him by the production team after the 3 subsequent hunts was 1,094 yuan and 90 cents. Indeed, the sum of money at hand is but a trifling amount. The true fortune lies in that lynx pelt, which, if sold now, would fetch no less than 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. Additionally, the bear bile is worth several hundred yuan. Moreover, there is the matter of the wild boar king taken by the city zoo, which will also yield a reward and receipts. This is merely the income from a few days. Upon calculating the accounts, Su Yukai was utterly astounded. Were it not for the prior engagement between the families of Old Yang and Old Liu, and the childhood bond shared by Liu Hongjun and Yang Chuyan, Su Yukai might have attempted to sway Yang Guangfu, proposing his eldest granddaughter marry Liu Hongjun, a young man so capable. Marrying into the family would surely mean a life of comfort. As for the claim of not being able to farm, does the Liu family even need to cultivate the land? They operate a health clinic, serving as health workers, consistently earning full work points each year. A mere foray into the mountains for hunting ensures their home is never devoid of meat. Such thoughts provoke envy. Presently, the jealousy is not directed at the Liu family, but rather at Yang Guangfu for having secured such an impressive son-in-law. Uncle Dong, Uncle Yang, Uncle Su, the accounts are in order. How shall we settle? Liu Hongjun inquired after a brief glance. The over 900 yuan certainly did not belong entirely to him, yet he claimed the lion's share. The second bear and the 125 yuan from the cubs would be given to you in cash, along with the wild boar king, also in cash. The remaining 700 yuan will be compensated with grain. What do you think? That sounds good. I have no objections. Liu Hongjun readily agreed. The 300 plus yuan would suffice to distribute to Qian Shengli, Dashan, and Shirtu, ensuring he had enough grain for himself. What kind of grain do you require? Yang Guangfu then asked. I would like rice and wheat, a bit of corn, and 200 pounds of soybeans. How much grain can 700 yuan procure? The grain prices in this era are quite similar to those of the 1950s and 60s. Since the 1950s until the early 1980s, various prices have remained relatively stable. Even when fluctuations occurred, they were minor. Rice is priced at 2 jiao per jin, a rate set for Liu Hongjun by the village. 5 fun higher than the ticketed price in the city. Wheat is 1 jiao and 5 fun, while the standard flour price in the city during this period is 1 jiao and 8 fun. Liu Hongjun noted that the grain prices offered by the team are slightly higher than the market prices, yet entirely acceptable. 700 yuan could buy 3,000 to 4,000 jin of grain. Chapter 61. Securing the homestead on the northern slope. Su Yukai, abacus in hand, diligently calculated for some time before casting a worried glance at Yang Guangfu. Old Su, what do you mean by this? Yang Guangfu inquired, puzzled by Su Yotsai's expression. 700 yuan will buy 1,000 jin of rice, 1,000 jin of wheat, 2,000 jin of corn, and 200 jin of soybeans. The remainder could procure 500 jin of sorghum, Su Yukai replied, stating a figure directly. By heavens! Yang Guangfu exclaimed, caught off guard. It was not that the Yushitan granary lacked such quantities of grain. Although Yushitan is situated in the mountains, it is a valley area, possessing several thousand acres of land. With the same fertile black soil, an acre can yield an average of 300 to 400 jin of grain annually. Approximately 1 million pounds of grain can be harvested in a year. While this figure may seem substantial, it is important to note that out of this quantity, 150,000 pounds are allocated as state grain taxes, with an additional retention of about 100,000 pounds. What remains is a little over 700,000 pounds. However, not all of this grain is distributed among the villagers. According to national policy, each individual is entitled to around 500 pounds of grain. The remainder is set aside as reserve grain for the village, with the surplus being submitted to the granary, effectively resulting in the state purchasing this excess grain at a set price. Consequently, the village's available reserves amount to only a few tens of thousands of pounds. Liu Hongjun has taken away 1/10 of the production team's reserve grain, which explains Yang Guangfu's frustration. This situation is difficult to justify. Although everyone appeared quite pleased during the distribution of pork, should they learn that Liu Hongjun had absconded with 1/10 of the reserve grain, the villagers would undoubtedly express their displeasure, disregarding the previous delight of the wild boar meat. Uncle Yang, Uncle Dong, I could manage with a smaller portion of grain, Liu Hongjun said with a smile, observing Yang Guangfu's troubled expression. However, you must allocate me a piece of homestead land. Homestead land? Don't you already have some? Secretary Dong inquired, perplexed. Liu Hongjun's current residence indeed occupies a considerable area of homestead land. Yet, in this era, it is uncommon for families to build multiple houses. Excess land is typically used as private plots for growing vegetables. I intend to give that courtyard to my brother. He may choose to live there in the future, or not. I wish to construct another courtyard. Liu Hongjun fabricated a rationale. However, that does not comply with regulations. Secretary Dong replied. Rules are rigid, yet we are not. I am not asking for it for free. I will purchase it, Liu Hongjun asserted, inwardly contemplating how absurd it would be to pay for homestead land when it is typically free of charge for villagers who meet the necessary criteria, merely requiring an application to the production team. The prerequisites include being a resident of the village, with one's household registration within the community, and the purpose being for marriage and housing. For instance, if a family has several sons, they may apply for homestead land when the sons marry and establish their own households. This process is typically without charge. However, Liu Hongjun's brother, Liu Hongbao, does not have his household registration in the village but rather in the forest farm, disqualifying him from acquiring homestead land. Although both Liu Hongjun and his father are registered in the village, they do not fulfill the conditions for division of property and thus cannot request additional homestead land. To obtain extra land, one must pay and undergo approval from the villagers' committee. You seek that particular plot? Secretary Dong pondered before responding. Having recently attended Liu Hongjun's engagement banquet and promised Liu's father to look after him, it would be inappropriate to outright refuse at this moment. I desire the land on the northern hillside at the village entrance. The northern hillside at the village entrance? That is hardly an ideal location for building. Yang Guangfu interjected. Uncle Yang, I have heard that our village is soon to undergo a division of property. After discussing with Qiu Yan, I have decided against cultivating the land. So let us forego the fertile fields. Simply allocating the northern hillside to us will suffice. I plan to construct a courtyard at the foot of the hillside, utilizing the northern slope as my family's garden, where I shall plant fruit trees, raise chickens, ducks, and geese, as well as keep bees. This arrangement will alleviate my concerns, allowing me to devote my energies to tending to the villagers' health. Director Dong and Yang Guangfu exchanged glances, then turned to Su Yukai. Ultimately, it was Director Dong who spoke, saying, Hongjun, you must be certain of your decision. If you are resolute in not wanting the grain land, we can allocate the northern hillside to you. However, you must not later claim to have been wronged. I assure you, I will not seek any redress. Hongjun replied confidently. I discussed this matter with my father the day before yesterday. He said that as I am soon to be married, I am free to make my own choices. Liu Hongjun nodded affirmatively. Director Dong turned to Yang Guangfu, indicating that it was up to him to manage the situation regarding his daughter's fiancé. Yang Guangfu remained silent, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag, contemplating the feasibility of the arrangement. Previously, Liu Hongjun had expressed through Yang Qiu Yan his desire for the eastern hillside instead of the grain field. Although the eastern hillside is also sloped, the soil is comparatively deep and suitable for cultivation. In contrast, the northern hillside, while larger in area, consists of a relatively isolated knoll with thin soil that is inadequate for growing crops, let alone fruit trees. Hongjun, the northern hillside is rather expansive. Why not consider the eastern hillside instead? Yang Guangfu suggested after a moment of thought. Uncle Yang, the eastern hillside is somewhat distant from the village, making it unsuitable for building a house. While the northern hillside is larger, its poor soil renders it unfit for farming. When the land is divided, if anyone in the village objects, I am willing to negotiate a trade. The northern hillside is appropriate for building. I plan to construct a quadrangle courtyard, which can serve as a clinic once completed. Its proximity to the village entrance and the nearby train station makes it an ideal location for the clinic. Additionally, the northern hillside is tranquil. I can enclose it for raising chickens, ducks, geese, and bees, as I do not intend to engage in farming. Liu Hongjun understood the implications of Yang Guangfu's words and explained his reasons for wanting the northern hillside. Very well, since you have made up your mind. Do any of you have objections? Yang Guangfu inquired, addressing the members of the villagers' committee who were present. Shall we agree to allocate the northern hillside to Hongjun in advance? Qian Shengli spoke first, stating, as long as Hongjun does not feel wronged, I have no objections to allocating the northern hillside to him. Victory is correct. It is evident that this arrangement favors Hongjun, and I believe no one else will object, Song Huiping added with a smile. After a brief discussion, a decision was swiftly reached. The northern hillside would be designated as Liu Hongjun's responsibility, and a plot of land at the base of the hillside would be allocated for him to build his home. Yang Guangfu waved his hand generously, bestowing upon Liu Hongjun a plot of land measuring 7 or 8 acres at the foot of the hillside, asking for a mere 500 yuan in return. This land was far from ideal. It was uneven and littered with peculiar stones, resembling a chaotic stony expanse. It was precisely this lack of desirability that emboldened Yang Guangfu to so freely allocate the land to Liu Hongjun, unperturbed by the potential gossip that might arise. Uncle Yang, while the snow has yet to fall, I plan to enlist some assistance to clear this land, Liu Hongjun expressed with delight, unabashedly making his request to Yang Guangfu. His father-in-law, thus feeling no need for formality. Secretary Dong and Su Yukai exchanged knowing smiles, comprehending the situation. After settling the accounts and securing the homestead, Liu Hongjun was left with over 200 yuan, which he exchanged for 200 caddies of rice, 300 caddies of wheat, 500 caddies of corn, 100 caddies of soybeans, and the remainder in sorghum. Although Liu Hongjun desired to acquire more rice, the village yielded only a modest harvest of dry rice, approximately a few hundred acres, resulting in his final acquisition of merely 200 caddies. In later years, it became widely recognized that Wuchang rice was delectable. However, the rice from Yushitan was not inferior. Geographically speaking, Yushitan lay slightly closer to Wuchang County than to Highland County. Regrettably, a formidable mountain, Shuangfeng Mountain, separated them, making the ascent quite arduous. After securing the funds, Liu Hongjun first returned home to deliver 6 puppy pups before heading back to the brigade headquarters. He borrowed a horse-drawn cart from the production team and loaded all the grain onto it, directing the cart down the hill towards Lishitan. The grain acquired from the granary at Yushitan was unrefined, the rice remained in its husk, and the wheat was yet to be ground into flour. With the corn in a similar state, Yushitan lacked a mill, specifically an electric mill, compelling Liu Hongjun to travel to Lishitan to have the wheat and corn ground into flour and to dehusk the rice and sorghum. Although Yushitan possessed a stone mill, most villagers utilized it for grinding flour and dehusking rice. Flour produced from a stone mill, due to its inability to effectively separate bran from flour, was labeled whole wheat flour, resulting in steamed buns that were dark in color. In later years, many would claim that flour ground from stone mills possessed a rich aroma, surpassing that of flour produced from steel mills in taste. Whether this was true, Liu Hongjun could not ascertain. He simply preferred the soft, white, and sweet flour from steel mills. In fact, during this era, many common folk would journey to Lishitan to mill a small amount of flour for entertaining guests. Liu Hongjun drove his cart to Lishitan, recalling from his previous life the location of the electric mill adjacent to the brigade headquarters. Lishitan was home to over 300 households and more than 1,000 residents, ranking among the largest of the 18 villages. With a plentiful population, abundant land, and diverse industries, it was one of the most prosperous villages among the 18. The electric mill was an enterprise of the Lishitan Brigade. Upon parking his cart, Liu Hongjun entered the electric mill. "Young man, are you looking for someone or here to grind flour?" A man in his 50s, upon seeing Liu Hongjun enter, inquired. "Song Lao Shushu. I hail from Yushitan, and I have come to grind some flour." "Oh, from Yushitan. No wonder the flour seemed scarce." The elderly man scrutinized Liu Hongjun for a moment before realizing. "You must be the second son of old Liu, correct?" "Indeed, it is I." Liu Hongjun nodded, having accompanied his father to this very mill in the past. "You are here to grind flour, are you? Wait a moment. I shall call someone for you," the elder remarked before turning to summon assistance for Liu Hongjun. In the mountains, electric milling was considered high-tech. It was not something everyone could operate. The elder, merely an old bachelor from Lishitan, was assigned to assist at the mill. Shortly thereafter, a man in his 30s entered. "Brother Hongjun has arrived. Song Dage. I've come to grind some flour," Liu Hongjun replied with a smile. His father's reputation resonated throughout Taipinggu. Few dared to disregard him. Consequently, Liu Hongjun had garnered significant renown across the 18 villages of Taipinggu, making him a favored choice among young women. In later years, He would be likened to a national idol, the people's husband of Taipinggu. Are you grinding wheat flour or cornmeal? Both, and we also need to hull rice and sorghum. Liu Hongjun chuckled. No problem. I'll assist you in bringing the grains inside, Song Dawei declared as he exited the mill. Upon seeing the wagon piled high with sacks, Song Dawei was taken aback. Has Liu Hongjun brought an entire year's worth of grain? Is all this meant for grinding? He asked, astonished. Yes, every bit of it. Liu Hongjun replied with a grin. With the help of Song Dawei and Old Song, Liu Hongjun processed all the grains into flour or hulled them, reserving half of the bran as payment for the milling. After bidding farewell to Song Dawei and Old Song, Liu Hongjun set off with his wagon, preparing to return to Yeshidan. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps when he was halted by someone. Hongjun, why have you come to Lishidan without visiting Uncle Li? The man smiled as he stopped Liu Hongjun's cart. Uncle Li, I thought you were busy and didn't want to intrude. Liu Hongjun quickly dismounted and greeted him, offering a cigarette. This Uncle Li was Li Gaoshan, the leader of the production team in Lishidan, who had a good relationship with Liu Hongjun's father and had made many promises to persuade him to relocate to Lishidan. Unfortunately, at that time, Li Gaoshan's influence was not as strong, and many decisions were beyond his control, resulting in Liu Hongjun's father remaining in Yeshidan. I'm not busy. The work in the fields is done, and now I'm just waiting to pay the grain tax. You must stay for lunch. Let us enjoy a couple of drinks together, Li Gaoshan insisted, pulling Liu Hongjun toward his home. Reluctantly, Liu Hongjun followed, leading his cart alongside Li Gaoshan. After securing the cart, Li Gaoshan instructed his son to help feed Liu Hongjun's horse. Hongjun, how's your father's health? My father enjoys robust health. The day before yesterday, he returned from the work unit to Yeshidan, stubbornly refusing to take the small train, instead opting to traverse mountains and valleys alone to reach Yeshidan. Liu Hongjun remarked with a smile. Brother Liu is exceptionally skilled, crossing mountains and valleys with the ease of walking on flat ground, praised Li Gaoshan. At that moment, a girl of 17 or 18 entered, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Liu Hongjun. She greeted him with a sweet smile. Xiaoming, I came to grind the flour and happened to run into Uncle Li, Liu Hongjun said, suppressing a wry smile as he spoke to the girl who had just arrived. You've come, but you don't visit my home, Li Xiaoming pouted playfully. Li Xiaoming was also his middle school classmate, although not childhood sweethearts. They shared a close bond. She had never concealed her feelings for Liu Hongjun, always harboring the desire to marry him. Her personality was as fiery as chili peppers, direct and forthright in her words and actions. In contrast, Yang Xiuyan was gentle and graceful, embodying the softness and grandeur of water. Uncle Li, I was brought over by you without preparation, coming here with empty hands, Liu Hongjun said apologetically to Li Gaoshan, avoiding looking at Li Xiaoming. Coming empty-handed is just right. Why would you need to bring something here? Li Gaoshan responded with a hearty laugh. He had once approached Liu's father with the intention of offering his daughter to Liu Hongjun, but the proposal was politely declined. Brother Hongjun, have some water. Li Xiaoming poured a bowl of water for Liu Hongjun and handed it to him. Thank you, I am quite thirsty. Liu Hongjun accepted the water and took a sip. It's very sweet. The water was infused with honey, with strands of thick, golden honey swirling within. Then drink more. I added honey. Li Xiaoming gazed at Liu Hongjun with fervor, completely disregarding Li Gaoshan's presence. Had Li Gaoshan not been there, she might have been inclined to take Liu Hongjun's arm. Uncle Li, I won't stay for dinner, Liu Hongjun declared after finishing the honey water. Xiuyan is still waiting for me at home. I will come to visit you another day. He understood the necessity of addressing certain matters sooner rather than later, lest they lead to harm for all involved. Indeed, Liu Hongjun's words caused Li Xiaoming's complexion to pale instantly. How is young Xiuyan at your home? Li Xiaoming asked, her voice trembling. Oh, I am engaged to Xiuyan, and we plan to hold the wedding by the end of the year. You must be there, Uncle Li, Liu Hongjun said, casting a guilty glance at Li Xiaoming before turning to Li Gaoshan. He was acutely aware of Li Xiaoming's feelings. She was indeed a fine girl. However, it was not a time when one could marry two wives. Thus, opting for a swift resolution, Liu Hongjun explicitly stated his engagement to Yang Xiuyan, effectively dispelling any hopes Li Xiaoming harbored. Li Gaoshan observed his daughter's demeanor and actions keenly. Liu Hongjun was a good young man. Among the 18 villages of Taipinggu, none could rival him. As a son-in-law, he would be 1,000 times satisfied, especially since his daughter held such affection for him. Li Gaoshan remained silent, hoping that his daughter would muster the strength to win over Liu Hongjun, her suitor. Upon hearing Liu Hongjun's words, Li Gaoshan could only sigh inwardly, realizing that his daughter lacked the fortune to attain such a match. Simultaneously, his impression of Liu Hongjun improved by a degree. As a man of experience, Li Gaoshan understood that Liu Hongjun's approach was the wisest and most prudent. Had Liu Hongjun wavered, it would ultimately be his daughter who suffered. Although she would be saddened now, it was merely a transient sorrow. Should Liu Hongjun dare to tread both paths, even if he were the son of Liu Dana, Li Gaoshan would risk everything to confront him. Uncle Li, thank you for your hospitality. I shall visit you again on another day. Liu Hongjun reiterated his farewell. Well, in that case, I shall not keep you from your meal. Do make sure to visit our home when you come to Lishu Tan. Li Gaoshan did not press Liu Hongjun to stay any longer. Certainly, certainly, Liu Hongjun replied, casting an apologetic glance at Li Xiaoming before stepping out. He left Li Gaoshan's home with determination, leading his horse away without looking back, and climbed into his carriage to depart. After seeing Liu Hongjun off, Li Gaoshan sighed and returned indoors. At that moment, Li Xiaoming stood in the room, lost in thought, her cheeks glistening with tears. Alas, my dear daughter, this is fate. You and Hongjun are fated yet ill-suited. Try to understand, and your father will find you someone better. Li Gaoshan consoled her with a heavy heart. Father, I want no one but Liu Hongjun. Li Xiaoming cried out, collapsing into her father's embrace. Li Gaoshan felt a pang of regret. Had he been more assertive in the past, he might have kept Liu Laozhong and Li Shutan. Then, they wouldn't have had to suffer the likes of Yang Guangfu. My dear daughter, no matter how admirable Liu Hongjun may be, he is already engaged to Yang Qiuyin and is soon to marry. We cannot act foolishly. There are plenty of fine young men in this world. Have you not always aspired to attend university? I support you wholeheartedly. Study diligently. And when you pass the entrance exam next year, we shall go to the city and find someone even better, making Liu Hongjun regret his decision. Li Gaoshan gently patted his daughter's back, offering comfort. What has happened? I was only gone for a short while. What is wrong with my dear daughter? A middle-aged woman entered, her concern evident upon seeing Li Xiaoming weeping in her father's arms. Li Gaoshan had 4 sons and 1 daughter, their precious little cotton-padded jacket, their treasure. Mother, Li Xiaoming cried, throwing herself into the woman's embrace. Liu Hongjun no longer wants me. He is engaged to Yang Qiuyin. She lamented, her voice filled with grievance. That Liu Hongjun is short-sighted. His loss is my daughter's. The mother reassured, patting Li Xiaoming's back soothingly. What is she lacking? She has beauty and grace. If he does not want you, it is his misfortune. That's not true. It's all Yang Qiuyin's doing. She has bewitched brother Hongjun. Li Xiaoming exclaimed through her tears. Despite her sorrow, she refused to hear anyone disparage Liu Hongjun. The events unfolding in the Li household were unknown to Liu Hongjun. Even if he were aware, there would be nothing he could do. Driving a horse-drawn cart along the mountain path, the autumn wind whispers through the air. In the northeast, autumn transforms the mountains into a vibrant spectacle known as Changbai Mountain, as the landscape becomes an exquisite tapestry of colors. The golden birch trees, the brown oak, the crimson maple forests, and the verdant pines. The lush hues of autumn leaves envelop one in a dreamlike kaleidoscope, as if the earth itself were draped in a colorful quilt. Snow has yet to fall, and once it does, the mountains will don yet another layer of beauty. The pristine white snow will accentuate the vividness of the foliage, rendering it even more striking and saturated, evoking a sense of temporal dislocation. As he savors the breathtaking scenery, Liu Hongjun finds his spirits elevated and his heart lightened. Today, he has cast aside a pressing concern. The allure of a beautiful woman is a challenge even for the most virtuous, and Liu Hongjun, not being a saint, cannot help but feel a twinge of joy at her affection. Yet, he finds himself compelled to sever this budding connection decisively. Chapter 64. Innocent affection and intimacy. By the time Liu Hongjun returned home, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. The mountain roads are treacherous. While the descent may be swifter with a lighter load, the return journey, burdened with heavy goods, is considerably slower. Brother Hongjun, you're back, Yang Qiuyin exclaimed, rushing to greet him. She had waited anxiously, her heart heavy with worry. Did you miss me? Liu Hongjun replied with a smile as he jumped down from the cart. Not at all. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Not yet. Then let us hurry and unload the cart. After that, I'll prepare a meal for you, Yang Qiuyin said, striding forward to hoist a sack of rice over her shoulder and making her way into the courtyard. Observing Yang Qiuyin's eagerness, a A smile of happiness graced Liu Hongjun's lips. His little wife, though gentle as water, possesses a strength that belies her softness. Carrying over 100 pounds of rice with ease, she moved steadily. Having grown up together, Liu Hongjun and Yang Xiuyan were childhood companions. As he practiced martial arts, she naturally joined him, and although they did not achieve any great renown, her strength surpassed that of an ordinary woman. In labor, she could easily rival a robust worker. This is why she had assured Liu Hongjun that post-marriage, she would take on the agricultural tasks. This was not mere bravado for love. Yang Xiuyan genuinely possessed the capability. Without hesitation, Liu Hongjun grabbed a sack of flour with one hand and carried it into the courtyard. The eastern wall of his home housed two rooms, one serving as the kitchen and the other as a storeroom. The storeroom was designated for storing grains, accessible from both the outside and the kitchen. The pair, with their harmonious collaboration, swiftly transferred all the provisions into the storeroom, placing the sacks into a large grain jar. Grain jars and flour bins are indispensable household items in rural life. Apart from serving as containers for food storage, they fulfill an even more crucial role, safeguarding against rodents. Brother Hongjun, take a break and have some water. I will start cooking right away. After unloading the grains, Yang Xiuyan busied herself with meal preparation. I shall return the horse cart, Liu Hongjun remarked to Yang Xiuyan, before driving the cart back to the team. Along the way, Liu Hongjun pondered whether he should acquire a horse cart of his own in the future. Once the new courtyard is completed next year, with such a spacious yard, maintaining a horse would be entirely feasible. Having a horse cart would certainly be much more convenient. Although Liu Hongjun was not overly concerned about appearances, in this era, the mountain roads were hardly suited for automobiles. A horse cart was far more practical. After returning the cart, Liu Hongjun entered his home and said to Yang Xiuyan, who was busy preparing a meal, "How about we consider getting a horse cart once our new house is completed next year?" "Certainly. It won't be too much trouble to care for an additional horse," Yang Xiuyan replied with enthusiasm. She had harbored feelings for Liu Hongjun since childhood and had often fantasized about their future life together. Once the family division occurs at the end of the year, the cattle and horses from the production team would be allocated among the households. Although the method of distribution was uncertain, Yang Xiuyan was confident that, should she voice her desire, she would be allowed to choose the finest horse available. During lunch, Liu Hongjun did not indulge excessively, only nibbling lightly, saving his appetite for dinner. "Brother Hongjun, do you think we should raise a few more pigs at our new home?" After their meal, the two engaged in light-hearted conversation. "Is it necessary to raise pigs? There are plenty of wild boars in the mountains. If you wish to eat, I can hunt for you," Liu Hongjun said tenderly, wrapping his arm around Yang Xiuyan's waist. Raising pigs was labor-intensive and rather dirty, and Liu Hongjun was reluctant to burden Yang Xiuyan with such toil. Besides, homegrown pigs would be tastier, and during the new year, they could slaughter a pig for festivities. "Once we are married, you should accompany me in studying medicine. I will be the doctor, and you will be the nurse. We won't have the time to tend to pigs. Instead, shouldn't we focus on raising a few children?" Liu Hongjun whispered gently in Yang Xiuyan's ear. "Oh." Yang Xiuyan's cheeks flushed deeply. Feeling the warm breath of Liu Hongjun near her ear, her face turned crimson, and her gaze became somewhat dreamy. Liu Hongjun also felt a stirring within him. In the evening, Liu Hongjun saw Yang Xiuyan off. Upon returning home, he sat in the yard to gather his thoughts before rising to feed the dog. Let there be no misunderstanding, nothing untoward had transpired. Liu Hongjun was not one to rush. Their interactions were merely affectionate gestures typical of a couple. After feeding the dog, Liu Hongjun heated water in a clay pot and brought it inside to wash himself. Only then did he retire to the bed to read and sleep. The following morning, after waking and attending to his needs, Liu Hongjun commenced his practice of martial arts. Before he had completed his training, Yang Xiuyan cheerfully bounced into the yard. "Brother Hongjun." She greeted him before heading straight to the kitchen to fetch dog food and feed the dog. Yesterday, Liu Hongjun had informed Yang Xiuyan of his plans to venture into the mountains with Dashin and Shirtu to gather medicinal herbs, asking her to come over to help care for the household dog. After completing his morning exercises and freshening up, Liu Hongjun changed into a new outfit and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. As he was heading into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs, he knew he would need to spend the entire day there, so he not only prepared breakfast but also lunch. From the storage room, he scooped out 2 ladles of white flour and 3 ladles of cornmeal, mixing them thoroughly in a basin before commencing to knead the dough. Once the dough was ready, He took out the griddle, for Liu Hongjun intended to make flatbreads, which were the most convenient food to carry into the mountains. Wild green onions grew abundantly in the hills. He could simply wrap a few in the flatbread to make a meal. Brother Hongjun, are you making flatbreads? Yang Chuyan, after feeding the dogs, noticed Liu Hongjun preparing the griddle and immediately spoke up. Yes. Yang Chuyan did not say much more, washing her hands and stepping forward to assist. She took charge of rolling out the flatbreads while Liu Hongjun focused on heating the griddle and cooking them. Both were adept at their tasks, working in perfect harmony. And before long, they had produced dozens of flatbreads. In between, Yang Chuyan even managed to boil a pot of corn porridge, with flatbreads wrapped around green onions. Accompanied by some pickled vegetables and the corn porridge, Liu Hongjun devoured several pieces in rapid succession. Brother Hongjun, just as Liu Hongjun finished his meal, Dashin and Shurtu arrived. You're here. Have you eaten? We've had our fill. Brother Hongjun, when are we setting off? Dashin inquired with a hearty smile. Yang Chuyan quickly stood up, wrapping the remaining flatbreads in a clean white cloth and placing them into Liu Hongjun's backpack. Let us go. I'm off, Liu Hongjun said to Yang Chuyan. He then secured his leg wraps, placed his backpack into the carrying frame, picked up his gun, and stepped out with Dashin and Shurtu. Chapter 65. Into the mountains to gather herbs. An encounter with the Wang brothers. Liu Hongjun led Dashin and Shurtu out of the village and across the stone bridge. By this time, not only were the grass along the roadside frosted, but the ground itself appeared to be dusted with frost, resembling a light snowfall. Brother Hongjun, look! Someone has entered the mountains with a dog. Could it be that they are hunting? Yes. Liu Hongjun observed the footprints and the paw prints left in the frost and nodded. The impressions had been made no more than an hour ago, likely by hunters who entered early in the morning. However, he could not discern their identities. There were several hunters in Yeshitan, judging by the footprints. There were 4 individuals and 6 dogs. Nevertheless, this did not concern him, as he was not hunting today, and their paths would not cross. Furthermore, even if he were hunting, it would not matter. The Liu family had no habit of yielding the field to others. Brother Hongjun, what herbs are we gathering today? Let us see. Beyond Yangmu Ditch to the west, that mountainous area is seldom visited, and the herbs there are plentiful. Liu Hongjun raised his gaze to the distant hills. He did not mind what he gathered. At present, he had no intention of selling herbs, primarily aiming to replenish the medicine cabinet in the clinic. However, for Dashin and Shurtu, it was their first time accompanying him into the mountains, and they ought to seek out some valuable herbs. As they rounded a mountain ridge, they heard the distant barking of dogs. After taking only a few steps, 4 figures came into view. They too had spotted Liu Hongjun and his companions. Brother Hongjun, are you also venturing into the mountains today? Wang Erkui, with a sharper gaze than his brother, recognized Liu Hongjun from a distance. Liu Hongjun, upon seeing the figures ahead, realized they were the 4 brothers of the Wang family. Erkui, I'm not here for hunting today. I've come to gather some herbs, Liu Hongjun replied loudly. Brother Hongjun, I just heard some commotion from your direction and thought it might be wild game. Wang Dakwai, now also recognizing Liu Hongjun, greeted him with a hearty laugh. At this, Liu Hongjun broke into a cold sweat. He was relieved that Wang Erkui noticed him first. Had it been Wang Dakwai, mistaking him for prey, it could have ended in tragedy. It was wise to steer clear of the Wang brothers in the future. I owe you my gratitude, Dakwai, for not mistaking me for wild game. Liu Hongjun jested with Wang Dakwai. Brother Hongjun, you needn't worry about me. Ever since the incident with Liu Erbao, I've put my gun away. Wang Dakwai replied awkwardly. Liu Hongjun then noticed that Wang Dakwai was unarmed, holding instead a wooden staff with a sharp blade attached. Seeing this, Liu Hongjun sighed in relief. A Wang Dakwai without a gun was indeed a more amiable Dakwai. Dakwai, you all carry on with your business. We are headed towards Yangmu Ditch. We'll take our leave, Liu Hongjun said, bidding farewell without inquiring about Wang Dakwai's purpose for entering the mountains, as it was considered taboo to prying into others' intentions. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, the wind grew stronger, howling through the trees and creating an eerie sound that sent shivers down their spines. Brother Hongjun, this mountain wind is fierce, Dashi murmured, huddling closer. The 3 of them navigated over stones, crossing Yangmu Ditch. To the west of Yangmu Ditch lay a muddy pond. After circumventing the mire, they reached their destination for the day. Brother Hongjun, ducks, ducks, Dashi whispered, tugging at Liu Hongjun's hand. Following Dashi's pointed finger, Liu Hongjun spotted the ducks. About a dozen of them, paired off, were leisurely foraging in the muddy waters, occasionally engaging in affectionate interactions. Liu Hongjun, being married, refrained from uttering a curse. How unfortunate. Here I am, venturing into the mountains for herbs, only to be distracted by wild ducks. His keen eyes easily discerned the ducks before him. These ducks are no ordinary fowl. In modern times, each duck could fetch a price of 5 years or more. If we were to capture all these ducks, it would easily amount to over a decade's worth, he thought. These wild ducks were the Chinese merganser, a protected species and one of the wild avian inhabitants of Changbai Mountain. Enough gazing. We haven't brought our shotguns. Using my weapon would be a waste, Liu Hongjun urged, pulling Dashi along. It wasn't he that Liu Hongjun wished to protect the Chinese merganser. Rather, each era has its own perspective on conservation. In the future, when the Chinese merganser becomes a protected species, it would be time to advocate for its preservation. In this era, the wild duck is not a protected species. However, Liu Hongjun possesses a semi-automatic rifle, and at this distance, aiming for the head presents a challenge. A shot to the body, however, could shatter it entirely. Thus, he had no choice but to abandon the pursuit. After all, their purpose for venturing into the mountains today was to gather medicinal herbs. And they could not afford to be distracted. Brother Hongjun, I have this. Shirtu mischievously revealed a slingshot. Well, you actually brought a slingshot, Liu Hongjun exclaimed, acknowledging him with a pat on the shoulder. I'll remember this deed. Tonight, when we stew the duck, you shall have an extra leg. He accepted the slingshot and pocketed the stones that Shirtu had handed him. After testing the slingshot, he loaded a stone into the pouch and took aim at the wild duck. Bang! Liu Hongjun did not linger to observe the result. Instead, he reached for another stone and continued to draw back the slingshot. Bang! He repeated this action 6 times before ceasing. It was not for lack of will, but the remaining wild ducks had already been startled, retreating into the reeds. Dashin and Shirtu scampered off to retrieve the wild duck Liu Hongjun had just downed with a long branch. Brother Hongjun, you are incredible. You hit 4 wild ducks with such precision, Shirtu joyfully reported. However, your stones do have some shortcomings. Had you used steel ball bearings, we might have caught all 6. Liu Hongjun returned the slingshot to Shirtu, stating calmly, once we return, I shall venture down the mountain to procure some better ammunition. Shirtu chuckled in response. The wild ducks in autumn are the plumpest. This particular one weighed a hefty 5 to 6 pounds, sufficient to provide a hearty meal for a family. Dashin grinned widely as he carried the wild duck, placing it into the backpack as the trio continued their journey. They navigated around a muddy pond and through a thicket, arriving at a hillside where the trees were sparse, allowing ample space for medicinal herbs to flourish. Here, a patch of Platycodon grandiflorum, known as bellflower, thrived. Liu Hongjun had previously accompanied his father to this very spot on several occasions to harvest herbs. He casually unearthed a specimen for Dashin and Shirtu to examine. I recognize this bellflower. It can be used to pickle vegetables, but it seems rather inexpensive, Dashin remarked, observing the herb in Liu Hongjun's hand. When quantities increase, so does value. While the root can be used for pickling, it is also a commonly utilized medicinal herb, fetching 10 cents per pound. This patch could yield hundreds of pounds, Liu Hongjun replied with a smile. Indeed, at 10 cents a pound, if we harvest this entire area today, we could possibly earn several dozen yuan. Shirtu gazed at the hillside brimming with bellflowers, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Let us make haste, Liu Hongjun encouraged. Harvesting medicinal herbs, especially root varieties, is labor-intensive work. The 3 of them then immersed themselves in the task at hand. Fortunately, both Dashin and Shirtu were adept workers, skillfully excavating the root of the balloon flower. Although Liu Hongjun had no prior experience in agricultural labor, he had often accompanied his father into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs. Thus, he was quite proficient at foraging. The trio worked swiftly, and before long, they had unearthed a considerable patch. They removed the extraneous branches, leaving only the roots and stems, which they placed into their baskets. Taking a moment to rest on the ground, they retrieved their water flasks to quench their thirst before resuming their toil. Suddenly, Dashin exclaimed, "A rabbit!" Liu Hongjun looked up to see a rabbit bounding rapidly into the underbrush. "Let us get back to work," he urged, continuing to dig for the balloon flowers. After a short while, a wild chicken took flight from the nearby thicket, catching Liu Hongjun's attention. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled his shovel, and with a resounding thud, it struck the chicken, bringing it down to the ground. Shirtu rushed over to retrieve both the wild chicken and the shovel, exclaiming in admiration, "Brother Hongjun, you are incredible! You actually hit it." "It's merely practice," Liu Hongjun replied with a smile. You both accompany me into the mountains often enough. You could easily hone your skills. Now that we've caught this wild chicken, we'll have a fine dish for lunch. Liu Hongjun added cheerfully. This is the best time to enjoy it. Roasting it will be absolutely delicious, Shirtu chimed in. The wild chicken was an unexpected boon, yet the three continued their work. And by noon, they had excavated a substantial amount of balloon flower roots, filling their baskets. Liu Hongjun led Dashin and Shirtu to a cliffside where a mountain spring and a small pond awaited. He instructed Dashin and Shirtu to gather some dry twigs. Meanwhile, Liu Hongjun retrieved his knife and began to prepare the wild chicken. The blow he had dealt earlier had only stunned the bird. It was still dazed and would not survive much longer. Liu Hongjun swiftly decapitated the chicken and drained its blood, then proceeded to eviscerate it, cleansing the insides thoroughly. From his backpack, he extracted various seasonings, applying salt inside the chicken, followed by stuffing it with additional ingredients. He then dug some mud from the pond's edge to encase the entire bird. In the wilderness, culinary practices were not overly intricate, far removed from the meticulous preparations of a restaurant's beggar's chicken. The beggar's chicken method itself had been developed as a practical means of cooking in the wild, where it was inconvenient to pluck feathers. Once wrapped in mud and roasted, the clay would remove the feathers effortlessly. Thus, Liu Hongjun's rendition of beggar's chicken was quite rustic, yet it remained true to its authentic essence. As Liu Hongjun completed his preparations, Dashin and Shirtu returned, arms laden with dry firewood. They cleared a safe area by the pond and ignited a campfire. Forest fire safety was a lesson ingrained in every resident of the mountains from a young age. This is not merely a matter of nobility, but rather concerns the fundamental interests of every inhabitant of the mountains. If the intensity of punishment for playing with fire is considered 1, then engaging in such folly amidst the woods escalates that intensity to 10, akin to a mixed doubles match of sorts. Furthermore, parents would venture to the production team to learn and reflect upon their actions. They would bury the mud clumps encasing the wild chickens into the fire pit. And the next course of action would simply be to wait. Brother Hongjun, do you see those? Are those not Gastrodia alata? Suddenly, Dashin pointed towards a nearby cluster of dried, arrow-like trees. You rascal, your eyes are quite sharp indeed. That is indeed Gastrodia alata. Liu Hongjun responded with a smile. Known also as red arrow, the medicinal text described Gastrodia alata as having stems resembling fine arrow shafts, typically under 2 feet in height. Liu Hongjun recognized those stalks at a glance. They were unmistakably Gastrodia alata. The harvesting season for Gastrodia alata spans from autumn until the spring of the following year, just before the plant begins to sprout. The part of the plant that is medicinally useful is the rhizome. Once spring arrives and the Gastrodia alata sprouts, the nutrients from the rhizome are absorbed by the branches, causing it to shrivel and lose its value significantly. It is not until autumn that the plant produces new rhizomes. Thus, the Gastrodia alata at this moment can be considered the finest quality. Gastrodia alata typically grows in clusters. Discovering one plant usually indicates the presence of a larger patch nearby. Liu Hongjun had initially planned to take them to another location later that afternoon to dig up more Gastrodia alata for greater profit. Dashin and Shirtu were his loyal subordinates. To ensure that his followers remained loyal and supportive, it was essential for them to earn money alongside him. Look at all that Gastrodia alata over there. Brother Hongjun, how much does Gastrodia alata sell for per pound? It depends on the grade. The finest dried Gastrodia alata might be around 2 or 3 yuan per pound. Liu Hongjun was uncertain of the exact price, so he offered a rough estimate. Most of the medicinal herbs in his possession were foraged from the mountains, with only a small fraction being procured from county pharmacies for herbs not found locally. Thus, Liu Hongjun was not entirely clear about the precise market prices. Nevertheless, his estimate was fairly close. 2 or 3 yuan per pound. We are going to get rich. This patch of Gastrodia alata is likely enough to build a house, right? Dashin, you have done well today. Shirtu exclaimed excitedly. All right, stop gloating there and get to digging up the Gastrodia alata. Let us see how many we can uncover. Liu Hongjun led the two to the base of the slope, where he snapped the Gastrodia alata stalks with a swift motion, then began to clear away the grass and soil beneath the stalks, digging gradually until he revealed tuberous rhizomes resembling potatoes. However, rather than extracting them directly, he continued to excavate the soil around the base of the rhizomes. Sure enough, just a short distance away, he unearthed 4 or 5 sizable tubers, and upon searching further, he found several smaller ones. Ultimately, within a radius of 2 feet, Liu Hongjun extracted 2 large handfuls of Gastrodia elata. Each stalk of Gastrodia elata harbored a significant cluster of tubers beneath it. Chapter 67. Tree Chickens and Mushrooms. Abundant Gastrodia elata. Just as Liu Hongjun had uncovered 2 large handfuls of tubers, Dashin and Shirtu managed to unearth 7 or 8 tubers of their own. Liu Hongjun lifted his head, continuing his quest for the rare tianma. Suddenly, not far ahead, at the base of an oak tree, he spotted a cluster of vibrant orange. Its brilliance striking and layered, resembling a rooster's comb at first glance, which captured Liu Hongjun's attention. This was a sizable cluster of tree chicken mushrooms, a prized delicacy native to Changbai Mountain. Due to its resemblance to a rooster's comb and its taste akin to chicken breast, the locals referred to it as tree chicken mushroom. Soon, a wry smile crossed Liu Hongjun's face. The optimal time for harvesting tree chicken mushrooms is in April and May. And now, it was already late autumn on Changbai Mountain. At this time of year, the mushrooms had become quite woody and unpalatable. Ultimately, Liu Hongjun decided to forego this particular cluster, for beside the oak tree, he had discovered 2 tianma plants. In this season, the tianma had started to wither, camouflaged among the underbrush, making them difficult to find without a meticulous search. After locating the 2 tianma, Liu Hongjun knelt down, diligently clearing the soil to excavate them. "Brother Hongjun, I found another 5 tianma over here," Dashin called out excitedly. "I've uncovered 3 more." Shida's voice followed closely. "Hurry and dig. This is all money," Liu Hongjun replied. He then urged them, "Be sure to search carefully. There might be more nearby." "Understood." Dashin and Shirtu responded in unison, immersing themselves in the task of unearthing tianma. Beneath each tianma, there was a substantial nest of young tianma, with at least 4 or 5 large ones and several smaller ones. After excavating the 2 tianma, Liu Hongjun centered his search around them, gradually scanning the surroundings and parting the grass for a meticulous search. Before long, he discovered 5 more tianma. "Brother Hongjun, there are too many tianma. What should we do if we can't carry them all?" Dashin asked Liu Hongjun, his face a picture of concern. Having just dug up the balloon flower roots, they had already filled 3 backpacks, and now each person had unearthed over 20 young tianma, leaving them with no room to store them. They were reluctant to discard the balloon flowers, even though they were inexpensive, as they had worked hard to collect them. Liu Hongjun retrieved 2 burlap sacks from his backpack and tossed them to Dashin, instructing, "Put the balloon flowers into the sacks, and then pack the young tianma into the backpacks." "All right," Dashin agreed, taking the sacks to transfer the balloon flowers, perfectly filling 2 sacks with the contents of 3 backpacks. He then proceeded to place the young tianma into the backpacks. After Liu Hongjun finished digging up 5 tianma, he stumbled upon 2 more clusters of tree chicken mushrooms. Regrettably, the season was not right. The mushrooms had aged, becoming as tough as wood and unpalatable. Consequently, Liu Hongjun reluctantly abandoned them, marking the location in his mind to revisit in the spring. He was certain that next year, these clusters would yield numerous young tree chicken mushrooms. If he could not enjoy the mother mushrooms this year, he would eagerly await the harvest of her offspring. Having unearthed 2 more clusters of Gastrodia elata, Liu Hongjun decided to temporarily conclude the excavation. Glancing at his wrist, he noted the time was already past 1 o'clock. "Let us have lunch first, and we shall resume afterward," he called out. "Dashi, Shirtu, it's time for lunch." This particular slope, though somewhat sparse in trees, was thick with shrubs. The 3 of them were immersed in the foliage, completely hidden from one another, necessitating loud calls to communicate. "I'm here," Dashi and Shirtu responded from within the thicket. Carrying their baskets back to the pond, they found the campfire had dwindled to mere embers, still emitting wisps of smoke. Liu Hongjun raked through the ashes and extracted the mud-covered chicken, breaking open the clay to reveal the tender game hen within, steam rising and releasing an enticing aroma. After unveiling the chicken, Liu Hongjun turned to wash his hands in the nearby pond, which was fed by a mountain spring that flowed into the valley, eventually merging with Yangmu Valley. At that moment, Dashi and Shirtu approached, their baskets in tow. "Hurry up and wash your hands for lunch," Liu Hongjun cheerfully beckoned. He retrieved a pre-prepared flatbread from his backpack, wrapping it around the wild scallions, then tearing off a chicken wing to take a bite, savoring the delicious combination. Dashi and Shirtu, having washed their hands, joined him, pulling out their own provisions from their packs. Liu Hongjun glanced over to see they had brought mixed grain flatbreads. Not everyone was as fortunate as he to indulge in pure white flour. Without further ado, he tore off 2 chicken legs and handed them to Dashi and Shirtu. "Here, a reward for you." "Why are we being rewarded?" Dashi and Shirtu looked perplexed. Shirtu brought down 4 wild ducks with his slingshot. So you get a chicken leg for that. And Dashi discovered some Gastrodia alata. So here is another for you, Liu Hongjun explained with a smile. No, it's all right. Just being with you in the mountains is already a privilege. You enjoy the chicken legs. We'll settle for some other meat, Dashi and Shirtu insisted, waving their hands in refusal. Enough with the modesty. Take them, you deserve it. Eat up. I sense there is still plenty of Gastrodia alata to harvest. Once we finish our meal, we'll get back to work, Liu Hongjun urged, pressing the chicken legs into their hands. All right then. Dashi and Shirtu finally accepted the chicken legs and began to feast. Brother Hongjun, this wild chicken is truly delightful, Dashi exclaimed, his mouth greasy with joy. Stick with me, and you'll have chicken legs to your heart's content, Liu Hongjun replied. The trio shared the game hen, each savoring their share before sipping some water. And without resting, they promptly returned to their labor. The dried Gastrodia alata could fetch 2 to 3 yuan per pound, which may not seem substantial. Yet over the course of 7 or 8 years, the earnings could accumulate significantly. After all, even urban workers earned an average of merely 50 yuan. They had barely begun when collectively, the 3 of them had unearthed nearly 100 pounds of Gastrodia alata, which, once dried, would yield around 20 to 30 pounds, equivalent to 40 to 50 yuan. This was nearly on par with the average city wage. The trio returned to the location where they had discovered the Gastrodia alata and continued their search. Soon, Liu Hongjun stumbled upon another specimen of this extraordinary plant. Remarkably, this particular Gastrodia alata towered at over 2 meters, an exceptional height, considering that typical specimens measure only around 70 to 80 centimeters, with some cultivated varieties reaching merely 1 meter. This specimen could be deemed a giant among its kind. Had it not been for Liu Hongjun inadvertently stepping on it, he might have overlooked it entirely. Chapter 68. The old pit from 67 years ago having made such a discovery, there was no time for hesitation. They commenced excavation immediately. As the saying goes, it would be a shame to let such a large specimen go to waste. Liu Hongjun had hoped to unearth several substantial tubers from this towering Gastrodia alata. He meticulously excavated a 3-foot radius around the plant, but to his dismay, he only unearthed 4 sizable tubers along with a few smaller ones. He placed the tubers into his backpack. Perhaps his earlier good fortune had been exhausted, for after this impressive find, he struggled to locate another Gastrodia alata. After circumventing a linden tree of considerable girth, Liu Hongjun pressed on, but after just a few steps, he retreated. He turned to examine the shaded side of the linden tree, gently caressing its trunk. At a height exceeding that of a person, a section of bark was missing, revealing scorch marks from a fire. Upon closer inspection, he discerned inscriptions carved into the wood. Year of the Xiantong era, 5th grade leaf, Wang Kaishan, 8 people. Upon reading the inscriptions, Liu Hongjun felt a surge of excitement. He had stumbled upon an ancient pit in the pursuit of ginseng. This method is referred to as mountain foraging, and there is a saying among foragers, circle the pit, and you shall feast. According to tradition, only ginseng of 5th grade leaf and above can be classified as an ancient pit, and a mark must be made on the tree. The missing bark he had observed, along with the fire-scorched marks, indicated that a previous forager had made their mark there. The customary practice for marking involved stripping the bark off a nearby large tree where ginseng was found, carving it into a square outline. This was the mark. After carving, mud would be applied to the mark to prevent it from fading as the tree grew. Some foragers would even use a torch to singe the mark, ensuring it would endure through the years. Liu Hongjun calculated that the Xiantong era, which began in 1910, meant this mark had endured for 67 years. Indeed, it was an ancient pit. Liu Hongjun surveyed the surrounding environment. According to the forager's wisdom, the optimal positioning involves facing south with the north at 1's back, where the azure dragon suppresses the white tiger. The site should be sheltered from the wind, sunlit, with a gentle slope in front and a rise behind, alongside a spring that flows abundantly below. This location precisely conformed to the auspicious layout of having a rise behind and a flourishing spring below. Most crucially, this magnificent linden tree stood sentinel. Foragers knew that valuable finds often lay beneath the boughs of linden trees. Big Mountain, stone, Liu Hongjun called out. After a brief pause, the echoes of Big Mountain and stone returned, along with the voice of a fellow forager, Brother Hongjun. Come this way, Liu Hongjun, while shouting, searched for a dry wooden stick and began to strike against the nearby linden tree. Liu Hongjun and his companions were not professional mountain climbers, which rendered many of their practices rather unorthodox. True mountain climbers would never engage in such loud cries as Liu Hongjun did. Each mountain climber possesses a stick, known as the peace stick, with which they communicate by striking the tree trunks. The endeavor of searching for ginseng is referred to as pressing the mountain. Whenever visibility is lost between climbers, they strike the tree trunks, and each person responds in turn, signaling their location and indicating the continuation of the search. Should they discover ginseng, they would shout, "Bangs." Before long, Dashin and Shirtu located Liu Hongjun. "Do you two know how to call the mountain?" "Call the mountain?" Dashin looked at Liu Hongjun with surprise. Living in the mountains, even without having been a climber, he had heard tales of mountain calling. The two understood precisely what Liu Hongjun meant. "I have heard my grandmother speak of the rules of mountain calling. That will suffice." Liu Hongjun nodded. "Brother Hongjun, is this an old nest?" Dashin inquired, equally astonished. "Indeed, this old nest dates back 67 years, where a seedling of 5th grade leaves was taken." Liu Hongjun pointed towards the signs on the large linden tree and explained, "Brother Hongjun, if it's an old nest from over 60 years ago, then it must at least possess 5th grade leaves." Shirtu whispered excitedly, "Yes, I believe it should indeed have 5th grade leaves." Liu Hongjun nodded in agreement. "If we could unearth a 5th grade seedling, it would surely suffice for building a house and marrying a wife." Dashin grinned widely. "In respect to ginseng, it is deemed disrespectful to say dig. Rather, one should say take or carry." Liu Hongjun waved his hand, signaling the two not to become overly excited. He retrieved a piece of red cloth from his backpack, tore it into 3 strips, and then found 3 short wooden sticks, wrapping one end of each stick with the red cloth. He also gathered 3 stones to construct a simple altar. The 3 sticks adorned with red cloth were then placed in front of the altar. Since Liu Hongjun had not prepared incense, he used the 3 sticks as a substitute. This constituted a ritual. The sentiment was what mattered. Once everything was prepared, Liu Hongjun, along with Dashin and Shirtu, bowed to the mountain deity, expressing gratitude for the blessings that allowed them to gather their goods safely. After the ritual to honor the mountain deity concluded, Liu Hongjun instructed Dashin and Shirtu, "This is an old nest. You should search carefully around this linden tree." "Understood," they replied, dispersing to commence their search around the tree. This season is indeed the time for mountain ginseng harvesting, albeit slightly delayed. During this period, the ginseng seeds have already fallen, and the absence of the red seeds makes the search a tad more cumbersome. Before long, Liu Hongjun discovered a 4th grade ginseng seedling, its seeds having already dropped, devoid of its red cap. Just as he was about to call out, he heard Dashin shout, "Bangs! Bangs!" Liu Hongjun, startled, then heard Shirtu respond, "What grade leaves?" When it was Dasha's turn to respond, he hesitated. Liu Hongjun quickly shouted, "Bamboo shoot." Dasha and Shirtu paused for a moment before replying, "What grade of leaves?" "4th grade leaves," Liu Hongjun exclaimed as he inserted a wooden stick beside the ginseng. "How many seedlings?" Shirtu inquired. "The mountains are filled with them," Liu Hongjun responded. In truth, he had discovered a single 4th grade leaf, and Dasha was unsure of the grade on his end, which only amounted to 2 seedlings. Thus, he declared that the mountains were filled with them, hoping to attract good fortune. After Liu Hongjun finished his response, he ran over to Dasha, gesturing towards the ginseng he had found. Only then did Dasha loudly declare, "5th grade leaves." "How many seedlings?" Shirtu asked again. "The mountains are filled with them." Dasha mimicked Liu Hongjun's words in reply. Dasha had been right to hesitate earlier. One must not shout indiscriminately when unable to discern the grade of leaves. A misstep could mean declaring a disastrous loss, necessitating the abandonment of the ginseng and a return home. As for the reasoning behind this, Liu Hongjun could not say. He merely knew it was an age-old tradition. Chapter 69. Bamboo Shoot. "The mountains are filled with them, Brother Hongjun. Shall we carry it?" Dasha looked up at Liu Hongjun, his eyes brimming with surprise and excitement. "Yes," Liu Hongjun affirmed, inserting a stick beside the 5th grade ginseng. Then, he and Dasha knelt in reverence, expressing gratitude to the mountain deity for granting them this vision and the opportunity to obtain the precious bamboo shoot. After their offering, Liu Hongjun retrieved his backpack and took out a deer hide pouch, which contained the tools for harvesting ginseng. First was the bamboo shoot lock, consisting of a 3-foot-long red cord tied with a coin at each end, used to secure the ginseng, serving to safeguard and stabilize the treasure. According to the customs of the mountain dwellers, upon discovering wild ginseng, one must bind it with a red cord to prevent its escape. Next was the quick digging needle, a tool crafted from deer bone for harvesting ginseng. The choice of deer bone was both auspicious and practical, as its smooth surface minimizes damage to the ginseng skin. As Liu Hongjun grasped the quick digging needle, preparing to lift the ginseng, Shirtu called out again from the distance. Bamboo shoot. What grade of leaves? Dasha quickly caught on. Step by step to the platform. The term step by step to the platform referred to the stages of ginseng growth, depending on its age and leaf shape. Ginseng is categorized as 3-flower, horse hoof, 2nd grade, lantern, 4th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade, and 7th grade leaves. In earlier times, lanterns were not to be harvested. The mountain dwellers only took ginseng of 4th grade leaves or higher, leaving the lower grades for future harvests or for posterity. However, contemporary mountain dwellers no longer reserve even the 2nd grade ginseng for future generations. Liu Hongjun, disregarding Shirtu, focused intently on harvesting the ginseng. He gently and swiftly cleared the surrounding soil using the deer bone needle. While working, he advised Dasha, Dasha, search the nearby area. This is an old spot, and there may still be significant finds. Dasha replied, turning to join Shirtu in continuing the search for ginseng. Indeed, before Liu Hongjun could retrieve the ginseng, the voice of Dashan echoed, what about the sticks? For leaves. Shirtu responded after careful consideration. It took Liu Hongjun over an hour to extract the 5-leaf ginseng. During this time, there were several calls back and forth. It truly confirmed the earlier statement that the mountains were abundant with such treasures. Nevertheless, the emergence of 1 5-leaf ginseng, 2 4-leaf specimens, 3 lanterns, and 4 2-year-olds was the absolute limit. Liu Hongjun instructed Shirtu and Dashan to gather some birch bark. Shortly thereafter, they returned with 7 or 8 pieces of birch bark in hand. Liu Hongjun placed moss upon the bark, then gently laid the ginseng atop the moss, covering it carefully before rolling up the birch bark and binding it with red string, placing it into his backpack. Without pausing for rest, Liu Hongjun extracted the other 2 4-leaf specimens, wrapped them in birch bark, and placed them into the backpack. He then removed the wooden sticks that Shirtu and Dashan had previously inserted beside the lanterns. What are you doing, Hongjun? Shirtu inquired, perplexed. Shirtu, Dashan, do you remember what I said before? Greed is the hunter's greatest enemy, and the same applies to those who venture into the mountains. We need not concern ourselves with others. We must adhere to the rules of the mountain. We shall leave the 4-leaf specimens and not be overly greedy. Let these lanterns and 2-year-olds be preserved for our descendants. Liu Hongjun declared solemnly, scrutinizing the expressions of Dashan and Shirtu. He was indeed correct. One must not succumb to greed, for the greedy face dire consequences. While the outside world remains oblivious within the mountains, all who have been consumed by greed ultimately meet their demise. This was also a test for Dashan and Shirtu. Should they fail the trial, Liu Hongjun would abandon them and refrain from bringing them back into the mountains in the future. We will heed your words, Hongjun. Dashan and Shirtu replied without hesitation. The matter of the old burrow must remain confidential after we return. Not even our parents should know. Rest assured, Hongjun, I shall tell no one. Shirtu chuckled. This old burrow shall be reserved for my nephew. Indeed, it shall be kept for my nephew. We shall not divulge it. Dashan nodded in agreement. Very well. I thank you on behalf of my future son. Liu Hongjun smiled. He wondered how long they could maintain such secrecy. Fortunately, they were deep within the mountains, and it would be a while before the Taiping Valley Forest Farm could reach this area. By the time they approached, national policies would likely have shifted again. Thus, this particular region would remain one of the best preserved parts of the mountains. However well preserved it might be, it would not deter those who sought to exploit the mountains. Who could predict whether others would stumble upon treasures akin to theirs? There was little to be done about it. Unlike the pre-liberation era, when ginseng gangs thrived with impunity, such organizations have been considerably subdued in the present day. Prior to liberation, the clans were territorial, with this particular mountain claimed by my leader Wang, forbidding others from entering. This area belonged to my leader Li, and anyone wishing to venture into the mountain had to adhere to my regulations, such as paying tolls and mountain fees. After harvesting ginseng, they could only sell it to me, among other stipulations. Let us depart. It is getting late. We must hasten our return home. Indeed, homeward, exclaimed Shirtu and Dashan eagerly. Liu Hongjun concealed the 3 ginseng plants in his backpack, covering them with gastrodia, and then topped them with platycodon. Similarly, Dashan and Shirtu filled their backpacks, placing gastrodia seedlings at the bottom and layering platycodon on top. Thus, to an outside observer, They appeared to carry 3 backpacks filled with ginseng and a sack of platycodon. The latter, being of little value and abundant in the mountains, would not entice the villagers even if they caught sight of it. Once prepared, the trio set off for home, with Dashin bearing the sack due to his considerable strength. Shirtu, carrying the backpack and wielding a machete, led the way, while Liu Hongjun, armed with a gun, followed closely behind, remaining vigilant. As twilight descended upon the mountain, they were fortunate that the moon, approaching the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, provided sufficient light to navigate the trail once they emerged from the thicket. Unbeknownst to them, their calls had been overheard by others, who simply lacked the leisure to respond. These individuals were none other than the Wang brothers, who had ventured into the mountains with them that day. The Wang brothers had initially sought to hunt a bear, but instead encountered a formidable creature, the bear, known as a true sovereign of the forest. Even the most daring would think twice before provoking such a beast. A bear, upon detecting a bear cub, would undoubtedly seek to eliminate it, akin to a primal rule of the wild. The Wang brothers found themselves in this rare predicament. Having learned of a bear in the vicinity, they had decided to pursue it, hoping to capitalize on the opportunity, especially given their financial struggles stemming from the incident with Liu Hongjun. Capturing the bear would provide them with gallbladder, effectively mending the financial gap created by the previous event. With any remaining funds, they could construct a courtyard and secure a bride for the youngest brother. The Wang family, residing in Yushitan, was considered modest, with Wang Dakue's parents establishing their single household, which later expanded to include 4 brothers. Presently, only the eldest and second brothers were married, while the younger 2, both around 25 or 26, remained single. Fortunately, the brothers maintained a strong bond, strategizing to first focus their efforts on arranging a marriage for the eldest, followed by the second, and subsequently the third and fourth brothers. The last incident involving Liu Hongjun had seen the youngest brother, Wang Sikue, absent as he was preoccupied with matchmaking. Initially, it was my intention to construct a house for the third brother after the onset of spring next year and to welcome his bride into our home. I had hoped to exert further effort to resolve the housing situation for the fourth brother as well. However, the unforeseen Liu Hongjun incident transpired, leaving not only the fourth brother's housing situation unresolved but also adversely affecting the third brother's plans. Yesterday, Wang Laoda, the father of Wang Dakue and his brothers, encountered a bear while foraging in the mountains and returned home to inform the 4 brothers. Consequently, early this morning, the brothers ventured into the mountains together. Before reaching their destination, they fortuitously encountered Liu Hongjun. The brothers felt a flicker of concern. If Liu Hongjun were also aware of the bear's whereabouts, their hunting expedition might be in jeopardy. Fortunately, it turned out to be a mere false alarm, as Liu Hongjun was collecting herbs in the western mountains of Yangmagu while they were traversing the stony ground to the east. As they approached the rocky area, Wang Dakue's dog began to bark furiously, clearly having spotted prey. The 4 brothers quickly released the dog, which dashed into the woods, with Wang Dakue and his siblings closely pursuing it. Upon traversing a wooded area, they discovered 6 dogs gathered in a frenzy, barking loudly. Rushing towards them, they were met with the sight of a bear's lifeless body sprawled on the ground, surrounded by the barking dogs. "Brother, what could have caused this bear's demise?" Wang Erkui inquired. "It may have been a tiger," Wang Dakue conjectured. "I have heard of a hunting method in the mountains known as collecting tiger tracks. It seems we have stumbled upon such a treasure." "I too have heard of it. It's quite astonishing that we have been so fortunate to uncover a tiger track so soon after entering the mountains," Wang Erkui responded joyfully. "Look, brothers, the bear's gallbladder remains intact, and there are its paws, the bear's fur, and its nose. All these valuable items are still here," Wang Sankue exclaimed, filled with elation. Today's venture into the mountains was intended to secure a bride for him, and it seemed fortune was smiling upon him. Indeed, such valuable treasures must be a gift from the mountain god. "Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, kneel down and pay your respects." Wang Dakie urged his younger siblings to kneel. They bowed their heads toward the mountains, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, mountain god, for this bounty," Wang Dakie recited solemnly. Given that this was a gift from the mountain god, they felt no hesitation in retrieving the bear's remains. They took out their knives and began to butcher the bear. They first severed the 4 paws, then extracted the gallbladder, placing it in a cloth bag. The remaining bear meat was divided, with the parts marked by animal bites reserved for the dogs, while the rest was packed into their baskets for the journey back down the mountain. Wang Dakue felt a surge of delight. Indeed, They had been remarkably fortunate today, having stumbled upon half a bear without effort. How wonderful it would be if such good fortune befell us every day, Wang Si-Kuai mused longingly. Had the events concluded there, it would not have posed much of a problem. As long as they hurried down the mountain, they could successfully complete their bear retrieval. However, just as the Wang brothers prepared to descend, Wang Dakui's dog erupted into another fit of frantic barking. The four brothers of the Wang family were filled with joy upon discovering wild game once again, feeling truly blessed by the mountain deity, believing this could lead to their fortunes turning around. After a brief discussion, they decided to embark on another hunt, regardless of what wild creature they might encounter, and planned to return home afterward. With their minds made up, they released their dogs from their leashes. Leading the charge was Wang Dakui's head dog, Haizi, who dashed ahead, closely followed by the four brothers as they traversed a hillside. To their astonishment, they soon spotted two large beasts, ensnared by 6 dogs. The sight of these sizable creatures filled the Wang brothers with exhilaration, even if they could capture just one. The bounty of 4 bear paws and gallbladder from the bear would yield enough money to build 2 courtyards, potentially resolving the marriages of the 3rd and 4th brothers. As they approached, Wang Erkui aimed his gun at the most robust of the 2 beasts. Unfortunately, despite his keen eyesight, his marksmanship faltered, although he struck the creature. It did not succumb and continued its escape. Quick, pursue it. It can't run too far, they urged, closely trailing the beast. In its panic, the creature veered into a bear's foraging territory. There exists a rule regarding foraging for tiger or bear tracks. Once one is found, one must descend the mountain promptly, lest greed lead to peril. The most dangerous aspect of foraging is the potential return of the predators. If a tiger or bear, having left its prey unfinished, discovers it has been taken, it is likely to become enraged. Even dogs understand the instinct to guard their food, how much more so for wild beasts. At that moment, the Wang brothers had not yet encountered a returning predator, but they had stumbled into a bear's feeding area. Suddenly, a bear, engrossed in its meal, was disturbed by their presence, and, upon detecting the unwelcome scent of the bear they had previously hunted, let out a ferocious roar and charged towards them. The brothers, who had been focused on the larger beast, were taken aback by the sight of a massive bear, weighing 700 to 800 pounds, barreling towards them. Fear seized Wang Dakui, and he shouted, "Run!" before turning to flee. Chapter 71. A large beast, a gun. In half a bear, Liu Hongjun and Dashan walked along the ridge of the mountain, bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight that enveloped the forest in a luminous sheen. The ridge itself is a natural path, akin to the peaks described in poetry. Without ridges, heaven and earth unite. Only then dare I sever ties with you. Thus, in the mountains, individuals typically traverse along these ridges. At this hour, slightly past 7 in the evening, the bright moonlight provided enough illumination to see the path ahead. The excavation of ginseng consumed an inordinate amount of time, yet Liu Hongjun's steady hands and swift pace made the task seem manageable. Were it entrusted to an ordinary leader, the extraction of a single 5-leaf seedling would take at least 3 to 4 hours. Brother Hongjun, look over there. Shurtu, who was leading the way, suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the slope. Under the moonlight, Liu Hongjun glanced in that direction and beheld a large figure sprawled on the ground, though not yet deceased. It was clearly on the brink of death. Be cautious, you two. I shall investigate, Liu Hongjun instructed, then descended from the ridge to approach the giant's side. Upon seeing Liu Hongjun, the giant feebly stirred but then lay still, merely gasping for breath, his exhalations far outnumbering his inhalations. Withdrawing his knife, Liu Hongjun advanced to alleviate the giant's suffering. He had previously assessed the giant's wounds, inflicted by a shotgun, while not striking a vital area. It had severed a significant blood vessel, resulting in excessive blood loss. After relieving the giant's blood, Liu Hongjun regarded him with concern. This giant was indeed the one shot by brother Wang Dakui, who had aimed specifically for the largest prey, weighing in at an impressive 600 to 700 pounds. Even with Liu Hongjun's considerable strength, carrying such a massive creature along the mountain path was unfeasible. Ultimately, he resorted to severing the giant's 4 legs. While he could not bear the entirety of the beast, the legs were manageable. Upon returning to the ridge, Shurtu stepped forward to take 2 deer legs from Liu Hongjun, who graciously accepted the assistance, recognizing the difficulty of managing 4 legs while also holding onto his firearm. The trio continued for another 3 to 4 miles until they descended into a valley, where Shurtu again called out from the front, "Brother Hongjun, There's something ahead. Good eye, lad. Liu Hongjun replied with a smile, approaching to retrieve the shotgun lying on the ground. However, upon inspection, his expression darkened. If he were not mistaken, this firearm belonged to the Wang brothers, indicating that the previous giant had likely been their quarry. Liu Hongjun felt no moral burden in claiming the earlier prey. If a hunter allows their quarry to escape, it no longer belongs to them, even if it is barely alive. Once the prey has fled, it is fair game for anyone who finds it. This principle was distinct from that of snares. Now, having discovered the Wang brothers' shotgun, Liu Hongjun surmised they might have encountered peril. Yet, in the darkness, he had no means to search for them, especially with two inexperienced companions in tow. The fact that the Wang brothers abandoned their hard-won prize, even leaving behind their weapon, suggested they had indeed faced a formidable beast. Let us hasten, Liu Hongjun declared after a moment of contemplation. Understood. Both Dashin and Shirtu regarded Liu Hongjun as their steadfast leader, adhering to his every word. In less than 2 miles, the trio stumbled upon 2 backpacks on the slope. One contained 4 bear paws, a bear's nose, and a bear's paw cover, while the other held bear meat. This should also be the harvest of the Wang brothers. Though the quantity seems somewhat off, it does not resemble the meat from an entire bear. While Liu Hongjun was deep in thought, Dashin suddenly spoke up. Brother Hongjun, leave it to me. Upon finishing his sentence, Dashin lifted the basket containing the bear paws onto his shoulder, cradling it in his arms, and requested Shirtu's assistance in placing the burlap sack on his shoulder. Initially, Liu Hongjun had not intended to bring these items back, as the presence of ferocious beasts in the vicinity rendered such actions unwise. However, seeing Dashin manage so effortlessly, he refrained from further objections. Among ordinary individuals, Dashin could indeed be considered exceptionally strong. He could sprint while carrying a burlap sack weighing 200 pounds for the production team. It was clear that both Dashin and Shirtu sensed that something was amiss, instinctively quickening their pace. After a while, the small stone bridge to the west of the village came into view. Yet, just as they crossed the stone bridge, they spotted a line of torches emerging from the village. Liu Hongjun furrowed his brow. Was there trouble? Were they searching the mountains? With this thought, the trio hastened their steps once more. Hongjun, why have you only just returned? They were met by Qianshinli, who led the torch-bearing group, and he quickly inquired upon seeing them. We were delayed gathering herbs in the mountains, Liu Hongjun began to explain, but before he could finish, Yang Qiuyan rushed into his arms, weeping. It's all right, it's all right. I simply lost track of time while gathering herbs. You know my skills, Liu Hongjun reassured her, tossing the deer leg to the ground and gently patting her back. You really frightened Qiuyan. When Yuan Ti returned by 6, she grew anxious and cried. Qian Shengli interjected, explaining how Yang had sought him out. Only then did Liu Hongjun realize that this group with torches had come into the mountains searching for him, initially fearing that something terrible had occurred. After comforting Yang Qiuyan for a while, she finally stood up, blushing and remaining silent beside Liu Hongjun. Thank you, dear villagers. Thank you to all the uncles and brothers for your concern. I, Liu Hongjun, will remember this kindness. Liu Hongjun expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture towards the villagers who had participated in the search, regardless of necessity. Their willingness to venture out in the middle of the night to assist was a significant favor. Not at all. Hongjun, from now on, be sure to return earlier. Look at how worried your wife was. Someone jested. I knew it. How could anything happen to Hongjun? The crowd responded in unison. Brother Xingli, have Wang Dakue and his brothers returned? Liu Hongjun inquired, grasping Qian Shengli's arm. I Haven T noticed Wang Dakue. Does anyone know if he and his brothers have returned? Qian Shengli shook his head and called out loudly. They came back in the afternoon. However, I heard they encountered a bear and barely escaped. A villager living next to Wang Dakue chimed in. That's a relief. Liu Hongjun sighed, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. If Wang Dakue and his brothers had not returned, the search party could have proceeded directly into the mountains to find them. What's wrong, brother? Qian Shengli asked. Chapter 72. Delivering guns to the Wang family in the mountains, I stumbled upon the hunting rifle belonging to the Wang brothers, along with some game that they had presumably discarded. Liu Hongjun provided a brief explanation. Alas, to escape the clutches of a bear and return alive is indeed a stroke of fortune. Not everyone possesses the remarkable prowess of our brother Hongjun, sighed Qian Shengli. All right, Hongjun has returned. It's getting late. Everyone should head home, young Guangfu announced to the gathered villagers. His words carried considerable weight, and as soon as he spoke, the crowd began to disperse towards their homes. After exchanging a few words with Qian Shengli, Yang Guangfu, and the other leaders of the production team, he accompanied the reluctant Yang Qiuyan back home. Qian Shengli, Su Yukai, and others also bid their farewells and departed. At last, Liu Hongjun returned home with Dashin and Shirtu. Curiosity about their haul had piqued among the villagers. Some even approached to touch the sack that Dashin carried. A few discreetly peered into Liu Hongjun's backpack and, upon discovering it contained only dogbane, lost interest. Others directly inquired, but were skillfully misled by Dashin and Shirtu. As they entered the courtyard, 6 playful puppies scampered over, circling Liu Hongjun with tails wagging like whirling dervishes. Liu Hongjun set down his backpack, squatted, and affectionately patted each one before retreating indoors to conceal the ginseng. I shall not keep you for dinner. Come by tomorrow to settle the previous accounts, Liu Hongjun stated after securing the ginseng. It wasn't he that he was reluctant to share a meal. Rather, it was late, and he knew Dashin and Shida's families would be anxious. Brother Hongjun, if our families inquire, what should we say? Shirtu asked, aware that he needed to coordinate with Liu Hongjun to avoid slipping up during explanations. Simply say you encountered some gastrodia and lost track of time while digging it up, Liu Hongjun replied. Understood. Dashin and Shirtu nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Take a deer leg each back home, Liu Hongjun added. Sure. Dashin and Shirtu did not hesitate, each grabbing a leg of venison as they exited Liu Hongjun's yard. Once they departed, Liu Hongjun picked up the hunting rifle and placed the other 2 deer legs into the backpack he had found on the road before stepping outside. Old Wang, are you asleep? Liu Hongjun called, knocking on the door of Wang Dakui's home. Who is it? An aged voice responded after a brief pause. It's me. Hongjun. Liu Hongjun replied. Hongjun, come in. The door opened to reveal Wang Dakui's father, who welcomed Liu Hongjun into the courtyard. What brings you here at such a late hour? Old Wang, I found a hunting rifle in the mountains and thought to inquire if it belonged to your family. Liu Hongjun said, extending the rifle towards the elder. Indeed, it is my rifle. I never expected you would find it. Thank you for bringing it back. Wang Dakui's father exclaimed, visibly moved. A hunting rifle is a considerable expense. Should it have been lost, the Wang family would have struggled to afford another. It can be said that this gun represents the very essence of the Wang family. It encapsulates the hope for the marriages of his remaining 2 sons. Being from the same village, how could I possibly keep it for myself? This backpack also belongs to your family, does it not? Liu Hongjun handed the backpack back to old Wang. Brother Hongjun has arrived. Wang Dakui limped out. Wang Ge, have you been injured? Sighing, Wang Dakui recounted, alas. I encountered a bear. While fleeing, I twisted my foot. If it were not for the unity of the Wang brothers, who carried Wang Dakui to safety, and Wang Siwei, who risked his life to lure the bear away, Wang Dakui might have perished in the mountains. Ultimately, the 4 Wang brothers managed to escape, aided by the fact that the bear had just feasted and was not particularly aggressive, allowing them to evade death. Come, let us enter the house. I shall tend to your injury, Wang Ge, Liu Hongjun said with a smile. Thank you, Brother Hongjun. Wang Dakui expressed his gratitude earnestly. After returning to the village, Wang Dakui sought out Liu Hongjun once more, hoping for assistance with his foot. However, Liu Hongjun was not yet home. Upon entering, Liu Hongjun invited Wang Dakui to sit on the kong and remove his shoes. The odor was almost overwhelming, a potent remedy for nasal ailments. Liu Hongjun steadied himself and pressed on Wang Dakui's ankle a few times before gently twisting his foot. With a gasp, Wang Dakui exclaimed, Brother Hongjun, you are truly remarkable. My foot no longer hurts. Brother Hongjun, please wash your hands. At that moment, Wang Dakui's wife entered, carrying a basin of water and smiling at Liu Hongjun. In truth, she intended to use the water for Wang Dakui's foot, for after a day in the mountains, the smell was quite unbearable, even for her. However, Liu Hongjun's swift actions meant that before she could bring the foot-washing water, he had already completed the treatment. Fortunately, Wang Dakui's wife repurposed the water for hand-washing, allowing Liu Hongjun to cleanse his hands instead. In the countryside, such distinctions are not strictly observed. One basin serves multiple purposes, be it for washing the face, feet, or even clothes. Whether washing hands or feet is of little consequence, as the water remains clean. Liu Hongjun, feeling no need for formality, washed his hands. Wang Ge, I shall not impose further. Liu Hongjun stood to take his leave. Brother Hongjun, please take the contents of this backpack. Your return of the gun is already an act of kindness. We cannot accept these items. Old Wang quickly interjected. Wang Leoi, These are the spoils of Dakwai and his companions. The bear was too large for the three of us to carry back along with the medicinal herbs. So we only retrieved 4 deer legs. I have already set aside 2. Liu Hongjun replied with a smile. Brother Hongjun, you must accept the items in this backpack. Your return of the gun is already a gesture of goodwill, and you have assisted me in healing. To refuse would imply that you look down upon me. Wang Dakwai asserted with utmost sincerity. At this moment, Wang Sanchi and Wang Siki, who had yet to marry or separate from the family, also entered, insisting that Liu Hongjun take the contents of the backpack with him. Observing the Wang family with their serious expressions, Liu Hongjun had no choice but to accept the burden they offered. Very well, I shall accept it, he said with a smile. That's the spirit, Brother Hongjun. In the 18 villages of Taidinggu, when it comes to righteousness, your Liu family stands out, Wang Dakwai exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy as Liu Hongjun acquiesced, giving him a thumbs up. Wang Gu, you may venture into the mountains again early tomorrow. The large boar you mentioned is not far from Yangmagu. And if you go in the morning, there should still be plenty left. At the very least, the antlers remain, Liu Hongjun remarked. Chapter 73, Settling Accounts. Clear transactions among brothers, Brother Hongjun. Just as Liu Hongjun was about to depart, he was called back by Wang Dakwai. Is there something else, Brother Wang? Liu Hongjun inquired. Well, we encountered a bear weighing over 700 pounds today. Such a massive beast could only be hunted by you, Brother Hongjun. I thought it prudent to inform you. The bear is at the rocky beach. Very well, I'll make time to hunt it tomorrow and will share the bear gallbladder with you, Brother Wang. Liu Hongjun replied readily. No need for that. Brother Hongjun, I mention this not for a share of the gallbladder. If you can take down that bear, it would be avenging us. I want no part of the gallbladder. Otherwise, it would seem you look down on me, Wang Dakwai stated earnestly. Liu Hongjun shook his head in resignation, choosing not to elaborate further. It was premature to discuss such matters when the bear had yet to be hunted. The entirety of Yeshitan was not composed solely of him as a hunter. There were several others. Many villagers were aware of Wang Dakwai's encounter with the bear, and by the next day, the entire village would likely know. Before long, even those from the nearby Liushitan might be in the loop. For news travels swiftly in rural areas. Upon returning home, Liu Hongjun hung 2 deer legs on the wall of the cellar. Both were hind legs, while Dasha and Shirtu carried a 4-leg each. Liu Hongjun intended to prepare these 2 deer legs for the individuals who would assist in leveling his homestead the following day. He then wrapped 4 bear paws in straw paper, burying them in the rice jar. Checking the time, he realized it was already past 9 in the evening. Feeling his stomach, he was too lazy to cook. He took out the leftover flatbread from lunch and retrieved 6 or 7 scallions from the cellar. A simple meal would suffice. After a moment's thought, he decided to boil a few eggs to accompany his flatbread. As he entered the kitchen, he lifted the lid of the pot only to discover that Yang Qiuyin had prepared dinner for him, already resting in the pot. Earlier, in her excitement, she had forgotten to inform Liu Hongjun about the meal. Suddenly, he found the flatbread in his hand less appetizing, nothing compared to the delicious dishes prepared by his wife. After thoroughly enjoying the dinner made by his wife, Liu Hongjun washed the dishes and, after freshening up, climbed onto the bed to read before sleep. The next day, just after feeding the dog, Yang Qiuyin rushed in. Brother Hongjun, I worried you yesterday. Liu Hongjun gently embraced Yang Qiuyin, his voice soft as he spoke. It is not that I doubt your abilities, but rather I am concerned. Nestled in Liu Hongjun's arms, Yang Qiuyin murmured, I know you are worried about me. Liu Hongjun tenderly patted her back. Brother Hongjun, I will go prepare a meal for you. Feeling the change in Liu Hongjun's demeanor, she blushed and hurried into the kitchen. Liu Hongjun glanced down and couldn't help but smile wryly. The youthful vigor of a young man was particularly evident in the morning, a time brimming with vitality. Taking a deep breath, he turned to wash up. Not long after finishing breakfast, a voice called out, Brother Hongjun, Sister Qiuyin, Dashin and Shirtu have arrived. Liu Hongjun nodded at the two and entered the house, retrieving a notebook before settling onto a stone bench. Dashin, we captured a bear along with a cub during our outing with Xingli. The bear weighed 379 pounds, priced at 2 dimes per pound, totaling 75 yuan and 80 cents. The cub is valued at 50 yuan, bringing the combined total to 125 yuan and 80 cents. We have yet to purchase the lynx skin, so we will hold off on dividing that for now. This sum of 125 yuan and 80 cents will be split into 6 portions according to our customary agreement. I will take 1 share. My dog will take 1. I will take an additional share for my larger contribution. Xingli will take 1, his dog will take 1, and you will take 1. Do you have any objections? Liu Hongjun meticulously calculated the accounts for Dashan regarding their second venture into the mountains. To ensure the longevity of their small team, it was essential that even close friends maintain clear and precise records, allowing for enduring collaboration. No objections here. I will follow Brother Hongjun's lead. Dashan affirmed with a nod. Your share amounts to 20 yuan and 97 cents. I shall give you 21, allowing you to benefit by 3 cents. Liu Hongjun counted out 21 yuan and handed it to Dashan with a smile. Thank you, Brother Hongjun. Dashan, Shirtu, the three of us together hunted 28 wild boars. I kept 2 for myself and delivered 26 to the village, with a total weight of 5,896 pounds. The village calculated this to be 589 yuan and 60 cents. The 2 female boars I retained are estimated at 700 pounds, valued at 70 yuan. Altogether, that comes to 659 yuan and 60 cents. Additionally, we captured a wild boar king, for which the village rewarded us with 200 yuan. The municipal rewards have yet to be accounted for, so we will exclude them for now. The total amount to be divided is 859 yuan and 60 cents. Following our customary division, I will take 1 share, my lead dog will take 1, I will take an extra share for my greater contribution, Dashan will take 1, and Shirtu will take 1. Is that agreeable? Absolutely. Both Dashan and Shirtu replied in unison, shaking their heads in agreement. Liu Hongjun counted out 172 yuan and handed it to Shirtu, saying, this also allows you to benefit by 8 cents. Thank you, Brother Hongjun. Shirtu grinned as he accepted the money, expressing his gratitude. This winter, let us work diligently, and come spring, we shall build our houses without a doubt. Liu Hongjun remarked cheerfully, handing another 172 yuan to Dashan. He then recounted the final accounts with Qian Shengli, Dashan, and Shirtu, distributing the money to both individuals. After settling the accounts, Liu Hongjun found that his funds were nearly depleted. Although he was not entirely out of money, the remaining amount was insufficient to settle his debts with Shengli. Liu Hongjun planned to inform Shengli that he would repay him after some time. Regarding the seedlings of 5-tier and 4-tier leaves from yesterday, he intended to wait a few years before selling them unless they urgently needed the money. He assured the 2 men that if they required funds immediately, he would provide them. Brother Hongjun, we are not in a hurry for the money. You can sell them whenever you wish. Dasha remarked. With over 190 in hand, he truly felt no financial strain. I too am not in a rush. Shirtu added. Very well, then let us proceed. We must process the balloon flowers and gastrodia we dug yesterday before taking them down the mountain to sell. Liu Hongjun clapped his hands and declared, Brother Hongjun, just tell us how to process them. Yang Shuyan approached, having cleaned the dishes. It's quite simple. First, we wash the balloon flowers and gastrodia thoroughly with water, then we lay them out in the sun to dry. In Chapter 74, titled Villagers' Mutual Aid in Building Houses, Liu Hongjun assigned tasks to Dasha and Shirtu. Dasha was to fetch water while he and Shirtu would wash and dry the medicinal herbs. Washing the herbs was no trivial task. One had to scrub the dirt off the balloon flowers and gastrodia with a shoe brush, then place them in a basket under the sun to dry. It was essential to dry them thoroughly to prevent spoilage and mold. Brother Hongjun, you and Shirtu can handle the herbs. I'll go check on our new homestead site. My father has taken some people to level the land today, Yang Shuyan stated. All right, I'll leave the house in your capable hands. Liu Hongjun nodded. It would not reflect well for his father-in-law to be present at the site without him. But having Yang Shuyan represent him felt fair enough. As the 3 ventured into the mountains to gather herbs, Shirtu urged, Brother Hongjun, you should go now. With me, Dasha, and Sister Chioyan at home, everything is fine. Very well. I shall see how the homestead is progressing. Liu Hongjun nodded, taking 6 little pups and departing towards the northern part of the village. On his way, he encountered Qian Shengli. Brother Shengli, I've settled the accounts with Dasha and Shirtu today, and I find myself short on funds. I'll repay you your share in a couple of days. Liu Hongjun informed him. Brother Hongjun, there's no need to worry about the money. Use it for now, and we can discuss it again after you sell the lynx fur, Shengli assured him, unconcerned. The current funds were merely trivial amounts. The true value lay in the bear bile and lynx fur. Indeed, Liu Hongjun nodded. By the way, Shengli, you should take your dog, Heihu, home. He glanced at the rambunctious pups surrounding him, recalling something important. Is she expecting? I'll take Heihu home shortly. It feels like something is missing without her around today. Shengli responded with surprise. Liu Hongjun chuckled softly, understanding that for hunters, dogs are not just partners in their endeavors, but also beloved family members. What are you up to? Shengli inquired further. I ventured to the northern hillside to inspect my plot of land. Ah, I have just returned from there. Your father-in-law and your uncle are busy leveling the land for you, remarked Qian Shengli. He then chuckled, saying, I believe your presence would not be of much assistance. It would be wiser to venture into the mountains to hunt some wild game and provide a better meal for our helpers. I shall go take a look. Liu Hongjun nodded with a smile. He too found Qian Shengli's suggestion quite sensible, realizing that his efforts would be of little aid, and that it would be more beneficial to procure some wild game to improve the sustenance of the villagers who came to assist. In this era, building a house in the village incurs minimal expenses, as it is primarily a collective effort among villagers who lend a hand in construction. This is a matter of mutual kindness. Today, I assist you in building your house, and when my time comes to construct mine, you will return the favor. Such cooperation is far more genuine than mere monetary compensation, as it entails real labor. Anyone attempting to shirk their duties during this communal effort would earn the disdain of the villagers, leading to social ostracization when they themselves require assistance in the future. Upon arrival, Liu Hongjun discovered several uncles already present, collaborating with the group. Some wielded hoes and shovels to excavate soil, while others transported the earth in baskets and carried it on poles, and still others were responsible for leveling the soil, with a few diligently tamping it down. His father-in-law and an unfamiliar gentleman were examining the blueprint Liu Hongjun had drawn, gesturing towards the plot as they deliberated. Liu Hongjun reached into his pocket and approached them with quick strides, offering cigarettes to everyone. Taizhu, have a smoke first. Wei Lin, Jiaxiang, enjoy a cigarette. Uncle Shaolin, you too, have a smoke. Within a short time, he had dispensed both packs of cigarettes. Red Army, you have indeed chosen a fine father-in-law. He is even organizing the construction of your house. You must be sure to treat him with utmost respect, one of them remarked. Indeed, I must honor him. A son-in-law is akin to a son. I assure you, my contributions will be no less than those of my elder siblings. Liu Hongjun replied with a grin. Haha, you must not let old Liu hear this, lest he feel disheartened. After all, the son raised by your Liu family has now become a boon for the Yang family. While their banter continued, the work at hand did not cease. The villagers had long mastered the art of conversing without hindering their labor. After exchanging a few words, Liu Hongjun approached his father-in-law. Uncle Yang, who is this gentleman? This is my appointed master for inspecting the land, Master Liang from Erdeo Gully. He is several years your father's senior, so you may address him as Uncle Liang, Yang Guangfu introduced. The inspection of the land is essentially an assessment of its feng shui. However, due to the sensitivities of the time, people refrain from explicitly mentioning feng shui, opting instead for the term land inspection. Nevertheless, Master Liang is not solely concerned with feng shui. He is also responsible for overseeing the construction, earning his livelihood through his expertise. Uncle Liang, I appreciate your efforts in making this special trip, Liu Hongjun expressed. Not at all. I shall call you Hongjun as well. I am well acquainted with your father. The plot you have chosen is excellent, with a supportive backdrop and an open space in front. It is perfectly suited for the courtyard you envision, Uncle Liang remarked, stroking his beard. Liu Hongjun stood quietly to the side, attentively listening, while Master Liang continued his discussion with Yang Guangfu regarding the leveling of the land and the construction of the house. According to Master Liang's plan, the area would be leveled today, preparations for stones and sand would commence tomorrow, and construction would begin after the spring thaw next year. Master Liang, is it not possible to lay the foundation this year? Liu Hongjun inquired. There is no time left. Heavy snow is expected the day after tomorrow. Master Liang replied with certainty. Heavy snow the day after tomorrow? Liu Hongjun couldn't help but glance up at the sky. Hongjun, when Master Liang predicts heavy snow, you can be assured it will come, Yang Guangfu remarked. Tomorrow, I will take people to Yangmigu to gather sand and collect some stones from the boulder beach. Yang Guangfu had a profound trust in Master Liang's judgment. Uncle Yang, another bear has appeared at the boulder beach, Liu Hongjun reported. I am aware, thus. Your task today is to go to the boulder beach and deal with the bear. Yang Guangfu directly assigned Liu Hongjun the responsibility. Now, Yang Guangfu had considerable faith in Liu Hongjun's capabilities, no longer harboring the previous concerns about his safety in the mountains. Uncle Yang, I heard that Su Shuwen from the Su family has also ventured into the mountains to hunt bears, Liu Hongjun mentioned. That lad from the Su family, hunting bears? I suspect he is merely going into the mountains to feed them. Yang Guangfu scoffed. Liu Hongjun was tempted to point out that Yang Guangfu had once thought similarly when he himself had expressed the desire to hunt bears. Chapter 75. Hunting alone in the mountains. Regardless of Su Shuan's ability to hunt bears, Liu Hongjun had no intention of joining him. There was no need to compete over a single bear. It was not out of fear, but rather disdain for such rivalry. The mountains were teeming with wild game. Hunting a few would be an effortless endeavor. After exchanging a few more words with his father-in-law and Master Liang, Liu Hongjun departed from the northern hillside. With his father-in-law and brother-in-law present, there was no cause for concern. As Shengli had suggested, rather than being a hindrance on site, it would be more beneficial to leverage his skills by hunting some wild game in the mountains and distributing the meat among those assisting him. According to the village's tradition of mutual assistance in construction, the host family was responsible for providing meals. However, Liu Hongjun had communicated with his father-in-law that he would be hunting some wild game and distributing a few pounds of meat to each person who helped. With Liu Hongjun overseeing the construction, the entire village was involved, so there was little worry about anyone missing out on meat or expressing grievances. Upon returning home, he encountered Dashan, who was carrying a load of water back. The villagers of Yushitan still relied on the ancient well located to the south of the village for their water supply, a well that had existed for many years. Even the elders of the village could not precisely recall its origins. The water from this well was crystal clear and sweet, even in the depths of winter. During the coldest days, it never froze. In this era, villages at the foot of the mountain had adopted pressurized water wells, and cities had access to running water. Yet Yushitan continued to depend on this ancient well. In Liu Hongjun's memories, even until the late 1980s, the majority of Yushitan's residents were still drinking from this well, with only a few opting to dig wells in their courtyards, finding it too troublesome to fetch water from the ancient well. However, the water quality from the wells dug in courtyards was noticeably inferior to that of the ancient well. Hongjun. Dajan amiably greeted Liu Hongjun as he entered the courtyard, where Shitu and Yang Xiuyan were diligently washing the bellflower and Tianma. Qian Shengli had already arrived and led the black tiger away, conveniently securing the 6 playful puppies within the dog enclosure. Recently, the puppies had been frolicking outside, which was not conducive to their growth. Thus, a certain degree of restraint was necessary. Raising and training dogs is akin to nurturing children. One must strike a balance between discipline and indulgence. Naturally, the puppies were reluctant to enter, but this posed no challenge for Liu Hongjun. He personally guided the 6 puppies into the enclosure, closed the gate, and effortlessly jumped over the wall. The 6 puppies, bewildered, realized they could not escape the courtyard walls and protested by scratching at the gate and barking loudly. Liu Hongjun then entered the kitchen, retrieved 6 pieces of bone dog food, and tossed them into the enclosure. Instantly, the puppies became docile, each picking up a piece of food and finding a cozy spot to enjoy their treat. Witnessing this transformation, Liu Hongjun chuckled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, "See? I can manage you all." He also tossed a piece of dog food to Black Dragon and the unnamed black dog before heading inside to check on Pear Blossom, Huangzhong, and the 3 black dogs, offering them some comfort. Turning to the east room, Liu Hongjun changed into his mountain attire and strapped on his leg guards. He picked up a semi-automatic rifle, racked the bolt, and conducted a thorough inspection. Opening the cupboard, he retrieved a box of ammunition and filled each magazine from his backpack. He then took out a .54 caliber pistol, removed the magazine, meticulously examined the firearm, replenished the magazine, and secured it back into his waist holster. With both weapons prepared, Liu Hongjun stepped out of the east room. "Brother Hongjun, are you heading into the mountains?" asked Shitu, rising from his task. "You all carry on with your work. I'll venture into the mountains to hunt some wild game," replied Liu Hongjun. "I'll accompany you," Shitu insisted. "No need. You all stay here to watch the herbs." "I can manage the mountains alone," Liu Hongjun asserted. "Be careful," Yang Xiuyan cautioned. "Rest assured. Are you not aware of my capabilities? There are no wild beasts in these mountains that can harm me," he declared confidently. "My father-in-law is busy overseeing the construction of our house, and I can't be of assistance, so I'll hunt some wild game to provide meat for everyone," Liu Hongjun added. "Indeed, it is essential to procure wild game. My father and brother are on the northern slope, so that should suffice," replied Yang Xiuyan. "Brother Hongjun, are you not taking the dogs with you?" "I want tea." Black Dragon is still new to the household and not yet accustomed to the mountains, Liu Hongjun stated before stepping outside. With his backpack and firearm slung over his shoulder, Liu Hongjun departed from home, heading towards the southern mountains. He avoided the western slopes, where Su Shuwen was hunting bears, as he wished to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Following the ridge, Liu Hongjun arrived at Wild Boar Ridge. Throughout his journey, he encountered no wild game, save for 5 foolish roe deer, 3 of which he easily captured. These creatures, driven by their overwhelming curiosity, proved to be quite naive. After making his escape, he ran for a while before pausing to glance back. This provided the hunter with a second opportunity to strike. Liu Hongjun swiftly fired, dispatching 2 of the unsuspecting roe deer. The foolish creature then scampered up the hillside. Halting once again, intrigued by the sight of its fallen companions, Liu Hongjun took aim once more and shot another. Had the distance not been so great, he could have easily claimed at least 4 of these naive deer. Approaching the fallen animals, Liu Hongjun began to gut and bleed them, hanging their entrails on a nearby boulder as an offering to the mountain deity. 3 roe deer were insufficient to satisfy his appetite, prompting him to venture further to Wild Boar Ridge. Following the ridge, Liu Hongjun meticulously surveyed his surroundings. Without a dog to assist him in tracking, he relied solely on his keen observation skills. The weather was splendid, and the gentle breeze in the forest stirred only the leaves, producing a soft rustling sound. Focused intently, Liu Hongjun strained to decipher the sounds around him. Lacking the keen sense of smell possessed by hunting dogs, he depended on tracks and sounds to locate his prey. Before long, he found himself at the hillside where he had previously captured the wild boar king. As he approached, he could hear the grunting sounds of wild boars ahead, a noise they make while foraging. In their lifetime, wild boars spend nearly 1/3 of their time eating, another third sleeping, and the remaining third reproducing and basking in the sun. Liu Hongjun crouched low and cautiously advanced. Suddenly, a wild boar emitted a snort, sensing danger. He froze, remaining motionless. The boar called out a few times, scanning the area for threats. Not detecting any peril, it rubbed against a tree and resumed its search for food. Liu Hongjun continued to inch forward, parting the grass ahead, and soon spotted a group of wild boars resting on the hillside. This location was undoubtedly a prime spot for wild boars, as evidenced by the fact that, just 3 days later, another group had gathered. In his yellow-green attire, Liu Hongjun lay concealed in the underbrush, blending seamlessly with the environment. Through the foliage, he quietly observed the herd of wild boars below. This group appeared to be a small faction that had returned after scattering from a larger herd. There were approximately 7 or 8 boars, the largest being a hefty male weighing over 400 pounds, quite substantial for a wild boar. Specimens weighing 500 to 600 pounds or more were rare, and those exceeding 1,000 pounds were even more elusive. Liu Hongjun had never encountered such a creature, but the elders of the mountain spoke of boars over 1,000 pounds as having attained a certain mystical quality. This transformation, however, was not akin to the mythical tales of pig demons, but rather indicated some extraordinary traits. In northeast China, the lore of the 5 immortals is often associated with such extraordinary beings. This is not feudal superstition, nor is it a myth or legend. It is a genuine phenomenon. In northeast China, there exists a nursery rhyme that goes, "When the weasel grows old, it becomes a spirit. When the fox grows old, it becomes an immortal." There is also an old saying, "As a person ages, they become more cunning. As a horse ages, it becomes slippery. As a rabbit ages, it becomes difficult for the eagle to catch." Humans, being animals themselves, exhibit increasing spirituality with age, ultimately manifesting certain extraordinary traits. In ancient times, people were unaware of this, and thus when they encountered animals exhibiting supernatural qualities, they naturally developed a form of reverence. The 5 household spirits are the most likely to display such phenomena and are among the 5 animals most easily encountered by humans. I digress. Liu Hongjun observed for a while, searching for a suitable shooting position. He watched the pigs in the herd, some basking in the sun while others snuffled about in search of food. Liu Hongjun cautiously advanced, inching forward until he finally settled beneath a large oak tree. From this vantage point, 4 or 5 wild boars fell within his line of sight. He removed the rifle from his back, disengaged the safety, and raised it. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound behind him. Turning around, he was startled to find a young wild boar, known locally as a little flowered stick, had appeared at his back. These young piglets, just 2 or 3 months old, are named for the distinctive patterns on their bodies. At that moment, sweat beaded on Liu Hongjun's forehead. He had been somewhat careless, focusing too intently on the wild boars ahead and neglecting the situation behind him. Fortunately, it was merely a young boar that had approached. Had it been a larger creature, he would have been in grave danger. Without further ado, Disregarding the little flowered stick, Liu Hongjun decisively fired his weapon. Bang, bang, bang. He emptied the 10 rounds from his magazine in quick succession. The young boar seemed momentarily stunned by the sudden gunfire, standing frozen in place. Its immobility, however, did not deter Liu Hongjun. After expending his ammunition, he swiftly turned and bent down, grasping the boar's leg and lifting it effortlessly. The young boar emitted a series of sharp, anguished cries. Meanwhile, the commotion had already startled the other wild boars, sending them scattering in all directions. Liu Hongjun, one hand still holding the little flowered stick, leaned against the oak tree. His semi-automatic rifle was slung over his shoulder, perhaps drawn by the cries of the young boar. Or perhaps in a panic, a mother wild boar charged directly at Liu Hongjun. At this point, he had no time to reload. So he swiftly drew his Type 54 pistol. Bang, bang. He fired 2 shots at the old mother boar. Before she could emit a sound, she collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Observing the other wild boars retreating into the distance, Liu Hongjun finally holstered his pistol. The Type 54 pistol, a gift from Liu Hongbao, proved exceptionally effective in a critical moment, as demonstrated just now. Liu Hongjun glanced at the little flowered stick in his grasp, which continued to wail, its cries only urging the remaining wild boars to flee even faster. Once a wild boar takes flight, it does not cease until it has covered several dozen miles in one breath. A rope was procured to bind the creature's snout, followed by the securing of its 4 legs. This small wild boar would serve as a delightful gift for Yang Qiuyan, who raises pigs at home. An additional young wild boar would be a splendid addition. After securing it, the small wild boar was cast aside, and a knife was drawn to eviscerate and bleed the freshly slain wild boar. Including the last female boar, Liu Hongjun had successfully hunted 5 wild boars in total. Furthermore, he had captured a young wild boar. After hanging the innards of the 5 boars from a tree, Liu Hongjun carried the small wild boar as he made his way back. With 5 wild boars and 3 silly roe deer, there would be ample meat to distribute among the villagers, ensuring each household received a generous share. The journey back to Yushitan was pleasantly uneventful. The round trip into the mountains, coupled with the hunting time, coincided perfectly with lunchtime. Liu Hongjun approached Yang Guangfu, saying, "Uncle Yang, I have hunted 5 wild boars at Wild Boar Ridge. Please arrange for someone to bring them back. Additionally, on my way to Wild Boar Ridge, I also took down 3 silly roe deer. Oh, and I managed to catch a small wild boar. Please keep it as a pet." After speaking, Liu Hongjun handed the small wild boar to Yang Guangfu, who received it with a dazed expression. He had always known his son-in-law was impressive, but this was beyond remarkable. To venture into the mountains alone and return within 3 hours with 5 wild boars and 3 roe deer? The laborers, hearing Liu Hongjun's words, momentarily forgot their tasks. How could he return so quickly from hunting? When did hunting become so effortless? This was even simpler than capturing and slaughtering pigs in a pen. "Dear uncles, elder brothers, please come and assist with the construction of my house. My father is away, and I am alone at home, which makes it inconvenient to provide meals for everyone. Therefore, I have hunted several wild boars to share with you all as a small token of my appreciation," Liu Hongjun proclaimed, bowing to the gathering villagers. Haha. Liu Hongjun is indeed a man of his word. The Liu family is renowned for their benevolence. Hongjun, your generosity is more cherished than a simple meal. Though I too relish meat, your approach may complicate matters when it comes time for me to build my house next year. I lack your hunting prowess. Someone jested. Rest assured, there won't be so many people coming to assist you then, came the light-hearted retort. The villagers exchanged pleasantries and compliments. Yang Guangfu then regained his composure. All right, enough chatter. Lao San, take some men into the mountains to retrieve the wild livestock Hongjun has hunted. Yang Guangfu commanded with a wave of his hand to his 3rd son. Understood. Yang Zhaoying replied, and turned to rally his familiar companions from the village to join him in fetching the wild boars. Upon returning home, Liu Hongjun found that Yang Qiuyan had prepared lunch, patiently waiting for him like a devoted wife. Yang Qiuyan was indeed his wife. Both in the past life and in this present one, she was soon to become his spouse once more. Dashin and Shirtu had already departed, and although Yang Qiuyan invited them to dine, they graciously declined. In this era, while life was not as arduous as it had been 7 or 8 years ago, families still had little surplus grain. Thus, it was customary for those with propriety to refrain from dining at others' homes. In the afternoon, Liu Hongjun remained at home. assisting Yang Qiuyan and Shitu in washing the Codenopsis and Tianma. Master Liang had predicted snow for the day after tomorrow, although the veracity of his claim was uncertain. Yang Guangfu's demeanor suggested he held it in complete belief. Regardless, it was imperative to wash and dry the Tianma and Codenopsis today or tomorrow. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the loudspeaker of the production team began broadcasting. Attention, members of Yushitan. Attention, members of Yushitan. Liu Hongjun is building a house. And in gratitude for the villagers' assistance, he has gone into the mountains to hunt several wild boars. All those who helped Liu Hongjun with his house are invited to the production team office to collect their share of pork. Each household that assisted will receive 10 pounds of pork, Yang Guangfu proclaimed over the loudspeaker. He specifically noted that only those who had lent a hand to Liu Hongjun would be entitled to 10 pounds of pork, naturally. Those who did not assist would receive none. However, Yang Guangfu's announcement was somewhat redundant, as nearly every household in Yushitan had sent someone to help. Even the educated youth, aside from a few who had confirmed their departure, all flocked to the northern hillside to lend a hand. The broadcast stirred a wave of excitement. The once quiet Yushitan suddenly buzzed with activity as families emerged in droves. Although the announcement stipulated that each household should send one representative to collect the meat, such a momentous occasion would hardly see everyone adhering to that rule. Even if multiple individuals attended, each group could not claim more than their allotted share. But the allure of witnessing the spectacle was compelling. Why not engage in gossip amidst such a gathering? It was within such settings that rumors flourished. Before long, the production team office was thronged with people. Accountant Su Yukai held a list and began calling names. Has anyone from the Taiju family arrived? Yes, here. The imposing figure of Zhou Xiuqin swayed, parting the crowd around her. Standing among men, she exuded a striking presence, and amidst women of around 1.60 meters. The visual impact was extraordinary. The village's butcher glanced at Zhou Xiuqin, but said nothing. With a swift motion, he sliced off a long strip of pork, then cut another piece from the hindquarters and handed it to Zhou Xiuqin. The first cut yielded pork belly, the most desirable and favored meat of the time, while the second cut from the hindquarters was leaner. This method ensured fairness. Otherwise, those at the front would receive all the pork belly, leaving the others with mere lean meat, which would surely incite discontent among the villagers. Thus, the distribution of meat in the village was a balanced affair, alternating between a fatty piece and a lean one. The meat was not specified as tenderloin or hind leg. It was merely categorized into lean and fatty. Zhou Xiuqin took it and remarked gruffly, "Old Liu, your skill remains impressive." The proud butcher, Qiani Dao, grinned widely, declaring, "I am not called Qiani Dao for nothing." Qiani Dao, the sixth son of the Qian family, was the butcher of Yushitan, known for his role in slaughtering pigs and distributing meat for the production team each year. He was not merely a butcher of Yushitan. He also worked at the supply and marketing cooperative at the foot of the mountain. In those days, every trade demanded expertise. A butcher's art lay in delivering a swift, clean kill, and cutting meat required precision. It was not just the pharmacy apprentices who had to master accurate grabbing. Even the clerks at the grain store, despite their seemingly arrogant demeanor, possessed genuine skill. Weighing grains required exactitude. If you requested 2 pounds of cornmeal, they would use a scoop to ensure it was precisely that amount, not a single ounce more. Has anyone from Wang Dakuai's family arrived? Yes. Wang Dakuai's wife quickly raised her hand, pushing her way forward. Lacking Zhou Xiuqin's capabilities, she could only nudge through the gaps created by the others. Qiani Dao swiftly sliced off a long strip of meat, along with a piece of hind leg, and handed it to Wang Dakuai's wife. Has anyone from Wang Erkui's family arrived? Yes. Wang Erkui's wife stood right behind Wang Dakuai's wife. Since the two families had separated, they accounted for their shares individually, especially as both families had received assistance. After over an hour of bustling about, the distribution of meat was completed. Once everyone had received their portions, they lingered, reluctant to return home, and gathered to chat and gossip. Such occasions were always a forum for gossip. Tales were shared of quarrels between wives and daughters-in-law, with tales of broken pots. There were also whispers about a widow who had company the previous night, which lingered until morning. Naturally, these women were astute. Gossip exchanged in such gatherings often pertained to other villages, while the more personal tales circulated privately within their own community. Otherwise, it would not be a gossip session, but rather a quarrelsome assembly. Liu Hongjun did not attend the meat distribution gathering. Yang Guangfu arranged for the bones of 5 wild boars to be delivered to him. Of course, this did not include the ribs, which belonged to the butcher Qiani Dao, nor the pig's head, which was assigned to several production team leaders. Busy until evening, they finally finished washing and drying all the chrysanthemum and gastrodia. Dashan, sure to lend a hand and bring all the baskets inside, Liu Hongjun instructed as he watched the sun set. The evening temperature had already dipped below freezing. If the medicinal herbs were to freeze and thaw, they would lose their value. Thus, they needed to be brought indoors until the sun returned the next day for further drying. The four of them moved all the baskets into the house, placing them on the racks. Liu Hongjun's home featured dedicated racks for baskets, layered to accommodate a dozen or more. Such racks were more common in the south, particularly in the silkworm-rearing regions of Jiangnan, which were designed for storing silkworm baskets. Liu Laodai specifically commissioned several wooden racks for the purpose of drying medicinal herbs. Certain herbs, once washed, cannot be exposed to the harsh sunlight and must instead be dried indoors using these racks. After completing their tasks, Dashan and Shirtu bade farewell and returned home, while Yang Qiuyan reluctantly departed. In the blink of an eye, only Liu Hongjun and 11 dogs remained in the house. He first fed the 11 dogs one by one, then let Pear Blossom, Huangzhong, and Sanhei out for some fresh air before washing his hands to prepare dinner. Chapter 78. Su Shuwen enters the mountain to dig the granary just as Liu Hongjun finished making dinner and brought it into the house. Before he could even take a bite, the sound of barking erupted outside. Soon after, a voice called from the doorway, "Is Hongjun home?" "Yes." Liu Hongjun stepped outside to respond. "Old Su, welcome. Please come in," Liu Hongjun said, seeing Su Yukai standing at the door, quickly inviting him inside. "No, Hongjun. I've come to ask you for a favor." Su Yotsai's face was etched with sorrow, his voice low and weary. "What happened, old Su?" Liu Hongjun inquired, his smile fading. "Today, mosquitoes ventured into the mountains to hunt the bear, but unfortunately, they were clawed by the bear. In our village, you are the only one capable of handling this. I implore you to assist in killing the bear. I only need the head," Su Yukai said, pulling out 200 yuan to offer Liu Hongjun. "Old Su, what are you doing?" Liu Hongjun quickly declined. "Hongjun, do not dismiss this as a small sum. It is your reward for slaying the bear," Su Yui said, his eyes reddening. "Old Su, I will take Qian Shengli with me early tomorrow morning, and together we shall venture into the mountains to deal with the bear. As for the payment, please do not mention it again. If you insist on offering money, it would imply that you look down upon me." Liu Hongjun firmly rejected the money Su Yukai tried to give him. It was no surprise that Su Yukai was distraught. Su Shuwen was his beloved nephew, and according to the customs of the mountains, those who die unjustly cannot enter the village. Su Shuwen could only set up a tent outside the village to hold his funeral. Even though Su Yukai served as the village accountant, this tradition could not be altered. It was a long-standing custom, passed down through generations, now unchangeable. Should Su Yukai dare to allow his nephew's remains to enter the village, it would not take others. The widows of the village would undoubtedly hang themselves at his doorstep. Countless men had perished in the mountains, and their families had desperately pleaded for a simple request, to have their loved ones return home for their funeral. Yet, this modest request was coldly denied by the villagers. The sole justification was the mountain's rule that those who die unjustly cannot be welcomed into the village. Once, they had been heartbroken and inconsolable, but ultimately had no choice but to accept. Thus, if Su Yukai dared to allow his nephew into the village, he might suppress others. But he could not quell the voices of those widows who had lost their husbands. At this moment, the only thing Su Yukai could do for his nephew was to seek vengeance, to offer the bear's head as a tribute to his fallen nephew. Su Yotsai's eyes were red, unable to contain his overwhelming sorrow and regret. This time, he had lost two nephews, both dear to him. Had it not been for yesterday's conversation he had with his two nephews regarding the matter of the bear, and had he intervened to dissuade them from attempting to outsmart Liu Hongjun, such an incident would not have transpired. Yesterday, Su Yukai returned home and recounted the tale of Wang Dakwai and his brothers encountering a bear, which led to them abandoning their firearms in the mountains. Initially intended as a jest, this story ignited an ambition within his nephews. They, too, were hunters, yet they were far from being mere novices like Wang Dakwai. Brothers Su Shuwen and Su Shuwu had garnered a notable reputation across several nearby villages. If Liu Hongjun, a mere boy, could confront a bear, why could they not? They possessed semi-automatic rifles, a significant upgrade from the single or double-barreled shotguns typically wielded by average hunters. The type of firearm a hunter possesses often reflects their standing in the hunting community. Those firearms that only discharge lead shot are considered the lowest tier, while Liu Hongjun's use of semi-automatic rifles placed him among the elite hunters. The two brothers, confident in their prowess, believed themselves to be among the best, boasting 8 dogs between their households, a considerable number in their region. Annually, they indeed procured a modest share of wild game. This season, in the Yushu village, the brothers had secured a bounty of wild game, second only to Liu Hongjun. Over a few days, they had successfully hunted over 20 wild boars and several foolish roe deer. Brimming with self-assurance, the brothers conspired to set out early the following day, hoping to enter the mountains ahead of Liu Hongjun. They believed that once Liu Hongjun arrived, he would have to adhere to the unspoken rules, as they had encountered the bear first, and thus it would rightfully belong to them. To ensure their advantage, Su Shuwen and Su Shuwu had even instructed their wives to spread the word in the village about their intentions to hunt bears in the mountains. On the following day, this morning, the brothers set off before dawn with their dogs. Upon reaching a rocky area, Su Shuwen unleashed the dogs to begin the search for prey. However, at that moment, the bear had already vacated the rocky terrain, leading to a prolonged search before they finally located the bear, which had taken refuge in a den. This season marked the time when bears seek their dens. In the past few days, nearly all bears had begun to find their pre-selected tree hollows or caves to enter hibernation, known as squat dens. Hibernation in tree hollows is referred to as heavenly dens, while hibernation in caves is known as earthly dens. Although they faced some challenges due to the absence of snow, the brothers ultimately discovered the cave where the bear had settled. "Brother, the bear is in the cave," Su Shuwen exclaimed with a broad smile as he gazed at the dark entrance. "It's easier to hunt when they are holed up." Su Shuwu was equally elated. At that moment, the bear, having sensed the unwelcome visitors, chose to remain motionless, reluctant to stir from its slumber. "You go over there, behind that oak tree, and wait for the bear to emerge before taking your shot," Su Shuwen strategized, assessing the surroundings to position themselves effectively. Meanwhile, their dogs circled the cave, barking excitedly. After Su Shuwen finished his instructions to his brother, he paid no heed to his own dogs, waiting until Su Shuwu positioned himself for the attack. Su Shuwen unslung his firearm, disengaged the safety, and fired 2 shots into the cave. A howl echoed from within, and promptly, a bear charged out of the cave. Su Shuwen turned and fled, while 8 dogs barked furiously, lunging at the bear. The bear, having been disturbed from its slumber by the unexpected gunfire, one bullet striking its belly and the other its shoulder, was filled with rage. As it burst from the cave, it spotted the fleeing Su Shuwen and let out another roar, pursuing him relentlessly. The bear paid no attention to the dogs that were hot on its heels. With mere swipes of its paws, it sent 2 of them flying before continuing its chase. Fortune seemed to abandon Su Shuwen when, as he turned to run, he tripped over a protruding tree root and fell to the ground. The bear caught up and, with a heavy thud, seated itself upon Su Shuwen, clawing at his back with ferocity. Chapter 79. All is coincidence. A fate to endure. Su Shuwen had orchestrated his plan meticulously, yet he overlooked the need to restrain his dogs. When faced with prey, the dogs would only hesitate in the presence of apex predators like tigers. Thus, when the bear emerged from its lair, the 8 dogs bravely charged at it, biting at its legs and body, scrambling onto its back to sink their teeth into its neck and rear. While this displayed their valor as fierce hunting dogs, it also delayed Su Shuwu's ability to fire his weapon. Had Su Shuwen not fallen, the outcome might have differed. However, his misstep led to tragedy. The bear's claws raked across his back, and with a final strike, it delivered a fatal blow to his head before he could even comprehend the peril he was in. Yet the chaos did not end there. The eager hounds leaped into battle against the bear. One mottled dog sprang onto the bear's back, biting at its ear. The bear, with its thick neck, was impervious to the dog's grasp, prompting the clever canine to shift its attack to the ear. In retaliation, the bear's paw swept back, its sharp claws plunging into the dog's body, and with a swift motion, it brought the dog before it and clamped down on its neck, silencing it with a sickening crunch. As the bear continued to lash out, 2 more dogs were sent flying. Only then did Su Shuwu seize his opportunity to pull the trigger. Unfortunately, his nerves got the better of him. With less than 30 meters between him and the bear, his first shot missed its mark. He then fired 2 more shots. While the second and third found their target, they failed to strike a decisive blow. The bear let out a mournful howl and turned its wrath upon Su Shuwu. In a state of panic, he unleashed several more shots, yet in his confusion, he could not find his aim. At this moment, Su Shuwu was less than 20 meters away, no longer able to afford the luxury of firing his weapon, and turned to flee. Yet, how could Su Shuwu outrun a bear? The bear could sprint at speeds exceeding 50 kilometers per hour. Fortunately, 3 loyal dogs were fervently pursuing the bear, attempting to bite and distract it. The 2 dogs that had been thrown aside in the second encounter, though injured, managed to rise again and rejoin the fray. However, one by one, more dogs were struck down by the bear, gravely wounded and rendered incapable of continuing the fight. At last, Su Shuwu managed to escape the bear's relentless pursuit. Nevertheless, his escape was not without cost. He bore injuries from the encounter. His back bore the marks of 2 deep gashes from the bear's claws. A chunk of flesh was bitten from his rear, and his legs were lacerated by the bear's paws. Poor Su Shuwu, at this moment, found all 8 of his dogs either dead or severely injured. He limped towards the village, his distance from Yushitan not particularly far, merely around 10 kilometers in a straight line. However, in the mountainous terrain, that 10 kilometers, when following the paths, would stretch to no less than 30. After trudging less than 5 kilometers, Su Shuwu could go no further. With a piece of flesh missing from his rear and several strips of meat torn from his legs, managing even 5 kilometers was already a formidable challenge. His will to survive burned fiercely, compelling him to crawl inch by inch towards Yushitan. He knew that if he encountered anyone venturing into the mountains for gathering or hunting, he might yet reclaim his life. Strangely, however, he encountered no one along the way, neither gatherers nor hunters. This was hardly surprising. Everyone knew of the bears roaming the rocky terrain, and the villagers of Yushitan and nearby hamlets would be foolish to venture there. As for the hunters, Su Shuwen and Su Shuwu had brought this misfortune upon themselves, having earlier sent their wives to spread word throughout the village about their foray into the rocky area. Everyone shared the sentiment of Liu Hongjun, believing there was no need to contend with the 2 brothers over the abundant wildlife in the mountains. Thus, Su Shuwu encountered not a single soul on his arduous journey, driven by an indomitable will to live. He applied dirt to his wounds and continued to crawl towards the village, ultimately reaching the stone bridge on the western side of the village. Under normal circumstances, reaching the bridge would have drawn attention, and he would have been taken to Liu Hongjun for aid. As long as he arrived alive, Liu Hongjun could ensure his survival. However, at that moment, the production team's headquarters was distributing meat, and the entire village had flocked there to collect their share and witness the event. Consequently, the western side of the village was deserted, and no one noticed Su Shuwu. In the end, exhausted and devoid of strength, he took his last breath on the stone bridge. After receiving their share of meat, Su Shuwen and his wife, feeling uneasy, ventured to the western side of the village to check on him, only to discover Su Shuwu lying on the bridge. In haste, Su Shuwen's wife rushed back to the village to summon help. Ultimately, Qian Shengli led a militia team into the mountains to retrieve Su Shuwen's lifeless body. 5 dogs that had already perished were hastily interred in the mountains, a fate befitting hunting hounds. Yet, 3 of them were fortunate, despite their grave injuries. 1 dog's life was salvaged. Liu Hongjun, look at these 3 dogs. Do you think they can be saved? If so, they are yours. If not, find a suitable place for their burial, Su Yukai said sorrowfully. Observing the 3 dogs, a black, a yellow, and a brindle, being carried into the courtyard by the militia, Liu Hongjun could only manage a bitter smile. Well, it seems that while the number of patients has dwindled in recent days, we now have 3 more injured dogs, filling the bed with their suffering. Very well, I shall do my utmost to save them, Liu Hongjun replied with a nod. Are we heading into the mountains tomorrow to hunt the bears? Su Yukai inquired. Indeed, I shall venture into the mountains at dawn with Brother Shengli. If we find them, we shall exact revenge for Zhuwan, Liu Hongjun affirmed once more. After saying this, Su Yukai departed, leaving behind his 2 nephews outside the village. Liu Hongjun sighed, pondering the absurdity of the situation. If it were so easy to hunt bears, they would not be called bears. Among the most challenging beasts to hunt in the mountains, the rankings are led by the great claw, followed closely by the bear. Hunters prefer to confront bears during their hibernation, seizing the opportunity to strike while they are in a stupor. Typically, hunters avoid engaging with bears that do not hibernate. Upon returning to the courtyard, Liu Hongjun found the militia members who had brought the dogs had already left. He approached to assess the condition of the 3 canines. Although they were still breathing, they lay motionless on the ground, their rising and falling chests the only sign of life. Liu Hongjun retrieved his acupuncture kit, extracting 9 silver needles, 3 for each dog, to stabilize their lives. He then proceeded to examine their injuries. Each dog bore external wounds. The least injured had 4 deep lacerations, while the most grievously afflicted was marked by a staggering 12 wounds. Liu Hongjun meticulously inspected the bones of the 3 dogs, discovering fractures. However, he was unable to ascertain any internal injuries, as he could not check their pulses. Fortunately, due to his experience as a hunter, he had learned the acupuncture points for dogs. Thus, he could only treat their external and bone injuries, leaving their internal fates to chance. Upon examining their mouths, he noted no signs of blood, suggesting that their internal injuries were either absent or not severe. After confirming that the fractures were not displaced, he retrieved an aluminum lunchbox containing the necessary suturing tools, all soaked in alcohol. Using alcohol-soaked cotton, Liu Hongjun meticulously cleaned the wounds of the 3 dogs before stitching them up and bandaging them carefully. He then administered the last 3 doses of penicillin to them. Finally, he carried them to the bed in the west room to rest alongside Lihua, Huangzhong, and Sanhai. Whether they would survive remained uncertain. All he could do was his best and leave the rest to fate. If they were to recover, it would be a remarkable feat, as these 3 dogs were indeed wolfhounds. It must be said that the dogs raised by Su Shuwen and Su Shuwu are indeed impressive, with robust frames and a well-fed appearance. Su Yukai, the village accountant, is not lacking in wealth or provisions, and both he and his brother are skilled hunters, ensuring an ample supply of food for their dogs. The scars on the 3 dogs' bodies reveal their ferocity. After tending to them, Liu Hongjun turned to wash his hands before returning to the east room to rest. The following day, Liu Hongjun rose early, washed up, practiced his boxing, and then began to feed the dogs. Just as he finished, Yang Chuyin arrived punctually at his home. "Brother Hongjun," she greeted, then took the initiative to enter the kitchen to prepare breakfast. After washing his hands, Liu Hongjun joined her in the kitchen. "Brother Hongjun, I heard that Su Shuwen and Su Shuwu were attacked by a bear yesterday." Yang Chuyin informed him of the news. "Yes, Su Yukai came to see me yesterday. He wants me to venture into the mountains today to avenge his nephew." Liu Hongjun nodded in acknowledgement. "Brother Hongjun," Yang Chuyin said, her eyes filled with concern. "What's wrong? Are you worried about my safety?" Liu Hongjun reassured her with confidence. "Don't worry. Those wild beasts in the mountains won't harm me. I believe in you, Hongjun." Yang Chuyin nodded vigorously, though her hesitation suggested a lingering doubt. After finishing his meal, Dashin, Shirtu, and Qian Shengli arrived consecutively at his home. "Hongjun, when shall we set off?" "Let us leave now." Liu Hongjun instructed. "Dashin, Shirtu, you and Qiuyan should gather the medicinal herbs today and dry them." He then went inside to change clothes, secure his leg wraps, grab his gun, and left with Qian Shengli. Qian Shengli led his 3 dogs as they exited the village. To the west of the village, near the stone bridge, 2 tents had been erected. The wives and children of Su Shuwen and Su Shuwu were each keeping vigil in a tent. Su Yotsai's elder brother had passed away, and as the uncle, he was assisting in the funeral arrangements. Upon seeing Liu Hongjun and Qian Shengli approach, Su Yukai hurried over. "Old Su, my condolences," they said in unison. "Thank you, Shengli. Hongjun, I appreciate it. Otherwise, my nephew may never find peace." Su Yotsai's eyes were red, having not slept a wink the previous night. "Rest assured, we will do our utmost to confront the bear and bring back its head to honor the brothers Shuwen and Shuwu," Qian Shengli reassured him as they shook hands. As the 2 men walked along the mountain path, Qian Shengli sighed. The Su brothers truly met a tragic fate. Liu Hongjun remained silent. He had not witnessed the extent of their misfortune, but encountering a bear could only result in calamity. "When we found Su Shuwen yesterday, his body had already been desecrated by wild beasts," Qian Shengli lamented. Though he spoke lightly of the desecration, Liu Hongjun grasped the gravity of the situation. Indeed, it was a tragic circumstance. The wild beasts of the mountains have ravaged the remains, indicating that the corpse has been gnawed upon by these feral creatures. As for the extent of the damage, Liu Hongjun found himself unable to inquire further, being neighbors in the same village. Pressing Su Shuwen for details on the state of his remains would have seemed somewhat ghoulish and lacking in decency. Yesterday, Qian Shengli personally led an expedition into the mountains to search for Su Shuwen's body. He was well aware of the location. Before long, the 2 arrived at the site where Su Shuwen had met his demise. Liu Hongjun meticulously examined the surrounding environment and traces. "Brother Shengli, this must be the blood of a bear," Liu Hongjun exclaimed, pointing to a small pool of blood that had dried and darkened. There were numerous bloodstains in the vicinity, some belonging to Su Shuwen, others to dogs, and still others to bears. Without confidence and discernment, it would indeed be challenging to differentiate between them. It must be. Qian Xingli responded after surveying the traces around them. This particular bloodstain was isolated. Apart from the paw prints of the bear, there were no other signs. Unlike the other bloodstains, which were accompanied by dog fur, Su Shuwen's blood was conspicuous amidst the chaos. There were even remnants of flesh that had not been thoroughly cleaned up. One could ascertain that Su Shuwen had truly suffered a dreadful fate. Liu Hongjun glanced at the distant rocky area, recalling a pack of red dogs in that region. While Liu Hongjun was deep in thought, Qian Xingli had already led the dogs forward to sniff the ground before untying their leashes. Black Tiger first sniffed the ground, then raised his head to scent the air, barking several times before dashing towards a ridge in the southeast. "Brother Xingli, I will follow Black Tiger. You can come after," Liu Hongjun declared, hastily pursuing Black Tiger. "Be careful," Qian Xingli cautioned from behind. "Understood," Liu Hongjun replied, then swiftly set off, chasing after Black Tiger. Liu Hongjun ran for about 7 or 8 miles until he finally discovered the bear by a ravine upstream of Yangmu Gorge. At that moment, the bear lay on the ground, while Black Tiger and the other dogs circled it, barking and biting furiously. Yet the bear remained utterly still. As Liu Hongjun observed the prostrate creature, he speculated whether it had perished. In truth, the bear had already sustained grave injuries from Su Shuwen and Su Shuwen's brother. Its violent behavior was merely the frantic response of a wounded beast. After a bout of madness, the bear could no longer endure. Just as Liu Hongjun pondered this, the bear suddenly pushed itself up with its forelegs and rose from the ground. Chapter 81. The shifting thoughts of Qian Xingli startled by the bear's sudden movement. Liu Hongjun was grateful for his caution. Had he approached recklessly, he would have found himself in a perilous situation should the bear have launched a surprise attack. Roar! The bear, noticing Liu Hongjun standing not far off, let out a hoarse cry. Upon hearing the sound, Liu Hongjun's heart momentarily settled. The bear's weak howl resonated with a sense of helplessness. It was evident that Su Shuwen and his brother had inflicted significant injuries upon the bear. Having lost considerable blood and traversed 7 or 8 miles, its energy was all but depleted. Though it had not yet succumbed, death was surely imminent. Resolutely, Liu Hongjun decided to put an end to the bear's life. He disengaged the safety, brandished his firearm, and approached the bear with determination, aiming directly at its head. Bang! The shot rang out, and the bear collapsed with a resounding thud. Liu Hongjun ejected the spent bullet, re-engaged the safety, and slung the weapon over his shoulder. He stepped forward, lifted the bear's arm, flipped it onto its back, exposing its belly, and drew out a knife to perform the gruesome task of gutting the creature. He carefully extracted the bear's gallbladder, placing it into a cloth bag for safekeeping. The bear's entrails were removed, and the heart was severed to be offered to the Black Tiger. The liver and spleen were also taken out, sliced, and distributed to Dahe and Ariai. As for the intestines, Liu Hongjun placed them on a nearby stone as an offering to the mountain deity. He then used his knife to sever the bear's head, which he stowed in a pre-prepared cloth bag. It was at this moment that Qian Xingli, panting and breathless, rushed over. Upon witnessing Liu Hongjun already engaged in the task of preparing the bear's paws, he felt a pang of frustration. Qian Xingli valued his reputation. Yet in their 4 trips into the mountains together, he had only been a spectator 3 times, arriving at the scene after the battle had concluded. The one time he had managed to participate, he ended up injuring 2 dogs. Gazing skyward, he experienced a sense of existential irony. "Brother Xingli, let us hasten our return." At this point, Liu Hongjun had already procured the bear's paws and was ready to leave. Yes. Qian Xingli paused momentarily, then nodded in understanding. Their purpose for venturing into the mountains was to exact revenge for Su Shuwen and Su Shuwu by hunting the bear, and now that the task was complete, it was time to head back. Observing the Black Tiger, Dahe, and Ariai, who had just finished their meal yet still appeared unsatisfied, Liu Hongjun approached once more to slice off 3 pieces of meat from the bear's belly to feed the dogs. Since they had no intention of further hunting, it was prudent to ensure the dogs were well fed before their return home. "Brother Xingli, this is the bear's gallbladder. Take a look." Liu Hongjun extracted the gallbladder and presented it to Qian Xingli. "Wow. Although this bear's gallbladder is not as valuable as that of the bear's paw, its size is impressive. It is indeed a substantial gallbladder." Qian Xingli accepted the bag, glanced inside, smiled, and then returned it to Liu Hongjun. "Brother Xingli, Once we sell this gallbladder after some time, we shall split the proceeds evenly. Liu Hongjun proposed a distribution plan. Each of them would receive a share for their efforts, with Qian Xingli having brought the lead dog, receiving a slightly larger portion, while Liu Hongjun, contributing significantly, would also merit a greater share, resulting in an equitable division. Brother Hongjun, let us refrain from discussing the shares. Even claiming a single portion feels embarrassing to me, lest I lose face for following you into the mountains again. Qian Xingli chuckled ruefully, yet his expression remained earnest. Liu Hongjun paused, realizing Qian Xingli's sentiments. Brother Xingli, this is the customary practice when hunting in the mountains. Since we have teamed up for this endeavor, we must adhere to the established rules. Otherwise, we cannot speak of continuing our forays into the wilderness together. Once the rules are broken, no team can endure. Liu Hongjun stated with a smile. The Red Army brothers. You spoke of the customs of entering the mountains in pairs for hunting. However, there is another rule. If there is a leader, that leader must receive 3 shares. And only then can the others divide the spoils accordingly, Qian Xingli remarked. All right, Brother Xingli, I understand your intent. We can discuss the details later. For this time, let us divide the spoils equally. Liu Hongjun interrupted Qian Xingli, aware that his words implied he wished to acknowledge Liu as the leader. The term leader refers to the chief in a particular trade. There have been leaders among the mountain men as well, and in the past, there were leaders for hunting expeditions. However, currently, such leaders are rare. It is usually a group of brothers coming together, dividing the spoils according to the established rules of value. Now, with Qian Xingli wishing to recognize Liu Hongjun as the leader, it signifies that he intends to follow Liu and defer to him in future hunting endeavors. Upon hearing Liu's response, Qian Xingli ceased his argument, leading his dog alongside Liu Hongjun down the mountain, while the bear could be taken back by someone from the village later. Xingli, Hongjun. Thank you. Su Yukai wept openly at the sight of the bear's head before him. Although these two were his nephews, they were akin to sons in his eyes. Su Yotsai's elder brother had also been a hunter, perishing in the mountains when Su Shuwen and Su Shuwu were still quite young, leaving behind a young widow and 2 sons, aged 3 and 5. Su Yukai had generously supported his sister-in-law's family, and it would not be an exaggeration to say he had raised those 2 boys. As they grew older, the nephews, seeing others returning from the mountains with meat, clamored to become hunters themselves. Despite Su Yotsai's objections, their resolve was steadfast, unable to dissuade them. He found an experienced old hunter to guide them and provided them with the finest firearms. Later, with the militia equipped with semi-automatic rifles, he procured 2 more for them, demonstrating his deep concern for his nephews, akin to that for his own sons. Uncle Su, please accept my condolences. I will light incense for Shuwen and Shuwu, Liu Hongjun said, gently patting Su Yotsai's hand. Uncle Su, my sympathies. I too shall light incense for them, Qian Xingli echoed. Liu Hongjun lit incense and bowed before the remains of Su Shuwen and Su Shuwu. He then contributed 50 cents as a token of respect. Perhaps this is the fate we hunters must embrace. To seek our livelihood in the mountains, only to meet our end there, Qian Xingli mused with a hint of melancholy. It seemed that the events surrounding Su Shuwen and Su Shuwu had profoundly affected him, particularly the sight of Su Shuwen's mangled body, which had struck him deeply. Brother Xingli, do not dwell on it too much. These matters are beyond our control. We cannot simply cease our hunts in the mountains. We must remain cautious. 4 hunters often fall prey to their own carelessness, Liu Hongjun consoled. Indeed, we can only be vigilant. Qian Xingli nodded in agreement. Chapter 82. Descending the mountain to procure medicine, Liu Hongjun and Qian Xingli engaged in conversation as they entered the village, greeted by familiar faces along the way. After they passed, a hushed murmur arose, predominantly revolving around the affairs of Liu Hongjun and Su Shuwen's families. Brother Xingli, please take these bear paws with you. As they prepared to part, Liu Hongjun produced the harvested bear paws and extended them to Qian Xingli. Brother Hongjun, I shall decline the bear paws. I lack the means to prepare them. You ought to keep them for yourself. Very well, I shall not insist. Liu Hongjun replied with a smile. I heard from Master Liang, whom Uncle Yang invited, that heavy snow is expected tomorrow. Brother Xingli, come over to my house for a drink. I shall stew the bear paws. Liu Hongjun did not press further, glancing up at the sky, which bore no signs of impending snow. Brother Hongjun, you have returned. Before Liu Hongjun could step into the courtyard, he was greeted by the jubilant barking of dogs, followed by Yang Qiuyan's delighted appearance. Indeed, Liu Hongjun nodded in acknowledgement. Brother Hongjun, Dashin and Shirtu also rose to greet him. The courtyard was already filled with baskets, the front overflowing, with an ample collection in the back as well. Noticing Liu Hongjun squatting to inspect the medicinal herbs, Yang Qiuyan promptly remarked, "Outdoors is under my command, while indoors is yours to dictate." Liu Hongjun chuckled, agreed. Yang Qiuyan's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of red as she softly nodded. "Brother Hongjun, did you truly take down the bear in such a brief moment?" Shirtu interrupted their tender exchange. "Isn't it a matter of skill and precision?" Liu Hongjun replied. "I shall boil these for bear paws. Do come over tomorrow at noon for a drink." "Absolutely. The bear paws from last time left us wanting more." Dashin grinned widely. "Last time, with only 2 bear paws. 10 of us could hardly satisfy our appetites. I'll prepare the other 4 as well, so you can indulge in 8 bear paws." Liu Hongjun laughed. He had no intention of keeping them, for bear paws held little value at present. Selling them at the foot of the mountain would yield a meager sum. Merely 10 or so yuan for a pair. Liu Hongjun was not in need of money. Moreover, with snow imminent, the annual bear hunting season was approaching. If fortune favored him, he could amass 10 pairs of bear paws by winter's end. Winter was deemed the season for bear hunting, as bears were easiest to catch during their hibernation. Additionally, bear bile collected in winter was predominantly of the highest quality. Folklore suggested that bear bile varied with the lunar phases, that harvested before the 15th of the month was potent, while that collected thereafter was considerably diminished in efficacy. Of course, these were mere tales. Yet some claimed that consuming bear bile not only enhanced one's courage, but also bestowed extraordinary strength. "Brother Hongjun, 8 bear paws are excessive. We few cannot consume that much. Let us cook 2, so everyone may savor the flavor. This way, we can enjoy 4 meals." Shirtu suggested with a grin, his eyes twinkling with shrewdness. "Haha, you certainly have a knack for calculations. How about this? Tomorrow I will prepare 4 bear paws, and in a few days, I shall prepare another 4. Liu Hongjun chuckled. Upon his return, he noticed that the 6 little puppies in the pen were eagerly barking, yearning for his attention. But he did not immediately greet them or pet them. Liu Hongjun handed his gun and backpack to Yang Qiuyan, then opened the gate to the pen and stepped inside. He affectionately petted each puppy in turn, calming their frantic barks. Subsequently, he ventured into another pen to stroke the black dragon and the unnamed black dog. The latter remained nameless, as Liu Hongjun was yet uncertain of its character. Judging by its robust physique, broad skeleton, and strong limbs, it appeared to be an excellent dog. However, one could never be sure if it was merely a fade of excellence. Therefore, he resolved to wait until it had acclimated and tested its capabilities in the mountains before bestowing a name upon it. Having been at home for several days, the dogs had become somewhat familiar with him. As he petted the black dragon, it playfully licked his hand. After exiting the pen, Liu Hongjun entered the west room to check on the 6 injured dogs. Upon seeing him, Lihua and Huangzhong whimpered, attempting to rise and leap into his embrace. Liu Hongjun quickly scooped them up, offering them gentle reassurance. He then tenderly stroked the 3 black dogs before inspecting the trio that Su Yukai had delivered the previous day. Though they lacked vitality, they were at least still alive. As he gazed at the 6 injured dogs sprawled across the bed, Liu Hongjun could not help but ponder the lack of penicillin in his modest infirmary. It would be prudent to administer 2 more injections to these 3 dogs. Furthermore, with the impending snowfall, which often heralded an increase in external injuries and respiratory ailments, it would be wise to stock up on penicillin. "Qiuyan, please keep an eye on the 6 dogs at home. I must go down the mountain," Liu Hongjun informed Yang Qiuyan as he stepped outside. "Brother Hongjun, it's almost mealtime. Why must you go down the mountain?" Yang Qiuyan inquired, curiosity evident in her voice. "We have run out of penicillin. The 3 dogs that Su Yukai brought yesterday require 2 more injections," Liu Hongjun explained. "Oh," Yang Qiuyan nodded in understanding, recognizing the urgency of the matter, and refrained from further questioning. "Later, bring all 6 dogs outside to bask in the sunlight and allow them to relieve themselves," Liu Hongjun added before heading inside to change his clothes. The attire he wore for the mountain had become rather soiled after a trip, and it would be inappropriate to wear it down the mountain. "Deshan, Shirtu, lend a hand to Qiuyan while I make a trip down," he instructed the 2 dogs. Venturing into the cellar, he retrieved a pair of bear paws that he had found 2 days prior, wrapped in yellow paper. The blood had been cleansed away. After emerging from the cellar, he re-wrapped them, secured them with a piece of grass rope, and carried them in his hand. Exiting the courtyard, he made his way to the production team's office to borrow a horse-drawn cart from his father-in-law, Yang Guangfu. Liu Hongjun had considered taking a small train or riding a horse down the mountain, but the commuter train only operated once in the morning and once in the evening, leaving no room for delay. As for horseback riding, the horses from Yushitan are primarily draft horses, lacking saddles for riding, which renders traversing the mountainous paths rather uncomfortable. It would be far more pleasant to leisurely guide a horse-drawn cart down the hill. After all, descending now would ensure a timely return by nightfall. Regarding Liu Hongjun's mention of stewing bear paws, upon returning in the evening, he could begin simmering them in water, allowing them to cook gently overnight, so that by morning, they would be perfectly prepared for skinning and feathering. The descent follows a singular path, and Liu Hongjun need not fret about losing his way. He simply reclined in the cart, gazing at the sky, allowing the horses to meander at their own pace. Chapter 83. En route. 2 mountain goats were acquired reclining on the cart. Liu Hongjun indulged in thoughts about his uninhibited life with Yang Qiuyan after marriage. Although he had experienced this in a previous life and was intimately familiar with Yang Qiuyan's physique, he now inhabited the body of a 17-year-old, brimming with vitality. This sensation was akin to awakening from slumber to find one's once-aged spouse transformed into a youthful beauty, untouched and full of potential. The mere thought was exhilarating, igniting a fervent desire for exploration. Just as he was lost in these musings, the draft horse suddenly let out a whinny and bolted forward, startling Liu Hongjun into an upright position. Racing along the mountain path was perilous. As the saying goes, the mountain roads twist and turn, whether ascending or descending. Excessive speed could lead to disastrous consequences. Liu Hongjun grasped the reins firmly, pulling with all his might while shouting, "Whoa!" The cart's speed diminished, yet it did not come to a halt. In desperation, Liu Hongjun leapt from the cart, sprinting a few steps to catch up, seizing the horse's halter, and grounding himself to pull with all his strength. His feet scraped against the earth, finally bringing the cart to a stop. At that moment, a few mountain goats suddenly dashed out from the hillside. These goats, known as the blue mountain goat, are among the wild fauna of Changbai Mountain, scientifically categorized as gazelles. Although they resemble goats, they actually belong to the bovine family. However, such classifications are trivial. What truly mattered was the golden leopard hot on the heels of the mountain goats. In an instant, the leopard leapt, bringing one goat down and sinking its teeth into its neck. Bang! Simultaneously, Liu Hongjun's gun fired. The leopard, startled, bounded up the cliff and swiftly disappeared into the distance. No wonder the horses had reacted frantically. They had sensed the presence of a predator. In certain respects, animals are often more attuned to their surroundings than humans. Once the leopard had fled, the large dappled horse settled down. Liu Hongjun secured his firearm, slinging it over his shoulder, and contentedly approached to claim the 2 mountain goats. One felled by the leopard, the other by his own shot. Indeed, Liu Hongjun had aimed for the goat, but the leopard's sudden appearance had claimed the life of the other. Although the leopard's skin commands a higher price, fetching around 5,000 to 8,000 and potentially exceeding 10,000 in a few years, the meat of the blue mountain goat is far more delectable. It ranks among the most exquisite of wild game. In comparison, the foolish roe deer, the yellow-haired creature, and the bear are simply not of the same caliber when placed beside the blue mountain goat. More importantly, the leopard is not easily hunted. Its agility is nearly maxed out, rendering it exceedingly swift. Especially since Liu Hongjun had not detected the leopard's presence beforehand, he was utterly unprepared to take aim at it. Thus, Liu Hongjun resolutely adhered to his original goal, to procure 2 blue mountain goats, which would serve as a fine offering. At the very least, this descent would not seem overly monotonous. 2 bear paws would certainly not be considered meager gifts for those below in the valley, yet they could be perceived as somewhat dull. The 2 blue mountain goats were just right. He intended to send one to his father, who, unbeknownst to him, had been tirelessly caring for many widows, laboring day and night. A bit of blue mountain goat meat would serve as a nourishing supplement. Ordinary mutton is known for its restorative qualities, capable of addressing issues such as kidney deficiency, cold abdominal pain, weakness, and other ailments. The meat of the blue mountain goat, however, is several times more potent than that of ordinary sheep. Therefore, his elder brother had no need for it, as his sister-in-law was currently nursing. Liu Hongjun unsheathed his knife and proceeded to gut the 2 goats and let them bleed. Regrettably, the blood of the blue mountain goat is a valuable asset, and lacking any containers, he had no means to collect it. He removed the entrails and hung the intestines on a nearby rock, stuffing the remaining innards back into the body. He then hoisted the 2 goats onto the cart and continued his descent. Having learned from his earlier experience, Liu Hongjun dared not recline in the cart as he had done before, primarily because there was no space to lie down with the two goats aboard. After a bumpy ride, he finally arrived at the Tapinga Forest Farm headquarters. Although the headquarters is situated on the mountain, it is considered lower in elevation compared to Yushu Tun and a few other villages. His elder brother's home is a small independent courtyard, comprising 3 tiled rooms and 2 east wing rooms, similarly structured to Liu Hongjun's, though less spacious. This area houses the forest workers, all residing in such small courtyards. Uniformly constructed by the forest farm, Liu Hongjun halted the cart at his brother's doorstep, carrying 1 blue mountain goat into the yard. Hongjun, what brings you here? Did you catch this blue mountain goat? It looks rather fresh. Have you eaten? Wu Fengxia happened to emerge from the kitchen just then and, upon seeing Liu Hongjun, expressed surprise and bombarded him with questions like a machine gun. I encountered them on the way, caught 2, and brought 1 for you. I'll take the other to Director Guan to request some penicillin. Liu Hongjun casually dropped the blue mountain goat onto the ground, responding to his sister-in-law's inquiries one by one. Why didn't you say something earlier? I wasn't prepared. You can eat a bit with Dad first. I'll go stir-fry a couple of dishes, Zhou Fengxia remarked before turning back into the kitchen. Big sister, there's no need to busy yourself. I'm fine with a light meal. Liu Hongjun called out. You mentioned you brought 2 goats. Where's the other one? Zhou Fengxia poked her head out from the kitchen to inquire. It's outside in the cart. Bring it in. This place is not like the village. There are all sorts of people around. Zhou Fengxia instructed. All right, Liu Hongjun replied, turning to exit the courtyard. What are you doing? Put that down. Liu Hongjun shouted. Just as he stepped out, he spotted several individuals lifting the goats from the burlap sacks covering the cart. Kid, mind your own business. Upon seeing Liu Hongjun emerge, they continued their actions with a bold defiance. 2 of them approached Liu Hongjun, while the others persisted in their task. Brother, taking 1 of your goats is merely a favor to you. Don't be ungrateful. One of them brandished a knife menacingly. Liu Hongjun was both amused and infuriated. To claim that taking his own belongings was a favor was a level of shamelessness he had never encountered before. Chapter 84. A long life witnessing the boldness of goat thieves. Liu Hongjun chuckled. He had truly seen it all. In 2 lifetimes. No one had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Should I be thanking you then? Liu Hongjun retorted with a smile. No need for thanks. We're just in a good mood today. If you really want to express your gratitude, then perhaps some cash would suffice, one of the knife wielders proposed, gesturing wildly. I see your watch looks nice. Let me borrow it for a few days, and I'll return it when we meet again. Another keen-eyed youth reached out to snatch Liu Hongjun's wristwatch. I have this as well. Would you like it? Liu Hongjun, unperturbed, drew a gun and aimed it at the young man's head. Wait. Brother, it's a misunderstanding. It's all just a joke. Yes, a misunderstanding. We were just joking with you. The realization of the cold steel pressed against his forehead nearly sent them into a panic. At that moment, they understood they had encountered a formidable opponent, someone who would draw a weapon without hesitation. Put the goods back in the cart. And you, dare to take another step and see what happens. Liu Hongjun warned, redirecting his aim at a man attempting to flee with a bare paw. Believing he was at a safe distance, he thought he could evade Liu Hongjun by simply turning a corner. Bang! Without hesitation, Liu Hongjun fired. Ouch! A pained cry erupted as the young man, who was about to turn, fell to the ground, clutching his leg. Liu Hongjun, was that your shot? Liu Laodad appeared with Liu Hongjun's semi-automatic rifle in hand, stepping out of the courtyard. Upon seeing the rifle in Liu Laodad's grasp, the youths were left dumbfounded. What sort of person had they provoked? The first had drawn a gun without a second thought, and now this one was brandishing a semi-automatic rifle. Big brother. It's a misunderstanding. We were wrong. Grandpa, spare us. With a sudden thud, the 2 young men before Liu Hongjun fell to their knees. The individuals who had been carrying the sheep froze in place, their hands outstretched, paralyzed by fear of a gunshot should they dare to move. Crouch down with your hands on your heads over there, Liu Hongjun commanded, aiming his firearm at them. Brother, we will crouch. We will do it right away. Please don't shoot. One of the youths replied, his voice trembling with distress. These individuals were merely street ruffians who, emboldened by their numbers and armed with knives, had roamed the vicinity with reckless abandon. Fortunately, their misdeeds had been minor, petty thefts and the occasional bullying of those who ventured down from the mountains. The security department of the forestry station had largely ignored them, partly due to the influence of their parents, who were employees of the station. Over time, These ruffians had grown arrogant, feeling invincible in their domain, as the more formidable troublemakers from outside the mountains dared not encroach upon the forestry station. They fancied themselves significant figures. After a brief wait, several individuals donning red armbands approached. Who fired the gun? One inquired. I did. Liu Hongjun stepped forward. You? The red armband wearers regarded him with apprehension, their hands resting on the holsters at their waists. I am Liu Hongjun, the brother of Liu Hongbao, he stated plainly. You are the brother of Section Chief Liu? You certainly resemble him. This is indeed his home, one of them remarked. Greetings, comrade Liu Hongjun. Could you please clarify the situation? I came to my brother's house today to visit my father and brought along 2 goats. Just as I was moving the first one inside and preparing to retrieve the second, I discovered these individuals attempting to steal my goats, brandishing knives to threaten me and demanding my watch. The injured one snatched a pair of bare paws and fled, which is why I fired my weapon. Liu Hongjun recounted the events that led to his gunfire. At the Taipinggu forestry station, Liu Hongjun harbored no fears. It was others who stirred trouble with him, not the reverse. His brother, Liu Hongbao, held the position of deputy chief of the station's security department. Furthermore, it was worth noting that the current chief was set to retire next year, and Liu Hongbao as father-in-law had already facilitated connections, ensuring Liu Hongbao would seamlessly ascend to the position. Presently, the chief was largely disengaged, merely awaiting retirement, leaving the security department effectively under Liu Hongbao's control. After a brief discussion, one individual rushed off to find Liu Hongbao, while the others retrieved ropes to bind the would-be thieves. The injured one was also brought over and unceremoniously tossed among them, thereafter disregarded by all. In this era, human rights were not a consideration. In the eyes of the security personnel, these criminals were devoid of rights. As long as they did not perish, that sufficed. At this moment, Zhou Fengxiao emerged, cradling a child. Sister-in-law, greetings. Several security officers exclaimed upon spotting her. This is the wife of the head supervisor. Or perhaps the daughter of a certain leader from the forestry bureau, or a sales clerk from the supply and marketing cooperative. Naturally, they are acquainted. It is Xiao Lin and Xiao Chun. I must trouble you with this matter. My brother-in-law has been living in the mountains, untouched by the world. And when threatened with a knife, his reaction was somewhat excessive. Zhou Fengxiao said with a gentle smile. The incident involving Liu Hongjun shooting someone was, in Zhou Fengxiao's words, merely an overreaction to the threat he faced. Sister-in-law, these individuals attempted theft and resorted to armed robbery. They deserve whatever fate befalls them. Xiao Lin remarked with a sheepish grin, and then kicked a young man squatting on the ground. Zhou Fengxiao chatted with them for a few more moments before inviting Liu Laodad and Liu Hongjun into the courtyard, reassured by the presence of security personnel, alleviating their concerns. The meal is ready. If we don't eat now, it will get cold. Liu Hongjun was quite unflappable. In his previous life, he had taken the lives of no fewer than 800 individuals. Thus, he was unconcerned about injuring someone. This was merely in the courtyard. Had it been in the mountains, anyone daring to rob him of his prey or speak so boldly would have met their end without a second thought. As for Liu Laodad, there was no need to elaborate. Although there was no evidence, the number of lives lost at his hands exceeded 20. Sister-in-law Zhou Fengxiao was also an extraordinary woman. Otherwise, she could not have kept Liu Hongbao so well disciplined. The 3 of them returned indoors for a meal. The lunch at the elder brother's house was quite decent, featuring steamed buns made from a mixture of flours, pancakes, 4 dishes, 2 meat and 2 vegetable, and a plate of pickles along with a small bundle of green onions. Liu Hongjun did not hesitate. He took a pancake, added a couple of green onions, spread some sweet bean paste, rolled it up, and took a hearty bite. The flavor was truly delightful. Chapter 85. The impressive Liu Laodad. While they were eating, Liu Hongbao hurriedly returned. He first gathered a general understanding of the situation at the door before entering. Hongjun, how are you? Are you all right? What could possibly be wrong? I merely injured someone. It might be a bit troublesome, Liu Hongjun replied with a smile. You needn't worry about that. I've long wanted to deal with these little rascals, just hadn't found the time, Liu Hongbao declared with bravado. Although he was somewhat intimidated by his wife, Zhou Fengxiao, he maintained a commanding presence outside. You came down from the mountain unexpectedly. What's the matter? I went to the clinic to request some penicillin. We've run out at home. I even brought back a pair of bare paws, hoping to leverage some connections for a bit more penicillin. On the way, I also shot 2 mountain goats, intending to leave one for you and take the other to facilitate connections, Liu Hongjun explained. Oh, for that, just speak to your sister-in-law. Liu Hongbao promptly deferred the matter to his wife upon hearing this. Sister-in-law, do you know Director Guan of the clinic? Zhou Fengxia smiled as she replied. I don't know Director Guan, but I am acquainted with his daughter. She works at the supply and marketing cooperative, and we have a good rapport. Sister-in-law, if you could assist in contacting her to request as much penicillin as possible, along with medical alcohol, alcohol swabs, and sutures, that would be greatly appreciated. All right, after dinner. I shall take you to the supply and marketing cooperative to meet Director Guan's daughter. Sister-in-law, is Director Guan's daughter persuasive? Giggling, Zhou Fengxia covered her mouth and replied. Director Guan cherishes his daughter above all else. While others might not possess the same influence, when she speaks, her words carry weight beyond measure. Moreover, with your generous offerings of a bear paw and a mountain goat, such gifts are certainly not trivial. It is unlikely he would refuse you outright. Then I must trouble you, sister-in-law. Liu Hongjun expressed his gratitude swiftly. There is no need for such formality among family. Zhou Fengxiao waved her hand dismissively. Liu Laodi, who had been amusing his eldest grandson nearby, appeared oblivious to the exchange between Liu Hongjun and Liu Hongbao, not lifting his head in acknowledgement. At that moment, his grandson eclipsed all else in importance. Only after the three had finished their conversation did he leisurely interject. What is the point of rambling on? Just go straight to the health clinic and seek out old Guan. Just tell him you're my son and wish to request additional penicillin and other supplies. Simply speak to him directly about your needs. Liu Hongjun turned to his father, realizing that the real authority lay with him. There was no need for intermediaries. A mere mention of his name would suffice. Understood. I shall visit Director Guan shortly. Liu Hongjun nodded obediently. Indeed. There is no need to bring the bear paw or the goat. Just inform him that I said to come over for drinks tonight. Liu Laodi added slowly. Got it. Father. Liu Hongjun smiled and gave a thumbs up to his dad. Haha. Liu Laodi chuckled lightly and resumed entertaining his grandson. Liu Hongbao retrieved 5 boxes of ammunition from the cabinet and placed them before Liu Hongjun. 4 boxes contained 5.6 caliber rounds, while 1 box held 54 caliber pistol ammunition. If you find yourself short, just let me know, and I'll get you more. Liu Hongbao proclaimed with bravado. Such was the audacity of the security department in this era. They trained monthly on the shooting range, expending rounds without keeping count. As the head of the security department, it was exceedingly simple to bring home some ammunition. This should last you through the winter. Liu Hongjun accepted without reservation, pulling out his backpack to store the ammunition. After Liu Hongbao handed over the rounds, he turned and left to deal with a few rascals outside. After dinner, Liu Hongjun bid farewell to his father and sister-in-law, then took the goat and bear paw from the cart into the yard, handing them over to his sister-in-law. He then drove the cart to the Taipinga Health Clinic. The Taipinga Forestry Bureau also served as the administrative office for the Taipinga Commune, effectively housing both departments in one location. The health clinic was situated at the heart of the bureau. Liu Hongjun entered the clinic's courtyard and, after inquiring, located the director's office. He knocked on the door, and upon hearing conversation within, he pushed it open. Good day, Director Guan. Young man, what brings you to me? An elderly gentleman with a full head of white hair and a straight posture, exuding an aura of steadfastness, responded. Liu Hongjun immediately recognized that this man was not ordinary. He possessed a certain gravitas. Director Guan, my name is Liu Hongjun, and I am the second son of Liu Laodi. Ah, you are Liu Laodi's son. I have heard of you. Director Guan smiled warmly. Indeed, my father sent me to seek your assistance in procuring some penicillin, medical alcohol, and alcohol swabs. Liu Hongjun, without hesitation, directly articulated his intentions. How much do you require? 200 units of penicillin, 50 liters of medical alcohol, and... Stop. Before Liu Hongjun could finish, he was interrupted by the elder. Liu Hongjun ceased speaking and quietly regarded the elder. You truly live up to being the son of Liu Laopao. Your demands are audacious. The elder jested with a chuckle. Hee. My father advised me to be straightforward with you. Liu Hongjun replied with an innocent grin, chuckling softly. That may be so for your father, but he is not my father. In my entire health clinic, how can I spare you 200 units of penicillin? What will happen to the other health stations? The elder exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. In this era, penicillin remains the foremost antibiotic. It is essentially a panacea when faced with ailments without a clear remedy. Penicillin is the go-to treatment. The nation, having endured the ravages of a decade-long tempest, has not significantly increased the production of penicillin, particularly in the commune health clinics and health stations, where supplies are strictly rationed. Especially in health stations, Each request yields only a few dozen units of penicillin, which is already considered generous. Although our Yushitan is not large, several surrounding communities come to us for medical attention. When dealing with trauma patients, each individual requires 3 or 4 units, especially with the impending snowfall and the seasonal surge in respiratory illnesses. Penicillin is indeed most effective, Liu Hongjun calculated with his fingers. Nonsense. If you use more than 50 units of that 200 units of penicillin on a person, I will consume all 200 myself. Do you think I am unaware? Much of the penicillin acquired since your father's time has been administered to dogs. The elder continued to glare, scolding him. This was not mere reprimand. As the elder pointed out, a significant portion had indeed been allocated to the dogs of nearby communities. In dog fights, canines are the most prone to injuries, and typically, hunting dogs around 2 years old bear numerous wounds. My father mentioned that you should come to our home for dinner tonight. On my way here, I casually caught a mountain goat, Liu Hongjun remarked, unperturbed. With a soft chuckle,